The world is akin to a chessboard, and we are mere pieces upon it. In the grand halls, deceit and trickery abound, while in the rivers and lakes, love and hatred intertwine, and in the marketplace, joy and sorrow prevail. All are but individual pawns, intricately connected and interwoven, erupting in Chapter 1. Acting without orders today, I shall regale you with the tale of the esteemed Wang Zhe, Su Buling, who bullies men and coerces women into marriage on the winter solstice of the 10th year of the Yuzhao Hong. A gentle snow graced the city of Chang'an. Near the corner tower of the marketplace, brothels and gambling dens sprawled in profusion, while ruffians gathered around tea stalls, warming their feet by braziers. The storyteller spoke with eloquence, weaving a rare narrative set at the borders. How could we common folk know of the prince's affairs? Hurry, tell us more, that a group of listeners urged eagerly, clearly anticipating the unfolding drama of bullying men and coercing women. With a tantalizing pause, the storyteller finally began. On the day Su Shi returned single-handedly with the heads of bandits, he had just turned 16. 16? Impossible. The crowd erupted in disbelief. The storyteller, fanning himself in the winter chill, continued with a leisurely air. This incident shook the court at the time. Even the emperor was astonished. Officials praised Su Shi as a tiger born of a warrior's house, surpassing his predecessors. Given time, his achievements would rival those of Wang Su Lai. General Su has even become a lord of a different surname. What title could be bestowed upon Su Shi, who is even more formidable? One rank higher than a prince. Naturally. The storyteller's expression stiffened as he quickly raised a hand to quell the noise. Do not speak recklessly. Are you seeking death? As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. The storyteller's words flowed like a river, captivating the tea patrons, and such scenes were not uncommon in the bustling streets of Chang'an. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak, a commotion erupted from the street, refusing a toast and accepting a punishment drink. Get him! Guests at the tea stall turned to witness a female constable, wielding a Yenling Dao, being pursued by a dozen ruffians brandishing clubs. Although the streets of Chang'an were a mix of both good and bad, assaults on officials were rare, prompting many to peer out in curiosity. Soon, 3 members of the Imperial Guard arrived, led by a young captain who called out from a distance. Public order is paramount in the capital. Who dares to be unruly here? The female constable, looking disheveled, replied, Sir, they dare to assault an officer in broad daylight. This tavern must harbor secrets. Instead of confronting the ruffians, the captain coldly regarded the constable. This is not your concern. If you cause further trouble, do not blame me for being unyielding. A typical display of favoritism. The onlookers shook their heads, recognizing that behind the gambling dens of De Yi Feng lay powerful patrons, and this constable was clearly a newcomer. The constable, astonished, retorted, You ignore an assault on an officer, fully aware of the tavern's suspicious activities, yet you do not investigate? Are you perhaps acquainted with the tavern's owner? The captain's demeanor darkened. Seize her, and let her superior come to collect her. Understood. With 3 terse exchanges, the Imperial Guards approached with chains to apprehend her. Fuming, the constable shouted, You dare? I am from the investigation division. On what grounds do you arrest me? As she spoke, she drew her sword, positioning herself defiantly. The crowd, sensing the impending danger, thought it unwise. After all, officials wield greater power, and this constable was merely a fledgling, lacking the right to draw her weapon in another's territory, as expected. The captain, seeing her defiance, bellowed, You have great audacity, not only defying orders but also pointing a blade at an officer. Seize her! 2 members of the Imperial Guard closed, and the blade's back struck the constable's knee, forcing her to kneel. Another hurled a lasso around her, yanking her backward. How dare you? The captain's gaze was frosty as he stepped forward, raising his hand to strike the constable across the face. The force was such that if it landed, it would surely knock out several teeth. The onlookers grimaced, but they understood the law. They had no right to intervene in the affairs of officials. However, the anticipated slap never landed. As the crowd turned, they discovered a young man in white had appeared before the constable. Instead of hanging jade pendants, he carried a wine gourd at his waist, a long sword in his right hand, and his left grasped the captain's wrist, remaining as still as a statue. With ink-black brows and striking peach blossom eyes that exuded an air of nobility, He resembled a character stepped out from a painting, appearing as an interloper from the martial world. The captain's expression darkened at this unexpected interruption. This is an official matter, outsiders should step aside. The young man in white replied calmly. We all partake of the Emperor's bounty. Why draw swords against our comrades? The captain attempted to pull away, but found his wrist restrained. He then shouted, Audacious thief, daring to wield a weapon in public and assault an officer. As he spoke, he drew his sword, aiming to strike the young man. Two members of the Imperial Guard released the lasso and advanced menacingly. The onlookers gasped. Conflicts between ordinary citizens and officials often resulted in death, and this young man in white was far too reckless, brandishing a weapon only offered them an excuse to strike. The constable, filled with dread, wished to warn this bold scion to refrain from meddling, but at that moment, a flash of cold light captured her attention. The captain swung his sword, but the chill of death gripped his heart. He realized too late that he could not raise his blade in time to defend himself. In a fleeting glimpse, the sword's blade revealed 4 engraved characters. Bu-ling, Er-shing, Su Bu-ling's Bu-ling. Blood sprayed forth, sending droplets into the air. The two guards, sensing danger, realized too late the gravity of the situation. The captain's body tensed, and his official blade clattered to the ground as he clutched his throat, blood pouring through his fingers. His eyes bulged in disbelief at the young man in white, staggering back before collapsing onto the ground, blood seeping into the cracks of the stone pavement. One swift strike to the throat. In a heartbeat, silence enveloped the back street. The ruffians, watching from a distance, turned pale, frozen in shock. In Chang'an, the underground world was rife with gang violence. Yet publicly killing someone was a crime too grave to escape punishment. No one dared to slay an official in the Emperor's domain. How had this young man in white drawn his sword so swiftly? The esteemed captain of the Imperial Guard lay dead before them. The young man in white sheathed his sword and turned to face the two stunned guards. The guards, terrified and trembling, retreated slowly. You have great audacity beneath the Emperor's gaze. You dare to kill the captain of the Imperial Guard. Shaking, they turned and fled into a nearby alley. Shortly thereafter, smoke signals rose into the sky. A scream pierced the air, the source unknown among the brothels. In an instant, chaos erupted in the back street, as the tavern's thugs were left disoriented. How could you kill? Killing an official is akin to rebellion. The young man in white glanced at the corpse. Corruption among officials and merchants, collusion and protection, assaulting comrades, any one of these accusations is enough to warrant death, not to mention drawing a blade against me. The female constable, now panicked, gazed at the unfamiliar young man in white, anxiously stating, no matter the crime, it must be judged and sentenced by the 3 divisions. Before execution, that you're being too impulsive. How will this end? The thugs from the tavern, sensing the gravity of the situation, recognized that having killed an officer, they now bore the label of bandits. Any further violence would only aid the authorities in capturing them. The leader of the thugs narrowed his eyes, slipping 2 daggers from his sleeves, launching an attack at the young man's chest. Before the constable could utter a warning, she witnessed the young man in white ascend the steps, followed by a sharp crack. The stone slab beneath him fractured as he lunged like a ferocious tiger, colliding with the thug in an instant, driving his knees into the thug's chest. With a resounding thud, bones cracked and the thug's chest caved in. Before the thug leader could react, he found himself confronted with 2 deep indentations in his chest, the back of his garment tearing violently. Amidst the splintering wood, debris flew in all directions. The thug was violently thrown backward, crashing through the door behind him and finally coming to a halt after smashing a square table within the tavern. The young man in white knelt with his knees pressed against the chest of the leader, his left hand gripping the thug's neck like a vice. Before the thug could utter a sound, a slight pressure from his fingers resulted in a sharp crack, echoing through the air. Blood oozed from the thug's mouth, and after a couple of gasps, his hands, which had clutched the young man's arm, fell limply to the ground. The female constable, witnessing this scene, was struck with sheer terror. Such skill could only be honed through decades of rigorous training. This young man in white appeared to be no more than 20. Was he truly human? Murder! Murder! The cries of alarm finally erupted on the street. A dozen onlookers, previously brash and unruly, were now utterly frightened, scattering in all directions in panic. The female constable, in a daze, clutched her Yinling knife, unsure of what to do, and hurried into the tavern. Have you lost your mind? How can you be so audacious as to kill two men? Even if you are the king of heaven, there will be no easy resolution today. Upon hearing this, the young man in white displayed a defiant glint in his eyes. Even the king of heaven must heed my commands. His words were brazen, yet undeniably true. For this arrogant young man was none other than the little king of hell, Su Buling, the only legitimate son of an unrelated royal family in the Dua dynasty, a time traveler who had arrived with a hand of 2 kings and 4 twos. However, to understand the circumstances surrounding this murder, one must commence from the morning. Chapter 2, A Tall Tree Draws the Wind. This morning, Su Buling sat on a small boat at Sujiang Pool, fishing, while 8 soldiers stood guard outside the pavilion. As a time traveler, his excursion to fish outside the city was far from a mere pastime or an attempt at self-cultivation. The Dua dynasty, according to historical timelines, should have been situated between the Tang and Song dynasties. However, after the spring and autumn period, the history of this world became chaotic, leaving Su Buling entirely unaware of the future landscape. Su Buling was the legitimate son of the Duke of Su, renowned in his youth for his exceptional prowess and referred to as possessing the strength of a dragon and the bones of a tiger. He was destined to grow into a formidable figure akin to El Bu, Xiangyu, or Liao Ai. Despite his early fame, Su Buling's father, the Duke of Su, held hereditary power and ruled over 12 states of Xiliang, commanding an army of 200,000. With such military might and prestige, should a victorious heir rise to conquer the northern tribes, what rewards would the emperor on the dragon throne bestow? Above the princes lies the emperor. It is uncertain whether this was the cause, but the original Su Buling, adhering to ancestral instructions, set out for the capital to pursue studies for 3 years, only to encounter an assassination attempt along the way. On the brink of death, Su Buling transmigrated, escorted to Chang'an by his last remaining servant, while suffering from poison. Having lived for several decades prior, Su Buling could easily surmise that the complexities behind this incident were anything but simple. Upon arriving in Chang'an, he naturally sought to maintain a low profile, avoiding contact with others in hopes of surviving until he could leave the capital 3 years hence. However, given his status, retreating into seclusion proved challenging. Su Buling was not an orphan in a charity home. The Duke of Su, perceiving Su Buling's youth and naivete, appointed a guardian for him. Speaking of this guardian, Madame Lu, it is a rather complicated matter. Madame Lu, known as Lu Hongwan, hailed from a prestigious family with a high status, being a niece of the current empress. More importantly, she shared a sisterly bond with Su Buling's mother, the Duke's consort. Widowed and childless, Madame Lu had little to occupy her time, and she took an almost obsessive interest in Su Buling's daily life, monitoring his every move with meticulous care, as if she were nurturing a character in a role-playing game. Although Su Buling was physically 17 or 18, he was still a normal young man at heart, and being constantly watched by a widow was unbearable, prompting him to escape to the outskirts to fish. Unfortunately, a woman's almost detective-like enthusiasm made it difficult to evade her gaze. While Su Buling pondered the meaning of life at the fishing spot, the sound of footsteps approached from the shore. A beautiful woman, clad in palace attire and wrapped in a fiery fox shawl, approached with an ethereal grace, carrying a vermilion food box adorned with carvings of auspicious beasts. The 8 guards, upon noticing her, bowed slightly. "Madame Lu, everyone, take a break," she instructed. "Yes, ma'am." Su Buling felt a headache forming, yet he managed to flash a bright smile. "Aunt Lu." Madame Lu stepped onto the boat, lifted the lid of the food box, revealing a plate of longan. "Buling, last year when you entered the capital, you were ambushed and poisoned. You must not let yourself fall into despair. Longan can dispel cold and toxins, more effective than wine. I specifically obtained it from the Empress for you to try." Su Buling, having been poisoned during the ambush, found himself left with only a fraction of his martial prowess. He relied on alcohol to suppress the cold toxin, while the court had been investigating the incident without any leads. In response to Madame Lu's concern, Su Buling smiled and caught a longan. "I have not given up. The Weeha was ambushed, and my martial skills are all but gone. The culprit remains unknown, and while you suggest I hide my talents, I must find something to occupy myself." Madame Lu continued to peel the longan. When I say to hide your talents, I do not mean to isolate yourself. Have you ever seen a 17 or 18-year-old young man sitting by the lake fishing like a recluse? Su Bueling picked up a longan, peeling it and bringing it to Madame Lu's lips. She displayed a hint of annoyance. Nonsense. You are not the foolish son of a wealthy family, teasing virtuous women. To hide one's talents and sink into mediocrity is a profound art. Even as a playboy, one must maintain a certain standard, for instance, splurging on a fine horse, indulging in gourmet meals, purchasing exquisite paintings for warmth, engaging in trivial mischief to vex others while remaining untouchable, she rambled on. Su Bueling nodded earnestly. All right, I understand. Satisfied, Madame Lu then gently advised, remember not to act recklessly. Be a charming young lord. Your status permits some leeway, but if you incite the emperor's suspicion, it could lead to dire consequences. Su Bueling nodded gently, revealing a faint smile. In Chang'an, Madame Lu was likely the only person who genuinely cared for him. Although he had been avoiding her, he was aware of the warmth and coldness of his situation. However, Madame Lu's insistence on him feigning mediocrity and living as a frivolous, arrogant wastrel posed a considerable dilemma. With the poison still unpurged from his system, he could perish at any moment of pressing concern. Yet, failing to heed Madame Lu's words could lead to his demise through relentless pressure. The Duke of Su's residence on Kueisho Street appeared rather desolate compared to the surrounding estates adorned with bright lanterns. It was a gift from the court to the Su family, who had spent most of their time in Shiliang, leaving it largely empty save for 8 guards, Su Bueling and his old servant total of merely 10 individuals as for beautiful maidens. Madame Lu kept a watchful eye, fearing Su Bueling might be taken advantage of by unscrupulous girls, resulting in a household composed solely of male cooks. It could be said that Su Bueling's life as a young lord was rather pitiable. As snowflakes danced in the winter air, Su Bueling traversed the corridors to his study, and upon lifting his gaze, he spotted an elderly servant sitting on the steps outside. This servant, known as Old Xiao, had been Su Bueling's protector during the assassination attempt last year near Weha, risking his life to ensure Su Bueling's escape. At present, Old Xiao leaned on his cane, his cap slightly askew, licking his fingers as he perused an illustrated book illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the word spring. Palace Jade Tree. Cough, cough. Old Xiao quickly concealed the book in his sleeve and approached, grinning obsequiously. I told you, young prince, you cannot evade Madame Lu. With her idle time at home, she keeps a close watch on your every move. If she does not see you for 3 days, she could send the Imperial Guard to search the city. You would do better to stay at the Guozijian and study. Let us speak of serious matters. Su Bueling took a swig from his wine gourd, feeling the bitterness sear his throat as he grappled with the burden of having such a capable aunt. Old Xiao, leaning on his cane, followed closely and chuckled. Young prince, the locking dragon goo you have contracted is a venomous curse that has originated from Yaojiang. The imperial court has long since prohibited it, and its origins remain unknown. However, just a few days ago, I overheard several wandering sorcerers mention that a decade ago, during the crackdown by the Investigation Division on rogue families, the locking dragon goo had surfaced. It is likely that the Investigation Division possesses some intelligence regarding this matter. Due to the martial culture fostered by Wu Xinghua, many individuals practiced martial arts. It is often said that heroes disrupt prohibitions with their martial prowess. The multitude of people in the Jianghe those who defy authority naturally hinder the rule of those. In PowerPoint 10 years prior, upon the ascension of a new emperor, a formidable military force was dispatched to cleanse the Jianghu of those who resisted control. It was during this period that the Investigation Division was established, specifically tasked with monitoring various nobility and families, acting like wolves guarding their prey, and thus earned the moniker Wolf Guards. Upon hearing that the Investigation Division might possess information regarding the locking dragon goo, Su Bueling furrowed his brow and remarked, after a year in Chang'an, the Investigation Division has found no leads that if they are deliberately concealing information, my inquiries would be futile. Is there any way to infiltrate the Investigation Division and investigate? Old Xiao shook his head. The Investigation Division wields immense power, overseeing nobility and families year-round, including our own Su Wang. It would be exceedingly difficult to gain entry. Su Bueling frowned. What about cultivating informants? Old Xiao caressed the handle of his cane. That is indeed feasible. A few new wolf guards have recently arrived at the investigation division, among whom is a young girl of merely 16. I have been observing her for several days. She possesses a knave disposition. A few days ago, I sent her a message, and she is likely to investigate the Fu Lai building at the Yifang. That establishment has a dubious reputation, and she is bound to encounter difficulties. We need only wait for an opportunity. What sort of backing does Fu Lai building possess? I cannot say for certain, but it is certainly not stronger than you, young prince. Su Buling nodded, retrieved his sword, and stepped out. Having spent a year in this world, Su Buling, though he had not ventured far, had gained a comprehensive understanding of Chang'an City. Each of the 108 districts employed a district chief, and in addition to the regular Imperial Forest Army, each district retained 3 wolf guards. It was common for the bustling markets to revel in song and dance until dawn, with no curfew in place. The Yifang, located near the Imperial City, was a hub of entertainment, with brothels, tea houses, cloth shops, and jewelry stores sprawling in succession, making it one of the most notorious gold-consuming locales in Chang'an. The Longyin Pavilion on Zhuangyuan Street even held the saying, "Enter with a fortune, but leave empty-handed." Riding through the throngs of people into Yifang, Su Buling arrived at a back street and soon spotted a female constable seated at a tea stall outside an inn. Dressed in standard black attire, a badge hung from her waist, and a Yinling knife lay on the table. She bore the unmistakable garb of a wolf guard. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with intensity, and her head was wrapped in a scarf. She appeared to be about 15 or 16, with a striking and charming presence. "Young prince, that is the girl," Old Xiao remarked, leaning on his cane as he observed the female wolf guard in the distance. Mumbling seriously, "In the past few days I discovered. Her name is Zhu Manji, hailing from the Fen region. She became a constable after her parents disappeared and was transferred to the capital last month." Su Buling scrutinized her briefly, frowning slightly. How long must we nurture such a novice before she can access the archives to review case files? Old Xiao pondered for a moment. The archives are a critical area. Even members of the investigation division cannot enter at will. Among the 3,000 wolf guards, divided into 108 squads, only those from the Tianzi squad can access the archives. Ultimately, the role of a constable is to apprehend thieves. With notable achievements, one can quickly rise to the ranks of the Tianzi squad. What constitutes a significant achievement? To earn a bounty of 1,000 taels or more from the investigation division for capturing notorious Jianghu ruffians, along with some silver to smooth things over with. The superiors should suffice. Su Buling nodded and positioned himself quietly near the tea stall, sword in hand, while Old Xiao pretended to be a storyteller, spinning tales. What ensued was, of course, the familiar trope of the female constable getting into trouble, leading to the heroic rescue by Su Shitzi, all the while completing the task entrusted by Madame Liu. Chapter 3: Reasoning within the confines of Fu Man Liu. After Su Buling had dispatched 2 inconsequential fish, he ventured into the rear courtyard of the tavern. Several laborers, having been thoroughly frightened, had already taken refuge in the corners. The courtyard served as a storeroom, with burlap sacks stacked high and a fine layer of white powder strewn across the ground. At this moment, the female constable, Zhu Manji, was far too agitated to concern herself with such matters. She clutched her head and scurried about Su Buling's side, incoherently rambling. The sound of hurried footsteps indicated that the officials had received the signal and were on their way. Zhu Manji, in a state of desperation, rushed forth to dissuade him. "My lord, I am aware of your formidable skills, yet the gravity of this situation is beyond measure. You must not resist. The wolf guard will arrive with crossbows and nets. Should you act recklessly, it could lead to your demise. The salt tax has always been the lifeblood of the state, stringently regulated. The contents of this storeroom could cost 10 heads. These were the paths meticulously scouted by Lao Xiao, a tribute to Zhu Manji's efforts. Understanding the enormity of the case, Zhu Manji's thoughts were far from aspirations of promotion or wealth at this moment. She urged him, "Forget about that for now. If your family can manage the matter of killing officials, I shall accompany you willingly into custody, leaving this matter to those above. If not, we must flee quickly. I possess the Wolf Guard insignia, allowing us to exit the city. The owner of this establishment is undoubtedly of high rank." a person of influence that ordinary folk cannot provoke. Su Buling tilted his head to assess her. If you hand me the insignia, I shall become an accomplice to banditry. Are you certain you wish to proceed? In her impatience, Zhu Man Ji bit her lip, feeling a surge of frustration as she lightly slapped Su Buling's shoulder. My father once said, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain. You have plunged into calamity to aid me. How can I stand by idly? Do not delay, or you will find escape impossible. Su Buling shook his head with a gentle laugh, grasping a burlap sack of illicit salt, and headed towards the tavern's exit, speaking calmly. You wait here. I shall handle the rest. With 2 lives claimed by the hands of death, all establishments in the backstreet swiftly closed their doors. A dozen Imperial Guards arrived first, followed closely by 2 squads of wolf guards outside the tavern, one bearing the wolf head insignia of the Tianzi camp. Among the Imperial Guards was a young nobleman, Gongsun Lu, recently arrived from Longing Pavilion. He was resplendent in his attire, a deputy commander of the capital's guard. His father Gongsun Ming holding the esteemed position of deputy commander overseeing criminal matters in the capital, a man of considerable influence. At this moment, Gongsun Lu's countenance was darkened with fury as he strode through the alley. A commander approached him, speaking in a low voice, My lord, the thief is within Fuman. Lu, shall we charge in? Gongsun Lu narrowed his eyes, hesitating briefly before responding solemnly, This tavern belongs to a noble. If my men burst in, it will surely lead to chaos. Surround the place and wait for the opportune moment. As they exchanged words, they reached the exterior of Fuman. Lu outside lay 2 corpses, the commander of the Imperial Guards dragged beneath the eaves. 3 wolf guards from Tianzi camp surrounded the scene, examining the wounds with solemn expressions. One remarked, The white serpent of Wudong strikes with precision. The victim bears no wounds save for a single line across the throat, a clean kill executed with a sword that takes years of training to master. The body of the assailant lay beside them, and another wolf guard tore open the clothing to scrutinize the bruising on the chest. Glancing at the splintered door and cracked steps, the initial stance of 8 Extremes fist was employed, yet it was a knee strike, akin to the tiger's climb of the springing leg school. The neck was broken with the grasping crane technique from the eagle claw school. Such a diverse array of skills suggests a practitioner of considerable caliber, unlike the last assassin, yet their martial prowess is comparable. Upon hearing this exchange, Gongsun Lu's anger transformed into caution. The wolf guards of Tianzi camp were elite, and their high appraisal of the tavern's assailant suggested that this was no ordinary foe. Realizing this, he slowed his pace, positioning himself behind several wolf guards, and barked, You brazen thief, surrender at once. The Imperial Guards and Wolf Guards, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from charging recklessly. Instead, they brandished their weapons, taking defensive stances, awaiting the archers to reposition. The sound of footsteps soon echoed from within the tavern, causing the soldiers outside to fall silent, save for the occasional crackle of the torches. The tavern was devoid of light, and only when a figure reached the entrance could one discern the thief's appearance. Clad in a blood-spattered white robe, a wine gourd at his waist, wielding a long sword, his visage strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Such a man, with a countenance capable of inciting calamity, would be unforgettable to anyone who had laid eyes upon him. Who are you, and why do you dare to slay my Imperial Guard commander in the street? Su Buling cast aside the burlap sack, allowing the illicit salt to cascade onto the bluestone tiles, resembling a fresh layer of snow. The 6 wolf guards squinted slightly. One knelt to examine the substance, declaring, It is salt. There is no need for alarm. Gongsun Lu's expression subtly shifted as he stood with arms crossed, surveying the surroundings. Seize him. Understood. 2 skilled Imperial Guards immediately advanced with their blades, while others encircled with lassos and nets. Su Buling frowned slightly, planting his sword firmly into the ground, steadying himself as he scrutinized Gongsun Lu from behind the throng. Are you not curious about the origin of this salt before you act? A tavern, a sack of salt. What is so remarkable about it? Seize him. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Gongsun Lu waved his hand dismissively, prompting the Imperial Guards to advance threateningly. Su Buling nodded, resting his sword against the column, descending the steps with empty hands. The Imperial Guards, relieved by this gesture, prepared to approach and bind him, but the Tianzi camp wolf guards paled in apprehension, warning, Be careful. Before the warning could fully escape, Su Buling, his white robe billowing, lunged forth with the swiftness of a leopard, delivering a powerful strike to the armored waist of two Imperial guards. The sound of armor shattering echoed. The two guards had no time to react before they were sent crashing into their comrades behind them. The three wolf guards from Tianzi camp, perceiving the threat, brandished their weapons and advanced to replace the fallen Imperial guards. With a coordinated assault, the three wolf guards encircled Su Buling, employing shields, knives, hooked spears, and feathered blades in unison. Su Buling, having repulsed two adversaries, did not halt but instead bent his legs and sprang forward. With a powerful knee strike, he struck the center of a shield. The wolf guard, wielding the shield, could not react in time to swing his weapon and was instead knocked back, gasping in surprise as he stumbled. Seizing the opportunity, the spear-wielding wolf guard aimed for Su Buling's center, only to have the weapon caught firmly in Su Buling's grasp, rendering it ineffective. As the wolf guard struggled to reclaim his spear, he was met with an overwhelming force that pulled him forward before he was struck with a devastating close-range blow to the chest. The killing technique known as Close Mountain Strike from the 8 Extremes fist is renowned for its immense power. Those who suffer its impact rarely escape unscathed. The unfortunate wolf guard was caught completely off guard, sent flying more than 2 yards, crashing through the window of a nearby brothel, eliciting screams from within. Su Buling, now wielding the spear, deftly deflected the feathered blade, presenting its sharp point at the throat of the last remaining wolf guard. The cold steel halted abruptly. The wolf guard, pale as death, stood rigidly, weapon raised. He had anticipated the thief's formidable skill, but had not expected it to be of such magnitude. The elite wolf guards of Tianzi camp, renowned for their prowess, could hardly contain themselves against 3 opponents. Yet here stood this white-clad gentleman, unarmed and confronting them, and had he wielded a weapon, the 3 would likely have met their demise instantly. Such extraordinary martial prowess was unfathomable. The wolf guard, glancing at the spear's tip at his throat, cautiously took a step back, relinquishing his weapon and retreating to the side. Remarkable skills. With the wolf guards of Tianzi camp utterly vanquished, those remaining had no choice but to cautiously withdraw. Gongsun Liu, sensing the dire situation, stood on edge. Su Buling embedded the hooked spear into the ground, his gaze placid as he gestured towards the storeroom, the private salt in the warehouse behind. Send men to seal it. Gongsun Liu's expression tightened as he furrowed his brow, fixating on Su Buling, his grip on the blade alternating between tense and relaxed. 3 members of the Tianzi camp's wolf guards furrowed their brows upon hearing this news. The trafficking of illicit salt was a grave crime. With a glance exchanged among them, one stepped toward the tavern. Observing this, Gongsun Liu's expression darkened slightly as he urgently exclaimed, "He intends to seize this opportunity to flee. Do not fall into his trap." Before he could finish, a resounding slap struck his face. Startled, Gongsun Liu instinctively raised his hand to draw his sword, only to be met with Su Buling's kick to the hilt, sending the official blade flying into the courtyard wall behind him. The slap left a vivid mark on Gongsun Liu's face, and as he staggered, his jade hairpin flew from his head, causing his long hair to cascade down. The numerous Imperial guards were momentarily taken aback, holding their swords hesitantly, unsure whether to advance and risk their lives. With a clear imprint of the slap on his face and a fierce glint in his eyes, Gongsun Liu retaliated with a punch, only to have Su Buling seize his wrist and respond with another slap to his face. Blood spattered from Gongsun Liu's mouth, his complexion darkening with rage as he fixed his gaze upon the man before him. "How dare you strike me? Do you know who my father is?" he demanded. Su Buling countered with a swift slap. "And do you know who my father is?" The wolf guards and the Imperial guards found themselves in a quandary, encircling the scene but unable to act boldly as their superior was restrained. The standoff persisted for a moment until the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the alley. Gongsun Liu turned his head to see his father, Gongsun Ming, the deputy of the Jingfu, approaching with numerous Imperial guards armed with bows and crossbows. A slight sense of relief washed over Gongsun Liu, and he displayed a hint of arrogance as he coldly remarked, "You have quite the audacity." Before he could finish his sentence, another slap landed on his face. Gongsun Liu fell to the ground with a muffled groan, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet he dared not speak further. At the same time, Gongsun Ming arrived, calling out angrily from a distance, "Bold thief, how dare you?" He then turned to Su Buling. "I thank His Highness the young master for disciplining my wayward son." Chapter 4. The arrogance of defeat on the back street of Daifang. Gongsun Ming, The deputy of Jingfu rushed towards Fu Manlu with dozens of imperial guards. Upon witnessing his son being struck, his heart burned with fury. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he recognized the young man in white standing in the street. The man was strikingly handsome, and anyone who had seen him would remember. Gong Sun Ming, holding the position of deputy of Jingfu, had encountered Su Buling from a distance last year when the latter had been ambushed in the capital, and he recognized him immediately. Gong Sun Ming was aware that this young prince was discreet and rarely ventured out, making him a familiar face to very few in the capital. However, being discreet did not mean he was easy to offend. What status did Su Yu, the Prince of Su, hold? He was the only powerful prince of a different surname and day, guarding the borders. In his youth, he had studied in the capital, forming a bond with the reigning emperor. While the young prince might not dare to offend the royal family, what could be done if he were to kill commoners in the capital? Could the emperor truly hold the same laws against him as against the common folk? Seeing his son struck, Gong Sun Ming sensed trouble and hurried to the scene, bowing respectfully. I am Gong Sun Ming, here to pay my respects to His Highness the young master. The commotion had frightened the citizens away, leaving only a throng of imperial guards and wolf guards. Upon hearing Gong Sun Ming's address, all the imperial guards reacted promptly, sheathing their swords and bowing in deference. Although they did not know which young master it was, only the legitimate son of a noble could be addressed as young master. There were only 7 such in the day court, 6 bearing the surname Song and 1 Su, clearly beyond the reach of these soldiers. You blind fool, Gong Sun Ming exclaimed, raising his hand to strike his son, knocking him to the ground. He seized the official blade from the imperial guards and shouted, Unfilial son, how dare you offend Su Shitzi? Today I will cleanse our household. Obulink observet koldi. Showing no inclination to intervene, Gong Sun Ming, sword raised, dared not truly strike his own son. Seeing Su Buling remain silent, he felt a sudden awkwardness. Fortunately, the wolf guards and imperial guards were not blind. They quickly stepped forward to restrain Gong Sun Ming. Lord Gong Sun, please calm your anger. It is all a misunderstanding. Naturally, Gong Sun Ming was disarmed and shot a glare at Gong Sun Lu, his expression filled with disappointment. He sorrowfully remarked, My son is blind to his own folly. I hope young Master Su can forgive him. He then glanced at the 2 corpses lying nearby and continued, I have heard that young Master Su was poisoned with a lock dragon goo, rendering his martial prowess diminished. At this, the crowd recalled the incident. Last year, Su Buling was attacked in Wei River and had been afflicted by the lock dragon goo. For an ordinary person, this poison would block their blood flow, rendering them weak and nearly incapacitated. Yet, Su Buling had just displayed no signs of weakness. Facing the puzzled gazes of those around him, Su Buling frowned. I used to face 1,000 foes. Now I can only handle 100. Is there a problem? Silence enveloped the crowd. While an explanation was not unwarranted, the disparity was too great to ignore. Gong Sun Ming, somewhat skeptical, could not approach Su Buling for a physical examination. He shifted the topic. Might I inquire how young Master Su became embroiled in a conflict with the Imperial Guards? Killing Imperial Guards in the Emperor's domain may not bode well for an explanation to His Majesty. Gong Sun Ming's expression stiffened. He lacked the courage to act independently. If the Emperor did not speak on the matter, what would happen if he arbitrarily detained the prince's only son? Would the border troops revolt? Would the Prince of Su seize the opportunity to rebel? Gong Sun Ming glanced around and stepped forward, bowing. Your Highness, please do not make it difficult for me. If you provide a name, I can report it to the higher authorities. As the 2 imperial guards who had perished approached to relay the circumstances, they confirmed that the leader had assaulted the wolf guards, prompting Su Buling to intervene, leading to the ensuing conflict. Upon hearing the sequence of events, Gong Sun Ming's expression darkened. After a moment's thought, he suggested, Your Highness, if you could provide your name, I assure you that the small leader would not dare to draw his sword. Su Buling frowned. Are you implying that if I were not the Prince of Su, he would have killed me on the spot? Gong Sun Ming's expression faltered. The laws of Day were stringent, and crimes involving martial offenses were severe. Many had been killed by the Imperial Guards for causing disturbances. Based on the earlier situation, if an ordinary rogue were to obstruct the law, he would indeed be killed by the Imperial Guards. Yet, even if the Imperial Guards erred, it did not justify your killing them based on your status. Of course, Gong Sun Ming was not foolish enough to argue with the prince. He nodded. Your Highness speaks wisely. I will report this matter truthfully, and His Majesty will surely see the truth and render a fair judgment. Su Buling nodded, turning to leave the back street, casually remarking, "I noticed a storeroom of illicit salt behind this tavern. The credit is yours." What could Gong Sunming say? With the wolf guards from the investigation division nearby, he could not conceal the truth and could only raise his hand in respectful farewell. "Thank you, Your Highness." Inside Fu Man Lu, chaos reigned, with debris scattered everywhere. The female officer, Zhu Manji, watched in disbelief. She had recently arrived in the capital and had been keeping watch outside Fu Man Lu, listening to the lewd tales of the storyteller. Becoming well acquainted with the name Su Buling, in her mind, he was a notorious libertine, a scoundrel. Yet, she never imagined she would encounter him so soon, and in such a manner. Though he was brash and ruthless, in her eyes, Su Buling's actions were justified. His martial prowess was divine, his demeanor extraordinary, and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil. At merely 16 years of age, Zhu Manji stood at the entrance of Fu Man Lu, gazing at the retreating figure holding a wine gourd, an impression she would likely never forget. "Young prince, this young lady will certainly remember you. Once she is no longer confined, I shall arrange a chance encounter. A few sweet words from you will seal the deal." On the street, Lao Shao walked alongside Su Buling, discussing the forthcoming arrangements. Having exerted himself earlier, the cold poison within Su Buling surged forth, compelling him to drink copiously to suppress the agony coursing through him. Yet compared to the outcome, this pain was trivial. Today, a murder occurred in the streets, and by tomorrow morning, a flurry of impeachment documents will surely find their way to the emperor's desk. The emperor will likely not take drastic action for such trifles, but to appease the officials and censors, a verbal reprimand and a half-month house arrest are inevitable. The thought of enjoying a month of peace brings Su Buling some relief as he takes a sip from his wine gourd. Shocking news. The heir of the Su Wang has brazenly committed such an act in public. Men remain silent while women weep. What has become of Chang'an? In the brothels of the city, screams erupted in the dead of night, revealing that His Highness, the heir, was involved. The so-called concealment of one's shortcomings is, in essence, a means to tarnish one's reputation, showcasing a facade of grandeur while being rotten within. While performing this act is not difficult, convincing others, especially the one in the palace, poses a significant challenge. Lao Shao, listening to Su Buling's eloquent explanations, nodded vigorously, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, His Highness is astute. The fabricated tales will surely incite public outrage in a few days, and Madame Lu will undoubtedly be pleased. Naturally, as they conversed, the master and servant gradually moved away. Meanwhile, in a room of a medical clinic in Daifang, Gongsun Lu lay on a sickbed, his face nearly swollen to that of a pig's head, struggling to speak. "Father, what shall we do about today's events?" Fuman Lu is the property of Zhu Manlong from Hutai Street, who has always been respectful toward his father and should have lent some assistance. However, today, with his two disciples murdered and his shop raided, it was merely unfortunate that they crossed paths with the heir of Su Wang. They can only blame their misfortune. Gongsun Lu nodded slightly. The private salt matter is quite serious. With the wolf guards from the investigation office present, if we suppress this, we will surely be bitten by these rabid dogs. How shall we explain this? What other explanation is there? We must abandon the cart to save the horse. Gong Sun Ming stopped, hands behind his back, sighing softly, sent a message to Zhu Manlong, tell him to provide a few heads to take the blame. Tomorrow, we can arrest someone, and this matter will be settled. Gong Sun Lu nodded, then softly hummed. If it were not for the unfortunate encounter with Su Buling, would we have been unable to restrain the noble heir? To act lawlessly and murder in public, especially against the disciplined Imperial Guard. If father does not take this opportunity to hold him accountable, my resentment will remain unaddressed. Gong Sun Ming furrowed his brows. What use is your hatred? Can you bite Su Buling? Who among the officials in the capital has not been disgusted by the sons of nobles? If everyone thinks like you, one day they may find themselves slain in the streets. Hearing these words, Gong Sun Lu realized that today's slap was unjust, and he felt a surge of anger. Su Buling just happened to encounter the wolf guards in action. His assistance is understandable, but concealing his identity and seizing the opportunity to kill is indeed true. Reporting truthfully would be enough to get him in trouble. How can we cover for him? Gong Sun Ming pondered for a moment, his brows knitted. As an official, one must not dwell on immediate gains and losses. Reporting truthfully may only lead to Su Bueling being placed under house arrest for a few days, but enmity will grow between us. Su Bueling is the sole son of Su Wang and will inherit the throne. There's a thread of connection. We may find it useful in the future. What do you mean, father? Just say that the case of Fumin Liu selling private salt was encountered by Su Bueling while he was out strolling, who merely provided information to the investigation office by chance. He had no intention of intervening, but the wolf guards, failing in their duty, were beset by difficulties, which forced him to step in and assist them. If this is the case, the credit for solving the private salt case will entirely belong to Su Bueling. What if he does not admit it? Gong Sun Ming frowned, his expression one of exasperation. Such a well-known event in Chang'an, Su Bueling will surely not admit it. That is called modesty. He will certainly remember the good deed done by his father. When serving as an official in the capital, one must be perceptive. Thus, Chapter 5 unfolds. Shocking. His Highness, the heir, has indeed effortlessly cracked the case of private salt. Men remain silent, while women weep. What has become of Chang'an? The Ministry of Justice cases have required the noble heir to take personal action. Screams erupted from the brothels at midnight. It turns out that Su Bueling is purging evil and eradicating corruption. By the next morning, praises poured forth from the brothels of Dafeng. The murder that transpired in the back streets last night spread rapidly. With the subtle guidance of interested parties, the focus shifted to the misconduct of the imperial guards. While the noble heir's righteous words served to dilute the scandal of the private salt affair, achieving a trifecta of benefits. As Su Bueling awoke, he was met with bewildering reports from his guards. Just yesterday, he had been inconspicuous, contemplating how to respond to his instructor's inquiries at the Guozijian today. Yet, he awoke to find himself labeled as a just and incorruptible figure in Chang'an, as a prince whose father had achieved great merit. Did he really need to enforce the law at the foot of the emperor? Did it mean that the emperor was blind to the matters beneath him, necessitating Su Wang to take charge? Even if he were to manage such affairs, he ought to do so openly, rather than covertly directing the wolf guards to investigate. What does this imply? Does he fear that stepping forward might arouse the emperor's suspicion, thus choosing to operate from the shadows? Seeking no fame, but merely wishing to restore clarity to the citizens of Chang'an? At a mere 18 years of age, possessing such depth and intelligence, truly, it seems he is not destined to meet a swift end. Lao Shao, the household servant, stood with a crooked cap, leaning on his cane, eyes filled with helplessness. Young prince, you cannot blame me. Last night, I sent word that the storyteller's narrative was yet to be finalized, and whispers began to circulate among the brothels. Such swift action can only mean that someone in authority is stirring the pot, making it impossible to suppress. Su Bueling rubbed his forehead, contemplating. Forget it. I shall ignore it. As long as I do not admit to it, my good reputation cannot be solidified. Who is behind this flattery? Lao Shao pondered for a moment and remarked. It is likely Gong Sun Ming and his son, burying past grievances with kindness. Such sentiment is indeed moving. Su Bueling paused, then gritted his teeth. I am indeed quite touched. The public opinion had already formed. He could not very well rush out to explain that he had not been punishing the wicked, but rather abusing his power. Even a fool would not engage in such folly. He resolved to set this matter aside and handle it coolly before departing for the Guozijian. Lao Shao followed behind and said, By the way, Madame Liu has heard the news and wishes to see you. Madame Liu's request for Su Bueling to visit is undoubtedly to question why he, a seemingly frivolous youth, had donned the mantle of a discerning figure. Su Bueling contemplated briefly and raised his hand. Please explain to Aunt Liu that I was indeed drunk last night and killed in a state of confusion, with the impending monthly examination causing me stress. I will visit her in a few days. Lao Shao took his leave. The deep bell tolled, resonating across the land. As dawn broke in the east, the majestic Chang'an unfurled like a painted scroll in the cold wind, with towering buildings appearing dreamlike. Gallant steeds halted before the Guozijian stele, as Su Bueling dismounted and walked towards the grand entrance. Passing through corridors, he entered the Guozijian, where the sound of earnest study echoed. The students studying at the Guozijian had certainly heard of the events in Dafeng. Upon seeing Su Bueling approach, many of the students on the bluestone streets displayed admiration, raising their hands in courtesy. Su Shitzi, you are indeed a tiger of the military, and ought to curb the arrogance of those imperial guards. Just and incorruptible, you embody our ideals. Indeed, indeed. There are 6 noble heirs of the Guozijian, all surnamed Song. Yet calling him Su Shixi rather than addressing him as a prince reflects Su Buling's uniqueness. He is the only one of his kind throughout the Yu dynasty. Su Buling wished to offer an explanation, yet felt it unbecoming of his status. Thus, he chose to ignore it and continued straight into the study hall named Wen Kuiwen. The students of the Guozijian, though considered peers of the emperor's scholars, could not possibly study alongside commoners. The Wen Kuiwen, specifically designed for princes and children of noble families, was spacious despite its small number of occupants. In the early morning, students were expected to engage in their studies. In the vast hall of Wen Kuiwen, surrounded by bamboo curtains, 20 small desks were arranged, accommodating a dozen elegantly dressed young nobles. Most appeared drowsy, with only a few noble ladies diligently reading aloud. The instructor in the center was not a traditional teacher, but rather Song Yufu, the daughter of the Grand Academician. The Jiji Song Baiqing is a rather austere scholar who harbors a disdain for the likes of Su Buling and his ilk, often delegating the task of lecturing to his daughter, Song Yufu, who is merely there to maintain appearances as no one truly listens. At the tender age of 16 or 17, Song Yufu possesses a delicate grace, with long hair cascading down to her waist, qualifying her as a beauty. Among the assembled elite, no one would dare to gaze indiscriminately. However, the monotony of the study hall offers little in the way of entertainment, leaving only the earnest recitation of poetry by the female teacher to capture their attention, akin to mischievous students stealing glances at their instructor. Su Buling, troubled by the events of the morning, squints slightly at the scene before him. A common saying holds that it is never too late to mend a fence after losing sheep. If he does not seize an opportunity to stir up trouble now, he will find himself at a loss when Madame Lu comes calling. After a moment of contemplation, he strides to the front of the study hall and, without hesitation, delivers a fierce punch to the man who continues to steal glances. In the early winter of the 10th year of Zhao Hong, a cry of anguish reverberates through the halls of the Guozijian. Within the confines of the Wen Kuiwen study, Song Yufu, wielding a ruler, jumps anxiously, attempting to halt Su Buling's violent outburst. Stop! Cease this at once. At the center of the hall, the nephew of the current empress and the legitimate son of the Huainan Shao clan, Shao Ting, lies on the ground, clutching his head and wailing in despair. Bewildered, Su Buling, why are you hitting me? What have I done to provoke you? His cries echo relentlessly. Su Buling, crouched on the ground, pulls Shao Ting's arms away and rains down blows upon his face with a ferocity that is alarming. Stay back. Su Shixi may be drunk, and you risk being caught in the fray. Song Yufu hesitates, her eyes revealing a flicker of urgency, before darting out of the study hall, seemingly to summon help. After enduring a barrage of punches, Shao Ting, bruised and battered, seethes with uncontainable indignation. I am Shao Ting, the nephew of the empress. As the sounds of heavy footsteps approach from outside, Song Yufu, clutching her skirts, speaks in a hushed tone, her face tinged with anxiety. Your Highness, Su Shixi is drunk and has resorted to violence. Please intervene before he inflicts lasting harm on young Master Shao. Behind her walks a scholar clad in scholarly robes, appearing to be in his 40s, amiable and composed, trailing behind at a leisurely pace. Observing the commotion, the noble sons in the study adopt a respectful demeanor. Bowing, we greet your Highness, Prince Yan. Su Buling's expression softens slightly, and he raises his hand in return. Prince Yin, Song Yu, the emperor's younger brother, has long been a fixture at the Guozijian, teaching without meddling in political affairs, earning a reputation as a true gentleman of his time. As he enters the study hall, he finds Shao Ting on the ground, his face marred by bruises, his expression one of helplessness. Su Buling, Shao Ting, why are you engaging in a private altercation within the study? Hearing the prince's inquiry, Shao Ting scrambles to his feet, rushing to present his case. Your Highness, this is not a private fight. He attacked me. I refrained from retaliating out of respect for his youth. Prince Yin furrows his brow slightly, turning to Su Buling. Su Buling, why did you strike Shao Ting? Initially, Su Buling contemplates responding with the notion that a gentleman does not take advantage of darkness. But recalling the teachings of Aunt Lu, he reframes his response. I was drunk. Who is he to me? His demeanor is defiant, radiating the arrogance typical of a privileged youth. Although he possesses an elegant appearance, an undercurrent of hostility betrays his true nature. prompting many noble daughters to steal glances at him. Xiao Ting, burning with fury and nursing his bruised visage, retorts, I am Xiao Ting, the nephew of the Empress, and a relative of Madame Lu. Su Buling raises an eyebrow, appraising Xiao Ting. Oh, is that so? He nonchalantly takes a swig from a wine jug. Xiao Ting stares in disbelief, his finger pointing at Su Buling, rendered speechless. Prince Yin gently shakes his head, adopting a tone of authority. Su Buling, do you comprehend the implications of your name? Since you do, I shall refrain from inquiring about the circumstances of your aggression. You have acted with integrity in your recent endeavors to uphold justice, which is commendable. Remember, a gentleman must act with propriety. Su Buling furrows his brow. I was drunk last night. Who knows how the word spread? Prince Yin regards him with admiration. At such a young age, you demonstrate humility and restraint, which are hallmarks of a true gentleman. Excellent. Su Buling, visibly vexed, spreads his hands in exasperation, unable to articulate a retort, adopting an air of impatience. Prince Yin, known for his clarity in reward and punishment, refrains from excessive praise and instead states, your character is praiseworthy, yet your transgressions cannot be overlooked. Your actions have disrupted the decorum of the Guozijian. As punishment, you shall spend 7 days at the Zhonggu Lu and transcribe the Shui Ji 10 times. Su Buling breathes a sigh of relief. A week spent at the Guozijian is bearable, far preferable to facing Madame Lu's wrath, which could be utterly exhausting. He promptly exits the study hall. Xiao Ting, bewildered by the unexpected beating, is incensed. His face a stormy shade of anger as he notices the noble sons within the hall stifling their laughter. With a disdainful snort, he declares, just you wait, before sweeping out of the Guozijian. Chapter 6. The lotus blossom resembles jade. The resounding beat of drums echoes through Chang'an as the sun sets behind the mountains, igniting the city with a myriad of lights. After striking the final evening drum, Su Buling sits cross-legged beside the altar of the Zhonggu Lu, resting his left hand on the hem of his sleeve while grinding ink at a leisurely pace. The delicate rice paper lies flat on the table, the reflection of Chang'an's sea of lights shimmering upon it, with a solitary green lamp illuminating the workspace. Soft footsteps emerge from within the Zhonggu Lu, prompting Su Buling to perk up his ears, setting down the ink stick and tilting his head slightly. Who goes there? Your Highness, it is I, comes the response. A lantern sways gently in the breeze as Song Yufu, clad in a long skirt, cautiously steps out, her ruler in hand, her expression overtly serious, though the flicker of anxiety in her eyes betrays her nervousness. Su Buling resumes his ink grinding. I am busy. Hearing this, Song Yufu's eyes flash with irritation, and after a moment's pause, she approaches the table, ruler in hand, and earnestly states, you ought not to speak to me in such a manner. I am your teacher. Su Buling narrows his eyes slightly, turning to regard Song Yufu. Startled, she grips her ruler tightly against her chest, her voice trembling. My father is the Dejiji of the Guozijian. If you dare to strike me, you shall face consequences. Su Buling's eyes narrow further. Are you threatening me? Song Yufu shakes her head, her hair ornaments trembling. No, I merely wish to discuss the rules with you. She takes small steps towards the altar, adopting the stance of a teacher addressing a student. Su Buling shakes his head lightly, continuing to grind the ink. His tone flat. No one has yet been born who could discuss rules with me. Rules are not merely spoken. They exist inherently. The DU has established itself for 200 years, and a century ago, after pacifying the Baiwei and the Deqi, the Guozijian was founded in Chang'an, thereby solidifying the rules. Su Buling's brows crease slightly. Do you know how the Deqi transformed into Beiqi? How the Baiwei became the Nanyu? Song Yufu, well-versed in literature since childhood, responds confidently. Under Emperor Wenzong, military prowess was prioritized, elevating commoners to leadership positions, leading to a surge in national strength. During Emperor Xiaozong's reign, General Su Lai rose from the ranks of scouts to achieve remarkable victories, appointed as the Grand General at the age of 40, commanding an army of 120,000 to conquer the Baiwei and defeat the Deqi, unifying the Central Plains. Su Lai is your grandfather. So, what rules do you intend to discuss with me? Su Buling lifts his gaze to meet Song Yufu's. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly states, it is precisely because the ancestors of Duke Su achieved unparalleled feats, expanding the territory of the DU, that you, as a noble son, must adhere to the rules set forth by your forebears, refraining from abusing your power and acting with arrogance. This bell, forged during General Su Lai's conquest of Chang'an, serves as a reminder to the citizens of the Yu and the court to never forget the sacrifices of their ancestors. Punishing you with the task of ringing the bell carries the same sentiment. Su Buling exhales, disinterested in further discourse. Noticing his silence, Song Yu-fu presses on, wielding her ruler earnestly. It is a rule to read for half an hour at dawn. Whether a noble or a common student, all are treated equally. While your tardiness is forgiven, why resort to violence? In the hallowed halls of the academy, General Su, in days of yore, dismounted with grace, unsheathing his dagger as a gesture of respect. Yet here stands you, oblivious to the decorum, unbridled and unruly, indulging in a torrent of disparagement. Su Buling found satisfaction in this appraisal. Surely, Aunt Lu would be pleased to hear it as well. With a cold gaze, Su Buling addressed the earnest female instructor. Must I require justification to strike? Surely, it is wrong to resort to violence. As the saying goes, a gentleman employs words, not fists. If you harbor grievances against young Master Shao, you may argue your case with reason. Resorting to blows is the conduct of a ruffian. Besides, young Master Shao is not without strength. He refrains from retaliating out of respect for your stature and adherence to propriety. Thus, you hold no ground. Su Buling, favoring tranquility, found the clamor unbearable for his copying tasks. He set aside his brush and looked up. Miss Song, might you be idling away your time? Song Yufu, lips pressed together, stood upright before the writing desk. There's a saying that once a day spent as a teacher, one becomes a father for life. Assisting my father with your morning studies makes me half a teacher. Within the Shueji you are transcribing, it states, a strict teacher brings forth learning. Respect for the way follows. And thus the people come to honor education. This underscores the importance of respecting teachers and valuing knowledge. Su Buling nodded, rising. You seem well versed. This is fortuitous. He approached Song Yufu, who appeared somewhat perplexed. The ruler clutched her chest, taking small steps back until she reached the walls of the bell tower. Her retreat halted. She nervously exclaimed, "You cannot strike me. Otherwise, you will be confined for another 7 days, making it half a month. Why would I strike you?" Su Buling in Guit, stepping closer, tilting his head slightly. "Copy Shui Ji 10 times, or else I shall cast you down." Su Buling nodded, raising his right hand. Song Yufu, biting her lip, displayed a spirit of defiance, closing her eyes and turning her head, as if to say, "Go ahead, do your worst." Yet before long, she felt herself lifted by the scruff of her collar, carried towards the small desk. Oh, Song Yufu, shorter than Su Buling by a head, felt her embroidered shoes dangle in the air, creating ripples in her skirt, the collar digging in her neck uncomfortably. She raised her ruler. "Your Highness, how can you treat me this way? I have struck you." Su Buling set her down beside the desk, his expression cool. "This is your final chance. Will you copy it or not?" Seeing reason was futile, Song Yufu pursed her lips and lowered her head, softly huffing. "I shan't stoop to your level," attempting to leave, only to find herself airborne again, directly thrown out of the drum tower, her skirt billowing like snow in a storm. A shriek escaped her lips. Dressed in her gown, Song Yufu's face turned pale, her limbs flailing as she watched herself soar beyond the walls. The drum tower stood 3 stories high, with a stone pavement below. The consequences of such a fall were dire. Terrified, her mind blank, she flailed her arms and legs, tightly shutting her eyes. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain did not come. She cautiously opened her eyes, realizing she was suspended in mid-air, the ground far below. And fear compelled her to shut her eyes once more, trembling. "Let me go." Su Buling released her. "No, pull me back up," came her plaintive wail. Su Buling brought her back up, placing her once more beside the desk. "Will you copy it?" Song Yufu's face was as pale as snow, tears streaking her cheeks, her hand still trembling as she clutched the ruler. After a considerable pause, she finally caught her breath and opened her mouth to speak, only to be met with Su Buling's raised hand. Terrified, she hastily picked up her brush, a mixture of indignation and fear propelling her to write Shueji, muttering under her breath, "You are too excessive. What kind of gentleman behaves like this? I am no gentleman, merely a boastful young scion devoid of learning. A dandy, if you will." Now you understand. Though the day was still young, the palace was already adorned with lanterns. And Xiao Ting hurried through the corridors, entering a palace where maidens and eunuchs awaited with bowed heads. Inside, a warm stove exuded fragrant incense, and a beautiful lady in court attire reclined on a soft couch, draped in a warm yellow gown and adorned with a phoenix crown. Her form was round and graceful, exuding an air of authority befitting her elevated station. Upon entering, Xiao Ting collapsed before the soft couch, weeping heartily while pointing at his face, swollen like a pig's. "Annie, look, I have been beaten." The beautiful woman, half reclining and slightly squinting her eyes, was stirred from her repose. With a furrowed brow and a hint of displeasure, she remarked, "Xiao Ting, you will soon reach the age of maturity. A man should not shed tears lightly. What a disgraceful sight." Xiao Ting, sniffling and weeping, clung to the edge of the couch. "Su Buling can strike me. Why must I not cry? Auntie, you do not permit me to retaliate." The empress opened her eyes, dismissing the maidens, and sat up slightly. "Su Buling struck you? What provoked you to engage with him?" Xiao Ting's expression froze, quickly morphing into one of grievance. "Auntie, how can you say such a thing? I was merely reciting poetry at the Guozijian, and in the midst of it, Su Buling suddenly appeared and assaulted me without provocation." As the empress belonged to the prominent Xiao family of Huainan and had long held a position of power, she could discern something amiss in Xiao Ting's demeanor. However, being a relative, she refrained from probing too deeply, instead gently saying, "Last year, Su Buling was ambushed at the Wei River and poisoned, leaving him with diminished martial prowess. It is only natural for him to exhibit a foul temper in light of such misfortune. He has merely struck you a few times. It is not as though he intends to end your life. You are, after all, his junior. Why quarrel with him?" Xiao Ting, perplexed, replied, "Auntie, I have heard that the poison of the locked dragon goo is such that even the mightiest of warriors become incapacitated. Just days ago, Su Buling felled the Imperial Guards. His skills are said to be extraordinary." The empress scoffed softly. "In the vast realm of Dayue, exceptional talents abound. Su Buling's martial prowess is already a matter of record. He once boasted of ascending to the heavens to slay the moon and descending to the seas to capture dragons. To engage in combat with mere commoners would be beneath his dignity. Do you truly expect him to be bested by a few ruffians?" Xiao Ting frowned. "If he is so formidable even in his weakened state, what will happen if the poison is cured? Who could possibly restrain him?" The empress's gaze held a hint of disappointment. What does it matter if a commoner, in a fit of rage, spills blood over 100 paces? Throughout history, has any great achievement been accomplished solely through brute force? Those who lack strategy cannot lead an army. To stand against 1,000 is but the deed of a slightly more capable pawn. Xiao Ting nodded. Indeed, Su Buling is impulsive and reckless, neglecting his studies. He knows nothing of poetry or song, possessing only martial skill, which makes it difficult for him to achieve greatness. Rubbing his swollen face, though harboring resentment, Xiao Ting realized that without the empress's intervention, he could do little but leave in discontent. Chapter 7. The Young Master's Daily Life, 7 days later. Su Buling exited the Guozijian, whistling a tune. A magnificent snow steed, towering at shoulder height, galloped forth from the stable, halting before the stone monument of the long street. The horse, a prize breed from the northern desert known as the Wind Chaser, was part of the Shiliang army under the command of the Su Wang, where cavalry comprised 100,000 strong. 1 in every 100 horses produced a snow steed, and 1 in every 100 snow steeds yielded a Wind Chaser, with a value rivaling that of gold. In all of Chang'an, only 2 such creatures existed. The other belonged to the emperor. Su Buling mounted his steed and sped toward the Su Wang's residence on Kuaishou Street in Changelfong. Where the nobility resided, their estates heavily guarded, with few pedestrians about. After a brief interval, having traversed 3 octagonal arches on Kuaishou Street, he spotted a small carriage outside the Su Wang's residence. A dignified maid holding an umbrella stood at the entrance, awaiting his arrival with respect. "Little prince," Su Buling sighed, guiding his horse gently past the snow-laden street until he reached the maid. Feigning ignorance, he inquired, "You knew? What brings you here?" Yu Nu bowed gracefully, her voice soft and melodious. "Your Highness, the lady has awaited your arrival for 3 days. Concerned for your safety, she sent me to check on you." Su Buling nodded slightly, turning his horse towards Lady Lu's abode. On Kuei Shou Street, One finds the residences of nobility and dignitaries, marked by 3 octagonal archways at the entrance, bestowed upon the families of Shao, Liu, and Su. The Huainan Shao clan is one of the prominent families of Daiyue, having withstood the upheavals of 3 dynasties in the vast central plains, maintaining its status as ministers through generations. Similarly, the Liu family of Jinling is a distinguished lineage, with their estate located directly opposite the Shao residence. The Su family, having only recently been granted a fief and title, showcases a significant disparity in heritage compared to the other 2 families. In her youth, Madame Liu was once promised to a young talent from the Shao family. Yet tragedy struck as her husband passed shortly after their marriage, leaving her a widow. Su Buling dismounted outside Jinghua Garden, instructing his guards to wait outside while he donned his attire with ease and entered the garden, making his way to the lakeside villa. The cold wind rustled through the garden, where exotic flowers and unique trees had long withered, blanketed by a light dusting of snow. The elegant courtyard, though modest in size, was constructed by the lake, originally a place for summer respite. Madame Liu, who cherished tranquility, had chosen to reside there, accompanied only by a few maids. The white walls were dusted with snow, and red lanterns swayed gently outside the courtyard gate. The sound of water splashing faintly echoed. Su Buling hesitated for a moment before turning towards the stone pavilion outside the villa, where a maid, having spotted him, hurriedly approached and respectfully informed him, "Little prince, the madam is bathing. Please wait a moment." "Very well," Su Buling replied, tightening his white fox fur coat, standing quietly outside the courtyard. However, shortly after, the maid returned with a slightly irritated voice emanating from within the villa. "Buling, come in." Su Buling clasped his hands within his sleeves, gazing at the pristine white snow blanketing the splendid garden, seemingly oblivious to the summons. The maid hastily approached, her expression somewhat peculiar as she stole a glance at the strikingly handsome young prince and whispered, "Little prince, the madam has called for you to come inside." Su Buling furrowed his brow slightly, perceiving Madame Liu's tone as somewhat playful. Although he was physically 17 or 18, his maturity far surpassed that of his years, and he felt that he was no longer a mere child. "Come in quickly. Are you disregarding my words?" Madame Liu's voice carried an edge of annoyance, as if she had splashed water with her hand. Steeling himself, Su Buling entered the villa, where the west chamber was illuminated by a dim yellow light, casting a silhouette of a woman with graceful curves, moving about as the maid bustled around. Su Buling diverted his gaze, pausing by the window, and lightly chuckled. "Aunt Liu, I am content to wait outside while you attend to your matters. You're running away again. You pretend not to hear me, as if my words annoy you." The sound of splashing water persisted, and after a brief silence, a soft sigh, tinged with melancholy, escaped her lips. "Never mind. I shan't pry. Just take care of yourself." "I acknowledge my mistake regarding Shao Ting," he replied. "I'm not saying you were wrong. You did well to strike him. Shao Ting is nothing but a smooth talker who preys on the weak. He hardly resembles a man. Were he not my brother-in-law, I would have dealt with him myself." Su Buling acquiesced. "Very well. I shall strive to do better next time. Shao Ting ran to the palace to report you, and the empress commanded me to discipline you." How could I bear to discipline you? I cherish you dearly, wishing to keep you close." A sigh escaped her lips, laced with nostalgia. Su Buling ignan deeply. Maintaining his composure, and with a smile befitting a younger relative, he replied, "How could that be? You are my favorite, Aunt Liu. I pay no heed to others." Her tones softened, the water continued to splash, and it seemed she had emerged from the bath. Her voice filled with gentle admonition. "I did not summon you to scold you. A highly skilled assassin has appeared in the capital. Even Commander Zhang Xiang of the Investigation Bureau narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. 10 years ago, the Bureau conducted a large-scale purge of the underworld, leaving behind many remnants. Your father has also deployed troops to eliminate these remnants, and they may come after you, so exercise caution in the coming days." Su Buling notet lightly understood. He anticipated this warning and, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "It was merely a chance encounter. I lent a hand. And it earned you the reputation of a righteous lord. Do you believe your virtue is insufficiently recognized?" Su Buling felt a wave of guilt wash over him, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Enough. The deed is done, and further discussion is futile. I have instructed the Imperial Guards to suppress this matter. Be vigilant in the future." Also, taking a life carries consequences. How old are you? You have already claimed the lives of over 100. This will shorten your own life. Henceforth, refrain from killing. Of course I understand. Do not merely understand. Act accordingly. Engaging in reckless behavior is not the same as doing good. The door to the west chamber opened, and Madame Lu emerged clad in a thin garment, draped with a shawl, her damp hair cascading down her back, her cheeks flushed with color, exuding a captivating beauty akin to a peony blooming amidst the snow and wind. The winter air was biting, and stepping out of the warmth of the room, Madame Lu frowned slightly, instinctively drawing her shoulders closer together against the chill. Observing this, Su Bueling unfastened his white fox fur coat and stepped forward, draping it over her shoulders. He was taller than Madame Lu by half a head, and the coat enveloped her snugly. Madame Lu tightened the coat around herself, the warmth dispelling the cold, and her complexion improved significantly. She adjusted her posture, casting a sidelong glance at Su Bueling. Do not catch a chill. Come inside. She turned and walked toward her chamber. Su Bueling pondered for a moment, shaking his head in resignation, and followed her into the room. The chamber was modest, furnished with a chin table, an easel, a soft couch, and a tea set, while behind a beaded curtain lay an intricately embroidered bed, cozy with a warm stove. As the door closed, Su Bueling surveyed the surroundings, settling beside the tea set and expertly brewing some long tuan sheng shui tea from Nanhua. Madame Lu unwound her fox fur coat and, clad in a green silk skirt, took a seat beside the soft couch. With a copper mirror, comb, and jewelry nearby, she prepared to pick up a comb when she suddenly furrowed her brow, lifting the white fox fur to her nose and inhaling deeply, her expression gradually growing serious. Su Bueling paused in his tea preparation, a hint of confusion evident. What is the matter, Aunt Lu? Madame Lu clutched the fur, bringing it closer to her nose for a careful sniff. The scent of Yuegong from Xian's is high, a fragrance favored by young ladies of noble birth. Su Bueling's hands stilled momentarily. He had recently threatened Song Yufu with her high position, and yet such a subtle scent could be detected. Madame Lu pursed her lips, her almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Su Bueling. The fragrance of Yuegong is faint and costly. Typically, only the daughters of scholarly families would use it. Who is this girl? Su Bueling, pouring tea for himself, felt a sense of helplessness as he replied, Aunt Lu, do you still not trust me? It was merely an accidental encounter with a young lady from Wenquaiwen. I did not stray. What do you mean by that? Madame Lu's expression turned serious, her tone sharp as she sat upright. As the heir to a princely title, I would not prevent you from seeking companionship. If you desire a woman, simply tell me. I can find any type of woman for you. She then called out, you knew. Here, accompany the young prince to rest from now on. You shall stay by his side. Understood. Yu Nu bowed respectfully and stepped forward to assist Su Bueling. Feeling a tingle of apprehension, Su Bueling thought, should Madame Lu place a spy beside him for daily companionship, it would hinder his affairs. He raised his hand. No, I harbor no grievances against Aunt Lu. It was truly an accidental encounter. I have no affection for any girl. Madame Lu scrutinized him for a lengthy pause, and upon realizing he was sincere, she sighed softly. Bueling, I do not wish to hinder your search for a partner. You are still young, and your striking looks and noble status attract many. It is said that a woman's heart can be treacherous. Those women outside are capable of anything to entice you. Your inexperience may lead you to be deceived, causing harm not only to yourself, but also to your future as a lord. Have you not heard the tales of past rulers who met their downfall? I understand and will take heed. Su Bueling chuckled lightly, pouring a cup of tea and approaching Madame Lu. Aunt Lu, have some tea and calm your spirits. Madame Lu gently pursed her lips, raised her hand to accept the teacup, softly blew upon it, took a small sip, and tilted her head slightly, still harboring some resentment. Su Bueling contemplated for a moment, then performed a respectful salute. I shall visit Longyin Pavilion in Daifang today for a game of chess and will not disturb you any further, Aunt Lu. Upon hearing this, Madame Lu set down her teacup, picked up her fox fur coat, draped it over his shoulders, and moved to the front to tie the strings of his garment. It is only natural for the young to seek the limelight, but your position is too elevated. Hiding your talents will only lead to your own disgrace. The power of the fourth prince is formidable, and rumors abound in the marketplace that the vassal princes conspire for supremacy. The emperor must have his own thoughts on this matter. Currently, The court is rife with whispers that the emperor intends to curtail the vassals. Regardless of the truth, you must tread carefully and avoid drawing undue attention. Su Bueling chuckled softly. I understand. Madame Lu patted his lapel. You need not sully yourself. It is quite simple. The scholars of the Wenhua Society are particularly pedantic, and acts of purchasing or plagiarizing poetry are the most disgraceful to men of letters. You should procure a fine piece of poetry, one that your own experience could not possibly yield, and at the upcoming Longing Poetry Gathering, present it with flair. Those antiquated scholars will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. When you angrily insist that it is your own composition, your reputation will inevitably be tarnished. Su Bueling's eyes brightened. This was indeed a splendid idea. As a time traveler, he certainly could not compose poetry, but finding a piece he could not have written and inviting criticism was a straightforward task. At the tender age of 18, he could easily utter phrases like the old man wishes to express youthful exuberance. Left leads the yellow, right holds the azure. And it was evident that such lines would be mere imitation. Su Bueling nodded affirmatively and smiled. Rest assured, Aunt Lu, I will ensure they criticize me thoroughly. Madame Lu huffed. Do not mess it up again. If you excel in both literary and martial pursuits, I fear no one will be unafraid of you. After adjusting Su Bueling's lapel and scrutinizing him with satisfaction, she nodded. Off you go, but do not indulge in the pleasures of the brothels. With confidence, Su Bueling turned and swiftly departed the courtyard. Chapter 8. A familiar tactic. As the lanterns began to glow, the vibrant streets of Chang'an came alive. Su Bueling, accompanied by Old Xiao, arrived at Daifang in search of Zhu Manji. The streets were bustling with the well-to-do, adorned with white horses and ornate carriages. And despite the absence of neon lights, the splendor rivaled that of the modern world. The scenery surpassed it in every way. Here, weapons were rarely seen among the populace. Most carried fans, with a few scholars walking by with swords merely for show. Although Su Bueling had ventured out little since arriving in Chang'an. He had frequented the Daxingfang numerous times, primarily for feasts hosted by various nobles, but most often to procure wine. This area was not far from the Guozijian, and if he did not consume alcohol to suppress the dragon lock curse within him, he would suffer from the torment of countless ants gnawing at his heart. The Sun family shop was a century-old establishment, famous for its Duanyu Xiao, known for its potency. Having consumed it daily, he had grown fond of it, occasionally visiting on his own. Turning into a narrow cobblestone alley, he encountered patrons carrying wine jars or appearing slightly inebriated. Daxingfang was predominantly inhabited by wealthy families, and there were no drunken ruffians causing a scene. The Sun family shop lay deep within the alley, its yellowed sign displaying the character Sun. The establishment was modest, featuring only 3 square tables, yet boasted over a dozen wine jars. Due to its renown, all 3 tables were occupied. At one of the inner tables sat a figure clad in black, wearing a conical hat, with a long sword resting on the table, revealing only a slender back. Seemingly a woman of considerable height. Su Bueling stole a glance and noticed the figure slightly turned, seemingly alert. Not wishing to stare further, he retrieved his wine gourd from his horse and called out, "A jug of wine, please." "Certainly," coming right up, replied San Kai, the apprentice. "It's rare to see you here alone today, as you usually come with company, just like before." "Indeed." Su Bueling chuckled lightly. "I have quite the appetite. A pound of Duanyu Xiao is my daily requisite. This little shop has supplied half of its brew to me over the past year." San Kai, who appeared to be new, diligently poured a jug of wine and respectfully handed it over. Su Bueling smiled as he tossed a silver ingot to San Kai and led his horse away. Just as he exited, a voice called from behind, "Shopkeeper, you've given too much. This young master has always been generous. If you receive more, keep it safe and don't gamble away. Your wife has already left, and you must be cautious not to lose everything." "I know my limits," Su Bueling replied, furrowing his brow momentarily before continuing on his way. Inside the Sun family shop, San Kai's eyes sparkled as he bit into the silver ingot and carefully tucked it away. Shopkeeper Sun brought peanuts and cold dishes to the 3 tables of patrons, continuing to chatter amiably with them. All sorts of people frequented this establishment, and it was said that even the current emperor had visited in disguise, though no one could confirm this, and it was merely regarded as a charming tale. The cloaked figure, now turning slightly, revealed delicate lips and a chin, her skin radiant against the winter's chill, Her lips painted a deep crimson, and even half of her face could captivate the heart with her beauty. She gracefully lifted a wine bowl and, with a voice tinged with coolness, inquired, "Shopkeeper, who was that person just now?" "Shopkeeper's son." Having spent a lifetime in the wine business and having seen many beauties, chuckled lightly while placing peanuts on the table. "I'm not certain. He must be a young master from a wealthy family. That fox fur coat he wears is no trifle. He is either rich or noble and quite handsome. I dare say, not a bit less than you, my lady." The woman smirked slightly. "He appears rather pale. Perhaps he is indulging in wine and pleasures, depleting his vitality." Shopkeeper's son paused, considering her words, then shook his head. "This young master does not seem at all weak, quite unlike those debauched young lords. He is quite decent." The woman did not respond, engrossed in her meal. Meanwhile, in a nearby tavern, the sign had turned yellow, and the noise within was incessant, with the sound of dice rolling. Many scruffy men were gathered inside, with a fire pit blazing in the center. The young Constable Jumanji, holding a wine bowl larger than her own face, wore a worried frown. After her parents went missing, she joined the constabulary, working tirelessly until she was assigned to Chang'an as a wolf guard. She had hoped to access case files to uncover what had transpired years ago, only to find herself woefully unqualified. To be promoted, one must capture thieves, but in peaceful Chang'an, where doors were left unlocked at night, even in the most chaotic Yangningfang, she encountered only a handful of petty criminals, and with 2 teammates to share the effort, the path ahead felt overwhelmingly dim. At the wine table, a towering man with a physique like an iron tower propped one foot on a stool, sitting casually as he comforted. "Manji, don't fret. It typically takes a decade of hard work to enter the Tianzi camp. I know you wish to find your uncle and aunt, and Lu Hoer, and I will ensure you get a few more merits." The lean Lu Hoer gulped down a mouthful of rough wine, smacking his lips. "Indeed. Last time with the private salt case at Fumin Tower, though the credit was mostly claimed by the Imperial Guards and our commander, you still received significant recognition. Just a couple more merits, and you'll ascend to the Tianzi camp. What's the rush?" Jumanji took a small sip of yellow wine and huffed. "There's no such luck, if it weren't for coincidentally encountering Su Shitzi last time. That case wouldn't have been resolved." "True enough," Lu Hoer replied, glancing toward the street, suddenly sharpening his gaze and nudging the towering man beside him. "Wang Dazhuang, look. There's a fool." Jumanji and Wang Dazhuang followed his gaze out the window and spotted an old man leaning on a cane, struggling to walk, his eyes dull and unfocused, occasionally thumping his old waist with his hand. Jumanji recognized him. He often recounted stories at the tea shop down the back street. Today, the old man had a money pouch hanging from his waist, bulging with the outline of silver coins, which, upon a quick glance, must have amounted to dozens of taels. Jumanji was taken aback, pondering the folly of this old gentleman who, despite carrying a considerable sum of silver, unwittingly attracted the attention of would-be robbers. His keen gaze swept across the street, and indeed, he spotted several shifty-eyed ruffians edging closer to the elderly man, who, in an unfortunate turn of fate, strolled directly into a nearby alley. Alarmed, Jumanji's countenance shifted, and he hastily unsheathed his Yanling Dao, leaping from the window to land deftly on the ground, followed closely by his 2 companions. They rushed into the alley and barely covered a few paces when they witnessed a scene that ignited their fury. 3 masked scoundrels were encircled around the old man. The elder leaned against the wall, trembling as he waved his cane in a feeble attempt to ward off the assailants, while clutching a money pouch in his left hand, tears streaming down his face in a mixture of sorrow and indignation. "Help!" he cried. "Old fool, do you think my blade is a mere sham? Cease this at once." Jumanji roared in fury, his Yinling Dao flashing as he charged forth like a leopard on the hunt, closing the distance to the 3 robbers in an instant. He struck down fiercely, aiming for one of the ruffian's arms, only to find the robber clad in iron bracers, causing sparks to fly upon impact. The 3 scoundrels reacted swiftly. Seeing the commotion, one of them retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Jumanji. Caught off guard, he raised his arm to block, only to be sent crashing against the alley wall. Another robber, armed with a short blade, was already closing in, ready to strike. In the midst of the fray, Wang Dazhuang and Lu Hoer turned pale, their only cry being, "You dare, scoundrel!" utterly unable to assist. Just then, a chilling gust swept through the quiet alley, followed by 3 sharp sounds. A figure clad in white descended from above, landing behind Jumanji. With one hand grasping a sword and the other steadying Zhu Manji's back to halt his retreat, the newcomer intervened. Zhu Manji grunted as he absorbed 2 punches, regaining his footing only to witness the 3 robbers staggering as if struck by a heavy blow. With a clatter, their knives fell to the ground, and they collapsed one after another. Zhu Manji stood rigidly, his hands still gripping the sword, staring at the fallen ruffians, lost in bewilderment for a time. "Careful, miss," a magnetic voice called out, revealing a remarkably handsome figure with enchanting peach blossom eyes. Zhu Manji stood dumbstruck, her cheeks gradually reddening. Snowflakes danced in the tranquil alley as 2 wolf guards bound the 3 bandits. She was acutely aware of the perilous situation they had just escaped. Had it not been for Su Shixi's timely intervention, her fate would have been dire. After a moment's hesitation, she approached, intending to express her gratitude. But Su Buling raised a hand first. It was but a trifling effort. "When out and about, simply call me Su Gongzi." "Many thanks, Su Gongzi," she replied. Su Buling took a sip of wine, casting a sidelong glance. "Young as you are, why not stay indoors to embroider instead of running about learning the ways of man? This is the 2nd time I've found you in a predicament. Take care in the future." Zhu Manji chuckled awkwardly, playfully twirling a strand of hair. "Thank you for your concern. How is it that you find yourself here?" Su Buling chuckled lightly. "Their SHS match at Longing Pavilion that I intended to observe, and I happened to pass by." "What is your name?" "I am Zhu Manji, which means full of osmanthus blossoms," she replied, trailing behind him as they walked slowly, a hint of despondency flickering in her eyes. "My father named me that. We used to have many osmanthus trees at home, which my mother adored. However, on the day I turned 14, my parents suddenly vanished, and despite reporting it to the authorities, they remain untraceable. I became a constable at the county office to search for them. I later heard that the Jingcheng Jian Division knows everything, so I came to investigate, only to find that only the wolf guards of the Tianzi camp can access the archives." "To become a constable for the sake of finding your parents?" he inquired. "Yes," Zhu Manji admitted, lowering her head to kick at a small stone. "My father was likely a man of the martial world. He left me some silver, clearly intending to abandon me. The Jian Division knows all and can surely uncover their whereabouts." Su Buling fell silent for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. "Do you wish to join the Tianzi camp's wolf guards?" Zhu Manji eagerly nodded, then sighed. "One must capture 100 petty thieves to earn a promotion, with insufficient accomplishments. I could wait a decade to gain entry." "I can assist you," Su Buling replied. Zhu Manji halted, a hint of confusion in her gaze. "Why?" "Nothing more than idle time. You seem quite pitiable. If you prefer not to, that is your choice." He turned towards the alley gate. "Wait." Zhu Manji hurriedly trotted to catch up. "Su Gongzi, you are so capable. Surely you can lend a hand. A mere word from you would suffice." Su Buling shook his head. "The Jian Division supervises various princes. I cannot intervene. However, I can help in other ways. Just meet me at the alley gate tomorrow at the 3rd watch of the day, and I will procure some cases for you." "Understood." Zhu Manji's eyes sparkled with surprise as she watched Su Buling depart, joyfully waving her hand. The next chapter unfolds as dawn breaks in Chang'an. The sounds of scholars studying echoing through the Confucian Academy. Zhu Manji's father, the esteemed Master Song, had long been vexed by his students, and, even with her gentle demeanor, she found herself increasingly exasperated. The past few days had deprived her of restful sleep. When fatigue set in, she could only pinch her thigh to maintain her alertness. Recalling her recent tribulations, anger welled within her. Forced to transcribe the Shueji, she dutifully pinned it atop the cold, towering bell and drum tower, only to have Su Shixi critique her work, stating, "Your characters are incorrect. Replicate my handwriting and rewrite." Is this not outright bullying? Frustrated, she cast her pen aside, only to find herself suspended atop the tower. Sheng Yufu's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. After writing until the hour of the rat, Su Shixi finally allowed her to depart. She had hoped to distance herself, leaving him to finish alone, but he ominously stated, "Be punctual tomorrow night, or the entire academy will know you've been scribing for me." Alas, Su Shixi, being a direct descendant of a princely house, could disregard such reputational concerns, while she, hailing from a scholarly family with a lineage of renowned scholars, could not afford such scandal. Thus, she found herself dutifully returning to the bell and drum tower at dusk, writing late into the night. After 7 days of this torment, Exhaustion weighed heavy upon her. While Su Shitsi had been indulging in wine for the same duration, the thought alone made her feel stifled and uneasy. In her reverie, whispers from the sons of various nobles suddenly reached her ears, shouting, "Why aren't you watching Miss Song's back? You seemed quite engrossed last time. Don't speak nonsense. A gentleman does not deceive in darkness." Huh, you're aware of the gentleman's code? Last time, you were practically drooling. Had Su Buling not roused you, who knows what you might have done? Would I, shouting, be such a base person? Enough. None of you here are paragons. You act the gentleman for whom. So. It seems Xiao Gongzi fears this. With these conversations echoing in her mind, Song Yufu stood frozen, holding her poetry book. Was Su Shitsi's act of striking Xiao Ting a response to his disrespectful gaze? In that moment, realization dawned upon her. Su Shitsi was not arrogant, but rather a gentleman who did not value hollow fame. Recalling that night when she had scolded him for his unwarranted violence, the warm winter sun bathed Zhuke Street, where carriages and pedestrians flowed like a bustling river. Temples and Taoist halls lined the streets, their incense wafting thick, while noble ladies and gentlemen passed in their luxurious carriages, and travelers marveled at the sights, painting a picture of a prosperous era. Su Buling guided his horse through Zhuke Street, arriving at Yangningfang, where the clock tower chimed punctually. At the third watch of the day, precisely on the dot. Su Gongdi. As the horses came to a halt, Zhu Manji joyfully approached, greeting him with a small pouch in hand, beaming as she announced, "The three rascals from last night are habitual offenders who have harmed many brothers. The magistrate rewarded us with 30 taels of silver. This credit belongs to you entirely." Dismounted without extending a hand to assist, leading his horse towards the street, glancing around. "What tasks have you taken?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Manji perked up, swiftly retrieving a ledger from his pocket, flipping through a few pages and pointing at several lines. "With the assistance of young Master Su, I specifically selected a few challenging tasks that no one in the entire district was willing to undertake. The rewards are quite generous. Well, shall we proceed? Have you had breakfast yet?" Moments later, at a stall by the marketplace, 2 bowls of mutton and water were set upon the table, emitting a steaming aroma. Zhu Manji, holding chopsticks, sat at the small table and proclaimed with great enthusiasm, "This meal is on me. 2 portions of mutton, and if it's not enough, we can order more." Su Buling shook his head with a light chuckle, placing his sword on the table before indulging in the meal. Zhu Manji sipped the soup in small increments, her gaze constantly fixed on Su Buling across the table, perhaps feeling a bit anxious. She glanced around before her eyes landed on the sword on the table, smiling and attempting to strike up a conversation. "What is the name of your sword?" "Young Master Su?" "Zhao Dan." "Zhao Dan sounds familiar. My father also wielded a sword and taught me, but unfortunately he wasn't very skilled, and I only learned one move." "Is that so?" As the sun climbed higher, the street gradually became bustling with activity. With 2 empty bowls sitting on the small counter, Zhu Manji stood up, patting her stomach, a sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead. She raised her hand to wipe it away, and saw Su Buling taking a swig from a wine flask he retrieved from the carriage, lightly chuckling. "Young Master Su, drinking in the morning is harmful to your health. Not drinking is unbearable." "Oh, so young Master Su enjoys drinking? I too relish a good drink. Especially the Duanyu Shao from the Sun family's establishment in Daifang. It's quite potent." Su Buling, leading the reins, maneuvered around the throngs of people, turning into an alley, and remarked somewhat helplessly, "Miss Zhu, you talk a bit too much. Is that so? Then I shall remain silent. Let us discuss serious matters." In the West Market, there's a Zheng Sandao, a local ruffian. I've heard he controls 2 gambling houses, but unfortunately, there are no leads. As soon as he gets wind of something, he vanishes. Tonghalu, by coal. Amidst the clamor, near the watchtower of the West Market in Chang'an City, a cluster of buildings stood where merchants and vendors often gathered to pass the time, with gambling houses and brothels in abundance. In one courtyard, a clerk was tallying the silver collected from the previous night, while Zheng Sandao sat at a table, polishing a knife that bore the scars of time, indicative of his lengthy tenure in the underworld. The neighboring gambling house was filled with noise, and occasionally, men who had lost everything were thrown out, cursing as they exited. "A bunch of gamblers. If you could win, I might as well go drink the northwestern wind," Zheng Sandao muttered, wiping his knife. Suddenly, a young lackey rushed into the courtyard. "Boss, a wolf guard has entered the West Market and is heading this way." "One? There's also a wealthy young master, leading a fine horse. He doesn't appear to be here for a casual visit. Should we avoid him? No need to avoid. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from the courtyard entrance. Zhang Sandao's expression shifted dramatically as he stood, gripping the knife's handle and turning towards the gate, only to see a tall young master clad in white, striding in with a long sword in hand. Behind him was a panting female wolf guard. The thugs in the courtyard, sensing the tension, gathered, brandishing their clubs. Zhang Sandao descended the steps, his tiger-like eyes scanning the scene, and with his sword held in reverse. He cupped his hands. "Young master, your sudden visit, is there something urgent?" Su Buling did not pause his stride, his right hand gripping the sword's hilt. "Be careful." In an instant, the courtyard erupted in chaos, the thugs with clubs bracing themselves as if facing a formidable enemy. Zhang Sandao held his knife, ready to confront, his robes billowing, his aura rising dangerously. "Brothers, do not mistake courtesy for weakness." Before he could finish, a swift sound rang out as the blade was drawn, glinting ominously. Seeing this, Zhang Sandao was struck with panic, retreating hastily but unable to evade the blade aimed at his throat. At this critical juncture, Zhu Manji leapt forward, tightly clutching Su Buling's arm. "Spare him." Su Buling halted, the blade at Zhang Sandao's throat, his brows furrowing slightly. "Miss Zhu, what do you mean?" Zhu Manji, breathless, clinging to Su Buling's arm, looked troubled. "Young Master Su, he does not deserve death. Why resort to killing?" "Indeed." Zhang Sandao, pale and trembling, collapsed to the ground, stuttering. "I merely stole the concubine of Wang Yuan. Why? Killing is a crime." Su Buling was momentarily speechless, inhaling deeply before sheathing his sword and turning to leave. Zhu Manji, in a flurry, pulled Zhang Sandao up and hurried after Su Buling, exclaiming, "Young Master Su, please do not be angry. Wang Yuan has placed a bounty of 200 taels for his capture. That is quite valuable." Su Buling turned his head. "I asked you to take on significant cases, and you waste my morning chasing after a petty lecture. Is that amusing?" Zhu Manji's expression soured, filled with regret. I just arrived and couldn't secure a major case." Su Buling pondered for a moment, speaking gravely. "If you wish to enter the Tianzi camp, capturing these minor criminals is beneath you. You must pursue formidable figures in the underworld." Zhu Manji's face fell, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Formidable figures in the underworld? Those are hard to find in Chang'an City. The easier targets are snatched up by others. Unless we investigate ourselves, where will the major cases come from? Zhang Sandao, fearful, interjected, "Sir, I happen to know of a secret matter, guaranteed to be of great merit, as long as you spare me from facing the officials." Su Buling's gaze turned icy. "Speak." Zhang Sandao opened his mouth, realizing he lacked bargaining power, and spoke earnestly. "Recently, many gamblers have gone missing in the city, and the officials seem indifferent. I've heard it might be related to the Bai Ma Zhuang outside the city." Su Buling frowned slightly, contemplating, and then turned his head. "Get lost." "Thank you, young master." Zhang Sandao's face lit up with joy as he turned to flee. "Hey, stop." Zhu Manji, having finally caught a plump rabbit, felt urgency and chased after him for a few steps, glancing at Su Buling beside her, her voice diminishing. "That's 200 taels. My salary for 3 years." Su Buling whistled for his horse and mounted swiftly. "Go investigate the matter concerning Bai Ma Zhuang, and also inquire at the office about any recent notorious brigands entering the city. You have 7 days. Should you return next time with trivial matters, I'll sell you to a brothel. I guarantee you'll earn endless silver. I don't break the law by killing. Why would selling a person be illegal? The emperor is not above the law, just like commoners. I am neither an emperor nor a commoner." "Oh, understood." Zhu Manji lowered her head, watching Su Buling gallop away, secretly sticking out her tongue. Such a grand demeanor. Chapter 10. An apology after a bustling morning in the West Market. Su Buling arrived at the Xiaoma Steel outside the Guozijian, the sun now high in the sky, waiting at the steel for quite some time. Lao Shao chuckled. "How did it go, young prince? Were you able to capture the heart of that foolish girl?" Su Buling sighed. "Zhu Manji is a bit naive. Can we not find someone else?" Lao Shao shook his head. "The documents are stocked with secrets from various noble families. Reckless actions are akin to treason. It would be unwise to replace her with someone more astute." Su Buling nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he proceeded into the Guozijian. According to regulations, skipping class warranted a day of bell tolling. He preferred not to linger with the children of the Wenquaiwan, so he made his way to the bell and drum tower. Below the tower were rooms designated for students reflecting on their misdeeds, furnished only with a bed and a desk, kept meticulously clean. Su Buling seated himself at the desk, picked up the brush, and began transcribing the Shueji. Just as he completed 100 characters, a graceful figure floated past the front window, cautiously glancing upward. Her steps light, as if trying not to be noticed, hands clasped at her waist. After taking a few steps, she turned back and then continued her ascent. Su Buling furrowed his brows slightly, setting down the brush, contemplating for a moment, and then shook his head, choosing to ignore the sight. As the sound of footsteps echoed up the stairs, a voice exclaimed from above, followed by the rhythmic thumping as it descended from the bell tower and approached the window. Su Buling furrowed his brows, rose, and reached up to close the window with the support rod. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Yufu turned her head, her hair cascading around her, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Before she could utter a word, the window was shut with a soft thud. Song Yufu paused for a moment, contemplated, and stepped outside her room, gently knocking on the door. There was no response. "Your Highness, may I come in?" she called. "Then I shall enter." The door creaked open. Song Yufu entered the room, poised and polite, a hint of bashfulness gracing her smile as she approached the desk, offering a slight bow. "Su Shitsi, about last time," she began, casually closing the door behind her. Came a curt reply as he leaned against the wall. "Ah." Song Yufu was startled, her hands instinctively clutching her chest, her back pressed against the door panel as she gazed up at Su Buling, whose brows were knitted in concern. "Su Si, what are you doing?" "I was about to ask you the same," he replied, scrutinizing the uninvited Song Yufu with a faint, lingering fragrance surrounding him. He moved slightly closer. "A young lady, all alone, seeking out a man, hoping to become a princess?" "I." Song Yufu pursed her lips, her eyes flashing with irritation. "Su Shitsi, your words are quite unrestrained. I have come to apologize. I misjudged you regarding the incident with Xiaoting." Upon hearing this, Su Buling's brows knitted tighter. "What misunderstanding?" Song Yufu spoke earnestly. "I had thought you to be temperamental, but it turns out you are a true gentleman, uninterested in hollow fame. Last time, you acted against Xiaoting due to his disrespectful gaze, and before that, you resolved the private Saul case." Su Buling's expression darkened. Should Aunt Lu overhear this, she would undoubtedly scold him for being careless and compromising his dignity. "It wasn't because of that. I merely struck Xiaoting out of drunkenness." Song Yufu refused to believe him, insisting, "But Su Shitsi, you are clearly a gentleman. Why suffer unjust slander? I shall go to my father to rectify your name, to let the entire Guozijian know that you are not ill-tempered, but rather a youthful sage who eschews fame, disdaining the need for explanation." Su Buling took a deep breath. "Miss Song, do not flatter yourself." With a serious demeanor, Song Yufu responded, "I cannot stand idly by while a gentleman is wronged and a villain thrives." Seeing that reason was futile, Su Buling's expression hardened. "To apologize requires sincerity. Transcribe 3 copies of Shueji, and we shall be even." Song Yufu frowned, resolutely shaking her head. "I cannot assist you with copying. I have already done so last time. Furthermore, even if Xiaoting lacks gentlemanly conduct, you should not engage with a villain. That would make you no better than a brute. Thus, your actions were misguided, yet I still thank you. You can say as much as you like. It is futile. If you do not copy today, you shall not leave this door. I will not help you copy. I would rather stay here." Su Buling note that, coldly fixing his gaze upon her. With unwavering determination, Song Yufu lifted her chin, unyielding as if to say that, being a gentleman, Su Buling would not harm her. The standoff persisted. As time passed, the sun shifted from noon to dusk. Song Yufu, feeling weak, struggled to maintain her stance for several hours, subtly shifting her weight while still defiantly staring at him. Su Buling showed no signs of impatience. A soft, barely audible growl emerged from her stomach. Song Yufu's face flushed crimson as her eyes misted over. She turned to open the door, but found it unyielding. Su Buling scoffed lightly. "Do you think I jest?" Song Yufu stamped her foot in frustration. "Su Shitsi, I cannot help you with copying." "Then you shall not leave. I can endure hunger. A day without food will not kill me." Su Buling simply snorted, then grasped the back of Song Yufu's collar and opened the door, leading her up to the bell tower again, seemingly intent on playing a game of brinkmanship. Song Yufu's heart raced as she swayed in the air, struggling momentarily, which only made her more uncomfortable. Sushitsi, how can you do this? Please set me down. Will you copy? Song Yufu bit her lip, hesitating for a long moment. This will be the last time. Not a chance. From now on, all copying will fall to you. Song Yufu immediately bristled, her eyes filled with a touch of grievance. On what grounds? Su Buling brought her back into the room, coolly stating, on the grounds that you copy from me, and I will keep your secret. Song Yufu pressed her lips together, holding back her words for a while before finally murmuring, you are unreasonable. Good. Now you know, I am not a gentleman. Su Buling seated himself at the edge of the bed, straightening his posture and focusing intently on her. With no other option, Song Yufu walked to the desk, reluctantly picking up a brush and continuing to write shui ji on the rice paper. The Intelligence Bureau, as the Emperor's eyes and ears, wielded significant power. A decade ago, the court's crackdown on the Jianghu instilled fear in its practitioners, known as the Iron Eagle Hunt. The Intelligence Bureau capitalized on this momentum, extending its influence far and wide, with no matter beyond its reach. Even officials in the capital would tread carefully around its members. However, this honor was reserved solely for the elite Tianzi camp. Those in the Dizzy camp were only slightly superior to ordinary constables, while the Digo Ing, the lowest of the low, had little standing in the bureau, often comprising either newcomers or those nearing retirement. Manji, why the long face? Nothing to do on patrol, just bored, Zhu Manji replied, unwrapping the black cloth from her head, tidying her hair, and inserting a hairpin from her pocket as she approached the water tank to use as a mirror, softly asking, is there any major case in the Yamen lately? Zhu Manji blinked. If I catch one, can I join the Tianzi camp? Wang Dazhuang cracked sunflower seeds. You can join, but the Tianzi camp is on high alert now. Be careful not to lose your life. Stick to some safe work and don't daydream. Zhu Manji nodded lightly, then inquired, who is the owner of Bema Village outside the city? Do you know? Lu Hoer pondered. Bema Village seems to be a place for wealthy young masters to play. Ordinary people aren't allowed in. It's probably connected to some high official. Why are you asking? Zhu Manji recalled the remark about selling someone to a brothel, her brow gradually furrowing as she sighed, just asking. She rewrapped her headscarf and listlessly walked out. The next morning, light snow fell across the bustling streets, casting Chang'an as a majestic beast resting upon the snowy expanse, with roads leading to distant lands resembling the beast's fur, connecting every corner of the vast territory. With the new year approaching in about a month, Song Yufu emerged from the Wenchang Academy, cradling a stack of books in her arms, glancing up at the snowflakes drifting from the sky. The new year was drawing near, and soon, her father, Song Baiqing, would inevitably have to make an appearance at the upcoming Longyin Poetry Conference. However, he viewed the literary gatherings as mere, trivial pursuits, akin to flashy martial arts, beneficial for personal cultivation, yet ineffective for state affairs. He had little regard for talented individuals competing fiercely at poetry events, relegating such trifles to her management. As a woman with no prospects for an official career, Song Yufu naturally did not concern herself with the notion of minor literary talents or the idea of great talents governing the state. She would be content to behold a few delightful verses. Yet, in recent days, her enthusiasm had waned, perhaps due to thoughts of Su Shitzi. Su Shitzi had been in Chang'an for a year, spending little time at the Guozijian, and when he did visit, he remained solitary in the bell tower. Previously, she had only brushed past him without much interaction. However, just days ago, Su Shitzi had come to the aid of the Wolf Guards, reprimanding the disrespectful Xiao Ting, sparking her curiosity about this lofty prince. He was evidently a composed and sensible gentleman. Why then did he present himself with such arrogance, coercing her to copy books and tossing her about to frighten her? Perhaps her incessant chatter had annoyed Su Shitzi after a few encounters. He didn't seem so fierce after all. As Song Yufu pondered these thoughts, she extended her small hand to catch a few snowflakes, the fuzz of her coat collar brushing against her neck, evoking a delightful sensation in her heart. Song Yufu glanced at the imposing Zhonggu Lu standing in the center of Guozijian, hesitating for a moment before gracefully making her way toward it. Although she was fully aware that Su Shitzi would undoubtedly assign her the task of transcribing texts, her curiosity about the nature of Su Shitzi's character compelled her to proceed. The Zhonggu Lu exuded a solemn and dignified atmosphere. The bell above, known as Buwang Zhong, symbolized the arduous endurance of the Yu over a century of humiliation in this minuscule land. Typically, the area remained quiet, devoid of visitors. Song Yufu hesitated, fearful of being discovered by Su Buling. Thus she tread lightly, cautiously approaching the vicinity of the small room beneath the Zhongulu. Just as she pondered how to greet him, a conversation suddenly reached her ears. "What kind of rubbish poetry did you purchase?" "In a few days." There's the longing poetry gathering. Taken aback, Song Yufu froze, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. It was common for young nobles to buy poems to feign literary elegance at literary gatherings. It was a practice often engaged in by the idle sons of affluent families. While such behavior could not be deemed heinous, the orthodox literati typically looked down upon it. She had not anticipated that Su Shitzi, a figure of high status and one who usually shunned worldly affairs, would partake in such trivialities. As the direct heir of the Su Wang, he was already an embodiment of privilege and stature, rendering the pursuit of literary fame utterly unnecessary. A flicker of disappointment crossed her features, yet she deemed it inappropriate to intervene and prepared to quietly retreat. However, the ensuing dialogue from within the room rendered her momentarily speechless. The small room beneath Zhonggu Lu had its doors and windows tightly shut. Su Buling sat upright at the writing desk, a stack of poetry manuscripts in hand. Lao Shao, leaning on his cane, stood before him, shaking his head incessantly. "Little prince, literati are proud. Selling poetry for profit is seen as shameful. There are only a handful of talented poets willing to sell their work. Unless they're acquaintances, they won't sell. I had to inquire for quite some time to find a lead, and it cost me a fair amount." Su Buling furrowed his brow. Gazing at the thick stack of poetry manuscripts, his expression troubled. Wealthy young men purchase poetry to elevate their status, not to embarrass themselves. Moreover, the poets who sold their works understood the desires of their clientele, crafting verses that were conventional at best, while they could hardly be deemed masterpieces. They were passable enough to be perused. Genuine literati had little inclination to scrutinize the ephemeral nature of such verses, whether acquired or not. If Su Buling intended to embrace the reputation of a poetry thief, the quality of the poems must not be subpar, lest they lack appeal. People would not care whether he authored them. Even if they knew he had purchased them, they would not take offense at such trivial verses. Recalling the task assigned by Lady Lu, Su Buling felt a pang of headache and cast the manuscripts aside. "Have you failed to procure something of merit? Something like Ci Gai Chang'an?" Lao Shao rolled his eyes. "Little prince, don't even mention Ci Gai Chang'an. If you could outshine Guo Zijian, they wouldn't be selling poetry for silver. Why not try composing a few lines yourself?" After some contemplation, Su Buling recognized this as his only recourse. Lao Shao had rescued him from the depths of despair the previous year, so he felt no need for wariness. He took up the brush and began to write on the Xian paper, crafting a few lines. Lao Shao, aware that Su Buling's mind had sharpened post-recovery, leaned in, watching the strokes with anticipation. Su Buling paused, turning his head. "Why can't I? I'm 18 this year. Clearly, I cannot pen such a poem. Writing poetry is not merely a matter of stringing together ornate phrases without the breadth of life's experiences. One cannot evoke the profound sentiments of life's vicissitudes." However, Lao Shao shook his head earnestly. "Little prince, General Su has fought valiantly throughout his life. These lines could serve to honor your ancestors. If those literati perceive this, they will indeed believe it to be your own composition." Su Buling furrowed his brow, having forgotten this aspect. After a moment of reflection, he picked up the brush once more. Withered vines, old trees, crows at dusk, small bridges, flowing water, homes, ancient paths, the west wind, lean horses, the setting sun, the heartbroken wanderer in distant lands. Upon completing the poem, Su Buling raised an eyebrow. "This should suffice, right? As the esteemed heir of a princely house, it is implausible for me to have such a miserable fate." Lao Shao scrutinized the lines, a hint of nostalgia creeping into his expression. "Last year, while hiding with His Highness in the Weha River, the scenes we encountered bore a striking resemblance to this poem." Su Buling furrowed his brow, realizing for the first time how challenging it was to transcribe poetry. Remembering only a few lines, he pondered again and began to rewrite. 10 years of life and death, both lost in the void, unthought of, yet hard to forget. A solitary grave 1,000 miles away, no place to speak of the desolation. Lao Shao observed the neatly inscribed characters on the Xian paper, a tinge of melancholy in his eyes. He gently patted Su Buling's shoulder. The princess consort passed away 10 years ago due to the iron eagle hunting incident. The prince has never let it go. Little prince, you have indeed noticed. With a thud, Su Bueling slammed the brush onto the table, spreading his hands in exasperation. This is not my work. I merely copied it. If you cannot see through this, how can I deceive those literati? Lao Shao sighed deeply, regarding Su Bueling with a hint of pride, as if watching a child mature into a capable man. With no words left to say, Su Bueling sat at the writing desk, lost in thought for a long while before picking up the brush again. Inscribing. The fragrance of the dust settles as the wind ceases, flowers have withered, and the day wanes, weary of combing my hair. The world remains unchanged. Yet people are gone, and as I wish to speak, tears begin to flow. Lao Zhao's eyes lit up, leaning closer to examine the lines. This doesn't sound like something a man would write. It distinctly conveys the voice of a sorrowful woman, worn by life's trials. One that ordinary folk could not possibly pen. Then this shall be the piece. I refuse to believe they cannot discern that I merely transcribed it. Outside the room, Song Yufu's almond-shaped eyes widened, her hand clasped over her mouth as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, her expression filled with astonishment. My heavens! Effortlessly composing verses, with a style that is both eloquent and compelling. From seasoned warriors to fallen wanderers, melancholic scholars to sorrowful ladies of the inner chambers. The seamless transformation among these roles suggests an authentic experience, leaving no room for criticism. Such poetic prowess is beyond ordinary capability. Song Yufu's eyelashes fluttered incessantly, her desire to rush in and behold those verses palpable. Yet, just as the thought crossed her mind, she hesitated. From Su Shizi's earlier remarks, it was evident he did not seek fame and even wished to bear the stigma of poetry theft. Although she could not comprehend his motives, she was acutely aware of his true character. Born into a family of scholars, with both her father and brothers being eminent Confucians, how could she allow the reputation of a genuinely talented individual to be tarnished? If she entered now, Su Shizi would surely know she had eavesdropped, and he would undoubtedly withdraw from the poetry gathering. Thus, Song Yufu narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of cunning sparkling in her gaze. Chapter 12. Longing Poetry Gathering. The following evening, as the lanterns began to illuminate the streets, the exterior of Longing Pavilion was abuzz with activity. With carriages and horses flowing like a dragon, literary figures and poets, warmly received by the hosts, streamed into the grand building that spanned half a street, with calls of young master and brother echoing throughout. Longing Pavilion occupied an extensive area, with 5 stories that allowed for views from all directions. Although there were performers among the courtesans, it was not deemed a brothel. It offered a variety of cultural pursuits, including painting, music, chess, tea, and drama, all in the pursuit of refinement. Longing Pavilion was the most renowned venue in Daifang, a bustling site for poetry gatherings, and thus it could not afford to appear modest. Not only did it invite several esteemed scholars from Chang'an as judges, but it also presented a precious sword as a prize, named Shanshan. In Diyu, martial prowess was vital to the nation's strength, and swords, as the gentlemen of weapons, were revered by both literati and warriors alike, akin to the cherished jade of a gentleman. The Shanshan sword was a famed weapon in the martial world, previously belonging to a female hero from Shu, who had been slain by the authorities a decade prior. The sword was then stored in the national treasury, ultimately sold by the officials to a wealthy merchant, and after several transactions, found its way to Longing Pavilion, re-emerging today. As dusk fell, Su Bueling arrived at Longing Pavilion in a carriage, the snowflakes swirling outside. Numerous martial figures dressed as wanderers entered and exited the establishment. Due to the presence of several dignitaries, the authorities dispatched Tian Shou and Tian Jian, leading 60 wolf guards to patrol the vicinity, a display that was quite extravagant for Chang'an. Dismounting from the carriage, Su Bueling tightened his white fox cloak while 8 guards from the royal residence cleared the throngs of people. A steward standing at the entrance of Longing Pavilion, upon noticing Su Bueling, though unfamiliar with him, recognized the insignia of the Su Wangfu and deduced his identity. Hastily, he stepped forward and raised his hand in greeting, saying, "Your Grace, young Master Su, it is my utmost regret not to have welcomed you properly. Please do come in. Is this the illustrious heir of the Su Wang, Su Bueling? Indeed, he is so remarkably handsome. One could hardly find a second like him in Chang'an." It is no wonder that those who have laid eyes upon young Master Su find it impossible to forget him. His features are strikingly beautiful, surpassing even those of many a maiden. Su Buling furrowed his brow slightly, feeling as though he were being appraised like a mere spectacle. Thus, he quickly entered the longing pavilion. Ah, the young master is feeling shy, it seems. Su Buling seldom ventured out, his reputation being quite esteemed, setting him apart from those frivolous young lords, albeit with a somewhat fiery temperament. A man ought to possess a certain fierceness. Just look at those scholars who are incapable of lifting even a feather. What sort of men are they? Into you, martial prowess is esteemed, and women are often spirited. Given Su Buling's status, he could not afford to linger and engage in idle chatter with the ladies present, and so he chose to feign ignorance. Among the crowd, a woman clad in a conical hat observed Su Buling as he entered the longing pavilion, her eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. After casting a glance at the guards outside the pavilion, she quietly vanished into the twilight. The light of the glazed lanterns cascaded beneath the eaves of the building. Within the main hall of the longing pavilion, dozens of writing desks formed a circle, where scholars dressed in scholarly robes sat at the head. Among them were the Yin Wang, Song Yu, and the grand ritual official, Song Baiqing. Song Yufu stood on her tiptoes behind her father, scanning the crowd until she finally spotted Su Buling entering the hall, at which point she silently exhaled, her eyes betraying a hint of impatience. The hall was filled with scholars. Occasionally, someone would hand their poetry manuscript to a servant for submission. If a piece was exceptional, it would be read aloud by a distinguished scholar. Upon entering the hall, Su Buling made no effort to attract attention. After submitting his manuscript to a young attendant, he casually made his way to a seat to drink tea and await the proceedings. However, Su Buling's rare presence did not go unnoticed, and soon after he sat down, the recently chastised Xiao Ting approached, fanning himself despite the winter chill, and teasingly remarked, "Ah, Buling, what brings you here today?" Given that Xiao Ting's brother was the late husband of Madame Lu, this assumption of elder status was not unwarranted. With his long fingers swirling the teacup, Su Buling narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Looking for fight?" Xiao Ting, unperturbed, waved his fan confidently. Today's longing poetry meeting is a place of elegance. To resort to violence would be most uncouth. Before he could finish, Su Buling lightly tapped the small table beside him, causing the porcelain lid of his teacup to spring upwards. With a swift motion of his left hand, the lid soared away, accompanied by a sharp whoosh. Xiao Ting's jade fan snapped under the force, and the teacup lid, maintaining its momentum, flew halfway across the hall, striking Gongsun Lu on the back of the head as he conversed with another guest. Su Buling frowned, glancing at his intact teacup, and inquired, "Who is that middle-aged man with the sword?" Xiao Ting, shaking the broken fan handle, looked up and assessed. "That is Zhang Xiang, the commander of the Jijin division, known as the Butcher of 10,000 Men." Su Buling was somewhat taken aback. He had rarely ventured out this past year, encountering few nobles or officials, let alone lesser officials. Yet, the name Butcher of 10,000 Men resonated with him. A decade ago, during the Jijin division's crackdown on rogue forces, Zhang Xiang was the public figurehead leading the charge. That tumultuous period embroiled nearly all factions of the Yu, and even the demise of the Su Wang Fei was tied to those events. While many skilled individuals participated in the hunt, Zhang Xiang emerged as the prominent figure. His status and martial prowess unparalleled. His mastery of the Bagua knife had made him famous even a decade ago. After scrutinizing Zhang Xiang for a moment, finding nothing particularly remarkable, Su Buling lost interest and shifted his gaze toward the upper hall, awaiting the performance to commence. Su Buling, at this poetry gathering, surrounded by scholars, if you find yourself bored, I could speak to Lord Zhang on your behalf. Perhaps you too could have a competition here? This was clearly a jab implying that Su Buling was merely a brute. Upon hearing this mockery, Su Buling frowned slightly. Am I not allowed to come here to compose poetry and be a scholar? Xiao Ting was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised. He glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and leaned in closer. "Buling, did you bring poetry today just to join the fray?" Su Buling replied with a neutral expression. "Why not? Is it forbidden?" Xiao Ting nodded, mirroring the expression of a fellow comrade. "I thought you were disinterested in such matters. Very well, with your words, I shall accept you as my nephew." In the midst of the bustling hall, a barely audible thud resonated. Many attendees frowned and turned their heads, but soon dismissed it as inconsequential. Su Buling continued to sip his tea leisurely, while Xiao Ting laboriously picked himself up from the ground. Rubbing his forehead and pointing at Su Buling with a fiery glare, "You are something else." With that, he waved his sleeve and fell silent beside him. "Chap de mui ba, Madame Su." The graceful lady smiled charmingly, while the talented scholar exuded vigor. At the head of the hall, the white-haired Song Bai Ching held a teacup, his eyes reflecting a hint of impatience. As the grand ritual official of the Guozijian, nearly every student who exited the academy would refer to him as Sir, with many of those who entered public service spreading throughout the U, making him a figure of considerable renown. He held little regard for the pursuit of fame and profit. However, with the martial class holding such a prominent status in the U, the literary class found it increasingly difficult to assert itself. The current emperor placed great importance on scholars. Were such events not held, Chang'an would likely be rife with displays of martial prowess, which would tarnish the dignity of the Central Plains dynasty. Thus, in such gatherings, Song Bai Ching felt compelled to attend, hoping to encounter a few exceptionally talented scholars and offer them words of praise. The emperor himself also took an interest in these affairs, and had even delved into the study of poetry. However, poetry is such that anyone who has read and learned the rules can compose. Masterpieces emerge only once every few years, while the rest are often mediocre. Therefore, the task of reviewing these works fell to his diligent daughter, Song Yufu. At this moment, several esteemed scholars were seated at the main table, discussing the upcoming spring examinations. Song Yufu attentively examined the poetry manuscripts, occasionally consulting an elderly man with graying hair beside her. This elder, Qi Xinghan, had once gained the favor of the late emperor with his essay Chang'an Fu, achieving great fame in the capital and serving as an imperial censor. He was renowned for his extensive knowledge and eloquence, making him a prominent figure in the city. Notably, Qi Xinghan was also famous for his tenacity. He had admonished the late emperor over 20 times during his reign of more than 20 years, provoking the emperor to scold him directly. Now, after a decade of the current emperor's rule, who had rectified government practices, quelled banditry, and emphasized the importance of commoners, Qi Xinghan still found occasion to criticize him, particularly after the emperor once arrived late to a court meeting due to a chess game, which he would often remind him of, cautioning against indulgence in trivial pursuits. Qi Xinghan, unafraid of consequences, had been so relentless that even many fellow scholars found his fervor excessive, yet none could argue against his capabilities. However, despite his penchant for earnestness, his expertise in poetry was widely acknowledged, and as he scrutinized a pile of disorganized manuscripts, his evaluations were typically fair and respected. As the poetry gathering approached its midpoint, a few commendable pieces had emerged, though none could be deemed timeless masterpieces. Song Yufu grew increasingly impatient, having yet to locate the poem she had heard at the Guozijian, and continuously glanced toward the tables of others. Noticing his daughter's lack of decorum, Song Bai Ching frowned slightly and addressed her. "Yufu, what are you staring at?" The amiable Yen Wang, observing Song Bai Ching's sternness, interjected with a smile. It is understandable for a young lady of her age to have an interest in poetry, given that exceptional works are scarce. It is likely she is simply fatigued from sifting through the mediocrity. As they spoke, Qi Xinghan, sitting nearby, shook his head and chimed in. That is not necessarily the case. Chang'an boasts 1,000,000 households, with many literate individuals among them. There are bound to be a few prodigies, such as in this line. The wind ceases, dust and fragrance fade. As evening falls, I grow weary of fixing my hair. Upon hearing this, several old scholars, their brows furrowed, turned their heads in unison. After spending half the evening reading a flippant poem about a wide river teeming with fresh fish, a line suddenly emerged. The wind has stilled. The dust and fragrance of flowers have vanished. The effect was akin to a refreshing cleansing of the ears, impossible to ignore. Yin Wang and Song Bai Ching both raised their eyebrows slightly, becoming a tad more serious as they turned their gazes towards Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan, having surpassed the age of 60, felt that reciting such verses did not suit his appearance, and thus handed the poem to a servant to pass on to the songstress seated nearby, who was gently playing the zither. The hundreds of talented scholars and elegant ladies present immediately sensed that someone was about to steal the limelight, and they paused their conversations to look over. The elegantly dressed songstress, known for using her talents to enhance her reputation, stood up after receiving the poem, carefully reading through it before softly reciting. The wind has stilled. The dust and fragrance of flowers have vanished. In the evening light, I grow weary of combing my hair. The world is changed, and everything has come to rest. I wish to speak, yet tears flow first. Her melodious voice, laced with a hint of sorrow, vividly portrayed the melancholy of fading glory and the transience of life. In just a few lines, she evoked the image of a woman exhausted and heartbroken from the storms of life. Song Baiqing's eyes brightened, sitting up straight and listening intently. Yin Wang maintained his expression, lightly tapping the table and nodding slowly. The numerous scholars and ladies present recognized the extraordinary skill of the songstress from just the brief opening lines, with an artistic depth that was unattainable for many. Several noble women and ladies were transfixed by the songstress. With a serious demeanor, she continued, "I have heard that the spring by the Shuangxi River is still lovely, and I thought of taking a light boat. Yet, I fear that the frail boat cannot carry the weight of my many sorrows." As the full poem concluded, there was a prolonged silence in the hall. Song Baiqing stroked his beard, furrowing his brow as he pondered, struggling to find the right words for evaluation. The first part of the poem portrayed a woman weathered by life's hardships, while the latter part depicted her determination to continue living, despite her burdens. She yearned for a respite in the beauty of Shuangxi, yet feared that a solitary boat could not bear the weight of her grief. The craftsmanship of both the words and the techniques was exquisite, and the profound sorrow woven throughout was deeply moving. The poem resonated with such melancholy that it felt as though one could see the woman and hear her voice, deserving of the title of a timeless masterpiece. The esteemed scholars, recognizing their own inadequacies in comparison, hesitated to voice any opinions. Yin Wang, after deep contemplation, chuckled and remarked to the talented company, "I did not expect to find such a remarkable woman hidden within this poetry gathering. Her talents truly underappreciated." Qi Xinghan, stroking his chin with a hint of regret in his eyes, mused, "Based solely on this poem, I could petition the emperor to grant this lady a life free from worries about food and clothing. RDU values talent from humble origins, regardless of gender, and cannot allow such a gifted individual to be burdened by sorrow without even a place to seek solace." Although Song Baiqing believed that writing poetry did not equate to good governance, such remarkable poetic skill surely indicated a commendable intellect. He nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely. Which lady composed this poem?" The gathered scholars and ladies glanced around, evidently searching for the middle-aged, sorrowful woman behind the verses. The songstress looked at the signature on the poem, hesitated for a moment, and then uncertainly replied, "Su Buling, Lady Su?" "Chapter 14 indeed, that is I," proclaimed Lady Su. As the songstress announced the name, the hall of Longing Pavilion fell into a brief silence. The scholars and literati furrowed their brows, evidently unfamiliar with this extraordinary woman. Song Baiqing blinked in disbelief, casting a dubious glance at the distant songstress. Once he confirmed she had not misread, he turned his gaze back to the talented ladies below. This name, Buling, coincidentally shares the same name as the son of the Duke of Su. Who is this Lady Buling? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged strange looks. While sharing names is not uncommon, it is quite a curiosity when a man and woman share the same name. However, what surprised everyone was Su Shitzi, seated nearby sipping tea, who stood up, tightening his fur coat, his eyes filled with arrogance and pride. "Indeed, that is I." Xiao Ting, seated next to Su Buling, erupted in a fit of laughter, spraying tea everywhere. Clutching his chest, he gasped, "Su Buling, you cracked me up, haha." Only Xiao Ting's laughter broke the silence. While others remained dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. The wealthy young men and women present were well aware of their own worth and knew that purchasing poetry of such timeless quality was beyond their means. Even if one desired to make a name for oneself, they could at least buy a poem from a man, something that could pass as credible. This was clearly a poem written by a woman who had endured the trials of life. Yet it was presented as if it had sprung from the pen of a noble son, speaking of weariness in the evening light and thoughts of drifting on a boat. Such effeminacy was unbecoming of the son of a duke. Although they knew Su Buling was skilled in martial arts, they did not expect him to be so inept at poetry that he couldn't even copy it correctly. This was akin to a scholar in the Imperial Academy copying his name onto an examination sheet. The hall remained silent for a long while. Had it not been for Su Buling's status, Many talented men and women would have begun to scoff. Yin Wang rubbed his forehead, pondering what to say after such an awkward situation. Song Baiqing, as the Grand Master of the Imperial Academy and Su Buling's teacher, felt a flush of embarrassment creeping up his face, and he addressed the table. Su Buling, as the son of the Duke of Su, you should focus your energies on state affairs and military matters, not busying yourself at poetry gatherings. This statement was meant as a gentle nudge for Su Buling to leave and avoid further embarrassment. Yet Su Buling had come seeking such confrontation. He adopted an air of defiance, stepping into the center of the hall with arms wide open. Anyone can attend a poetry gathering. I wrote a fine poem. Why should I not come? You wrote a fine poem? The gathered scholars and ladies nearly choked on their words. It took immense effort not to voice their incredulity. With hundreds present, none could deny that the poem was clearly written by a woman who had suffered greatly. Su Buling, as the son of a duke, a prodigy of the age, could only claim a tenuous connection to the poetess. If he wished to buy or copy poetry, he should at least choose something believable. It was evident he had been deceived by the poetess and remained blissfully unaware. To be publicly called out for his pretensions of authorship and to stubbornly deny it was entirely expected. However, for Song Baiqing to offer him a way out only for Su Buling to step forward like a target was exceedingly foolish. Did he truly believe his status as the Duke's legitimate son would silence all dissent? At the table, Qi Xinghan, known for his fiery temper, slammed his hand down and stood up, declaring angrily, "Nonsense! Do you take everyone here for illiterate children? If you claim to have written this, have you been disguising yourself as a woman all these years?" Laughter erupted in the hall, with many noble ladies stealing glances at the impeccably dressed Su Buling, whispering to one another, "He is more beautiful than most women. Who knows, perhaps he has indeed been disguised." Upon hearing Qi Xinghan's words, Su Buling's expression froze as he scrutinized Qi Xinghan for a moment, seemingly trying to ascertain his gender. Yin Wang's expression turned peculiar. He raised his hand. Buling is indeed a man, and this poem. Well, after a lengthy pause, he struggled to articulate his thoughts without causing offense. Laughter continued to ripple through the hall. Su Buling, sensing the moment was ripe for his planned theatrics, feigned a blush and spoke defiantly. "This poem is indeed written by me, and you all shall not laugh." Silence. Qi Xinghan, having never encountered such an unrepentant student, slammed the table again and shouted, "If you say you wrote it, who can prove that?" Su Buling fell momentarily silent, adopting a look of feigned innocence, his gaze drifting elsewhere, portraying a man who simply would not admit to copying. Qi Xinghan, seeing this, felt fury rising once more and slammed the table. "Who can prove it?" Su Buling remained unresponsive. Just as the crowd began to enjoy the spectacle, a voice, imbued with righteous authority, suddenly rang out from the elevated platform. "I can prove it." The hall fell into abrupt silence. Su Buling's expression stiffened, as the hall of Longing Pavilion, filled with vibrant lights and bustling activity, fell into an eerie silence upon the utterance of a feeble yet righteous voice. All eyes turned towards the elevated platform where the esteemed scholars were seated, revealing a graceful young woman standing resolutely, her eyes reflecting indignation, clearly believing that the literary figures present should not tarnish another's reputation. Song Baiqing furrowed his brows and remarked, "Yu Fu, what are you attempting to prove?" Song Yu Fu, with poise, offered a respectful bow to the gathering of talented individuals, asserting, "This poem was indeed penned by young Master Su. It is merely that I, disinterested in fame, chose not to engage in disputes. You should not judge a gentleman's intentions with the narrow perspective of a petty person." The talented women and men present exchanged glances, unsure of how to explain to this young lady, who seemed to be merely a damsel smitten by Su Buling's beauty, oblivious to the situation and creating a ruckus. Did they not understand whether Su Buling had plagiarized? Meanwhile, the protagonist of this incident, Su Buling, was filled with dread as he gazed at the unexpected arrival of Cheng Yaojin, wishing fervently to silence him. After all, he had only just acquired the infamy of literary theft and was on the verge of achieving his aim. Why had Cheng chosen this moment to join the fray? Seeing Song Yufu raise an objection, Qi Xinghan frowned and inquired. To condone and cover up such actions could tarnish one's reputation. How will you justify him? With unwavering confidence, Song Yufu was ready to expose Su Buling's true nature, demonstrating that he was not a mere brute, but a multifaceted talent with deep intellect and boundless potential. However, Su Bueling, adept at reading the room, sensed that she had captured his weakness. Acting swiftly, he stepped forward and declared, "Enough. Miss Song speaks with integrity. I am grateful for your support, but I must confess that this poem is indeed my own transcribed work, and I would not wish to implicate you in my misfortune." Upon his admission, a wave of astonishment swept through the hall. To openly admit to plagiarism could solidify the accusation against him. Yet Su Bueling's courageous acknowledgement rendered him a figure of respect, as he was the legitimate son of the Duke, casually engaging in the acquisition of poetry. And acknowledging the truth did not affect his standing. Song Baiqing, Qi Xinghan, and the other esteemed scholars collectively breathed a sigh of relief, nodding in approval. Qi Xinghan was about to offer a sage piece of advice regarding the possibility of redemption through acknowledgement, but before he could, Miss Song interjected once more. With a face full of anger and confusion, her almond-shaped eyes widened. "Young Master Su, this poem is indeed your creation. Why not admit it and bear the stigma of theft? Because I do not wish for my life to be cut short." Su Bueling gritted his teeth internally, forcing a semblance of humility onto his face as he shook his head with a slight smile. "The merit of this poem speaks for itself. I could never have written it. I merely transcribed it." Song Yufu's eyes narrowed. "Whose work did you transcribe?" Su Bueling's heart sank as he froze on the spot. This was a predicament. Whose work did I copy? I copied that of Li Qingzhao, he thought, but there was no Li Qingzhao here. Su Bueling's face darkened as he internally scrambled. I had a servant procure it. However, this statement went unheard. Song Yufu's question had drawn the attention of all present. Indeed, Su Bueling's literary talent might be in question, but the poem itself was undeniably authentic. This exquisite piece, destined to become a timeless masterpiece, must have been crafted by someone of genuine skill, regardless of Su Bueling's purchase. Qi Xinghan, ever the meticulous scholar, furrowed his brow and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Young Master Su, if you claim that this poem was purchased, might I inquire from whom you acquired it?" Su Bueling inhaled deeply. "I had a servant purchase it. I do not know the vendor. When was it bought?" "A few days ago." Qi Xinghan nodded, as the esteemed scholars on the platform were not mere pretenders. Each had spent a lifetime navigating the corridors of power. Upon hearing Su Bueling's words, peculiar expressions spread across their faces. Qi Xinghan, now smiling, descended from the platform and, with hands clasped behind his back like a sage, circled Su Bueling. "So, this means the poem was acquired near Chang'an. Is that correct?" Su Bueling frowned, "I suppose." "Ha ha." Qi Xinghan scrutinized Su Bueling. With a population of 1 million in Chang'an, half have received some education, yet only about 30% can read and write, and less than 10% truly understand poetry, correct? The assembled talents nodded in agreement. Chang'an, being the capital, attracted countless scholars, yet the circle of true poets remained small. Qi Xinghan chuckled lightly. "Most of those who can recite poetry are likely to be scholars or idlers, and among them, how many women can we count? You all must be aware." Everyone nodded in unison. Women were barred from official positions, and while many could read and write, few possessed genuine talent. In Chang'an, only a handful of women could truly be called gifted. Qi Xinghan circled Su Bueling once more, based on the poem's sentiment. It seems to reflect the thoughts of a somewhat older woman who has experienced considerable hardships and loss. It is unlikely that someone of such talent would remain unknown. After careful consideration, I conclude that there is no woman in all of Chang'an with this blend of experience and talent. Indeed, there were no such women in Chang'an. Had there been, they would have long since achieved fame. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. Su Bueling, glancing around, raised his hands in resignation. "I am but a man of 18, elevated in status. It is impossible for me to have penned such a poem." Qi Xinghan smirked, revealing a hint of approval. "Though young, your humility is commendable. It is indeed rare to see such modesty. I mistakenly judged you with a narrow mindset." Su Bueling, biwi, vetponde. "You assume I am the author simply because you cannot find another? On what basis?" Qi Xinghan chuckled. "While young Master Su may not have experienced such trials, Madame Lu, having been widowed, has dedicated herself to caring for you. It is not far-fetched to think you may have drawn inspiration from her to compose this poem." A ripple of astonishment swept through the hall. Many noblemen were aware of this matter, and upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. Su Bueling, eyes wide with disbelief, had not anticipated such imaginative reasoning from the elder. He raised a hand. This poem was not written about Madame Lu. It was purchased by me. Please do not make wild assumptions. Qi Xinghan, hands clasped behind him, appeared content. It is admirable that you do not seek fame. But young master, Su should not conceal the truth so deeply. Since you claim it was purchased, do tell from whom? Su Bueling opened his mouth to speak. I have already said it was a servant who bought it anonymously. I do not know the seller. Qi Xinghan sighed. It matters not whether you confess or not. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. All present are learned individuals, aware of the situation. Indeed, Qi Xianxing makes a valid point. Su Bueling found himself increasingly cornered. Unable to refute their claims, he raised his hands in surrender. Believe what you wish. With that, he turned to make his escape. On the platform, upon seeing Su Bueling's intention to leave, Song Yufu hurriedly stepped forward. Wait. I have not finished proving my point. I also possess other poems written by young Master Su, such as drunkenly lighting the lanterns and viewing the sword. Are you done yet? Su Bueling erupted in anger, his form soaring like a hawk, his fox fur coat billowing as he leapt onto the platform. He swiftly covered Song Yufu's mouth, taking her, who was struggling with impatience, and with 3 large strides, he dashed out the window, disappearing from the hall. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Many noble ladies gazed with wide eyes at the display of extraordinary agility, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Shitzi possesses both martial prowess and literary talent, complemented by his strikingly handsome appearance, leaving little room for other men to thrive. Indeed, such an understanding gentleman is a rarity. Were I Lu Foreign, my heart would surely melt, in stark contrast to the infatuated gazes of many. The esteemed scholars upon the high platform surveyed their surroundings with expressions of mild astonishment. They had never anticipated that the notoriously impulsive and ruthless Su Wang Shitzi could possess such remarkable literary flair. Wang Songyu lightly tapped the table with his fingers, pondering for a moment before chuckling softly. This lad, in his intoxication, has hidden his talents quite profoundly. Song Baiqing furrowed his brows, contemplating for a spell before shaking his head. Old Qi presents a compelling argument, yet Su Bueling is merely 18 years of age. No matter how gifted, it is improbable he could compose such a poem, and it is unnecessary to deny it. Observing Su Bueling's reaction, it seems there may be deeper implications. Until a conclusion is reached, it is prudent to refrain from spreading rumors. This marked a tentative resolution to their discourse. However, with so many present, each with their own ears and intellect, the veracity of the claims remained uncertain. Chapter 16. Reckoning as night fell, delicate snowflakes danced upon the eaves of Longing Pavilion, where the dim lanterns cast a muted glow. A few cultured maidens, having yet to ascend the pavilion, engaged in light-hearted conversation beneath the now bare maple trees. The distant clamor of carriages and chatter from the streets accentuated the serene atmosphere outside the pavilion. In the shadow of the towering buildings, a figure clad in a fluffy gown, Song Yufu, leaned against a corner of the courtyard wall. Her hands rested upon her chest, though not diminutive in stature. The man who cornered her was tall enough that she had to tilt her face upwards. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with anxiety, yet also with a defiant spirit. Su Bueling, adorned in a fox fur coat dusted with snow, bore a frustrated expression. Do you have a problem? Have I provoked you in any way? Su Bueling's ire was entirely justified. Following Lu Foreign's instructions, he had come to purchase poetry to tarnish his own reputation, painstakingly recalling the verses of Li Qingzhao, only to be thwarted by Song Yufu. The current circumstances led most within the pavilion to believe he had penned the poem Feng Zhu Chanxiang Hua Yi Jin for Lu Foreign, leaving him speechless and unable to clarify. By morning, he dreaded what absurd rumors might circulate. Moreover, his reputation as a gentleman and a friend to women seemed destined to solidify. Where could one find another who so deeply understood the sentiments of ladies? Should this information reach Lu Foreign's ears, Su Bueling could already envision her lamenting his misfortune and lamenting his failure, questioning what use he had left if he could feign the role of a tender poetic talent. Yet, Song Yufu appeared oblivious to these ramifications. As a woman hailing from a scholarly lineage, she held her reputation in higher regard than her own life, clinging to her convictions with unwavering pride. Facing the stern Su Bueling, she was undeterred, addressing him earnestly. Su Shitzi, on what grounds do you threaten me? with genuine talent. You ought not to waste your breath explaining yourself to those unworthy of it. As the adage goes, accumulated slander can destroy bones. A multitude can distort gold. If you choose silence, time will only solidify the falsehoods. I am merely striving to clear your name, and you ought to express gratitude. Gratitude? Su Bueling raised his hand as if to strike. Song Yufu tucked her face into her fluffy collar, slightly turning her profile, her words still sharp. You are a gentleman. Striking a woman would be unbecoming of your character. You are merely attempting to intimidate me. I have already discerned this. Is it not evident that my weakness is my justification? Su Bueling nodded, breaking a twig from the nearby bushes and stepping toward her. Extend your hand. Song Yufu quickly concealed her hands behind her back, leaning against the wall defiantly. You cannot strike me. A ruler is meant for correction, and I have committed no offense. You cannot assault me without cause. If you wish to punish me, you must first inform me of my wrongdoing. Otherwise, I shall not amend my ways, and I shall dare again. Given Song Yufu's scholarly temperament, she might indeed proclaim his talents far and wide to vindicate him. Su Bueling's gaze turned cold. You will refrain from meddling in my affairs henceforth. A day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. Since you address my father as sir, I must uphold his reputation. Song Yufu remained steadfast against the wall, refusing to relent. Su Bueling sighed gently, pondering briefly before stating coldly, a tree that stands out in the forest will surely attract the wind. Do you understand this principle? Song Yufu nodded. I am the legitimate heir of Su Wang, with dominion over 12 provinces and commanding 200,000 iron cavalry. Can I not be considered a tree standing out in the forest? Are you attempting to conceal your talents? Su Bueling exhaled, maintaining a stern demeanor. Do you now comprehend where you have erred? Song Yufu hesitantly nodded, yet soon furrowed her brows, murmuring, to conceal one's talents is not to act as you have, purchasing poetry to sully one's reputation. The focus lies in the purchase, not in claiming authorship. I am not a widow. How could I compose such verses? Su Bueling replied, his voice low. Song Yufu's eyes narrowed slightly. So it is true you wrote for Lu Foreign. Su Shitsi, you possess a keen intellect. Su Bueling's expression darkened as he seized her sleeve, pulling her slightly forward and playfully striking her with the twig. You are determined to be obstinate, are you? Song Yufu gasped in surprise. Though the winter attire cushioned the impact, the notion of a man striking a woman was utterly unacceptable, especially at the age of 16. That is not permitted. Only the hands may be struck. Su Bueling lightly tapped her hand with the twig, not applying much force. Song Yufu furrowed her brows, but did not shy away, evidently accustomed to such treatment from adults in her youth. After a couple of symbolic taps, Su Bueling discarded the twig. Recognizing your fault is sufficient. Do not circulate tales of me as a gentleman and a talent. Should I catch wind of any such rumors, I possess ample means to deal with you. Song Yufu tucked her hands into her sleeves, her cheeks slightly flushed, muttering, I could inform my father. That would not do. If the entirety of Chang'an were to know, who would remain unaware of your dual talents and profound cunning? As she continued, Song Yufu noticed Su Bueling's gaze growing colder, prompting her to hastily cease her words and ponder. I shall keep your secret. Su Bueling scrutinized her with narrowed eyes, uncertain of her intentions. To safeguard himself, he removed the hairpin from her head. The white jade pin, unembellished save for the inscription Bright Moon Shines on the Pine, was undoubtedly crafted by a master artisan. Alarmed, Song Yufu quickly reached for it. Su Shitsi, please return my pin. It was a keepsake from my mother. Su Bueling casually flipped his palm, concealing the pin within his sleeve. I shall return it when I depart the capital. Speak indiscreetly and, that is unacceptable. A lady's hairpin is not to be given to another. I assure you I will not speak out of turn. Su Bueling scoffed lightly. It is good that you are anxious. I am not lacking in hairpins. Should you keep your silence, I will return it. I promise not to speak out of turn. Just ensure the pin is not lost. Furthermore, the poetry was derived from a rare anthology found within the Wang residence. Not my own composition. Song Yufu nodded vigorously, feigning comprehension. I understand. Su Bueling assumed a stern visage. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Should you cause me any further trouble, I shall have no mercy. Song Yufu's face reddened, and she pressed her lips together. Su Shitsi, you are a noble scion. How can you utter such words fit for rascals? I will not trouble you. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. An assassin. It was the same individual as before. "Quick, seize her!" The sound of drawn blades echoed, and in an instant, dozens of wolf warriors emerged from the surrounding buildings near Longyin Pavilion, rushing toward the southeastern direction. A jolt of alarm coursed through Song Yufu. She recalled the news of Zhang Xiang, the commander of the investigative division, being assassinated, astonished that the assassin had resurfaced. Where did they go? Chapter 19. The soft persimmon Prince Longyin Pavilion stood between two alleys, with snowflakes swirling in the absence of moonlight, casting the street in a dim gloom. Su Buling leapt over the courtyard wall and landed gracefully on the street, raising his gaze to behold a distant clash of blades. A figure clad in black, donning a conical hat and wielding a sharp long sword, was embroiled in a fierce battle with 6 members of the Tianzi camp's wolf guards. The walls and rooftops occasionally crumbled, eliciting startled screams from the residents. Old Xiao, leaning on his cane, deftly maneuvered over the courtyard wall and landed steadily before Su Buling. His brow furrowed. This individual possesses formidable martial skills. Their swordplay resembles that of the Tang family, yet lacks its essence, suggesting they may have learned it through illicit means. It is likely they're a vengeful figure from the rivers and lakes. Su Buling nodded slightly, not particularly surprised by the appearance of an assassin in the capital. 10 years prior, the late emperor had passed away, and Prince Songji ascended the throne. Given that Diyue had flourished through martial prowess over 2 centuries, countless martial clans and sects had emerged, with even the imperial capital, Chang'an, teeming with martial academies. The intertwining of familial legacies, grievances, and loyalties had woven a vast network of influence, rivaling that of the once dominant aristocratic clans. With so many martial practitioners, it was inevitable that some would resort to desperate measures, leading to acts of arson, murder, and lawlessness. Remote counties had become the private domains of certain families and sects, resembling a nation within a nation. Upon ascending the throne, Songji's first task was to eradicate the influence of these martial factions, compelling several prominent clans to submit to the Bureau of Investigation, dispatching their skilled members to eliminate those who defied authority, an event historically referred to as the Iron Eagle Hunt. The initial intent of the Iron Eagle Hunt was evidently commendable, aimed at supporting established clans while suppressing the fragmented powers of the martial world, guiding warriors towards loyalty to the throne, akin to mastering literary and martial skills to repay the imperial family. However, the court miscalculated the response of the martial community. The fundamental difference between martial artists and scholars lies in their hearts, which harbor blades. A common man's fury may lead to bloodshed, and many resisted the court's oppression. After centuries of entanglements among various factions, the allegiance of established clans to the court in their campaign against the martial forces often resulted in difficult decisions, with some seeking personal vendettas. Within a mere year, the situation escalated to an unmanageable state, with signs of rebellion emerging. The consequences of the emperor's wrath were all too predictable. The 7th prince soon received an imperial edict, mobilizing over 800,000 troops to sweep through the Dayue dynasty, effectively breaking the backbone of the martial community. The princess of Su, born of the Lu clan from Donghai, shared a lineage with the Lu clan of Jinling, both being ancient aristocracies of the Central Plains. At that time, the Donghai Lu clan had diverged in opinion, deeming the court's actions excessively aggressive, ultimately provoking the encirclement by the Iron Cavalry of Shiliang. Following a fierce battle, the then head of the Lu family perished, leading to the princess of Su's untimely demise, a matter that the Prince of Su has yet to recover from. Even the princes with dominion over 12 states suffered dire consequences, illustrating the brutality of the martial world at that time. A decade later, those seeking vengeance in the capital came in droves, with over 100 individuals silently perishing annually at the hands of the wolf guards. Su Buling scrutinized the scene for a moment, unable to discern the faction of the black-clad woman. Yet recognizing her extraordinary skill, he inquired softly, "Is Zhang Xiang dead?" Old Xiao shook his head. Zhang Xiang oversees the Bureau of Investigation. It is not so easy for him to fall. He just attempted an assassination, but was detected by Zhang Xiang and sustained a blow. He may not escape. Su Buling note that, intending to investigate the archives where Zhang Xiang presided. He contemplated whether this assassin could prove useful when a sudden shout rang out from afar. "Get back. Be careful." "Your Highness." Su Bueling was startled, looking up to see the black-clad assassin charging toward him with her sword drawn. Old Xiao squinted, exclaiming, "This child lacks discernment," mistaking the young master for an easy target. As Old Xiao prepared to intervene, Su Bueling gently raised his hand to stop him, feigning a look of terror. "Protect the prince." The cold wind howled fiercely. She had seen this noble young man once at the Sun family's shop. He appeared pale and poisoned, thus leaving a lasting impression. Having just heard from passers-by that he was the son of a prince, his status was elevated. Under normal circumstances, she would have disregarded these oblivious young noblemen. But now, trapped in a dire situation, with such a significant hostage in her grasp, she had little choice. The black-clad assassin, without a moment's hesitation, stomped her embroidered shoes against the cobbled street, nearly shattering the blue stones beneath her. In an instant, she leapt forth, covering a distance of over 10 zhang to reach the handsome young man. "Protect the prince." The young noble's eyes widened in fear as he desperately sought to flee. The elderly servant, aghast, dropped his cane and fled, entirely ignoring his master beside him. Seizing a critical moment, the black-clad assassin grasped the young noble's shoulder and pulled him into her embrace, her sword poised threateningly at his neck, facing the approaching wolf guards. "Hold!" The captain of the wolf guards was struck with terror, urgently commanding his advancing subordinates to halt. They understood that while Su Bueling possessed decent martial skills, under the influence of the locked dragon curse, he would not stand a chance against this assassin. Should the Prince of Su fall to her blade, it would spell doom for everyone present, from Commander Zhang Xiang to the wolf guards. At that moment, the captain could only halt 3 zhang away, urgently calling out, "Bold thief, release his highness." The black-clad assassin, slightly shorter than Su Bueling, firmly gripped the young man's shoulder with one hand while awkwardly holding the sword against his throat with the other. Her breath came in uneven gasps as she surveyed the encroaching wolf guards. "Stand back," she commanded, her voice airy and resonant, exuding an aura of chilling elegance. Su Bueling's expression tightened as he raised both hands, signaling the wolf guards not to act rashly. "Everyone, stand down. Do not act impulsively. Do not speak." The black-clad assassin coldly retorted, tightening her grip around Su Bueling's waist as she leapt atop the courtyard wall, dashing towards the outside of Dafong. "If you dare pursue, I shall slay him on the spot." The faces of the wolf guards turned pale, torn between the urge to chase and the fear of doing so. They hesitated, unsure of what to do. With the assassin holding the Prince of Su hostage, they could not pursue openly. If cornered, she might retaliate, leading to certain death for all present. They could only brace themselves to seal off the exits, preventing the assailant from escaping Chang'an. Chapter 20. Awakened? The night deepened, and the myriad streets and alleys of Chang'an were shrouded in silence, devoid of passers-by, leaving only the swirling snow. Su Bueling, held by the black-clad assassin, darted swiftly through the buildings. Once they left Dafong, the sword at his neck was withdrawn. Su Bueling, tall and clad in a thick white fox fur coat, found it somewhat peculiar to be carried by a woman. "Heroine, you do not intend to kill me, do you? I have always been well behaved." The black-clad assassin, evidently injured, moved unsteadily, her voice cool yet reassuring. "I will not harm you. Do not panic. Once I escape, I will release you." Su Bueling feigned alarm. "Do not deceive me." The assassin, seemingly not one for idle chatter, hesitated, fearing Su Bueling might resist. After a moment of silence, she softly added, "At the Sun family shop, you gave that shopkeeper a tale of silver. The proprietor mentioned you were decent and would not kill." Su Bueling felt a wave of relief, chuckling lightly. "Is that so? What is your name, young lady?" The black-clad assassin guided Su Bueling through the streets of Chang'an. Before long, fatigue set in, and as they crossed an alley, her foot faltered, causing her to stumble. Startled, the black-clad assassin regained her balance, deftly landing between the shadows of the alley, and pushed Su Bueling away. "Go." She clutched her chest, gripping her sword, and hastily made her way deeper into the alley, her steps unsteady. Su Bueling stood still for a moment, brushing off his shoulder, noticing some bloodstains on the fur. He watched as the black-clad assassin fled, turning into the alley's corner when a soft thud echoed in the distance. After a brief pause, Su Bueling ventured into the depths of the alley amidst the swirling snow. The cloaked female assassin lay sprawled on the ground, her long sword still grasped in her hand. Her slender eyebrows and delicate lips framed a countenance that exuded an ethereal chill, concealing the beauty that her pallid cheeks betrayed rendering her appearance rather tragic. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed as Lao Shao, leaning on his cane, made his way to Su Buling, furrowing his brow as he observed her closely. I didn't realize she was such a rare beauty. Comparable to the young prince, he remarked. Su Buling frowned slightly, touching her cheek. Do not compare me to women. With a smirk, Su Buling knelt and searched around the waist of the black-clad assassin, discovering a jade pendant engraved with the yin-yang symbol. The words Chongqing inscribed on its reverse, an emblem of Chongqing. Lao Shao squatted down, scrutinizing her features. Given her age and appearance, she must be Ning Qingyi, the disciple of the Taoist master Guqiu from Chongqing. Lacking familiarity with the affairs of the martial world, Su Buling listened with a vague understanding. Is she formidable? Lao Shao, having long been immersed in the myriad tales of the Jianghu, recounted with ease. According to rumors, Ning Qingyi's parents fell victim to the iron eagles hunting 10 years ago and were subsequently taken in by Chongqing near Wudong Mountain. By the age of 13, she had already begun to shine, possessing a beauty that could topple kingdoms. However, she rarely descends the mountain, and only a few have truly seen her. Most of this information comes from a well-informed gossip from Wudong. He continued, her master, Guqiu, hailed from the Tang family in Yuzhou and was renowned for her beauty during the Xuanhe period, later becoming a Taoist nun. The fact that Ning Qingyi has mastered the Tang family's swordsmanship yet has not achieved her desires may be attributed to this. Oh, Buling, not entirely grasping the chaotic relationships within the Jianghu, squatted down to observe. No wonder she concealed her face. If Zhang Xiang recognizes her, it would spell trouble for Chongqing. Lao Shao nodded. To dare to enter the capital to assassinate means there is certainly a blood feud with Zhang Xiang. If we hand her over to the Wolf Guard, we can allow Zhu Manji to infiltrate the Tianzi camp directly. However, Zhang Xiang often remains within the archives, making it easy for Zhu Manji to be discovered. What do you suggest we do, young prince? With a light chuckle, Su Buling replied. Are you implying we use her to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair, allowing Zhu Manji to seize the opportunity to uncover the news of the Long Lock Gu? Lao Shao stroked his cane, chuckling. Primarily, I, this old bone, cannot bear to witness such an exquisite flower be crushed. The flowers of the Jianghu require the careful nurturing of lecherous souls like us. Enough. Su Buling shook his head helplessly, removing his white fox fur coat and draping it over Ning Qingyi before carrying her towards an empty courtyard nestled within an alley. Crossing the dilapidated courtyard wall, they found the ground littered with fallen leaves, and the house's windows were riddled with holes. Lao Shao pushed open the courtyard door, scanned the area, and, satisfied there were no issues, approached the well to draw a bucket of water. Su Buling laid Ning Qingyi on the wooden bed, covering her with the fox fur, and sat beside her, gently taking her wrist and feeling for her pulse. She has sustained internal injuries. It may be a while before she awakens. Do we have any healing balm? Lao Shao placed the bucket aside and retrieved a small porcelain vial from his robe. Offering it to Su Buling, he poured a pill from the vial, pried open Ning Qingyi's slightly bruised lips, and placed it inside. A flicker of pain crossed her ice-cold countenance, her brows knitting tightly, but within moments, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and her complexion gradually regained its color. After observing for a while, Lao Shao turned and exited the room. All is well. Buling chuckled softly, rising to close the door, glancing around before smashing the old wooden table with a single strike and picking up a splinter to mend the dilapidated window. The cold wind swept through the aged courtyard, causing the time-worn window frame to sway. A faint murmur echoed in the dimly lit room as Ning Qingyi opened her weary eyes, feeling a warm sensation enveloping her, though the hardness of the bed and the pervasive ache in her body were unbearable. A flickering fire stick stood at her bedside, casting light just a few feet ahead. In the faint glow, she saw a tall figure by the window, clad in a white robe, hammering away at the window with a broken plank. His thin attire insufficient against the biting cold as he occasionally rubbed his hands together. The young man appeared no older than 17 or 18, strikingly handsome, clearly a pampered scion of a wealthy family, ill-suited for such tasks, evidenced by the haphazard way he blocked the window, with dust clinging to his robe. Ning Qingyi raised her long sword, but within moments, a splitting headache forced her back onto the bed. She glanced down, noticing the luxurious white fox fur covering her, her garments intact, though the warmth of the fur had caused her to sweat slightly, and the collar was ajar, whether from another's hand or her own in her stupor. She could not tell. With a flutter of her eyelids, she lay powerless on the bed, her sword slipping from her grasp to the floor. Old Buling, engaged in his repairs, noticed the movement beside the bed and turned to reveal a warm smile. "Miss, you are awake?" Nightfall enveloped the small room in tranquil silence. Ning Qingyi regarded him with a hint of wariness, but more so with confusion, moistening her lips to ease her throat before weakly asking, "Why did you not leave?" Su Buling, still at work on the window, replied casually, "I had barely stepped outside when I saw you lying on the ground. In this frigid weather, you would surely suffer frostbite by morning, so I brought you here. This courtyard seems uninhabited, and I refrained from starting a fire for fear the landlord might come. And I had no firewood." His tone was soothing, resonant like a conversation with an old friend, devoid of the usual arrogance of a wealthy heir. Ning Qingyi closed her eyes, gathering her thoughts for a moment, gradually regaining color in her cheeks, her breath becoming steadier, her mind clearing. Turning her head to regard Su Buling, who was speaking to himself, she fell into a contemplative silence before finally asking, "Why did you save me?" Su Buling blinked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. When one encounters someone on the brink of death, one cannot simply ignore them. "Earlier, you mentioned I am a good person who does not kill. I believe you must be a female hero, one who upholds righteousness." Ning Qingyi struggled to sit up, clutching the soft fur around her, still wary. "If you report me to the authorities, it would be a significant achievement. Saving me would surely draw the ire of the deathless from the investigation bureau." Hearing this, Su Buling shook his head with a smile. Ning Qingyi was taken aback, realizing Su Buling's extraordinary status. How could a mere investigation bureau dare to provoke the Su family? She pondered. "I have heard of General Su's formidable reputation. Today, I find myself in a desperate situation and have offended you. I am Ning Qingyi, and I owe you a debt of gratitude, which I shall repay in the future." Su Buling shook his head, producing a wine gourd from his waist and offering it to her. "Killing officials is akin to rebellion. I save you not to witness you freeze to death. If you are indeed a rebel, it will be best to dissociate from me and consider tonight's events as if they never occurred." Ning Qingyi accepted the wine gourd with a slight nod. "My attempt on Zhang Xiang's life was solely for personal revenge. 10 years ago, Zhang Xiang caused my mother's death. In the Jianghu, one repays grudges with vengeance and kindness with gratitude. It is not rebellion." As she raised the gourd to her lips, she momentarily recalled it belonged to Su Buling and reluctantly took a sip. The unsteady grip of her wrist caused her to spill more than intended. The strong liquor burned fiercely, and in her weakened state, she struggled to handle it, coughing several times before regaining her composure. Su Buling smiled slightly. "You truly are beautiful. Your name is Su Buling?" "Indeed. Have you heard of me, miss?" Su Buling nodded, recalling how he had once been dismissive, driving many prominent figures from a Jianghu away. In his youth, he had been immature and reckless, but now, if those Jianghu elders were to return, "You would seek to apprentice? I would provide them with some travel expenses to ensure their departure is not too awkward." Nink, vink, yibilinkit, hesitating before ultimately shaking her head with a smile. Her innate cool demeanor, coupled with that smile, indeed evoked the image of a snow lotus blooming for the first time. After a brief pause, feeling significantly stronger, she lifted the fox fur and sat at the edge of the wooden bed. Retrieving her long sword from the floor and glancing at Su Buling standing nearby, "Are you poisoned?" Su Buling nodded, a hint of helplessness in his expression. "You have a keen eye." Ning Qingyi pondered for a moment, then suddenly reached out and grasped Su Buling's wrist, taking a moment to assess. Su Buling did not resist, merely smiling lightly. After a brief examination, Ning Qingyi's expression shifted to one of gravity as she scrutinized him more closely. "The last time I saw you at the Sun's establishment, your complexion seemed frail, and considering your long-standing indulgence in spirits, I had my suspicions. I never imagined you were afflicted by the Solongu." Ning Qingyi shook her head. "This peculiar poison leaves its victims with scarcely any martial ability. Any attempt to exert oneself could result in death or severe injury. Lying quietly, one rarely survives beyond 3 years. I have not heard of any antidote. Yet you move with such ease. Your former martial prowess must have been considerable." Su Buling smai wamli. "I was only slightly inferior to you. A hero in my own right, but now I am not much different from a cripple. A warrior stripped of their skills is akin to a noble who has lost their fortune. Such a blow is unbearable for most in the martial world." Ning Qingye's eyes reflected a hint of sympathy as she shifted slightly, patting the bed to indicate Su Buling should sit down. You must find it difficult at times. I have heard that those afflicted by the Solongu suffer day and night, tormented as if by 1,000 ants, living a fate worse than death. Su Buling sat beside Ning Qingye on the edge of the bed. Drinking spirits can temporarily suppress the poison. It's not all that bad. Who did this to you? Su Buling furrowed his brow in thought before gently shaking his head. I do not know. I am currently investigating in secret. If it were revenge from the martial world, it would be one thing, but he paused, glancing towards the palace, letting out a deep sigh. If, as he suspected, the emperor had orchestrated this to eradicate the line of the Su king or to curtail the feudal lords, he might not live to escape Chang'an. Ning Qingye sensed the worry in Su Buling's tone and hesitated momentarily. Your family is quite formidable. Resolving the poison should not be an issue. Illness often stems from the mind. Perhaps by easing your heart, you might prolong your life a few more days. Clearly, Ning Qingye was not one to offer comfort easily. Su Buling nodded with a gentle smile, his gaze drifting to the Qing Feng long sword between them. The sword measured 3 feet 2 inches, its hilt wrapped in green cord, while the scabbard appeared newly crafted and somewhat ill-fitting. Su Buling, once obsessed with martial arts, possessed a far greater understanding of weapons than of poetry or prose. After a brief appraisal, he picked up the long sword, flicking it 3 inches from its sheath, revealing a glimmer of cold light in the flickering glow of the firestarter. His fingers glided along the blade's edge. A fine sword. Is this called Shangchuan? Ning Qingye gazed at the slender blade, a trace of sorrow evident in her eyes. The silence between them deepened, as both Ning Qingye and Su Buling were not particularly talkative. Ning Qingye lifted her hand, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, taking small sips from her wine gourd to stave off the cold and quench her thirst. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar, she was uncertain how to engage in conversation with the son of a powerful prince. After some time, it was already past midnight. Su Buling did not linger. Rising with the wine gourd in hand, I must take my leave. The Imperial Guards are searching for me and will soon scour the city. I will inform them that you have already escaped the city. You can rest here for the next few days. Since he had not caused any trouble for Ning Qingye while unconscious, she naturally believed his words. After a moment's hesitation, she softly inquired, Why help me? The desire for beauty is innate to all. Men are simply like that, Su Buling casually remarked before stepping out and closing the door behind him. Ning Qingye was briefly taken aback, and after a moment, her cool demeanor revealed a hint of annoyance, with a subtle reprimand for the flirtatious nature of his comment. She lay back down. However, she soon noticed the fluffy fox fur coat still resting beside her. Remembering Su Buling's poisoned and weakened state, she hurriedly sat up, her injuries causing her steps to falter as she stumbled toward the door. Wait a moment. Upon opening the door, she was met by the howling wind and snow outside, where the only remnants of footprints were scattered across the snow-covered ground, leaving no trace of a person behind. Ning Qingye blinked and, clutching the luxurious fox fur, stood for a moment before ultimately shaking her head and smiling. Perhaps she found the young prince to be somewhat naive in the ways of the world. Chapter 22. As dawn broke, Su Buling walked through the narrow stone alley, shedding the fox fur to reveal a simple white robe. Feeling the biting cold of the winter wind, the effects of the Solongu had left him with a frail body, and now, under the influence of the chill, he felt a dull pain in his chest and abdomen. He shook the wine gourd, which was nearly empty. He had consumed every last drop, leaving not a single drop for himself. How ungracious, Su Buling thought to himself. Craftsmen in the marketplace, regardless of their stature, adhered to strict opening hours, a tradition that seldom varied, as it showed respect to their patrons. The Sun's establishment, being a well-known old shop, was no exception. The proprietor, Sun, likely had never opened late or closed early in his lifetime. An irregular opening time would lead to situations like this, where he desperately sought wine but found the doors barred. With no means of contacting anyone, he could only stand outside and wait. Su Buling clasped his hands within his sleeves, standing quietly beneath the wine banner, reasoning that an elder like Sun would not delay for long. Unfortunately, as the sky brightened, Su Buling's complexion turned pale. Several patrons arrived and departed, yet Sun was still absent. Su Buling frowned slightly, silently concluding, perhaps something has happened at home. Meanwhile, in a study within the Wenchang Academy, Song Yufu, sporting dark circles under her eyes, sorted through a pile of Xian paper. Each day, she assisted her father in leading the morning readings, fully aware that the noble children would not pose any questions. Nonetheless, she meticulously prepared the recitations in advance to avoid any embarrassment during the actual session. Under normal circumstances, she would have risen early. Yet after the previous night's longing poetry gathering, she found herself unsettled. Learning that Su Shitsi had been abducted by thieves kept her tossing and turning. And only when the dawn approached did she finally drift into a light slumber. Though worried about Su Shitsi's safety, she still had tasks to attend to. Today, she needed to prepare for her lesson and organize the poetry manuscripts from the previous night's gathering, which were to be sent to the palace for the emperor's perusal. The current emperor took a keen interest in literary figures and, to demonstrate his appreciation for scholars, would occasionally request poems from the talented youth of Chang'an, with praises sometimes leaking from the palace, thereby elevating the poet's status. It was an important matter for the talented individuals of Chang'an. These tasks were typically managed by the older scholars of the Guozijian, but her father, disinterested in pursuits of fame and wealth, had entrusted them to her, leaving her somewhat pitiful in the role of a daughter. The manuscripts for the emperor could not be chosen carelessly. A hidden acrostic or veiled criticism could lead to severe consequences. Song Yufu diligently compared the manuscripts under the dim light, though some were truly insipid, such as Xiao Ting's poem My Chancellor Father, which was a jumbled mess and could not be criticized. After glancing at it for a moment, she became distressed and picked up another manuscript from the nearby table to cleanse her eyes. The unnamed manuscript contained the lines 10 years of life and death. Vast and obscure, not thinking of you makes it hard to forget. It was said that the current emperor was a romantic at heart, having never remarried since the empress's passing. If he were to see these lines, he would surely feel a deep sense of nostalgia. Unfortunately, given Su Shitsi's prior warning, Song Yufu would certainly not dare to submit these lines. If the emperor were to take delight and inquire about the author, it would spell great trouble. Song Yufu held the poem for a while, convinced that it could not have been written by anyone else. No one in the dynasty possessed such literary talent, and having spent so much time with Su Shitsi, she felt he had concealed much. It was not impossible for him to have penned these verses. Yet, since Su Shitsi insisted they were copied, there was little she could do but admire them in solitude. From the flickering light until the dawn began to break, Song Yufu, having gone a night without sleep, gradually began to nod off, resembling a chick pecking at grain. She was unaware of how long she had been in this state when the sudden chime of a bell echoed from outside. Dong dong! Song Yufu was abruptly awakened, her face turning pale in an instant. The morning bell signaled the commencement of early study sessions, and most scholars had already arrived at Guozijian. Dazed and confused, she was evidently late. The esteemed teacher valued punctuality, and a delay could lead to severe reprimands from her father if discovered. Alarmed, Song Yufu hurriedly rose and dashed towards the study hall in Wenchun, hoping against hope that her father had not noticed her tardiness. The young nobles were typically indifferent to early studies, so they likely wouldn't comment. Before long, the sounds of students reading aloud echoed from a nearby study. After a considerable time, the study, which was meant for the teacher's rest, was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps. Song Baiqing strode through the corridor into the study, hands clasped behind his back, followed closely by a young eunuch who wiped sweat from his brow and urged in a raspy voice, Song Fuzhong, in just a short while, the morning audience will conclude. By rights, the items meant for delivery to the palace should have arrived at Guozijian a quarter of an hour ago. I have waited and waited, yet nothing has come. If the emperor arrives and wishes to glance at them, I shall surely face punishment. Song Baiqing's brow furrowed. I understand this girl grows increasingly unruly. As he stepped into the study and scanned the room, he found it empty and the desk in disarray. Approaching, he examined 2 piles of poetry manuscripts and gathered the higher quality ones, handing them to the young eunuch. The eunuch, a trusted aide of the current emperor, received the manuscripts and pondered for a moment before asking. The emperor seldom leaves the palace and only peruses these to pass the time. While waiting outside, I overheard the students mention that a fine poem was composed during yesterday's longing poetry meeting, attributed to the heir of Prince Su. Is this true? Song Baiqing frowned slightly. It is yet unconfirmed, merely speculation on students' part. An assassin struck at Longing Pavilion last night, and Su Shitsi has been abducted, his whereabouts unknown. The investigation bureau is suppressing the news as they search. Do not alarm the emperor. The young eunuch considered this and refrained from further inquiries, clutching the stack of poetry as he hastily exited Guozijian. As dawn broke, Su Buling, having endured a sleepless night, realized he could not attend Guozijian. Initially, he had intended to copy poetry to tarnish his reputation, but the abrupt interference of Song Yufu had nearly brought him fame throughout Chang'an, only to be abducted by Ning Qingya afterward. If Madame Lu were to learn of this, one could only imagine her fury. Su Buling felt a headache coming on. His bedroom was rather simple, containing only a screen and a table, with two intricately carved Hulanchi devices remaining. One device bore a knife and a sword, the blade on the left gleaming like silver thread, while the sword on the right exuded a chilling aura. In his past, Su Buling had been infatuated with martial prowess, adhering to the adage that scholars are poor, but warriors are rich. Thus, his weapons were of remarkable lineage, the knife named Heichao and the sword named Jiaoduan, both renowned in the martial world. Su Buling closed the door, tossed his robe aside, and lifted the curtain, preparing to leap onto the bed. To his surprise, as he drew back the lilac curtain, he discovered someone lying within. On the intricately carved wooden bed lay Madame Lu, nestled in thick bedding, adorned with a hairpin. Her dress still intact, only the quilt covering her waist. Her embroidered shoes dangled over the edge of the bed, and she clutched a sheet of Xian paper tightly in her hand, evidently having waited here until fatigue overtook her. Su Buling shook his head and chuckled lightly. After a moment's consideration, he crouched down gently, grasping Madame Lu's embroidered shoe in an attempt to remove it, hoping to make her more comfortable and shield her from the cold. However, just as he touched her ankle, she let out a soft whimper. Then came a sharp scream that reverberated through the vast Su Wangfu. Thankfully, the estate was empty. Had any servants overheard, it would have sparked wild speculation. Despite this, Su Buling was startled, nearly covering Madame Lu's mouth in panic. It was no wonder she reacted so strongly. A widow, half asleep, suddenly feeling a touch on her foot, would be startled to find a man before her. Madame Lu quickly turned over, waking to find Su Buling beside her, her scream abruptly cut short as if fearing eavesdroppers. Her eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Su Buling, visibly embarrassed, stammered, "Aunt Lu, you are awake. I am your nephew." After a brief moment of confusion, Madame Lu's eyes filled with indignation and anger. She had never anticipated that her beloved nephew would. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, and after a moment's contemplation, she seized a pillow, aiming to throw it at him. "You get out of here." Su Buling, donning his robe, attempted a feeble explanation. "This is my room. I saw you sleeping and did not wish to disturb you." "Well, that's the situation. I shall take my leave now." Madame Lu wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, sitting for a moment before recalling her earlier visit to wait for him. She glanced around the room, confirming it was indeed Su Buling's space. Her anger morphed into embarrassment, and as she collected herself, she spoke hastily. "Buling, wait. What is it?" Madame Lu bit her lips slightly, glancing at Su Buling with an intent gaze. Noticing the absence of guilt in his eyes, she felt reassured and softly said, I misjudged you. In the future, while men may have their heads and women their feet, it should be avoided. Although we share no blood ties, you call me aunt, and in noble households, things can get chaotic." If word were to spread, Su Buling felt increasingly uneasy, raising a hand. "The innocent shall remain innocent. It was my rashness." Madame Lu shifted to sit upright, feeling her position was improper. She extended her legs from the quilt, adjusted her skirt, and sat properly. "By the way, where were you last night? I heard you were abducted, and the Imperial Guard could not locate you." Su Buling chuckled. "Although I was poisoned, I managed to ensure my own safety. Last night was fraught with tension, but Aunt Lu need not worry." After scrutinizing him thoroughly and confirming he bore no injuries, Madame Lu finally relaxed slightly, her eyes flashing with annoyance. "You, knowing your unique circumstances, still dashed out in the dark. How perilous!" Su Buling, naturally, countered, "I am not a maiden. I cannot remain cooped up indoors. I went to Longing Pavilion as per your instructions." Madame Lu's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing. "How dare you say that? I instructed you to copy poetry to tarnish your reputation. Yet you did something entirely different." Su Buling fell silent, gathering his thoughts. "Well, I copied. What did you copy?" The words echoed throughout the room, and soon they would be known across Chang'an. Countless women had shed tears over his poem last night, and the whispers could not be contained. In a few days, those noble ladies would surely come seeking an audience. Sue Bueling felt a pang of guilt. Aunt Lou, please believe me, I truly copied it. Copied whose? Sue Bueling found himself at a loss for words. Madame Lou, filled with a mix of disappointment and frustration, unfurled the chien paper she held, glancing at it with pursed lips before sighing softly. Bueling, I am aware of your extraordinary talent, your prowess in both literature and martial arts. To hide your brilliance is for your own good. It is only natural for the youth to seek the limelight. Yet timing is essential. Sue Bueling raised his hands. Aunt Lou, do you still not believe me? What do you expect me to believe? You were instructed to copy poetry and purchase poems, yet you insisted on writing your own. And to make matters worse, you were publicly identified as the author. This was an accident. It will not happen again. Madame Lou continued her lecture, while Sue Bueling nodded like a chick pecking at grain, feeling a sense of guilt but unable to retort. After a long while, as the dawn's light crept through the window paper, Madame Lou finally ceased her admonitions and turned her gaze back to the chien paper, contemplating the line the world has changed, and all has come to rest. Words unspoken bring forth tears. Her voice softened slightly. Bueling, did you write this poem for me? Indeed, it was my own transcription, whether acknowledged or not. Madame Lou emitted a soft hum, caressing the elegant characters on the chien paper, her countenance reflecting a wistful sentiment. Before you arrived in Chang'an, I learned from your mother's letters that you were once a simple-minded child, often causing your father endless vexation. Later, your mother, Ai Su Wang, entrusted me with your care. I was initially concerned, wondering what would happen if I could not manage you. However, I did not anticipate that Sue Bueling had already matured, not only excelling in both literary and martial arts, but also possessing a compassionate heart. While I had yet to fully understand you, you had already seen through me. Sue Bueling blinked, refraining from retorting this time, as he was no longer a mere child of 17 or 18, having already experienced the vicissitudes of life. The fragrance of flowers has faded, and the evening light grows weary as one combs their hair. The world has changed, and all matters have ceased. Tears flow before words can be spoken. It is said that the spring at Shuangxi is still delightful, and I am inclined to drift upon a light boat. I fear that the small boats of Shuangxi cannot bear the weight of my many sorrows. In truth, as long as you remain safe and sound, I have no grievances. Madame Lou's voice was as gentle as an orchid, leaving one uncertain whether to feel nostalgic or moved. Sue Bueling glanced at her for a moment, noticing her rapt attention on the chien paper. He chuckled helplessly, saying, Aunt Lou, if you are pleased, then I will no longer transcribe poetry or cause trouble, and will instead behave like a good person. Madame Lou furrowed her delicate brows and shot him a reproachful glance. What do you mean by behaving like a good person? You are the esteemed son of a feudal prince. While you should be proud, you must not engage in any heinous acts. Just manage your own boundaries. Ah, your father, back in the capital, was the epitome of a student lacking in skill. During the springtime, he would frolic at Xiujiang Pond, getting drunk and sleeping on the Golden Hall, hanging himself on the grand archway of Kuei Show Street. Sue Bueling listened, breaking into a cold sweat, and touched his chin. That seems a bit excessive. Should I perform a self-cooking demonstration? Madame Lou pondered for a moment. Forget it, that would be foolish. Just don't act recklessly in the future. If I hear of any more good reputations concerning you. Sue Bueling nodded earnestly. Rest assured, if even a hint of good reputation reaches the emperor's ears, I shall cook myself in a pot. Madame Lou appeared slightly annoyed, raising her hand to cover Sue Bueling's mouth, looking around cautiously. Lower your voice. Be wary of eavesdroppers. The emperor has never wronged you or your father. These matters are merely conjectures between us, so keep them to yourself. The chill of her hand brushed against his cheek, and Sue Bueling instinctively leaned away, revealing a hint of smile. I am well informed. There is no one around. Sue Bueling shook his head helplessly, turning to lie down and cradle the back of his head. The bedding still retained a trace of warmth, and the faint fragrance of orchids lingered. For some reason, the drowsiness that had previously engulfed him had now dissipated. Knock, knock. After an indeterminate amount of time, a knocking sound echoed from outside the bedroom. Sue Bueling slowly opened his eyes, taking a moment to adjust before fully awakening. Glancing out the window, he saw a grayish hue, unable to discern whether it was morning or dusk. Old Zhao's teasing voice drifted in. Su Buling sprang up, took a swig from his wine gourd, and pondered whether there truly was a female admirer at the door. Dressed in his robes, Su Buling opened the door to find Old Zhao leaning on his cane, chuckling lightly. It seems to be the daughter of Song Da's festival official, hesitating to visit but clearly enamored with the young prince. After washing up, Su Buling fastened his sword to his waist and quickly exited. A pang of anxiety struck him as he wondered where that poetry manuscript had ended up amidst the piles of his father's belongings. When he inquired indirectly, his father claimed to have no recollection. This could spell big trouble. If it were merely used to kindle a fire, he could rewrite it. However, if it were sent to the palace, the current emperor would undoubtedly be delighted upon seeing the poetry, and praises would surely circulate, leading to a desire to meet this extraordinarily talented individual. If you cause any more trouble, I will strip you naked and hang you up for punishment. Recalling this phrase, Song Yufu instinctively shivered and stamped her foot in frustration. If only the manuscript had been burned, then no one would know of this matter. Song Yufu bit her lip, having been raised in a scholarly family, believing she should not harbor any illusions and ought to give a warning in advance. Yet, before she could solidify her decision, a cold voice interrupted her thoughts. "Miss Song, do you need something from me?" Startled, Song Yufu hastily turned around to find Su Buling standing on the steps, looking at her with mild curiosity. "Your Highness." She bowed gracefully, moving to the bottom of the steps, hesitating to speak. Su Buling, puzzled, whistled for his horse and held the reins. "I have matters to attend to. Just speak plainly." Song Yufu twirled a strand of hair nervously, deliberating for a moment, then cautiously broached the topic. "Su Shitsi, do you keep your word?" Su Buling furrowed his brow, sizing her up, assuming she was after a hairpin, and nodded. "I'm always true to my word. I do not deceive and have no need to." Ah, Song Yufu's expression soured, and she instinctively tightened her cloak, her eyes reflecting vulnerability. Su Buling took a deep breath. "Do not attempt to play tricks on me. I do not respond to either softness or severity. As long as you keep your mouth shut, I will return your hairpin. If you cause any more trouble, I will indeed strip you naked and hang you up as punishment. I care not for reputation." Song Yufu was immediately rendered speechless. Having hesitated before, she was now even more reluctant to speak. No one is perfect who can avoid making mistakes. If I err, you can reprimand me. But how can you humiliate a woman in this manner? Su Buling had no desire to listen to such lofty reasoning. He mounted his horse and glanced back. "Do not harbor any illusions and act recklessly. It will be of no use to say anything afterward. If you have matters to attend to tomorrow and will not go to the Guazijian, inform a teacher. Until we meet again." With that, he lightly urged his horse forward, galloping towards Daifang. Chapter 25. The tavern in Qingshi Alley. Su Buling rode swiftly, arriving at Daifang, where darkness had already enveloped the sky. Snowflakes danced in the air, with pedestrians all journeying home. Laughter erupted from the taverns lining the street, occasionally punctuated by remarks like, "The fragrance of flowers has faded, and the evening light grows weary as one combs their hair." Su Shitsi is truly a man of many affections. I have heard he is as beautiful as a celestial being. Su Shitsi does not acknowledge that this is his work. Oh, this is simply gentlemanly decorum, a refusal to seek fame. Unlike those worldly literati, it appeared that news of the events at Longyin Pavilion from the previous night had already spread. Su Buling found himself at a loss for words. He dismounted at the alley entrance and headed towards Sun's Tavern, intending to order a pot of Duanyu Jiu before seeking out Zhu Manji. Leading his swift horse through the narrow Qingshi Alley, he soon spotted the tavern's dim lantern swaying in the cold wind. It was not too late, but the 3 tables inside were notably unoccupied. Master Sun had set a small stool outside the tavern, which had been in operation for decades. He held a wine pot in hand, but had not taken a sip, his gaze dull, merely staring down the alley's end. As Su Buling approached, the sound of the horse's hooves resonated crisply in the wind and snow. Before Master Sun turned around, the frown on his face vanished, replaced by his usual amiable smile. He rose, supporting himself on his knees. "Young master, you have arrived. The usual, I presume?" "Yes, a pot of wine." Su Buling removed his wine gourd and handed it to Master Sun, who had moved behind the wine vat, glancing around the tavern. The stools were turned upside down on the tables, and the plates that usually held food were empty, clearly indicating that the tavern was closed. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Master Sun, Did you not open for business today? Master Sun maintained his cheerful demeanor while ladling wine from the fragrant vat, sighing softly. There has been a matter at home. I had intended to close today. Old Chien, who often helps me at the tavern, is a wine enthusiast. He came to inquire, and in passing mentioned that you waited at the door for an hour this morning. Ah, I'm truly sorry for neglecting this, young master. Su Buling furrowed his brow slightly. After understanding the situation, he chuckled softly. So, Master Sun waited here all day for me? Haha, Master Sun chuckled, diligently pouring the wine. In business, one must uphold integrity. You come for your pot of Duanyu Jiu every day without fail. If you do not arrive, I would have a servant deliver it. To have waited an hour at the door, it shows you value my craft. How could I let you wait in vain? There are many taverns. If it were an ordinary person, they would certainly not return after waiting an hour. How did Master Sun know I would still come? Sun Zhonggue shook his head. I have spent my entire life running a tavern, encountering many heroes of the Jianghu, dignitaries of the court, and rascals of the market. I have even met the late emperor and the current sovereign on several occasions. With age comes clarity in discerning people's true nature. Young master, you are a man of principle. Returning in disappointment this morning, you will undoubtedly come back this evening to uncover what transpired. I cannot allow you to make a fruitless trip. As he spoke, Sun Zhonggue filled a jug with wine and handed it to Su Buling. Su Buling accepted the jug, pondering for a moment. Upon his first entry into the tavern, he set the long bench right and sat down at a table near the alley. Sun Bo is also a man of principle. It is still early, and drinking alone is rather dull. Why not sit down and share a couple bowls? Sun Zhonggue wiped his hands with a white towel and glanced at Su Buling, not refusing the invitation. He retreated to the inner room to fetch a plate of peanuts and retrieved 2 wine bowls, placing them on the table. The long road was devoid of light, with wind and snow swirling about. Sun Zhonggue took his seat at the familiar table, maintaining the customary pleasantries. I have fallen ill and must use wine as a remedy. Su Buling poured 2 bowls of wine, placing one before Sun Zhonggue. Regardless of status, the elder is considered the brother, and the younger the brother in the universal etiquette of the 3 teachings and 9 streams. Sun Zhonggue accepted the bowl, studying Su Buling closely. I have been selling wine in this alley for many years and once encountered a girl who bore some resemblance to you, a daughter of the Liu family from Donghai. She was equally breathtaking, so I remember her distinctly. That girl was later taken away by the son of a prince and went to Shiliang. That was my mother, Su Buling replied, slightly taken aback, and after a moment's reflection, added, she fell ill a few years ago, and her childhood kindness toward me remains vivid in my memory. Sun Zhonggue sighed with a hint of nostalgia, setting down the bowl he had just lifted. After a moment, he raised it again and clinked it with Su Buling's, exclaiming, life, with its cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, brings joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. It is the human condition we must all endure. It is well if you can come to terms with it. Su Buling raised his bowl and drank it all in one go. Indeed, since you, Sun Bo, are wise and experienced, what is there that you cannot accept? Sun Zhonggue also drank his bowl down in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and chuckled wryly. You have keen eyes, young master. I have lived a long life, thinking I could see through people, yet I find myself still blinded by the eagle, raising a white-eyed wolf. At this thought, Su Buling's brow furrowed. I heard last time that San Kai has fallen into gambling. Has something happened? Sun Zhonggue picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and nodded. San Kai lives across from my tavern. As a child, he was lazy and developed a gambling habit. Each time he lost everything, it was his elderly parents who settled his debts. San Kai would kneel on the ground, bowing his head in apology, but never changed his ways. Eventually, he lost his home and land, and his wife left him. His parents passed away one after the other, and before his mother died, she held his hand, pleading with him to stop gambling. Since then, San Kai has ostensibly reformed, working as a carter and laborer. Being neighbors, I let him come to my tavern to help with serving drinks and learn a skill, and he has indeed been diligent. Yet, when life stabilized and he had some spare money, he could not resist temptation. Su Buling's expression darkened. Did San Kai steal your savings? Sun Zhonggue lightly tapped the table with his fingers. After finishing a bowl of wine, the color returned to his wrinkled face. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply. 200 taels of silver is not an excessive amount. I have no use for it. As long as San Kai does not gamble it away. That is all I wish for, though I suspect it is unlikely. A dog cannot change its nature. Su Bueling drank the remaining wine in one go. I will speak with the authorities. In this world, all land belongs to the king. Sun Zhongguei raised his hand. I'm only sharing my thoughts with you, young master, fueled by the wine. If it becomes a burden to you, then this wine loses its flavor. San Kai is someone I have watched grow up. If I report him, he would face exile or conscription. Let be. As they spoke, an elderly woman approached the tavern to order wine. Sun Zhongguei donned his warm smile, straightened up, and served her with care. Exchanging pleasantries. Has Master Zhang's old ailment flared up again? Ah, do not mention it. I have taught martial arts since childhood, and now in my old age, I'm plagued by ailments. The elderly woman appeared quite dignified, adorned with a peacock feather hairpin, likely a token from her beloved in her youth. She spoke amicably while taking the wine jug, sharing a few words before departing slowly. Sun Zhongguei returned to his seat at the table, shaking his head with a wry smile. That old woman's husband is a martial arts master. Their son was killed by the wolf guards a few years ago, leaving only the two of them. Master Zhang's temperament has worsened, grieving deeply for the loss of her son, while also needing to comfort her husband. Compared to her, I lead a charmed life. One must always look to the brighter side. Su Bueling remained silent for a moment, choosing not to say more. After placing the payment on the table, he mounted his horse and vanished into the alley. Chapter 26. Inquiring for information, the lanterns in the small street cast a dim glow amidst the snowy night. The tavern and tea houses saw fewer patrons, while the gambling dens were filled with raucous noise, with individuals entering red-faced and exiting covered in dust. Since parting from Su Shizhi, she had been granted 7 days to investigate the secrets of Beima Zhuang. During the day, she was tasked with patrolling the streets and could not leave her post, so she could only ride out at night to gather information beyond the walls of Chang'an. Unfortunately, the city of Chang'an was rife with hidden talents. Even a modest establishment might conceal influential figures from the court, making it impossible for her to uncover any useful information. To this day, she had not even ascertained who owned Beima Zhuang. Lost in thought, she realized the hour was growing late, already surpassing their agreed time. Zhu Manji hurriedly approached, lifting her small face and bowing slightly. Su Gongzi, you have arrived. Su Bueling dismounted. Apologies, a few matters delayed me on the way. It is not too late. Zhu Manji perked up, flashing a smile, but then her expression turned a bit remorseful as she murmured. Su Gongzi, last time you asked me to investigate Beima Zhuang. Seeing her demeanor, Su Bueling deduced she had found nothing and casually remarked, let us set aside the matter of Beima Zhuang for now. First, assist me in investigating a theft case. Zhu Manji was taken aback, then visibly relieved, patting her chest. No problem. This is exactly what I do. Who has lost something? Su Bueling cast a discerning glance at her, and Zhu Manji quickly realized something was amiss, her face flushing crimson. She cleared her throat and stood straight. I just heard at Sun's Tavern that one of the workers stole 200 taels from the master, likely the entirety of his life as savings. As Su Bueling led the horse, he recounted what he had just learned. Zhu Manji listened intently, her expression gradually growing serious. 200 taels is no small sum. In Chang'an, a dough of rice costs merely 3 coins of silver, even though she received a handsome salary as a member of the Wolf Guards. It would take her 3 years of relentless work to save such an amount. Sankai is truly ungrateful. Let's not dwell on the uselessness of that. While you patrol in Daifeng, do you know anyone well informed about the streets? Zhu Manji furrowed her brow in thought. Well, I have only recently arrived and have heard that Lord Chun from Chonglu Street is well informed about everything. However, as a government official, they might not pay me any mind. Lead the way. I will inquire. Zhu Manji nodded eagerly, taking the reins and guiding Su Bueling toward Chonglu Street. Not far away, a few days prior, an assassin had appeared at Longing Pavilion, so news of Su Bueling's kidnapping reached Zhu Manji. However, her rank was too low to even have the right to inquire. Walking alongside Su Bueling now, she hesitated. Su Gongzi, were you all right after being captured by thieves a few days ago? What do you think? I seem fine. I heard that the thief was a woman. With your handsome appearance, did she not take a liking to you? Su Bueling could only respond with silence, smacking the hilt of his sword against Zhu Manji's backside. Zhu Manji shuddered and hastily fell silent, her eyes betraying a hint of irritation, yet she dared not express it. Chun Sire, the proprietor of a tavern on Chonglu Street, had once traversed the martial world in his youth, becoming acquainted with both the righteous and the nefarious. His extensive network of informants rendered him a purveyor of news within the underworld. Whether he had clandestine ties with the authorities remained a mystery. However, his prolonged stay in Chang'an suggested he possessed such connections. Zhu Manji led her steed, chasing Wind, who was taller than herself, into a narrow alley on Chang'le Street. Outside the tavern stood 4 or 5 henchmen, while various figures from the martial world came and went, their conduct relatively orderly as they deposited their weapons at the entrance. Su Buling, removing his long sword from his waist, handed it to Zhu Manji before entering the tavern alone. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the cold wind howled. With nothing to occupy her in the alley, Zhu Manji observed her horse, who stood still and composed, even breathing evenly, its glossy eyes gazing at her with curiosity. It was her first encounter with such a spirited horse. She reached out to stroke its neck, but chasing Wind, seemingly disdainful, took 2 steps back. Zhu Manji pouted slightly, then picked up the sword in her hand for inspection. The blade measured 3 feet 6 inches, and though the material of the scabbard was indiscernible, it exuded an air of antiquity and gravitas. As she unsheathed the blade by 3 inches, she beheld the engraved words Bu Ling Er Xing, and delicate snowflakes fell silently upon the blade, splitting into 2. Zhu Manji's eyes sparkled. It was her first time encountering such a fine sword, and simply holding it made her reluctant to part with it. She intended to draw it out for a trial, but suddenly, a commotion erupted from afar. Loud thudding sounds, followed by anguished cries, startled her. Alarmed, she turned to see the henchmen outside the tavern unsheathing their blades and rushing inside. Zhu Manji felt a surge of urgency. She had not anticipated that Su Buling's inquiry would lead to conflict, and she hastily pulled her horse towards the entrance to assist. Before she could take more than a few steps, the second floor of the tavern erupted in chaos. The windows shattered violently, sending splintered wood flying amidst the falling snow. The towering figure of Chun Sire crashed through the window, landing heavily upon the stone pavement with a muffled groan. Su Buling, clad in a white robe, followed suit, leaping through the window with a fierce kick aimed downward. The henchmen, retreating in fear, found themselves unable to defend against the onslaught. In that moment of peril, Chun Sire regained his composure, suppressing his groans as he raised a trembling hand in fear. "Spare me, young hero," he pleaded. A resounding thud echoed as Su Buling's foot connected with his chest, though he clearly tempered the blow. Chun Sire's back thudded against the ground, his hands grasping Su Buling's boots as he coughed hoarsely. Su Buling furrowed his brow, glancing down at the street robe beneath him. "Do you dare to lecture me on the principles of the martial world?" he inquired. "I am unworthy," Chun Sire coughed, gesturing for the approaching henchman to withdraw. Forcing a smile, "I am merely a messenger, not worthy of the title of martial artist. I will answer any question to spare my life." Su Buling released his boot and regarded Chun Sire. "Do you know a gambler named San Kai? He recently came into a fortune overnight. He must have visited the gambling houses nearby." The henchman, sensing urgency, hurried off to gather information. Noticing the gathering crowd of onlookers, Su Buling frowned, and the vicinity of the tavern returned to its previous state, as if nothing had transpired. "Sire, a customer visited old Zhao's gambling den a few days ago, quite portly, and lost everything by midnight, even owing over 500 taels, claiming he couldn't retrieve it the next day," one of the henchmen relayed. Su Buling had anticipated this outcome. "Where has he gone?" he pressed. Chun Sire hesitated briefly before a fist suddenly materialized before him, sending him crashing through the tavern's window. Those inside recoiled in alarm. Though the blow was not forceful, it shattered Chun Sire's composure, and he scrambled to his feet, raising his hands. "Do not act rashly, young hero. I assure you, the debt to the gambling house will be repaid. If San Kai cannot procure the silver, the Zhu family will surely take him away." "Where to?" "Su Buling in Guit. You must seek Zhu Manlong on Hu Tai Street. He is of a higher status than I." Su Buling nodded, producing a silver note from his sleeve and tossing it to Chun Sire as he turned to exit the alley. "Let today's events remain a secret. Should it be revealed, you shall be the first to suffer." Chun Sire, momentarily taken aback as he grasped the silver note, revealed a look of bewilderment. "Young hero, if you had simply given me the silver, there would have been no need for such violence. What if you had spoken falsely?" he lamented. Chun Sire found himself momentarily speechless. Chapter 27. The challenge in the realm of the Yu. Martial prowess served as the foundation of a nation. and the tradition of martial arts flourished among the populace for centuries. While this cultivation of martial skill bolstered the U.S. power to the extent of unifying the Central Plains, it also brought considerable repercussions. The adage "scholars revolt, but fail after a decade" holds true, for the literati wield only their pens, often resorting to subtle jabs against the powerful, ultimately failing to exert significant influence over them. In contrast, martial artists wield swords, and many are hot-headed, prone to bloodshed over trivial matters, often leading to insurrections. Since the ascension of the current emperor, the spirit of chivalry has permeated the U, with centuries-old martial families even reaching a point of disdain towards royal authority. The ensuing conflicts culminated in the near destruction of a generation of martial artists during the Iron Eagle hunt, instilling a modicum of restraint among them. However, the tradition of martial arts, cultivated over hundreds of years, could not be easily reversed. The U's reliance on martial prowess has birthed numerous noble families, leading to the eventual establishment of the Bureau of Investigation to oversee the martial world, striving to maintain a semblance of balance. Practicing martial arts is not merely about executing a set of movements in solitude, akin to the modern practices of Wing Chun or Tai Chi. The sectarian divisions are more numerous than those among scholars, with many inheriting their techniques from masters or passing them down through generations. The offspring of noble families often have access to esteemed instructors, such as Sue Bueling, who can amass rare martial manuscripts. In contrast, those from humble backgrounds lack such opportunities, and their only recourse is to join martial academies. As the capital of the U, Chang'an has historically been rife with wandering heroes. The frequent brawls pose a threat to state authority, prompting the court to relocate all martial academies to Hu Tai Street within Changlifang. While these academies may lack the lineage of established martial families, the instructors who dare to teach in the capital possess formidable skills. The 12 martial academies on Hu Tai Street are each helmed by masters of exceptional ability, having remained unchanged since the founding of the dynasty. To establish a martial academy there, one must successfully outmaneuver at least half of the competing academies, a rule entrenched in the martial community. On a frigid winter night, with a biting wind sweeping through Hu Tai Street, the streets were sparsely populated, save for the disciples of each academy patrolling with their swords. Given the volatile tempers of martial artists, the bureaucratic constraints imposed upon them by officials were deemed excessive, hence there were no constables or soldiers present, as long as they refrained from indiscriminate killings. In a grand residence at the end of the long street, Gongsun Liu emerged from a guest room, wearing an expression of helplessness. This time, it was my father's oversight. Brother Zhu, please do not take it to heart. Such incidents will not recur in the future. Beside Gongsun Liu stood a tall young man, his long arms and calloused fingers clad in a black robe. His brow bore a shadow of gloom, revealing him to be Zhu Manlong's eldest son, Zhu Qinglai. Hearing Gongsun Liu's words, Zhu Qinglai sighed. This misfortune is an unwarranted calamity. I shall consider it a stroke of ill luck. My poor disciples, yet to embark on their journey, have met with such a premature demise. Gongsun Liu nodded in agreement, but felt it inappropriate to further elaborate. Half a month prior, the case involving Fu Man Lu's illicit salt trade was finally suppressed. The cost was that Zhu Manlong sacrificed several disciples to take the blame, who now languish in the dungeons of the Criminal Investigation Division awaiting their fate. Gongsun Liu was well aware of Zhu Manlong's capabilities. Over a decade ago, he arrived in Chang'an alone and, with his exceptional eagle claw technique, subdued the masters of 6 martial arts schools, establishing his presence on Huteji. Today, his disciples are scattered throughout Chang'an, with many among the Wolf Guards being his students, wielding substantial influence in the vicinity of Daifang. Zhu Qinglai, Zhu Manlong's eldest son, has inherited his father's teachings and is quite resourceful, counting Gongsun Liu as a friend. After years of earning silver, Gongsun Liu felt a pang of guilt for not being able to assist this time. However, the matter had passed, and further discussion would be futile. After exchanging a few polite words, Gongsun Liu took his leave from the martial arts school. Zhu Qinglai accompanied him to the gate. Standing beneath the gilded sign to watch until Gongsun Liu's horse disappeared at the end of the street, his expression gradually darkening as he muttered, "All talk, no action. What a waste of so many years." Within the expansive martial arts school, 2 martial instructors emerged, arms crossed and displaying a hint of disdain. All officials are like this. Once donned in tiger skin, they consider themselves significant figures. In the martial world, They wouldn't even be fit to polish my shoes. Indeed, among the officials of Chang'an, aside from a few seniors in the Criminal Investigation Division and the eunuch Jiao from the palace, the rest are mere ineffectual bureaucrats, adept only at boasting. Hearing this, Zhu Qinglai raised a hand, cautioning, "Do not be so arrogant. The court conceals numerous experts." It was evident a decade ago when even Wudong Mountain and Longhu Mountain were forced to close their gates. We are still lacking in skill. As they entered the martial arts school, the two instructors followed closely behind. One furrowed his brow and remarked, "Fu Man Lu has encountered a setback, resulting in significant losses." The master is quite displeased. The Gongsun father and son are unreliable and hesitate to transport goods for now. How shall we proceed, young master? Zhu Qinglai walked with hands clasped behind his back, pondering briefly. Let us have the goods transported first. Young master Li from Kueisho Street, and I share a good rapport. I shall visit him in a few days to greet him. Upon hearing this, the instructors nodded in agreement, feeling considerably reassured. Kueisho Street is inhabited by nobility. With 7 royal households alone, those who do not stand in the first 3 rows during morning court dare not ride horses or take carriages within its precincts. Thus, anyone residing there is undoubtedly reliable. The martial arts school was quite expansive, and, as night fell with heavy snowfall, the disciples had long since retired for the evening. A thin layer of snow blanketed the central training platform, and a few lanterns swayed gently beneath the eaves, obscuring visibility. Clad in white, with a hat obscuring his face, a figure sat lazily at the edge of the training platform, a sword resting on his shoulder and a gourd of wine in hand. Zhu Qinglai and the two instructors exchanged wary glances, their expressions darkening. Huteji was filled with martial artists, each faction's experts on guard, creating an impenetrable web of vigilance. It would be no simple task to infiltrate unnoticed. After observing for a moment, Zhu Qinglai descended the steps into the snow-laden courtyard and addressed the man on the training platform. "May I inquire who you are? What brings you to visit at this late hour?" The man on the platform set down the wine gourd, adjusted his hat with slender fingers to reveal his chin, and replied coolly, "What business is it of yours?" Chapter 28. Is that all? Zhu Manji cradled her long sword, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she approached for a closer look. "Young Master Su, you truly are remarkable. Chun Sigi is a figure of some renown on this street. His reputation for martial prowess is well known. He wouldn't withstand 3 of your punches. What sort of martial skill is that?" Su Buling secured the sword at his waist, guiding Zhu Manji towards Huteji. Still holding the reins, Zhu Manji pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Young Master Su, I've heard you were poisoned and cannot exert yourself too much." "I'm merely stretching my limbs, not exerting myself excessively," he replied. Zhu Manji blinked, sensing a disconnect in their conversation, and thus abandoned her attempts at small talk, opting instead to inquire, "I find it perplexing. If you could simply state your name to resolve matters, why resort to physical confrontation?" Su Buling raised an eyebrow. Merely stating a name may earn superficial respect, but it is only through defeating someone that they truly acknowledge you. Zhu Manji nodded, walking alongside him for a while, then asked, "With your high martial skills, you must have endured considerable hardship in your youth, right? Training in martial arts is quite grueling. I used to cry daily as my father insisted on teaching me, while my mother shielded me, resulting in much suffering, and yet I still haven't mastered the techniques." Listening intently, Zhu Manji waited for Su Buling to respond. When he remained silent, she lifted her face to ask, and then Zhu Manji halted, gazing at Su Buling with a complex expression, as if wanting to scold him but finding no words. After a long pause, she finally exclaimed, "Is that all?" Su Buling nodded. "What else?" Zhu Manji inhaled deeply, quickly losing her resolve. "Young Master Su, please don't jest with me. Mastering martial arts requires perseverance and innate talent. Both are indispensable. Your skills displayed outside Fu Man Lu are already exceedingly rare. If the poison of the Suolong Gu is lifted, who could possibly contend with you? You could easily establish your own sect." Su Buling chuckled lightly. "That is uncertain. In the vast realm of Daiyue, exceptional talents abound. There will always be those who surpass me. Moreover, to be worthy of the title of master, it is not merely about martial prowess. It is equally important to continually strive for improvement. I can at best be considered a successor, not a founder, thus unworthy of the title of master." Zhu Manji found herself in agreement. Even if you cannot claim the title of master, you are not far from it. I feel your martial prowess comes too easily, lacking in solid foundation. As the son of a prince, it is not my place to personally engage in combat. Doing so would be beneath my dignity, and I cannot afford to be overly harsh against anyone. My martial skills serve merely to enhance my physical fitness, lacking any further utility. Zhu Manji pondered this carefully. Indeed, those in power should strategize from behind the scenes. To wield a knife and engage in killing is hardly fitting. It is a pity, young Master Su. If only you were a wandering hero in the martial world, your name would surely resonate throughout the realm. Su Buding Hamba Sumai. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. What do you know of Zhu Manlong from Huteji? Zhu Manlong is the leader of the Iron Claw sect on Huteji, possessing a certain reputation in Chang'an. According to the brothers in the Yamen, he hails from the Eagle Claw sect in Guangzhou. Our superior, Lord Zhang, has praised his skill with hands but remarked on his poor footwork, an assessment that is quite generous. His son, Zhu Qinglai, is also formidable, having achieved fame at a young age, making him a leader among the younger generation of Huteji. So, his hand skills are decent, yet his footwork is lacking. A limping eagle. How amusing, Zhu Manji remarked with laughter. Hearing this critique, Zhu Manji chuckled heartily. Your assessment, young Master Su, is quite sharp. If Zhu Manlong were to hear it, he would surely be infuriated. After all, he shares the same surname as me. He is indeed impressive. Our Lord Zhang's unique Bagua knife has vanquished heroes far and wide for over a decade. Naturally, he would not look down upon a mere martial arts instructor. Do not underestimate him. As they walked along the street, they soon arrived at Huteji, a bustling area filled with numerous factions and their spies. Su Buling found a hat to obscure his face and, together with Zhu Manji, ventured into a quieter alley. Just as they approached the Zhu family martial arts school, they spotted Gong's son Lu emerging. Zhu Manji was deep in thought when suddenly she felt a strong grip on her arm, pulling her into an alley. Startled, she gasped, but a large hand swiftly covered her mouth, leaving her wide-eyed and uncertain, staring at the close proximity of Su Buling. The closeness brought a faint fragrance that was refreshing, devoid of the typical scent of sweat associated with men. Zhu Manji lifted her small hand, intending to push Su Buling away, yet she hesitated, frozen in place. The sound of hooves echoed as Gong's son Lu's figure swiftly disappeared from view. Zhu Manji, still in a daze, recalled having spent 3 days at Fu Lai Lu, where the slain henchman had mentioned Zhu Manlong's name. Connecting this with the later appearances of the Imperial Guards and the Gongsun father and son, she suddenly understood. No wonder Fu Man Lu was so audacious. The case of the illicit salt had been resolved in mere days. As it turned out, the lieutenant's office was providing backing. As the hand covering her mouth was released, Zhu Manji hurriedly attempted to speak, only to witness Su Buling leap onto the wall in 3 swift strides, disappearing behind it in a heartbeat. Hey, wait for me, Zhu Manji exclaimed anxiously, chasing after him. However, the wall loomed at least twice her height and lacking flying claws. She could not scale it. She had no choice but to summon her horse, cautioning, "Behave, my dear steed. If you toss me off, your young master will have you slaughtered for dinner." The spirited horse snorted in displeasure, yet obediently remained still beneath the wall. Zhu Man, he carefully placed her handkerchief atop the saddle and climbed up, allowing her to peek over the wall, just in time to see Su Buling striking a heroic pose on the distant martial arts platform. Chapter 29. The eagle-fingered wanderer. The lantern swayed with the wind, and snowflakes danced in the courtyard. At the edge of the martial arts platform, Su Buling slightly raised his head to observe Zhu Qinglai and 2 martial arts masters before him. "What business is it of yours?" he retorted, clearly infuriating Zhu Qinglai and his companions. Each day, challengers came to the Tiger Platform Street to spar, but it was the first time someone had approached so brazenly without prior arrangements. Zhu Qinglai lifted his long robe, tying it at the waist, and glanced at the sword in Su Buling's hand. Seeking revenge or merely a challenge? Such audacity! His expression darkened as he stomped into the snow, leaving 2 footprints behind. In an instant, he surged forward like a released arrow, his hands resembling iron claws as he lunged at Su Buling, who remained seated on the platform like a hawk diving for its prey. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals their caliber with a single strike. Zhu Manji, peeking over the wall, felt a surge of anxiety. The intensity of this confrontation was far beyond what any street ruffian could muster. It was the distinction between the seasoned and the novice. The two martial arts masters. Witnessing Su Bueling's nonchalant demeanor as he prepared to receive the attack, exhibited a hint of disdain. The Zhu family's eagle claw technique, inherited from the eagle claw sect, was renowned in the martial world for its agility and ferocity, capable of delivering blows powerful enough to shatter stone. A martial artist's strength is rooted in their stance, and seated, one cannot exert force effectively. How could Su Bueling withstand Zhu Chenglai's ferocious assault? Yet, what the two masters did not anticipate was that as Zhu Chenglai closed the distance, the man in the conical hat lightly tapped the edge of the stone platform with his boots, propelling himself upward with an astonishing blend of grace and speed. The two martial arts masters watched in disbelief, their pupils constricting. Before they could utter a warning, they witnessed the unimaginable. Faced with the oncoming iron claws, Su Bueling mirrored the attack with his own fingers, but rather than the brute force of Zhu Chenglai, his arms moved like a serpent, wrapping around Zhu Chenglai's arm and directly targeting his throat. Zhu Chenglai was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. He hastily shifted from offense to defense, leaning back to deflect the grasp aimed at his neck. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Zhu Chenglai staggered backward, creating a distance of over 10 feet. By the time he halted, his left sleeve had been ripped open, exposing 4 deep gashes on his forearm, resembling claw marks from a ferocious tiger. The two martial arts masters, once filled with disdain, now gazed at Su Bueling in shock. Had Zhu Chenglai not reacted swiftly, that strike would have surely severed his throat. "Chini Shou?" Zhu Chenglai exclaimed, blood streaming from his arm as he clenched his fist to alleviate the pain, fixing an intense gaze on Su Bueling. "Who are you? How do you possess the skills of the Eagle Claw sect?" The Eagle Claw sect, as its name suggests, specializes in hand techniques, with Eagle Claw and Qin He being their ultimate skills, one rigid, one supple. Among them, Qin He is particularly esteemed, utilizing finesse to overcome brute force, a secret art seldom shared, even with Zhu Manlong. Su Chenglai's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively leaned back to evade, his left hand bracing against the snowy ground while his right lunged towards Su Bueling's groin. Su Bueling's eyes gleamed with disdain as he retracted his leg mid-air, evading the underhanded maneuver. As Zhu Chenglai stumbled backward, Su Bueling seized the moment to draw his fist to his waist, then unleashed them like iron hammers, striking directly at Zhu Chenglai's chest. Caught off guard, Zhu Chenglai could only raise his bloodied arm in defense. The sound of tearing fabric resonated violently as Su Bueling's fists connected, sending Zhu Chenglai hurtling backward. "Hold back." The two martial arts masters paled, realizing that the old ape hanging seal of Xing Yi Quan was a lethal technique. If it landed, it could prove fatal or leave him grievously injured. They rushed forward, desperate to intervene, but their speed could not match the unfolding chaos. With a thunderous crash, Zhu Chenglai was struck by both fists and a knee, propelled like a cannonball across the snow, landing with a thud, blood gushing from his mouth as he coughed hoarsely. The two martial arts masters seethed with rage, yet dared not advance directly, their eyes narrowing as they glared at Su Bueling. "Young hero, you disregard the rules of engagement. How can one spar with lethal intent?" They hurried to assist Zhu Chenglai, who lay on the ground, coughing in agony, his hands clawing at the snow and bricks beneath him, struggling to rise. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Su Bueling, the dragon tail of the Dan-Leg sect, the golden dragon closing mouth of the Tongbei fist, and the old ape hanging seal of Xing Yi Quan. "Who on earth are you?" "Eagle-fingered wanderer, Su Shanshan." Su Bueling stood firm, retrieving a flask of wine from the platform and taking a sip, his expression indifferent. "I spare your life to inquire about something. Are you acquainted with San Kai, the gambler who lost 200 taels of silver a few days ago, with the aid of his martial arts companions?" Zhu Chenglai managed to stand, blood staining his lips as he glared at Su Bueling, gritting his teeth. "What is he to you?" Su Bueling brandished his longsword, his boots crunching on the snow. "I ask, you answer. Those who run casinos and smuggle salt are not worthy of my regard." Zhu Chenglai clenched his teeth, eyeing the sword in Su Bueling's hand. After a moment of silence, he replied, "He owed me money and sent it to Bai Ma Zhuang to settle his debts." Su Bueling furrowed his brow. "What is Bai Ma Zhuang? Whose property is it?" Zhu Chenglai scoffed. "You cannot afford to provoke it." Before he could finish, Su Buling unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, its blade glinting like a white serpent ready to strike. One of the martial arts masters beside, Zhu Chenglai, felt a chill in his chest, a sharp pain coursing through him as he let out a scream, only for a hand to grip his throat, silencing him with a strangled gasp, a line of blood seeping through his robe. Without medical attention, he will perish within moments. Consider your options. Su Buling maintained his grip on the martial artist's neck, his conical hat casting a shadow over his unyielding expression. Zhu Chenglai's words faltered as he beheld the struggling master, his face twisted in pain, eyes brimming with disbelief at such ruthless ferocity. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke in a hushed tone. Bai Ma Zhuang belongs to Li Tianlu, the son of Lord Li Baoyi from Kueishou Street. He often attracts desperate gamblers. I cannot discern his intentions. Su Buling's knowledge of Li Tianlu was well-founded. He was the second son of the loyal and brave marquis, residing at the end of the street. While his ancestors had not achieved great feats, they had been honored for saving Emperor Xiaozong, leading to a legacy that positioned them among the elite families of Chang'an. Considering this, Su Buling released the martial artist. How do I gain entry? Li Gongzi only admits acquaintances. Ordinary folk cannot enter. Acquaintances, Su Buling pondered, nodding lightly before leaping over the wall, departing the martial arts hall. Zhu Chenglai exhaled in relief. Collapsing onto the ground, clutching his chest, the martial artists aided their injured comrade, watching Su Buling's retreating figure. This man is extraordinary, with such martial prowess. He is likely of noble birth. Yet, the title of Eagle-Fingered Wanderer is unfamiliar. It seems he merely spoke it offhand. What should we do now? Zhu Chenglai is no fool. Possessing extraordinary martial skills, he dares to rampage through Chang'an, either as a member of the Tianzi camp's wolf guards or as a retainer of some powerful faction, both of which are not to be trifled with. For now, he must swallow his pride and remain silent. It seems he intends to investigate young Master Li, so he should inform his father and observe how the situation unfolds. In the alley, Zhu Manji watched the entire scene unfold. Having witnessed Su Buling's ruthless demeanor on several occasions, she was no longer surprised. Upon seeing Su Buling emerge from the wall and remove his hat, she quickly flattered him, saying, "Young Master Su, your skills were truly impressive just now. Especially that commanding line, 'I ask, you answer.' It was quite imposing." Su Buling chuckled lightly, no need for flattery. Zhu Manji, with her hands behind her back, followed him as she pondered. Why does he refer to himself as Su Shanshan? She dismissed the thought. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Oh, and what about that eagle finger hermit? Su Buling replied, "You are still too young. I will explain it to you another time." After bidding farewell with a wave, he rode away at great speed. As dawn broke, the heavy snow that had fallen overnight blanketed the streets, and the common folk were out sweeping the snow from their doorsteps. Ning Xingye lowered her gaze to the sword at her waist, concealed beneath her fox fur coat. The cold wind seeped in, and her body, still recovering from injury, prompted her to quickly wrap herself tighter in the coat. As she touched the soft fur, her thoughts drifted to that foolish young master. He was indeed remarkably handsome, yet rather dim-witted, who could be bound by others and then turn around to rescue his captors. Perhaps this illustrates the distinction between a gentleman and a rogue. Rogues value loyalty, often returning kindness with selfless acts of bravery. Reflecting on this, Ning Xingye turned her head towards the courtyard gate. She had expected Su Buling would visit again, especially after his remark about the universal desire for beauty, which seemed rather purposeful. Logically, he should have come to curry favor, prompting her to consider changing her hiding place. However, after waiting an entire day and night, it became clear he had no intention of returning. It appeared that his earlier words were merely jest. This left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Indeed, it is said that only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. When close, they are disrespectful. When distant, they harbor resentment. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this saying came to mind, and Ning Xingye chuckled at herself. She retrieved a cloak from within the house to replace the fox fur, donned her hat, and set out for the Sun Family's shop in Daifang. A debt of gratitude must be repaid, after all. She knew Su Buling had fallen victim to the long lagu and needed to consume alcohol to suppress the cold poison. Each day, he would procure a jar of Duanyu Xiao, and she hoped to encounter him again at the Sun Family shop. Navigating through the streets and alleys, she arrived at the tavern outside the Qing Stone Alley. The sky was brightening, and the number of patrons at the Sun Family shop had dwindled. Only a few servants from affluent households were queuing at the entrance to fetch wine for their masters. Ning Qingya entered the tavern, wrapped in her cloak, and took a seat at an empty table. After glancing around, she asked, "Shopkeeper's son, are you alone today?" "Indeed, my apprentice has left," shopkeeper's son replied, approaching with a plate of appetizers and a warmed wine jug, his smile as warm as ever. "You've come quite early today. Had you arrived any later, I would have been too busy to attend to you." Ning Qingyan nodded slightly, picked up her chopsticks, and began to indulge in the food and wine. After a brief wait, she suddenly overheard the conversation of some patrons. "Sankai truly is a disgrace, an ungrateful wretch. Old Son provided him with a meal, and he repaid him by stealing half of Old Son's life savings, 200 taels. What good can come from a gambler? I knew that Sankai would bite back. Well, it's all in the past now. What use is there in discussing it?" Ning Qingya blinked, clearly grasping the situation. She glanced over, noting that shopkeeper's son seemed to take it in stride. For a merchant, losing money is akin to a government official losing their position. And for a warrior to become useless or a scholar to lose their reputation is equally devastating. This attitude of being able to let go and move on was indeed admirable. Ning Qingya sat at the table, waiting until the sun was high in the sky. But Su Buling still did not show. Customers frequently entered the tavern, only to leave upon finding no available seats. Although no one urged her to vacate her spot, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Therefore, she took a silver note from her pouch and placed it on the table, using a wine bowl to weigh it down, before retrieving her sword and exiting the tavern. In the world of rogues, one ought to lend a hand when witnessing injustice to truly embody the spirit of chivalry. "Young lady, I have run this tavern for a lifetime. It is customary to reward good service with a bit of silver. It is a kindness. Accepting your generous offering. Is it your intention to take over my tavern?" Ning Qingya paused, standing gracefully in the wind and snow, and after a moment of contemplation, she responded, "I just heard that a worker in your shop stole from you. My family has been in the capital, and we used to frequent your tavern. During a time of hardship, I stayed here for half a month. I intend to repay that kindness." Upon hearing mention of her family, Ning Qingya's expression remained impassive as she slowly nodded. It was he. She glanced at the silver note. "I'm not lacking for silver. You are elderly, and your lifetime savings have been stolen." Shopkeeper's son waved his hand dismissively. "Young lady, as a person of the Jianghu, how can you be so ignorant of propriety? This is not merely a matter of lacking or having silver. When patrons come to the tavern to drink, they share stories of their lives, whether joyful or sorrowful. These are the tales that accompany the wine. If you feel pity for this old man, offer some words of comfort and pour him another drink. I would naturally feel at ease. Losing my savings will not lead to starvation. You simply toss 200 taels at me, feeling satisfied as though you've done a great deed. But this old man now owes you a significant favor that he cannot repay, making the drinking experience meaningless. Would you not agree?" Ning Qingya hesitated. "I did not expect you to remember my kindness. Then am I not like Sankai, an ungrateful wretch?" Shopkeeper's son shook his head, handing the silver note back to Ning Qingya. "I have run this tavern for a lifetime and have encountered many renowned individuals. Although your father may not amount to much, he is far more capable than you." Ning Qingya's brow furrowed as she took the silver note. "I did not consider this properly. However, he is also not a good person and cannot be compared to me. Farewell." With that, she tightened her cloak and swiftly departed the alley. It appeared she was somewhat angered. Shopkeeper's son watched her leave, pondering for a moment before shaking his head and sighing softly. What a fine young lady. Why must she enter such a world? In the Jianghu, dying in the streets is a common fate, and families are often torn apart. It is truly unfortunate for this girl to have a father with such lofty aspirations. Madame Lu bore an unmistakable air of favoritism towards Su Buling, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. Xiao Ting, well acquainted with Madame Lu's temperament, let out a sigh of disappointment, stating that his visit to the palace was not solely to lodge a complaint. Madame Lu, with a hint of disdain in her eyes, inquired about his purpose in the palace, questioning whether he had any other pressing matters at hand. Xiao Ting shrugged, asserting his noble heritage as a scion of the Xiao family, insisting that he was not a petty person. He explained that his intention today was merely to greet Gonggong Jia, as he had garnered praise for his compositions at the Longing Poetry Gathering, with Song Jiju commending his writing. Madame Lu narrowed her eyes slightly, questioning whether Song Jiju had indeed praised him and whether he had resorted to purchasing poetry. Xiao Ting's expression stiffened momentarily before he retorted, somewhat defiantly, that as a member of a scholarly family, composing poetry was second nature to him. Furthermore, he argued that it was not accurate to say he had purchased poems, he had merely drawn inspiration. Madame Lu inhaled sharply, ultimately only scoffing, wishing that Su Buling possessed even half of Xiao Ting's talent. Xiao Ting's eyes brightened with disbelief at Madame Lu's unexpected praise, exclaiming that it was as if the sun had risen in the west. He had long believed himself superior to Su Buling, noting that apart from strength, there was a world of difference between them in appearance, literary talent, and character. He appreciated Madame Lu's words, feeling somewhat elated, and absent-mindedly patted his waist, regretting that he had not brought a fan to display his delight. Having not seen Su Buling for 2 days, Madame Lu felt a pang of longing and had no time to indulge Xiao Ting's antics. Meanwhile, Xiao Ting, still riding high on his recent praise, knew that the emperor would not be reviewing poetry in the coming days, yet he still made his way to greet the head of the inner palace, lest his own poetry be overshadowed at the next gathering. He was confident that the emperor would commend his poem, My Chancellor Father, especially since even Song Dejijiu had deemed it commendable, a respected scholar in Chang'an. As Xiao Ting pondered this, upon exiting the palace gates, before his family servant could bring the carriage, he heard the sound of galloping hooves approaching rapidly along the white jade stone path. Stunned, he mused about who could be so audacious as to ride within the imperial city. Could be the emperor himself? Looking up, he saw Su Buling, clad in a flowing white robe, galloping on a steed named Chasing Wind, the robe billowing like a general charging in a battle, causing the imperial guard to hastily yield without a thought of resistance. Xiao Ting's expression changed drastically, fearing that Su Buling had come to confront him about his visit, and he panicked, rushing to catch up with Madame Lu's departing carriage. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he felt himself lifted and placed onto the horse's back, swiftly turning away. Terrified, he shouted, Su Buling, have you lost your mind? I am the nephew of the Empress Dowager. If you dare touch a hair on my head. Su Buling simply tugged at a few strands of Xiao Ting's hair, retorting, what will you do about it? Xiao Ting, feeling his stomach churn from the jostling, noticed that Su Buling did not seem intent on violence, which eased his anxiety slightly. Have you been drinking? We have no quarrel. Why have you dragged me along? Su Buling galloped away, soon leaving the palace grounds, asking casually, do you know Li Tianlu in Chang'an? Li Tianlu? Xiao Ting furrowed his brow, recalling the son of the loyal Marquis Li, known for his brawling ways and likening him to Su Buling. I know him, but our relationship is merely casual. We occasionally drink together. Su Buling not that? Inquiring about the White Horse Manor, expressing his disinterest in going there, but insisting that Xiao Ting could serve as the driver. Xiao Ting, relishing the opportunity, agreed, saying it was settled. At midday, Su Buling drove the carriage through the bustling Zhuke Avenue, clad in the attire of a guard, his sword replaced with a long knife wrapped in black cloth, a straw hat shading his face, and a black scarf concealing his features. Inside the carriage, Xiao Ting sat upright, murmuring, Buling, once my grandfather led your grandfather's horse. Now, the tides have turned, and it's your turn to drive me. This is quite the reversal, isn't it? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth. Xiao Ting's eyes lit up, contemplating this for a moment, and remarked that it was impressive for someone so young to possess such insight. Su Buling, uninterested in his musings, instructed him to keep today's trip to the White Horse Manor a secret from Madame Lu. Xiao Ting smiled lightly, assuring him that as long as he enjoyed himself, he would certainly keep it under wraps. Su Buling halted the carriage at the entrance of Dai Fong and waved to Zhu Manji, who had dressed in casual attire as instructed, adorned in a warm white top sprinkled with peach blossoms, a red skirt with white flowers, and styled in twin buns. Appearing youthful, yet somewhat mature for her age. Upon seeing the carriage, she brightened and ran over, cheerfully asking, Su Gongzi, does this outfit suit me? It does, Su Buling replied, shifting aside as Zhu Manji nimbly hopped onto the carriage, reaching for the reins. I can handle this. It's not fitting for you to drive. Xiao Ting, hearing her voice, peeked through the curtain and exclaimed, why wouldn't it be fitting? It is a privilege for him to drive me. Noticing Zhu Manji, Xiao Ting was momentarily taken aback, appraising her with newfound interest and adopting a refined demeanor, saying, forgive my boldness. I am Xiao Ting. May I know your esteemed name? Su Gongzi, who is this? Zhu Manji inquired. Xiao Ting, the second son of the Xiao family, nephew of the Empress Dowager, a direct descendant of the Huainan Xiao clan. Zhu Manji's expression shifted, realizing that the Huainan Xiao clan was a prominent family, and this fool before her was of comparable status to Su Buling. She straightened her posture, acknowledging, "Ah, so you're the esteemed young Master Xiao. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. You truly possess an elegant demeanor." Xiao Ting, feigning humility, brushed aside a lock of hair from his forehead. "You flatter me. It's merely my friend's exaggeration. I'm quite approachable. By the way, Su Buling, Madame Lu just remarked that you and I are worlds apart." "That is indeed true," Zhu Manji replied earnestly, nodding. "Young Master Xiao and young Master Su are distinctly different." "Is that so? I thought Madame Lu was jesting," Xiao Ting mused. Su Buling, with an odd expression, pulled the curtain closed, freeing Zhu Manji from the awkwardness of the conversation. The White Horse Manor, located on the outskirts of Chang'an, was a vast estate owned by the Li family. The loyal Marquis Li's ancestors had sworn allegiance to protect their lord, but without notable military achievements, they had never held significant power. The Li family, however, had no desire to compete with other military families and instead focused on cultivating connections within Chang'an. Currently, the family head Li Baoi had attained the rank of a third-grade general, thus securing a respectable position in the court. Li's eldest son was stationed at the southern frontier, while his second son, Li Qianlu, was tasked with managing the family estate and forging relationships with the affluent youth in the area, a role similar to that of Xiao Ting. Although referred to as a farm, White Horse Manor had been transformed over the years into a picturesque garden, accessible only to those with invitations. In the afternoon, the seemingly tranquil estate bore an unusual atmosphere. Across from it lay the Zhuangtai Street's Tongbei Gate, home to Zhang Chao, renowned for his swift and powerful Tongbei boxing technique. Zhang Chao was a legitimate martial arts master from the Qi family of Yuzhou, dispatched to teach his craft. Unlike Zhu Manlong, who had ventured into Chang'an alone, Zhang Chao was a proper martial artist from a respected lineage. The main hall, adorned with intricately carved beams and lavish decorations, showcased a young man seated in a relaxed manner at the head of the table. His defiant gaze wandered as he gently swirled a wine cup, listening intently to the conversation between two individuals. "Master Zhu, are you certain that the person from yesterday utilized the Jinlong haiku technique from the Tongbei Quan?" The speaker was, of course, Zhang Chao. In the realm of martial arts, both within the Jianghu and among esteemed families, the transmission of skills is of utmost significance. A revered master would rather let their knowledge perish with them than teach an unworthy disciple or son, for the consequences could be dire. Each sect possesses its own unique techniques, which cannot simply be acquired by observing others. Without a master to impart wisdom and skill, one would merely be left with superficial abilities. The Jinlong haiku from Tongbei Quan is among these treasure techniques. Zhu Manlong raised his teacup, tilting his head in acknowledgement. Zhu Qinglai, pale and frail, stepped into the hall's center and unfastened his martial attire, revealing the bruises and injuries that marred his physique from the cold air. Zhang Chao set down his teacup and approached to examine the wounds closely, his brow furrowed. Indeed, this is the Jinlong haiku. Without at least 10 years of rigorous practice, one could not achieve such proficiency. Zhu Qinglai buttoned his shirt and looked towards the head of the table. That person was pursuing a gambler and inquiring about the matters of Beima Zhuang. "What do you think, young Master Li?" Li Qianlu, swirling his wine cup, let out a soft hum. "It is possible that a Jianghu person was deceived by the gambler. If you both remain here for a few days, should he dare to intrude, he shall not leave unscathed." Zhu Manlong and Zhang Chao nodded gently. "Rest assured, young Master Li." Zhu Qinglai hesitated slightly. This person possesses a mixed bag of skills. His origins may not be simple. If he is affiliated with the authorities in Chang'an, as long as he is not from behind the 3 octagonal arches on Kueisho Street, he must give me some respect. Li Qianlu's eyes gleamed with defiance as he stood and walked towards the hall's exit. "You two need not hold back. Should anything arise, I will take responsibility. We bid you farewell, young Master Li." Zhu Manlong and Zhang Chao both nodded in agreement. Chapter 33. The Unruly Bodyguard and the Obedient Handmaiden as Dusk Fell. Su Buling arrived at the entrance of Beima Zhuang in a horse-drawn carriage, where a series of buildings came into view. Beneath the grand archway, for lanterns swayed in the cold wind, and the lights among the flying eaves and azure tiles illuminated the surroundings as elegantly dressed individuals rode in and out. Zhu Manji, seated beside him, lifted her gaze towards the distance. Young Master Su, there are imperial guards nearby. Could it be that Bema Zhuang has already taken precautions? Su Buling adjusted his hat, his tone unperturbed. It is all the same. Zhu Manji seemed to understand, but not fully. Nodding gently before turning her attention to the carriage curtain, tapping lightly. Young Master Xiao, we have arrived. A groggy voice responded from within the carriage, accompanied by a thud, as if someone had fallen from a soft couch. Zhu Manji stifled a laugh, quickly covering her mouth. After a moment, the sleepy Xiao Ting poked his head out of the carriage, his eyes brightening at the sight of the estate. Oh, this place is quite lovely. No wonder those young rascals often talk about it. Buling, how did you find this place? If it's entertaining, I shall treat tonight. Su Buling glanced sideways. I have personal matters today. Once we enter, you may amuse yourself, but under no circumstances should you reveal my identity. All right. Just don't cause any trouble that drags me down with you. Buling, stop pretending to be so serious, as if you were a hypocrite. You know you've never been the brightest, and you feel inferior among talented individuals. You should be more open-minded. With your status as the son of the Prince of Su, you can boldly indulge in merriment. Even if you let out a fart, they would find it delightful. Who would dare speak ill of you? Zhu Manji's expression became awkward upon hearing this, torn between laughter and restraint. Su Buling frowned, tempted to give Xiao Ting a sound thrashing for his insufferable remarks. Yet today, Xiao Ting's presence could prove useful, so he chose to ignore the counsel. As the carriage approached Bema Zhuang, the steward waiting beneath the archway approached, and, upon noticing the wooden plaque bearing the Xiao surname, his expression transformed abruptly. He stood respectfully, awaiting silently by the carriage. Su Buling jumped down, his hat obscuring his face, and lifted the carriage curtain. Inside, Xiao Ting, transformed in demeanor, emerged slowly, holding a folding fan. Born into a prestigious family, his appearance was commendable, and his poise had been carefully cultivated since childhood. Xiao Ting, unfazed by the attention, lingered momentarily atop the carriage, seemingly contemplating composing a poem for effect, but after a long pause, he merely cleared his throat and stepped down. Before long, a young man dressed in splendid attire, with a warm smile, emerged from the estate. He was Li Qianlu's cousin, Li Qianyu, who was responsible for the affairs of Bema Zhuang. As the legitimate son of the Huainan Shao clan, even Li Qianlu would show deference, let alone a collateral descendant like Li Qianyu. With a broad smile, Li Qianyu approached and bowed. Tianyu pays respects to young Master Xiao. My elder brother has invited you numerous times, and today your presence truly graces our humble abode. Xiao Ting, hands behind his back with his fan concealed, assumed the demeanor of an inspecting leader, naturally taking the lead. My father has always cared for the welfare of the people. Fortuitously, he is free today, so I came to observe the harvest. Zhu Manji, walking alongside Su Buling, was taken aback, glancing at the heavy snowflakes falling from the sky. In the midst of winter, to observe the harvest? It would be a miracle if one could discern anything. Su Buling found this amusingly unremarkable, considering Xiao Ting's lack of physical labor experience. Even in autumn, he would glean little. Li Qianyu and the steward exhibited no signs of discomfort at this remark and smoothly replied, Young Master Xiao is indeed considerate. At such a young age, you care for the people as if they were your own children. If you were to enter the court as a minister in the future, the citizens of Dayue would be fortunate. You flatter me. This estate is quite well maintained. It is said that General Li is a cultured general, and it appears the rumors hold truth. Not at all. In the midst of mutual flattery, Li Qianyu led Xiao Ting further into the estate. Su Buling, holding the reins, and Zhu Manji, dressed like a rustic maiden, were naturally perceived as a coachman and maid. As they walked partway, the steward politely indicated a location for parking the carriage within the estate, signaling for the servants to wait there. Su Buling readily led Zhu Manji away from the group. As they approached the stable, Zhu Manji glanced back at the receding figure of Xiao Ting. Young Master Su, I just noticed that the Li fellow seemed to exchange glances with the steward. Something does not seem right. Do you think young Master Xiao might be in danger? Su Buling tethered the horse to a post, shaking his head with a smile. If the Li family dares to harm the legitimate son of the Huainan Shao clan, their entire family would be buried alongside him. It is quite safe. Zhu Manji nodded, having come from a humble background. She was naturally unaware of the intricacies of aristocratic affairs and curiously inquired. I often hear people say Xiao, Lu, Chui Wanli, how powerful is the Xiao family? Su Buling pondered for a moment. The Deqi dynasty has ruled the Central Plains for over 300 years. 30% of the ministers bear the surname Xiao, while the remaining 4 families share the rest. There are but a few commoners who rise to ministerial positions. It is a similar situation in our dynasty. How powerful do you think they are? If the Xiao family is so formidable, how could they produce such a foolish son? Foolish people have their own kind of fortune. Su Buling did not wish to waste more words on a mere tool. He surveyed the stable, where numerous fine steeds and carts were stationed, and the coachmen and guards were gathered around a fire pit, chatting amiably, suggesting that they were familiar with one another. The Li family's guards, with their hands resting on their swords, patrolled the area, occasionally casting glances in this direction. Su Buling had no intention of truly acting as a coachman. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled Zhu Manji's wrist and led her toward the corner behind the stable. Zhu Manji, surveying the surroundings for anything amiss, was suddenly pulled by the wrist, her face flushed with embarrassment, her expression a mix of confusion and shyness. Why, young Master Su? What are you doing? Do not speak. Turn around and lean against the wall. Zhu Manji blinked in surprise. Her eyes filled with bewilderment as she obediently leaned against the surrounding wall. Finally, Zhu Manji comprehended the situation, feeling a tumult of anger and embarrassment within her. Just as she was about to speak, she was pressed against the courtyard wall. At that moment, a sword-bearing guard approached from outside the alley, furrowing his brow in scrutiny. Su Buling held Zhu Manji against the wall, one hand unfastening his belt. Upon noticing the guard's arrival, he halted his actions and barked indignantly. What are you staring at? Presenting an image of an unruly guard and a demure maiden in a clandestine rendezvous. Zhu Manji, realizing the predicament, hastily covered her face, adopting a bashful demeanor. The guard, feeling slightly awkward, touched his nose and pretended to see nothing before departing. Only then did Su Buling release her, removing his hat and concealing his face with a black cloth, saying, "Let us proceed inside." Zhu Manji's cheeks remained flushed as she followed Su Buling toward the estate, whispering, "Su Gongzi, you certainly have quite the mischievous ideas. This method is rather audacious. It seems that Su Shixi is quite adept at capturing young maidens." Chapter 34. Bloodstained by Ma Zhuang is the private estate of the Li family, having undergone numerous renovations over the years. It has transformed from an agrarian focus into a venue akin to a modern agritourism destination, catering to the leisure of the affluent gentlemen of Chang'an. While the city is rife with brothels and gambling houses to extract wealth from these exceptionally rich individuals, one must concoct diversions unseen elsewhere. Xiao Ting's unannounced visit, being his first, prompted Li Tianyu to exercise caution. Despite knowing that this gentleman's intellect did not match his status, he nonetheless guided Xiao Ting to the main residence, where beautiful maidens and fine wines awaited, hardly differing from typical entertainment venues. Beneath the rockery, an entrance led into a vast underground chamber, where the faint sounds of revelry could be discerned from below. "Father, do you think that the Eagle-Finger Wanderer will come today?" Inside the grand underground palace, many individuals occupied the surrounding compartments, with a martial arena at its center, surrounded by stout railings, resembling a colossal cage. Zhu Chenglai sat outside the immense cage, his complexion ashen, constantly glancing about in unease. Zhu Manlong reclined in a grand chair, holding a teacup, with Zhang Chao beside him, while guards dressed in protective attire scattered throughout the palace. Zhu Chenglai nodded, his expression betraying anxiety, possibly linked to the notion that those who act without guilt need not fear repercussions. After all, engaging in unscrupulous deeds inevitably breeds suspicion and paranoia. From within the massive cage, the growl of a beast occasionally echoed as a yellow-striped tiger roared, its crimson eyes glinting with primal hunger as it surveyed the sources of noise beyond the bars. The spectators in the surrounding compartments were hidden from view. Yet, Zhu Chenglai recognized several voices belonging to the affluent of Chang'an, currently exhibiting excitement as they tossed gold and silver treasures into the steward's tray, clamoring, "Hurry, hurry." Despite being a novice to this scene, Zhu Chenglai had already deduced the nature of the gathering. The Zhu family operated a martial arts school, providing protection for numerous noble families and engaging in unsavory activities such as land grabs and covert operations. At a banquet last year, he had encountered Li Tianlu, and after a few meetings, Li Tianlu had offered him a lucrative job capturing inconsequential individuals to be sent to Bai Zhuang, where no official scrutiny would arise. Zhu Qianglai had assumed that the estate merely sought laborers for agricultural work and had readily accepted the task. The Zhu family supported many gambling establishments within the city, where countless individuals lost their fortunes and became estranged from their families, rendering them indifferent to matters of consequence. Those who owed debts to the gambling houses were often taken by Zhu Qianglai and dispatched to Bai Zhuang, where over the course of a year, no one had ever reported to the authorities. Zhu Qianglai had profited significantly from this arrangement, remaining perplexed as to why the Li family did not simply hire laborers directly until today, when he finally understood that the individuals he had delivered had met with Yama. This underground palace served as an illicit gambling venue, where human beings battled beasts, wagering on the outcomes. The tiger, though not particularly large at around 200 pounds, was still a tiger, and Zhu Qianglai knew he lacked the capability to confront it directly. How could those destitute gamblers, who could barely feed themselves, hope to contend with such a creature? As preparations within the cage were not yet complete, Zhu Qianglai found himself unable to remain seated, especially since he was responsible for capturing those unfortunate souls. However, the enforcers adhered to their rules. Once the patrons had paid, the Zhu family had to fulfill their obligations without interference. A thunderous roar erupted from the cage as the agitated yellow-striped tiger leaped about, stirring up clouds of dust. The clanking of chains echoed from the gate on the side of the cage. The spectators in the surrounding compartments erupted in raucous applause, with several portly officials even standing at the windows, parting beaded curtains to observe. With a click, a mechanism was triggered and one of the gates opened. Two ragged men were unceremoniously thrown out, one of whom was San Kai, a worker from the Sun family shop. "Let me out. Help." Perhaps to enhance the odds for the two men, a knife and a spear were tossed over the railing. Outside the cage, the steward struck a gong. "Begin." Slowly, the iron bars lifted, revealing the tiger, famished after 3 days, saliva dripping from its maw as it anxiously clawed at the bars, eager to escape. "Damn it. Pick up the knife. Kill that reptile, and I'll reward you 1,000 taels." The crowd roared with excitement, all eyes fixated on the scene. Inside the cage, the two ragged men initially collapsed on the ground, desperately searching for an escape route, as they saw the tiger's head emerging from below the bars. Their instinct for survival surged forth, compelling them to scramble for the weapons. Charge together. Don't separate. Attack as one, like slaughtering pigs. Find an opportunity to stab it. The onlookers leaned over the railings, urging them on with fervor, eager to join the fray themselves. With a resounding roar that reverberated through the palace, the yellow-striped tiger broke free from the cage, its paws stirring the dust as it leaped nearly 10 feet in an instant, charging toward the edge of the cage. A scream pierced the air. The two men, who had just mustered a semblance of bravery, were now consumed by terror as they witnessed the ferocity of the hungry tiger, abandoning all thoughts of confrontation and fleeing in disarray. The one who lagged behind was brutally mauled by the tiger's claws, deep gashes ripping through his back. And before he could utter a sound, his life was snuffed out in an instant. The remaining San Kai, paralyzed by fear, cast away their weapons and fled toward safety, desperately attempting to distance themselves from the ravenous beast. After claiming one victim, the tiger showed no signs of relenting, relentlessly pursuing San Kai. "Coward, why are you running? Grab your knife and fight. Useless fools, I wagered 100 taels on you." The shouts of disdain erupted from the crowd. Among the lower echelons of society, many gamblers were indolent, unable to outrun even a typical healthy man, let alone a tiger. San Kai, accustomed to carrying heavy burdens, had enjoyed good rations from the Sun family shop and was able to run faster than his counterparts. However, evading the tiger would only grant him a few more fleeting breaths. Zhu Qianglai, already burdened by guilt, could no longer bear to witness the scene. "Father, instruct the steward to halt this madness. This is not a contest of man versus beast. It is a grotesque amusement at the expense of lives. A grave affront to morality." Zhu Manlong, still holding his teacup, remained silent. Beside him, Zhang Chao remarked indifferently, "Life and death are fated. They reap what they sow. Who can they blame? Help! Help! Within the cage, Sankai cried out frantically, his legs leaving afterimages as he sought to distance himself from the advancing tiger. It was a futile endeavor. The spectators had risen in discontent, clearly dissatisfied with the unfolding spectacle. Just as the yellow-striped tiger lunged, its blood-soaked jaws poised to seize Sankai by the neck, a thunderous voice suddenly resonated through the underground. Damn beast. Zhu Manlong's teacup trembled slightly in his hand. His sharp, eagle-like eyes suddenly focused on the entrance of the stone pathway leading to the underground palace. Chapter 35, Bloodstained by Ma Zhuang. Outside the rockery of Bai Ma Zhuang, Su Buling knocked out several guards before swiftly bringing Zhu Manji into the stone path that led underground. The pathway was spacious, lit by torches along the way, and the large door ahead stood ajar, revealing the cage at the center of the underground palace in the distance. Zhu Manji gazed ahead. Witnessing the scene of a tiger killing a person, her face drained of color, nearly crying out in horror. As a constable of the court, albeit for only half a year, Zhu Manji possessed an exceptionally righteous character. Otherwise, she would not have ventured alone to investigate Fu Manlu, standing her ground even before the commander of the Imperial Guard. In her heart, she believed that the Yu dynasty had strict laws and that the court cared for the people, even if there were some disreputable individuals hidden among them. Yet there were more like Su Shitzi, who could distinguish right from wrong. Zhu Manji could hardly fathom that beneath the feet of the emperor, such a repugnant act of feeding humans to tigers could occur. Stop! Zhu Manji lifted her skirt, intending to rush forward to intervene, but the tiger, unable to comprehend human speech, could not be halted. Su Buling, upon witnessing this scene, darkened in countenance. He stomped the ground with his boots, leaping nearly 10 feet, drawing the long knife from his back. The black cloth wrapping fell away, revealing a blade as dark as ink. The knife, akin to a black tide, gleamed like silver threads. Su Buling held the knife with both hands, dragging it across the stone slab of the ground, producing a grating sound, and shouted explosively, "Die, beast!" Dressed in black tight-fitting attire with his face concealed, Su Buling took 3 great strides and leaped atop the railing of the cage. Propelling himself off the top of the railing, he soared into the cage, wielding his knife with the ferocity of a mountain cleaver. The instinctive sense of danger prompted the yellow-striped tiger to halt, a low growl emanating from its throat, its crimson pupils fixing on the source of the sound. Just as the blade approached, with a swift motion, the blade, as quick as black thunder, carved a crescent arc through the air, slicing diagonally across the tiger's neck, blood splattering as the blade embedded itself 3 inches into the ground. The sheer force caused Su Buling's black attire to tear, revealing his firm and well-defined muscles beneath. The ravenous tiger had yet to react when its head was severed from its body, crashing to the ground while its massive form collapsed forward, blood gushing from the severed neck, instantly staining the sandy earth red. A single stroke to slay the tiger. Within the underground palace, an uproar ensued as countless wealthy gentlemen, preparing to depart, erupted in cheers. Outside the cage, Zhang Chao and Zhu Manlong rose to their feet, the steward and thugs of the Li family. Astonished at the interruption of their grand spectacle, momentarily bewildered, erupted in furious shouts. "What gall? Who are you?" Su Buling's chest heaved, his eyes brimming with uncontainable rage as he cast a cold glare at the surrounding crowd. The frightened Sankai, drenched in tiger blood, nearly paralyzed with fear, crawled backward using both hands and feet. Upon realizing the tiger had been slain, he seemed to see a savior, kneeling and crawling toward Su Buling. "Hero, save me." Su Buling turned his head, his gaze turning frigid. Sankai's pleas for mercy abruptly halted, his pupils constricting in unspeakable terror. For the eyes before him were far more terrifying than those of the previously feral tiger. With a swift stroke, the blade fell. Sankai had no time to utter a word of supplication as the blade swept past him. His head soared high into the air, blood gushing forth. The headless corpse collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The earlier clamor ceased instantly, and Zhu Manlong and others were left bewildered, even incredulous. Zhu Manji, her eyes wide open, her rosy lips parting and closing in shock, was also frozen in place. After exerting all her strength to rush in to save a life, why had he then killed the very person he had rescued? Was this not a pointless act? Su Buling was certainly not acting without purpose. He held the dripping 4-foot-long blade, surveying the crowd with an icy voice. a bunch of scoundrels, to derive pleasure from the suffering of others. Do you even deserve to be called human? One of the stewards from the Lee family, filled with rage, shouted from across the railing. These people owe money and have signed death warrants. Before the steward could finish, Su Bueling kicked a knife on the ground with the tip of his boot, the blade slicing through the air with a whoosh, directly pinning the steward to the wall behind him. The crowd erupted in astonishment. For those present, the individuals in the cage were already dead. Killing them was inconsequential. If someone emerged to cause trouble, it would merely be a matter of compensating with silver afterward. The spectators had enjoyed the spectacle, perhaps even exchanging a few kind words. However, killing someone from the Li family would not be so easily forgiven. Zhu Manlong and Zhang Chao stood up, simultaneously shouting, "You audacious fool!" Su Bueling, bearing the blade, approached the edge of the railing, disregarding Zhu Manlong and the others. The nation has its laws, and families have their rules. Those who deserve death should be executed by the court. If the court cannot kill them, I shall. What do you think you are, daring to act as the court's executioners in this manner? What an arrogant young man, daring to cause a ruckus at Bai Zhuang. The surrounding guards and stewards were incensed, and the steward unlocked the cage, prompting 7 or 8 armed guards to rush in. Zhu Manji, in a panic, seized the opportunity to slip into the cage, reaching Su Bueling's side before anyone could react, pulling out the Wolf Guard's insignia and declaring loudly, "How bold! I am of the Wolf Guard. Do you know who he is?" Halfway through her words, Su Bueling pulled Zhu Manji behind him, gripping the long knife with one hand. His eyes filled with disdain. "Just you few?" Zhu Manji hesitated for a moment. Seeing Su Bueling's intent to conceal his identity, she chose not to speak further. With her wrist grasped, hidden behind Su Bueling, she, being shorter than him, looked up at his imposing figure facing their adversaries, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart. The 7 or 8 armed thugs, upon seeing the insignia of the Wolf Guard, hesitated momentarily. Zhu Manlong, who had come to watch the spectacle, also entered the cage, while Zhang Chao, filled with rage, prepared to strike first, but Zhu Manlong quickly raised a hand to stop him. "Master Zhang, be calm." Zhu Manlong was aware of the incident involving Zhang Chao's only son, who had been killed by the Wolf Guard during a conflict in a tavern. With a deep-seated grudge against the Wolf Guard, Zhang Chao yearned for an opportunity to exact revenge, but in Bai Zhuang, if a common rogue intervened, killing them would suffice, and they could later attribute it to trespassing. The Wolf Guard, however, directly answered to the current emperor, tasked with monitoring various lords and rogue factions. The loyal and courageously family was within their purview. If the Wolf Guard were dispatched to investigate Bai Zhuang, killing them would lead to insurmountable consequences, dependent on how the host chose to handle the situation. As the commotion in the underground palace unfolded, someone rushed to report the news. By the time Zhang Chao and the others charged into the cage, Li Tianyu was already storming over in fury. Upon hearing the steward's urgent account of the situation, he bellowed, "They are imposters, rogue thieves pretending to be Wolf Guards. Kill them." Chapter 36, Bloodstained by Maswang. The loyal and courageously family had long established its roots in the capital, and their fidelity to the royal family was well recognized. The Office of Investigation could not arbitrarily investigate the Li family. If the emperor were displeased with the Li family, he would dispatch the imperial guard to raid their estate, not send a mere Wolf Guard to disrupt their affairs. This was precisely why Li Tianyu, upon hearing that 2 Wolf Guards had come to cause trouble, immediately ordered his guards to take lethal action. The underground arena of Bai Zhuang could not afford to be disrupted, and even if the 2 Wolf Guards were killed, the aftermath would merely involve a visit of apology from the Office of Investigation. Li Tianyu was keenly aware of the weight of the situation and acted decisively. Zhu Manlong, upon hearing the Li family's orders, naturally ceased to speak further. He and Zhang Chao were hired thugs for the Li family, and any fallout would rest on the Li family's shoulders. Their sole duty was to execute their tasks. Zhang Chao, with his hair now white with age, was seething with rage. A few years prior, Zhang Chao's only son had been drinking in a tavern when a conflict with a rogue led to the arrival of the Wolf Guards. Young and impetuous, having consumed alcohol, he had been killed on the spot for a minor altercation with the guards. In the Diyu dynasty, committing a crime through martial prowess is a grave offense. Zhang Chao, despite possessing exceptional skills, could only swallow his indignation. Having harbored his resentment for several years, he now cast aside all reservations and rushed to the forefront. wielding a single-handed blade. The art of Tongbei Quan and Tongbei Dao are intrinsically linked. Zhang Chao had practiced boxing his entire life, and while he could not be called master, he was undoubtedly an expert. With his old blade slicing through the air, he swiftly closed the distance to Su Bueling's face. Su Bueling, arrogant in speech, maintained a cautious demeanor internally. Gripping his 4-foot treasure blade with one hand, he stamped his heavy boots onto the ground, propelling himself forward like a forceful collision. As he bent to evade Zhang Chao's strike, his black blade silently appeared before Zhang Chao's chest. In high-level confrontations, the outcome is often revealed in mere exchanges. The distinction between strength and weakness becomes apparent with a single touch. Zhu Manlong, observing Su Bueling's initial stance, felt a sense of foreboding, an application of the 8 formations of the Bagua Dao during night combat. This technique was a creation of Zhang Xiang, the chief officer of the investigation department, specifically designed to counter the Tongbei Dao of the Qi family in Yuzhou a decade ago. He had presumed that only Zhang Xiang could master it, yet this masked young man wielded it with remarkable finesse. Though Zhang Chao was filled with rage, the instinct of a martial artist kept him vigilant. Realizing he had fallen into a trap as soon as he initiated his strike, he hastily abandoned his blade for a palm technique. With both hands converging in a move called Golden Dragon Converging Mouth, he aimed to collide with Su Bueling's face while evading the blade. "Be careful." Zhu Manlong's expression shifted dramatically. Knowing the opponent could execute such a technique was tantamount to throwing oneself into the jaws of danger. In the martial realm, various sects restrain one another. No tactic guarantees victory. Since this young man could dismantle the Tongbei Dao, utilizing the Golden Dragon Converging Mouth would surely be second nature. Zhu Manlong sprang into action like a hawk taking flight, intent on rescuing Zhang Chao from his predicament, yet it was too late. In the blink of an eye, as Zhang Chao transitioned from blade to palm, Su Bueling knelt and leapt upward, executing a powerful strike known as Tiger Ascending the Mountain, driving his knee forcefully into Zhang Chao's chest before he could react. The sound of bones snapping resonated ominously. Zhang Chao's attempt to change his move came too late. His hands barely pressed against Su Bueling's leg before the knee struck his chest, launching him several feet into the air, his face instantly flushed. Seizing the opportunity as Zhang Chao soared helplessly, Su Bueling countered with a blade slicing upwards. The sound of blood splattering filled the air. The two engaged in a fleeting exchange, and the surrounding guards failed to comprehend the swift actions. Witnessing Zhang Chao's transformation from an attacker to a lifeless body on the ground, a deep gash across his neck, blood pooling silently. This shocking scene caused the armed guards to halt abruptly, their faces pale, utterly unprepared for such a swift demise at the famed Tiger Platform Street. What an extraordinary individual this must be. Zhu Manlong, discerning the nuances of the encounter, while astonished by the masked figure's martial prowess, sensed something amiss. In the martial world, a moment's carelessness can spell life or death. Though the masked young man's skills were indeed eclectic, his dismantling of techniques relied on cunning strength. The earlier fierce tiger ascending the mountain was clearly executed with restrained movements. As a lifelong practitioner of martial arts, Zhu Manlong recognized this as a manifestation of being hindered, whether due to injury or some other limitation. Understanding this, Zhu Manlong narrowed his eyes and unhesitatingly abandoned the eagle claw technique he had honed for a lifetime. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of straightforward punches upon Su Bueling, devoid of any elaborate tactics, targeting not vital points, but simply overwhelming the opponent with brute force. With a thud, Zhu Manlong's fist struck Su Bueling's chest, forcing him backward. Yet Su Bueling retaliated with a kick that connected with Zhu Manlong's leg, unbalancing him and sending him tumbling to the ground. Zhu Manji, who had been anxiously observing, rushed forward to support Su Bueling from behind as he lost his balance. Su Bueling seized the moment, stepping forward forcefully, raising his blade to strike down upon the fallen Zhu Manlong. Unfortunately, the ground provided an opportunity for Zhu Manlong to evade. Anticipating a counterattack, he swiftly rolled away, widening the distance between them. The surrounding guards were awestruck, unable to fathom that two seasoned masters from Tiger Platform Street had succumbed in mere moments. Even Zhang Chao and Zhu Manlong had suffered defeat, rendering the guards, trained in martial arts, hesitant to engage, leaving them frozen in place. Su Bueling, having absorbed a punch and engaged in strenuous movements, felt the pain in his chest intensifying, realizing that continuing the fight would be futile. Li Qianyu, lacking martial skills, was oblivious to the intricacies of the conflict and, witnessing the two ineffective masters fall, was furious. Standing at the entrance, he shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Kill him! Kill him!" Su Buling's expression turned icy as he hurled his long blade forward. The blade whirled like a windmill, accompanied by a terrifying rush of wind, aimed directly at Li Qianyu. Li Qianyu's pupils dilated in shock. He barely had time to raise his hands in defense before being slammed against the wall by the 40-pound blade, unable to utter a sound. Silence enveloped the scene, as no one had anticipated that Su Buling would so callously eliminate Li Qianyu, the esteemed young master of the Li family. Zhu Manlong, momentarily stunned, hesitated to pursue, standing still in uncertainty. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as all present were paralyzed by the murderous intent, their faces ashen, too fearful to obstruct Su Buling's escape. Embracing Zhu Manji, Su Buling passed by a table piled with gifts, remembering to seize a handful of silver before rushing to Li Qianyu's lifeless form, retrieving the blade embedded in the wall and dashing out of the stone path. A cacophony of screams, reprimands, and roars erupted from within the underground palace. Outside the foam mountain of Bema Manor, Gongsun Liu, mounted on a steed, led a contingent of imperial guards into the estate, swiftly approaching the site of the disturbance. The previous day, upon learning of an interest in Bema Manor, Li Qianlu had summoned 2 masters from Tiger Platform Street and stationed archers on standby, anticipating any eventualities. Gongsun Liu, ever eager to curry favor, personally led the imperial guards to the scene. Upon hearing that chaos had indeed erupted within the estate, Gongsun Liu rushed to the foam mountain, commanding the guards to draw their swords and ready their crossbows, proclaiming loudly, "Bold thieves, surrender at once. Do not shoot, for I am with the investigation department." From within the stone cave, a woman's voice called out. As heavy footsteps echoed, the masked Su Buling, clutching Zhu Manji, burst forth from the cave and halted at the entrance. Zhu Manji, clutching a bundle and waving a token, feared that the imperial guards would unleash a volley of arrows upon their exit. Behind them, the armed guards shouted from the cave, "My lord, quickly apprehend these 2 thieves. They have murdered Master Li Qianyu and are attempting to escape." Gongsun Liu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the death of the Li family's young master. This was indeed a grave matter. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his hand and commanded, "Seize them. Any resistance will be met with lethal force." Yes, the imperial guards, brandishing torches and official blades, prepared to advance. Zhu Manji, her eyes wide with shock, recognized Gongsun Liu from a previous encounter and, perhaps recalling the scene, was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Buling's eyes were bloodshot, and as the poison coursed through his veins, he felt his forehead darkening. To reveal his identity would undoubtedly draw the attention of the investigation department towards Zhu Manji, jeopardizing their plans. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to fight his way out. Fortunately, the commotion within the estate had attracted considerable attention. Amidst the revelry, Xiao Ting, upon hearing of the commotion outside, surmised that Su Buling was causing trouble and hurriedly made his way to the foam mountain. Xiao Ting dashed to the vicinity of the foam mountain and, leaping forward, delivered a resounding slap to the back of Gongsun Liu's head. A light slap, lacking force, caught Gongsun Liu off guard, causing him to turn in annoyance, hand resting on his waist knife. Who the devil is so strikingly elegant? Oh, it is Master Xiao. My apologies. Gongsun Liu's expression shifted dramatically, raising his hand in trepidation. Xiao Ting, observing the armed imperial guards drawing their weapons, exclaimed in anger, "Are you all rebelling? Do you even know who he is?" Su Buling felt a weight in his heart and quickly pinched Zhu Manji at her waist. Zhu Manji, startled, promptly replied, "Master Xiao, I have come as per your instructions to investigate Bema Zhuang, and indeed, a significant case that has shaken the court lurks beneath." Xiao Ting was taken aback, recalling Su Buling's warning not to let Madame Lu know about this matter. He cleared his throat and, with a stern countenance, declared, "He is my bodyguard. I have long suspected that Bema Zhuang harbors filth, and today, accompanied by the wolf guards, I have come to investigate." As expected, Su Buling raised an eyebrow. Surprised at Xiao Ting's cleverness, his official words flowed seamlessly. Gongsun Liu, well aware of Bema Zhuang's secrets, compared to the Huainan Xiao family, the Li family was insignificant. Thus he dared not show favoritism, responding, "I see, Master Xiao indeed has keen insight." He then turned to reprimand the Imperial Guards. "Why are you not hastening to enter and ascertain what has transpired?" The Imperial Guards complied, swiftly rushing into the underground palace beneath the false mountain. Su Buling leaned in to whisper a few words to Zhu Manji, then took the bundle she was holding and turned towards the exit of Beimezhuang. With Xiao Ting's presence, Gongsun Lun naturally did not dare to stop or question the masked bodyguard, pretending not to notice, and bent slightly beside Xiao Ting. "Master Xiao, Beimezhuang is the property of the Li family. I am merely following orders. All matters are unrelated to me." Xiao Ting, hands clasped behind him, adopted a demeanor akin to a chancellor, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the stone cave below. What lies hidden beneath? Gongsun Lu sincerely shook his head. "I have heard it is merely a small enterprise. I am not privy to the details. Young Master Li of Kuei Shou Street is quite invested in this place. Today you have come and killed Li Tianlu's cousin. It is likely." Zhu Manji, upon hearing this, hurriedly approached, respectfully raising her hand. "Master Xiao, the Li family engages in the heinous act of feeding humans to tigers within Beimezhuang, an affront to heavenly principles. The Emperor, who loves his people as his own children, will surely be enraged upon learning this. Had it not been for your investigation, who knows how many innocent lives would have perished." With the Emperor's name invoked, Gongsun Lu dared not speak further. He shot a glance at Zhu Manji, finding her somewhat familiar. However, as she was clad in ordinary attire, he did not recognize her immediately. Upon hearing the phrase, "feeding humans to tigers," Xiao Ting's expression turned genuinely serious, furrowing his brow. "Feeding live humans to tigers? Does the Li family lack the means to purchase meat?" Zhu Manji nodded vehemently. "If you look below, you will understand." Xiao Ting noted Su Buling, bloodied, and inferred that the scene below must be one of carnage. Thus, he was reluctant to descend. After a moment, the leader of the Imperial Guards emerged, pale and nearly retching, taking a while to report. "Sir, there is an underground palace below, and several gentry have been paralyzed with fear inside. A conflict must have occurred, as there are 5 corpses on the ground, all dismembered. One was torn apart by a tiger, a sight most horrific." Upon hearing the report from the Imperial Guards, Xiao Ting's anger flared, and he waved his sleeve. "Indeed, it is as I suspected. How dare they commit such atrocities under the Emperor's feet? The Li family is truly lawless. Seize Beimezhuang. With Li Tianyu dead and no one in the estate to handle matters, naturally, no one dared to come forth to plead for leniency. Gongsun Lu, fearful of being accused of harboring wrongdoing, felt compelled to vocally condemn the Li family's moral bankruptcy, then led a group of Imperial Guards to seal the entrance of the false mountain tightly, forbidding anyone from emerging. The underground palace contained numerous noble offspring, all of significant lineage, yet none could surpass the Huainan Xiao family. Thus, no one could plead for mercy. Xiao Ting, being a legitimate scion of a prestigious family, understood that such a significant incident could not be concealed. If he were to let even 1 or 2 escape out of selfishness, it would not only tarnish his reputation for integrity, but could also provide his political rivals with the opportunity to undermine his father's position as chancellor. Thus, he dared not act with partiality. The Imperial Guards surrounded the area, waiting for news to reach Chang'an City, where a contingent of the Tianzi camp's wolf guards and the officials from the Dali Temple would soon arrive. The events at Beimezhuang, even with the Emperor present, could not be suppressed. Chapter 38. A jug of warm wine. The snow fell softly, the east lightening as dawn approached. In the stone alley of Daifang, Su Buling, clad in bloodied garments, staggered forward, clutching a 4-foot-long knife, its blade scraping against the stone ground with a sharp sound. In the early hours of the morning, the alley was deserted, drawing no attention from passers-by. The previous night, in the underground palace of Beimezhuang, the strain of slaying a tiger and killing had taken a toll. He had ultimately clashed with Zhu Manlong, sustaining no injuries but unable to suppress the cold poison within. The Suolong-gu, a poison from Yaojiang, would be suppressed by strong liquor. Otherwise, it would continuously generate cold poison, eroding his very essence. Should he neglect this and fight with all his might, it could lead to a fate of ruptured blood vessels and death by hemorrhage. The liquor in the gourd had been consumed, alleviating some of the indescribable pain, yet remained unbearable. Su Buling's steps faltered in the harsh winter cold. exhaling clouds of mist as he slowly made his way to Sun's shop. The biting wind whipped through the alley, stirring up the dry grass and snowflakes. Sun's shop glowed with a dim yellow light. The old proprietor was setting down stools and arranging them neatly. The sound of dragging the knife grew closer. Sun Zhuangji frowned, wiping his hands with a towel, and walked to the banner of the tavern, squinting to see a handsome man in black approaching, carrying a long knife stained with blood. His face was as radiant as jade, yet marred with blood. Having run a tavern in the alley for a lifetime, Sun Zhuangji had seen many heroes come a drink, drawn by the tavern's fine wine. He had encountered many figures, including those who, covered in blood after a night of killing, staggered in for a drink before peacefully closing their eyes. "Oh dear, young master, what has happened to you?" Sun Zhuangji exclaimed, rushing forward in concern to assist Su Buling. Su Buling smiled faintly, raising a hand to decline the assistance, entering the tavern with his bloodied knife and sitting at a table near the alley, exhaling a long breath. "Proprietor, bring me a jug of wine." "Young master, what did you do last night? For one of your stature, why would you personally take the life of another?" Su Buling raised his hand to take the wine jug, tilting it back to drink deeply, the strong liquor spilling over his chin, washing away the bloodstains and soaking his garments. In a matter of moments, the small jug was emptied. Su Buling exhaled a long, heavy sigh, finally feeling some relief. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, untying the small package at his waist and tossing it onto the table, producing a dull thud and the sound of clattering coins. This caught Sun Zhuangji off guard, glancing at the bloodied package on the table, then at the imposing Su Buling. His dim eyes grew increasingly anxious, suddenly smacking his knee. "Wait here." He rushed to the hearth, pouring hot water and searching for towels. Su Buling sat on the stool, taking a moment to recuperate as the icy pain within him gradually dissipated with the liquor. His complexion improved, and he leaned the long knife against the table. Chuckling lightly, "I was handling private matters. It was merely a coincidence. There is no need for such formalities. A jug of wine is sufficient to repay the favor." Sun Zhuangji brought the basin of hot water to the table. "While you say that, favors must still be remembered. The world of Jianghu values swift justice and retribution. Yet I am not that world. Alas, I have nothing else. Whenever you come, there will be plenty of wine." Su Buling nodded in gratitude, washing his frostbitten face with the hot water, and smiled. "If wine were to be served without charge, I would feel embarrassed to come again." Sun Zhongui opened his mouth. Having dealt with people all his life, he understood that conversing with a young man of such chivalrous spirit was futile. He could only manage a wry smile and nod, contemplating for a moment before adding, "In my years of running a wine shop, I have never encountered someone like you, young master. You are far more straightforward than those self-proclaimed righteous heroes of the Jianghu." Su Buling curled his lips into a smirk. "That is because I kill without consequence. Ordinary folk cannot relish such freedom." Sun Zhongui shook his head, rendered speechless. After resting for a brief moment in the wine shop, Su Buling wrapped his bloodied long knife in cloth and set off towards Kueisho Street. Sun Zhongui stepped outside the shop, watching until Su Buling's figure vanished from sight. He shook his head and chuckled softly, gathering the packages on the table and resuming his usual routine within the modest wine shop. At the distant corner of the Qingshi lane, Ning Qingye, draped in a fox fur coat, leaned against the blue stone wall, intently observing the scenes unfolding within the tavern. After leaving the wine shop yesterday, she had hoped to wait for that frail, foolish young master. But since Sun Zhongui refused to accept her silver and remarked that she was inferior to the man who abandoned his wife and child, she felt a flicker of anger and was reluctant to return to the shop. This morning, as the shop opened, Ning Qingye arrived at the corner of the alley to wait. As she anticipated, the foolish young master indeed came by daily to fetch a jug of wine. Yet she did not expect Su Buling to arrive, drenched in blood, staggering with his long knife in hand. Knowing that Su Buling was afflicted by the Salongu, she understood the immense pain he would suffer if provoked, and initially thought he had encountered some trouble the previous night. It was only upon overhearing the conversation between Su Buling and Sun Zhongui that she grasped the true reason. 200 taels of silver were but a trifling sum for a prince's son. The effort expended seemed rather perplexing. However, witnessing the scene, Ning Qingye comprehended why Sun Zhongui had deemed her inferior to her long-lost father. In the Jianghu, one was expected to draw their sword to aid those in distress. Observing a poor guest's plight and willingly covering their losses was an act of charity. Such goodwill is revered, yet not all are inclined to accept charity. Much like Sun Jungwei, who, with his skills, would not starve, nor would he accept handouts. Thus, he would not take her silver. To put it plainly, her ignorance of human affairs rendered her merely a kind-hearted girl, skilled in martial arts, yet incomparable to true Jianghu figures. Chapter 39. Kings, Lords, and Ministers. The morning bell resonated throughout Chang'an as the majestic palace gates swung wide open. Officials clad in various ceremonial robes marched in unison along the white stone imperial path, entering the grand Tai Chi Golden Hall at the heart of the dynasty. Golden armored warriors stood amidst the falling snow, lending an air of solemnity to the intricately adorned hall. Typically, officials would hold their breath in anticipation of the emperor's emergence from the side hall, exchanging glances to discuss matters to be reported. However, this morning, the atmosphere within the Tai Chi Hall was markedly different, even somewhat tumultuous. How utterly depraved. The entire Li family is beyond redemption. Do you have no regard for the law? A voice filled with fury reverberated through the hall, drowning out the whispers of the officials. The one who dared to speak so boldly was the censor Qi Xinghan, who, despite being a frail scholar, rolled up his sleeves, seemingly ready to confront the valiant General Li Baoi standing among the military officials. The surrounding censors tried to intervene, though their words were equally scathing towards the Li family. Those who dared to be censors were no cowards, and even the emperor seated upon the dragon throne could be rebuked, let alone a mere marquis. Meanwhile, at the front of the hall, Prime Minister Xiao Chuyang sat with his eyes closed, showing no intention to intervene. With his sharp brows and commanding presence, he was the backbone of the Huainan Xiao clan and the court of Daiyue, having served as prime minister for 20 years. At the age of 45, aside from a blemish on his reputation due to his son Xiao Ting, he was otherwise impeccable. Li Baoi's face turned crimson, bowing his head under the barrage of accusations from the censors. Feeling guilty, he dared not retort, beads of sweat forming on his brow despite the winter chill. Wiping his forehead with his sleeve, the sound of footsteps echoed from the back of the hall, causing an immediate hush as all present bowed respectfully. Eunuch Jia, the head of the imperial servants, announced with a voice that resonated like a duck's quack, "The court is in session." His voice was not shrill, but rather deep, audible even to the minor officials waiting outside the palace gates. From the side hall, the Emperor Songji, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, swiftly ascended the steps of the Golden Hall, lightly waving the hem of his robe as he took his seat upon the dragon throne, his brow furrowed with displeasure. At the age of 40, he was a younger brother of the Prince of Yin, Songyu, and compared to his predecessors, he was considered diligent, having not appointed a consort since the empress's death several years prior, spending day and night on state affairs, effectively managing the powerful princes and noble families, earning him high esteem. "Your Majesty," the officials holding their tablets bowed in unison. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the Golden Hall, their reflections faintly visible on the polished floor. The sound of sweat dripping onto the tiles echoed as Li Baoi remained motionless, not daring to breathe. After a brief silence, Songji raised his hand. Now that the emperor has spoken, Prime Minister Xiao Chuyang stepped forward, bowing as he began, "Your Majesty. Yesterday my son heard that there was something amiss at Bema village. He took a wolf guard from the investigation division to investigate, and they discovered an underground chamber in Bema village, where a gambling den was operating, forcing both men and beasts to fight." Having grasped the situation, Xiao Qiang merely reiterated the details. Only after he finished speaking did Li Baoi step forward and kneel, lamenting, "Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty as a father, disappointing your grace. I deserve the gravest punishment. Please, Your Majesty, mete out your judgment." "Punishment?" Songji's brow furrowed deeply as he lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon throne. 40 lives lost. "I could eradicate your entire clan for this." His words struck Li Baoi with terror, causing his face to pale as he prostrated himself, trembling. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I cannot escape blame for the matter at Bema village, but those individuals were gamblers who had signed death warrants." "How absurd. You captured them, and they signed whatever you wrote." Qi Xinghan's temper flared, leading to a heated debate among the civil and military officials. While it was undeniable that the Li family bore responsibility, there was a sense of proportion. The deceased were merely scoundrels of the streets, and the death warrants had been tacitly approved by the court. To execute the Leaf family for the loss of 40 lives, given their ancestral contributions, would indeed be inappropriate. Song Ji's severe words indicated that he would not show any favoritism towards the Leaf family, and thereafter he remained mostly silent. Many officials had amicable relations with the Leaf family. The eldest son was stationed at the borders, making it unwise to impose excessive punishment. Li Baoi could hardly believe his fortune in preserving his son's life, daring not to utter another word. He accepted his fate quietly. Meanwhile, the unexpected actions of Xiao Ting garnered the attention and praise of many officials, yet privately, they harbored doubts. Xiao Ting's reputation in Chang'an was well known. He seldom committed grave mistakes, yet minor slip-ups were common, and tales of him weeping before the Empress Dowager were known among the elite families of Kueisho Street. It was rather abrupt for an unlearned scion to suddenly champion justice at Bema Village. After all, such decisive actions were not characteristic of Xiao Ting. The Xiao family possessed many capable fighters, yet their servants would only act under the command of the head of the family. Given Xiao Ting's temperament, if he were aware of the issues at Bema Village, he would likely have sought to claim credit before the Empress Dowager instead. However, with the situation at hand, the court officials could not question Xiao Ting's actions. They could only surmise that Xiao Chuyong had prompted him to undertake such a significant endeavor to redeem his reputation. The Xiao family was well aware of their foolish young master's limitations and knew he could not achieve such feats alone. Furthermore, no retainers had accompanied Xiao Ting on his outing yesterday, indicating that someone remarkable had assisted him from behind the scenes. Yet, the identity of this benefactor remained an enigma to the Xiao family for the time being. Chapter 40. You are not a young lady. Snowflakes danced upon the eaves of the palace, where Madame Lu and the Empress Dowager sat upright in the opulent parlor chairs, both wearing expressions tinged with peculiarity as they scrutinized the self-satisfied, Xiao seated opposite them. Earlier that morning, an incident had occurred. Madame Lu, suspecting Xiao had caused a significant mishap, took it upon herself to intercede with the Empress Dowager on Xiao behalf to avert a potential wrathful outburst from Xiao Chuyong, who might strike Xiao in a fit of anger. Although Madame Lu held Xiao in contempt, she recognized him as her husband's younger brother. While Xiao was indeed lacking in scholarly accomplishments, he had never committed any grave transgressions, prompting her to hastily seek an audience with the Empress Dowager. Yet, what transpired was even more astonishing than the previous exploits of Su Buling in tackling the illicit salt case. The noble youth of today seemed to have abandoned their arrogance in favor of valor and righteousness. The Empress Dowager, well acquainted with Xiao character, found it hard to believe he could undertake such a bold act for the sake of the people. Holding her teacup, her exquisite eyes scrutinized him as she inquired, shouting, "Confess honestly, who inspired you?" Xiao, brimming with righteousness and having finally earned praise from the court for his integrity, felt unwilling to relinquish the credit for his actions. Moreover, having ventured into perilous territory the previous night to provide cover, he felt entitled to the accolades. With a sense of grievance, he retorted, "Aunt, am I not your own nephew? What is wrong with doing a good deed? What is wrong with ridding the world of harm?" Both Madame Lu and the Empress Dowager exchanged helpless glances, unsure of how to respond, for Xiao had indeed performed commendable deeds at Bema Zhuan, and it would be unreasonable to chastise him for it. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Lu posed a question: "Who was the masked swordsman you brought last night?" The Imperial Guard spoke of his exceptional martial prowess, stating he single-handedly fought a tiger and wounded 2 martial artists on Hiteji. Among our household guests, only a handful possess such skill, and none accompanied you last night. Xiao, aware of Su Buling's admonitions and knowing Madame Lu's disdain for bloodshed, chose to display camaraderie in light of the significant merit bestowed upon him, a friend from the Jianghu, merely an unknown individual. Madame Lu furrowed her brow, suspecting Su Buling's involvement, yet recognizing that exposing this truth would only elevate Su Buling's reputation further. She refrained from pressing the matter and resolved to seek Su Buling directly for clarification. Meanwhile, after the morning assembly concluded, the ministers, perplexed, exited the Zhuke gate one after another. The imperial study was infused with fragrant incense, adorned with a painting of a woman clad in court attire. The desk was piled high with memorials from various regions, while poetry submissions from days past were relegated to a corner of the bookshelf. The first piece being titled My Chancellor Father. Song Ji cast a fleeting glance, lacking the inclination to peruse it. With the ongoing drought in Shu and recent events tarnishing the court's reputation, he deemed it inappropriate to indulge in poetry at such a time. Instead, settling down at the chessboard by the window, where a game remained unfinished. Eunuch Jia, maintaining a humble demeanor, sat opposite him, diligently accompanying Song Ji in the game. Though Jia appeared frail, resembling an elderly man in his twilight years, his position as a personal attendant to Song Ji indicated his considerable standing. Having entered the palace as a youth, he had witnessed the rise of Su Lai to nobility, served the late emperor, and now attended to Song Ji, remaining a steadfast guardian of the inner court. Holding a white piece between his fingers, Song Ji hesitated to make a move, his mind elsewhere. Jia smiled gently, his tone respectful. Your Majesty has made a move? Why the hesitation? After a brief silence, Song Ji shook his head. The recent events are not attributable to shouting. Without a clear understanding of the situation, one naturally hesitates. Every occurrence has its motives, and it is best to observe the unfolding events. Jia nodded slowly, placing a piece on the jade plate, choosing not to speak further. As midday approached, an extravagant carriage halted outside the residence of the Prince of Su. Yu Nu extended her hand to assist Madame Lu as she alighted from the carriage and stepped towards the grand entrance of the estate. The Prince of Su's residence was devoid of activity, with 8 guards standing at the entrance, bowing respectfully. Madame Lu, you may wait outside. Madame Lu instructed her attendants. Taking the vermilion food box from Yu Nu's hands, her elegant footwear clicking against the stone steps. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a figure. Turning her head, she spotted a black-clad female wolf guard peering from a corner of the estate, who quickly disappeared upon meeting her gaze. Madame Lu frowned slightly. While it was not uncommon for the investigation division to monitor the nobility, she paid it little mind and proceeded into the tranquil, expansive halls of the estate. As the year-end approached, the other residences on Kueisho Street began to adorn themselves in festive decorations for the new year. Yet the Prince of Su's estate exhibited no signs of celebration. Even the exotic flowers and trees in the garden had been left untended, their growth unruly and covered in a thick layer of snow. Madame Lu traversed the corridors to the main courtyard of the rear residence, where old Xiao sat before the study door, warming himself by a brazier, his cane resting on his knees as he dozed off. Upon spotting Madame Lu, he chuckled softly and rose to leave. The bedroom door was closed, indicating that Su Buling had yet to rise. Madame Lu's brow furrowed. She knew Su Buling was exceedingly disciplined, and if he had not arisen by morning, it likely meant he had been out attending to matters the night before. With this thought in mind, her expression darkened, and she pushed open the bedroom door, only to find Su Buling lying in bed, eyes closed in slumber. A wine jug carelessly placed on a nearby stool, and one boot cast aside, unmistakably having collapsed into sleep without ceremony. As the door creaked open, the slumbering Su Buling gradually opened his eyes, and after a moment, sat up quickly. Aunt Lu, what brings you here? I must have overslept. A playful smile graced Su Buling's handsome face, and he stifled a yawn, appearing genuinely surprised to have woken late. Madame Lu's delicate brows knitted together as she approached him, food box in hand, and sat at the bedside, scrutinizing Su Buling intently. Did you go out last night? To Beima Zhuang? Faced with Madame Lu's penetrating gaze, Su Buling appeared somewhat helpless. It was a personal matter, difficult to discuss. What sort of personal matters could you possibly have? Madame Lu's expression grew stern as she set the food box down on a nearby table, her slender fingers reaching towards Su Buling's collar, intent on unfastening his fitted white clothing. Su Buling grasped Madame Lu's wrist, smiling awkwardly. Aunt Lu, I am 18 now. What is wrong with you taking a look? Chapter 41. The path of governance. Madame Lu glared at him seriously, her exquisite cheeks flushed with mild displeasure as she raised her hand to forcibly unbutton Su Buling's shirt. Su Buling, resigned, spread his hands in surrender. His chest was muscular and well-defined, but a conspicuous bruise marked his ribs, a result of a powerful blow from Zhu Manlong. Though it had not broken any bones, the poison in his body left him weakened, and recovery would take time. The palm-sized bruise resembled a blot of ink upon pristine rice paper. Madame Lu's fierce expression softened into one of concern, her eyes filled with both anger and urgency. Why are you so disobedient? A bruise on your chest is just a small injury? You are already poisoned and must not exert yourself. You promised to go fishing at Xiujiang Pool, yet could not remain still, rushing off to Beima Zhuang to spill blood. Do you think you are some sort of wandering hero? While Madame Lu's words were stern, her face betrayed her anxiety as she gently helped Su Bueling lie back down, retrieving a medicinal alcohol from the cabinet to apply to his chest wound with care. Su Bueling remained compliant, watching as her mature visage leaned closer, her skin radiant as warm jade, her lips resembling red lacquer, the gentle breath brushing against his chest causing a tingling sensation. He coughed lightly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I'm being honest. Wasn't everything handled quite well last night? The reputation rests on Xiao Ting's shoulders while I simply rid the people of harm without seeking recognition." Lady Lu, irritated, pinched his arm and retorted, "Even if the Li family is beyond redemption, you could have merely communicated with the authorities or informed me so that I might do so myself. Was it necessary for you to personally take such risks? What if you were to act rashly and injure yourself? Do you even comprehend the potential consequences?" In response to Lady Lu's admonitions, Su Bueling chuckled and nodded. I understand, I know my limits." Su Bueling's brow furrowed slightly. What kind of talk is this? Aunt Lu, you are young, beautiful, and virtuous, with a gentle and considerate disposition. A genuine string of flattery followed. Lady Lu shot him a disapproving glance, but was reluctant to lecture further. She picked up a food box from the side, opening it to reveal a plate of longan. With delicate fingers, she peeled the longan, exposing its jade-like flesh, having just returned from the Empress Dowager's side after administering a lesson to Xiao Ting. Although the Empress Dowager appeared stern, she must have felt quite pleased, believing that Xiao Ting would finally engage in proper matters. As she spoke, she pinched the fruit between her fingers and offered it to Su Bueling's lips. Su Bueling, with a gaze full of resignation, sat up and accepted the longan. I knew you were pulling strings behind the scenes. With Xiao Ting's character, even 100 chances wouldn't lead him to the affairs of Bai Majuan. I simply refrained from exposing it. They exchanged chatter about mundane family matters. Lady Lu, a widow without children, held a high status yet lacked political power, leaving Su Bueling as her sole confidant, inevitably making her a bit clingy. Although Su Bueling often evaded her when caught, he never displayed impatience and earnestly engaged in conversations about trivial domestic affairs. Xiao Ting is simply a bit dim-witted. He is not a bad person. Being the Empress Dowager's nephew, he naturally receives some favoritism. During their conversation, Su Bueling sat up, placing a hand on Lady Lu's shoulder, gently kneading it. Lady Lu straightened her back, nearly dropping the longan from her hand, but quickly regained her composure. She glanced sideways to ensure Su Bueling's gaze held no ulterior motives before accepting his attentiveness with a degree of satisfaction. By the way, on the first day of the 12th month, the court ladies will be going to Tsujiang Pool to enjoy the snow, and several noble ladies from Kisu Street will undoubtedly accompany them. I must attend. I told them I wouldn't engage in conversation. You should accompany me. What business do I have mingling with a group of women? Those noble ladies are like infatuated fools. Lady Lu turned her face toward him. Their proximity, slightly closer, yet still maintaining some distance, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. What could Su Bueling say? He merely nodded. I will certainly heed Aunt Lu's words. They continued their discourse until the box of longan was consumed, at which point Lady Lu reluctantly ceased her chatter, standing to admonish him. Rest well. Do not venture out recklessly again. If I hear of your good name again, alongside my own, I shall stew myself in a pot. Su Bueling nodded earnestly. Lady Lu pressed her lips together, closing the food box. You must not deceive me again. She then walked out slowly. Su Bueling heaved a sigh of relief, cradling his head as he lay back down, yet sleep eluded him. After a brief moment of distraction, he suddenly sensed something amiss, lifting his hand to his nose for a sniff. His brows arching. How can the Moon Palace Ho Hot from Xianji Zhai smell the same as that used by the Song family? Is this fragrance suddenly in vogue? At the tail of Kisu Street, outside the grand residence of the Zhongyong Ho of the Li family, a contingent of imperial guards apprehended two presumptuous guests, throwing them into a prison cart. Li Qianlu, clad in simple clothing, wore a dark expression as he entered a cart destined for the quarry outside the city to serve his sentence. The affluent families residing on Kisu Street did not take advantage of his misfortune. Any household capable of residing there, even a lowly one like the Li family, was not easily cast aside, for they might soar to greatness one day. Offending someone for mere gossip was a grave mistake. Gongsun Lu and his son, Gongsun Ming, who failed to assist the Li family the previous night, had to personally escort him today and apologize to the Li family to avoid bringing enmity upon themselves. Gongsun Liu had rashly volunteered to help Li Tianlu, only to find himself in trouble, which vexed Gongsun Ming greatly, who now scolded him softly, "You lack awareness. It has been known for some time that something was amiss at Bai Ma Zhuang, yet you had the audacity to approach them. Did you not learn your lesson from the last time? Are the many under your command merely idle?" Gongsun Liu, though filled with indignation, felt helpless, bowing slightly. "I acknowledge my error. The Li family has always conducted themselves discreetly, and I thought it a simple task, not realizing it would lead to a confrontation with the Shao family, who have acted so shamelessly." Gongsun Ming stroked his beard thoughtfully. Last night did not align with the Shao family's typical conduct. They do not regard the Li family highly. If the matter at Bai Ma Zhuang angered them, they could have sent young Master Shao with troops to investigate, without needing to delve into the tiger's den. Gongsun Liu also found Shao Ting's appearance last night rather peculiar. Young Master Shao typically engages in all sorts of affairs in the capital, except for proper ones. His actions last night were unusually decisive. Unless he was being guided by the elder, who could have been? Indeed, that female constable happened to encounter young Master Su at Daifang, solving the case of illicit salt. Gongsun Liu suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could the swordsman from last night have been young Master Su? That seems far-fetched. Young Master Su is even less diligent than young Master Shao. The last time he rid the people of harm, it was only because you forced him into a good name. Besides, young Master Su was poisoned and cannot engage in violent actions. There is no need for him to expend such great effort on the Li family. Gongsun Ming shook his head. Fool, one must be astute in politics. Gongsun Liu appeared somewhat puzzled, leaning in closer. After a moment of careful contemplation, Gongsun Ming began to deliberate earnestly. Let us assume last night's event was indeed young Master Su's doing. The Su and Shao families do not care about a Li family. The collaboration between Shao Ting and Su Buling was likely a scheme to seize reputation. What could the motive be? Gongsun Ming shook his head. The offspring of noble families value their reputation above all else. Both Su Buling and Shao Ting are known rascals in the capital. While they may be young, they are nearing adulthood. If they continue to bear the label of rascals, how can they govern or enter officialdom in the future? The elder must be seeking opportunities to clear their names. Gongsun Liu stroked his chin, appearing to comprehend, if that is the case. Why did young Master Su not reveal himself last night? Alas! Gongsun Ming exclaimed, his face filled with frustration. They must be utilized effectively. Today, the entire court is praising young Master Shao for his integrity. This is his reputation. After some time, an opportunity will arise for young Master Su to emerge, gaining not only the reputation of ridding the people of harm, but also one of being shrewd and not overly concerned with superficial fame, achieving two goals at once. If young Master Su had revealed himself last night, it would have overshadowed young Master Shao. Gongsun Liu nodded in realization. So if the swordsman from last night was not young Master Su? My dear child, you're still too young. Gongsun Ming chuckled softly, stroking his beard. If that swordsman was merely a retainer of the Shao family and did not make an appearance yesterday, he certainly will not do so in the future. Nor would he contend with young Master Su for that bit of reputation. Once the rumors spread, whether or not young Master Su acted, it will be perceived as his doing. And if young Master Su does not acknowledge it, such a fortunate circumstance, young Master Su would undoubtedly deny it. The more he denies it, the less he values superficial fame. The Shao family has some connections with the Prince of Su, and they would naturally benefit from the situation. Gongsun Liu pondered deeply, astonished. Father, your mind is indeed meticulous. What should we do? Let the news circulate for a while. Gongsun Ming gazed skyward, sighing heavily. When the time is ripe, we shall release this news ahead of others. Young Master Su and young Master Shao will see how capable I am. And even if they do not voice it, they will remember my efforts, which is the essence of governance. Oh, I understand. Chapter 42. Ning Qingyi. In the following days, Su Buling remained in the Wang residence, recuperating while awaiting the storm surrounding the Bai Ma Zhuang incident to subside. According to the news received, the significant case at Bai Ma Zhuang has concluded, and with punishment, there naturally comes reward. The emperor himself has praised Shao Ting a few times, while the wolf guard Zhu Manji, who has contributed to the success at Bai Ma Zhuang, has been honored with a promotion to the tail end of the Tianzi camp. After a busy fortnight, The initial objective has been achieved. The next step is for Zhu Manji to use the pretext of investigating the case to enter the document repository, seeking clues about the Suolong-gu hidden within the heavily guarded lair of the investigation division. On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, the weather cleared, and the snow across the myriad streets and alleys of Chang'an had yet to melt, appearing slightly blinding from the window. Su Buling approached the window, stretched lazily, and spotted old Xiao leaning on his cane as he walked through the corridor, chuckling from afar. "Little prince, the sun is splendid today. It is time to step outside for some fresh air." Su Buling chuckled lightly, retrieved a long sword from the study to hang at his waist, and began walking outside with old Xiao. "After lying idle for 3 days due to being struck, if the Suolong-gu is not resolved soon, I will be unable to carry out my duties." Old Xiao followed, leaning on his cane. A man must never admit defeat. After old Xiao made a light-hearted remark, he turned to discuss serious matters. The document repository holds various records from the past 200 years since the founding of the nation. Apart from Zhang Xiang, there are 2 other leaders within the investigation division. One who traverses the world and instills fear in the martial realm, and another who covertly monitors the nobility. Zhang Xiang has long been stationed at the document repository. As long as he is present, no one can carelessly rummage through the records under his watchful eye. We must find a way to lure Zhang Xiang out. Zhang Xiang has been renowned for nearly 20 years. In Chang'an, only a handful can surpass him. The little prince must not be complacent. Su Buling nodded, mounted his horse, and headed towards Daifang. The sound of iron horseshoes echoed against the bluestone pavement as Su Buling arrived at the tavern. "A jug of wine, please." "Ah, the young master has arrived. You look much better than a few days ago. I was worried for several days," said Sun the tavern keeper, adeptly filling a wine gourd with a wine scoop. Su Buling held the reins, waiting quietly outside the tavern's railing. The clear wine flowed into the gourd, making a delightful sound. Just as the gourd was not yet full, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from the alley. "Young master." The voice was light and agile, akin to the warmth of March sunshine, concealing the lingering ice and snow beneath a spring breeze. The patrons in the tavern paused their conversations, glancing sideways in surprise, instinctively straightening up due to the nature of men. Su Buling turned his head to see Ning Qingye standing not far from the tavern, smiling at him. Ning Qingye had changed from the attire worn during their previous encounters, now donning a gown as white as snow, her black hair cascading down her back, exuding a serene and elegant aura. Her face bore no makeup, resembling a pure white lotus amidst a lotus pond. Given her slender figure, the Qingfeng longsword was not hung at her waist like a man's, but rather slung diagonally across her back, adding an air of chivalry to her delicate frame. It was difficult to envision such a woman engaging in violence. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe her as ethereal. Sun the tavern keeper glanced up, shook his head teasingly. "I thought this young lady would match the young master equally, but it seems she indeed surpasses him in beauty." Su Buling took the wine gourd, approached her while leading his horse, and chuckled. "Miss Ning, why haven't you left yet? The crown prince has shown me kindness. I have no means to repay it, so I offer myself in servitude," she replied, smiling. Su Buling raised his hand. "Just a jest. Please don't take it to heart." Ning Qingye took a slight breath and continued walking, deliberately maintaining a half-step distance behind Su Buling. "If you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to inform me. While I cannot assist with matters of the court, I can lend a hand with affairs of the martial realm. If not, consider it a personal favor. I will send word to Changqing Guan, and I will come find you." In the martial world, one values straightforwardness in friendships and enmities. If the young lady genuinely wishes to settle this, I must clarify that is not my intention. Ning Qingye halted and turned to Su Buling. "I simply dislike being indebted to others." Su Buling nodded, leading his horse while walking slowly, reflecting for a moment before broaching the subject. "If you wish to assist, I do indeed have a minor predicament at present. Speak plainly. The Suolong-gu within me has been prohibited for over a decade. It does not exist in the martial realm. I have secretly investigated for a year with no leads. Until recently, when I heard from a martial sorcerer that a Suolong Zhong appeared 10 years ago in the Iron Eagle hunting ground, which may have been recorded within the investigation division." Ning Qingye tilted her head in slight confusion. "You are the son of the Suolong. Your status far surpasses that of the investigation division. Why not simply inquire directly?" Su Buling shook his head. "I've been here for a year. The court has tasked the investigation division with investigating the ambush at the Weha River, yet they have found nothing. If the investigation division truly possesses knowledge of the Suolongu, Ning Qingye's perceptive nature understood immediately. Is it possible that the court has acted against you? The heartless matters of the royal family often lead to fratricide, especially for someone like me, a son of a different surname. If the investigation division indeed possesses knowledge of the Suolongu, but chooses to remain silent, it is likely the court is manipulating events. I dread the thought that if the investigation division discovers the Suolongjong, I may not survive to leave Chang'an. Ning Qingye frowned slightly. I am aware of your actions at Bai Mazwang a few days ago. Your martial skills are commendable. Knowing the risks, you could simply walk away. What can you do to assist me? You have a grudge against Zhang Xiang, correct? I can create an opportunity to lure him out for you, to take your revenge. Ning Qingye paused, her eyes reflecting surprise. Really? Su Buling nodded earnestly. A mutually beneficial agreement. If you agree, we will establish the terms. It is settled. Ning Qingye did not hesitate. When you are ready, just notify me at that little courtyard from last time. Su Buling Juke Sopti, raising his hand in a gesture of a clap. Ning Qingye's expression turned slightly peculiar as she raised her hand, but ultimately refrained from clapping, tossing her hair back gracefully. By the way, your fox fur is still with me. I washed it and will return it to you once it dries. Consider it a gift. Chapter 43. The joys and sorrows of life as the sun climbed high in the sky. Sun, the tavern keeper, with a cloth draped over his shoulder, tidied up the tables, occasionally glancing at Su Buling and Ning Qingye, who were leading a black horse, gradually walking away in the warm sunlight of the bluestone alley. Sun shook his head with a smile, yet a hint of wistfulness escaped his lips. Time has passed swiftly. Be it the court or the martial realm, it is always a new generation replacing the old. Even the ordinary folk in this alley experience similar changes. Having operated a tavern for a lifetime, Sun has witnessed the warmth and coldness of human relationships. In his experience, the chance encounters of handsome men and beautiful women like this are far too common. From Sun, the tavern keeper's perspective, when a rogue from the martial world encounters a lady from a wealthy family, the outcome is often tragic. Social disparities lead to many elopements without a trace, akin to scholars rushing to the capital to take the imperial examinations only to meet a wealthy heiress. Conversely, when a female hero from the martial realm encounters a son of a noble family, they often end up together. The women in the martial world are typically fierce, while the sons of noble families are raised in elegance and refinement. In a situation where the woman is strong and the man is weak, one must consider the consequences of abandoning the relationship. This pair of young individuals, brimming with vitality, indeed seem well matched. However, based on their respective characters, the man's thoughts run much deeper. If his intentions are not pure, the lady may end up suffering greatly. Yet, Sun the tavern keeper has seen through the man's nature. He does not speak against injustice at the wine table, but instead leaves with his sword drawn, traversing through blood and danger solely to enjoy a simple bowl of wine. Among scholars, this is called a gentleman. In the martial realm, he is referred to as a hero, and among neighbors, he is simply known as a good person. Sun lifted his gaze and noticed the two had vanished into the depths of the alley, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, in this world, good people do not necessarily receive good fortune. The entanglements of love and enmity are inextricably linked, and once one enters the martial realm, there is no escape. Once, there was a down-and-out scholar who took shelter in a tavern, a kind-hearted individual whose mind was consumed with the pursuit of literary and martial arts to serve the imperial family. He meticulously kept track of every meal he consumed at the tavern and made sure to settle any debts before leaving, even if it meant selling his calligraphy. Yet, this man ultimately succumbed to the harshness of the world, feeling unfulfilled and lost in the realm of wanderers. His wife passed away, and even his beloved daughter turned against him. It is indeed a pity, a lamentable fate, attributed solely to the capriciousness of fate. While Sun Zhonggue pondered these thoughts, a new customer approached the tavern. An elderly woman, adorned with a magpie tail flower hairpin, arrived with a bamboo basket in hand. Her demeanor lacking the warmth it once held, her eyes now void of life. Sun Zhonggue, taken aback, inquired, "Sister, what has befallen you? You appear as though you have lost your soul." Old Zhang has departed, and she had come to buy him a pot of wine, for it was his greatest pleasure. Alarmed, Sun Lao too wiped his hands with a towel and stepped outside. The elderly woman, taking a seat within the tavern, spoke listlessly. A few days ago, old Zhang took on a job, supposedly to help guard the Bai Mahjong. I warned him that those in the rivers and lakes are bound to meet with misfortune, urging him to step back and pass the martial arts school to his disciples, but he would not listen. Now look where we are. Sun Lao too furrowed his brow, aware of the events at Bai Mahjong from a couple of days prior. San Kai had no family, and he had arranged for the burial of the body, yet he never anticipated such a turn of events. He settled onto a bench across from her, remaining silent for a long while, without words to offer. The elderly woman hailed from Chang'an, while Master Zhang had come from Yuzhou, both having frequented his tavern for decades. Many who ventured into Chang and to pursue martial arts arrived with grand ambitions, hoping to carve out a name for themselves through sheer strength. However, in Chang'an, where talent abounds, even the exceptionally gifted can find themselves eclipsed by others. For a wanderer to establish themselves beneath the emperor's gaze, mere martial prowess is insufficient. One must navigate the intricate web of relationships and engage in the mercantile, for all possess families to support. And such pursuits are devoid of the luxury of vengeance and grievances. Accepting remuneration to alleviate others' misfortunes may ultimately lead to one's demise, leaving only oneself to blame for lacking in skill. Had he not initially taken in San Kai, or had Su Shitzi not bestowed upon him that silver ingot, or if he had simply allowed San Kai to save the silver, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Yet, who could have foreseen such events? Regardless of how corrupt the world may be, it is unjust to cast blame upon those who act with benevolence. Now, aside from the deceased, all should find some comfort. After escorting the elderly woman out, Sun Zhonggui shook his head with a sigh and resumed tidying the tavern. Around midday, Su Buling rode his horse near the corner tower of the Yifeng. The brothels and gambling houses had yet to open, and the winter sun shone warmly upon the scene, where numerous rascals gathered around a tea-house-esque fire pit, listening to the storyteller recount tales from distant lands. Su Buling led his horse to a tea-house, and upon lifting his gaze, spotted Zhu Manji, now clad in new attire, standing beside a tea-house, observing the surroundings. The badge at her waist had been replaced with a gleaming copper plate from the Tianzi Ying, which shone like gold, drawing the respectful gazes of passing officials and martial artists alike. Previously, Zhu Manji would sit at the tea-house, propping her chin in her hand while listening to the stories, but now, as a distinguished member of the Tianzi Ying, enjoying a 7th-grade martial position and salary, she could no longer afford to be lackadaisical. Standing upright with her hand resting on her waist blade, she exuded a certain gallant charm. "Miss Zhu," Su Buling called out as he approached. Zhu Manji's expression brightened instantly, her previous seriousness dissipating as she hurriedly ran over to him, her large eyes scanning him curiously. "Su Gongzi, you have finally arrived. I was worried after seeing you take a punch last time and wanted to check on you, but the Wang Fu was too vast. I did not dare to enter." Su Buling smiled reassuringly. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Cool me. Let's find a quiet place." Zhu Manji nodded, quickly taking the reins from Su Buling's hands and following him, then unfastening her copper plate and waving it. "For the recent case of Bai Mahjong, I received most of the credit, and I was directly promoted to Tian Wei Ying, ranking 8th in the Tianzi Ying. Quite impressive. I assent it. Brothers from the DZ Ying take at least 10 years to reach the Tianzi Ying, while I have only been here for a short time. They all say I'm fortunate, but luck is also a skill. Wouldn't you agree, Su Shitzi?" "Indeed." Old Buling nodded. "However, do not let my name slip. If there is something amiss, place the blame on Xiao Ting. After all, they would not dare to investigate the Prime Minister's residence. Once in the Tianzi Ying, one could access the archives to review case files, and once I find my father's whereabouts, I shall cease being a constable and serve solely as Su Gongzi's protector." Su Buling raised an eyebrow. "Miss Zhu, are you certain you wish to be my protector and not simply seek a powerful ally for yourself?" Zhu Manji, now somewhat familiar with the ways of the world, smiled brightly. "You have done me such a great favor. I must repay you. Your 12 provinces of wealth are not particularly interested in silver, so I can only serve as your protector. I hope you do not disdain it." Su Buling shook his head, smiling gently. "Let us not speak of such trivialities. Have you accessed the archives yet?" Zhu Manji's expression turned serious, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "I have entered, but the archives are vast. with shelves housing case files towering several zhang high, and there are hundreds of shelves piled together. My parents abandoned me last year and left home. It seems there was some turmoil along the Fen River, with several gang leaders being killed. I found the case records in the archives, but unfortunately, the case remains unsolved, and I cannot ascertain the identity of the murderer. Su Buling furrowed his brow. Was that not in vain? Zhu Manji nodded glumly. This method is ineffective. I can only seek out martial artists of my father's age. I do not know how formidable my father was. There are over 100 masters with the surname Zhu recorded in the archives, and I have no idea how long it will take to sift through them. Do not fret. The investigative department keeps a watchful eye on the rivers and lakes, and virtually all renowned figures across the you cannot escape their gaze. With time, you will eventually uncover the truth, Su Buling reassured her. Zhu Manji nodded, then added thoughtfully, by the way, Su Gongzi, I also specifically sought information on the Su Oolong Gu, but it has been missing for over a decade. The archives contain only case records without any sources or methods of resolution. Su Buling raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. You are quite diligent. Have you thoroughly examined everything? Zhu Manji shook her head, somewhat embarrassed. The archives house the secrets of noble families, and not every section is accessible. There's also a smaller library within the archives specifically for important case files, where several officials remain stationed. If a case pertains to the documents stored there, Lord Zhang brings people in to review, and individual entry is prohibited. Su Buling pondered for a moment. What if we sneak in? Zhu Manji kicked small stones on the ground, appearing somewhat disheartened. Of course, I would love to sneak in and take a look, but if Lord Zhang is inside and I am caught, it could lead to serious trouble. Su Buling chuckled lightly. That is simple. I will call Zhang Xiang out to distract him while you seize the opportunity to enter and examine the case files, along with checking for any records regarding the Su Oolong Gu. Zhu Manji bit her lip, hesitating slightly. Su Gongzi, recklessly entering the archives is a grave offense. One could lose their head over it. I am rather timid. Su Buling shook his head. As the legitimate heir of the Su Wang, if the matter comes to light, you may simply state that we are on friendly terms and that I recklessly entered in search of my father. With me around, no one can harm you. Zhu Manji contemplated this for a moment, then smiled brightly. Very well, I trust you, Su Gongzi. A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of horses. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Chang'an, at the stone quarry, the city's towering structures were connected in a sprawling expanse, necessitating a considerable consumption of stone. The lacked railway transport. Using merchant ships for stone transport was overly extravagant, and thus, local sourcing was the norm. Without the aid of explosives, quarrying was no easy task. In the chill of winter, countless laborers clad in thin clothing toiled beneath the exposed cliffs, using iron drills and hammers to break apart massive stones. Their frames gaunt and emaciated. Any hint of laziness would result in a foreman berating them with a whip. In a small cottage on the periphery of the quarry, recently transformed into a study, the lingering scent of paint still hung in the air. A carved soft couch rested beneath the window, offering a view of the bustling laborers outside. Li Tianlu, dressed in plain garments, sat on the couch, idly toying with a paper knife, his gaze betraying an unmistakable irritation and gloom. The servants outside remained silent, apprehensive, under the pretense of punishing Li Tianlu with labor. Yet, the Li family held a prominent position in Chang'an, and their arrival in a prison cart was merely a fade to avoid inciting the ire of court officials and the emperor. It was inconceivable for a scion of the esteemed Li family to mingle with common laborers. After 2 days in this place, the cottage had been tidied up by the quarry's minor officials. As Li Tianlu waited on the soft couch, a horse-drawn carriage came to a halt within the quarry. The imperial guards clearing the way. Dressed in civilian attire, the loyal Marquis Li Baoyi entered the room briskly, promptly closing the door behind him. Father, Li Tianlu rose, his expression slightly less fierce, and inquired softly. Li Baoyi, hands clasped behind his back, approached with an air of indifference, stating, "Do not dwell on this for the next 2 months. It is a time of heightened scrutiny, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences." The illustrious Li family had painstakingly established a lucrative enterprise in Bema Manor, now threatened by official suppression, igniting Li Tianlu's inner fury. That Xiao Ting, whom I treated like a brother, has proven to be ungrateful, he lamented. Li Baoyi shook his head. We cannot afford to offend the Xiao family of Huainan. But that female constable must not be spared. The sudden action by the Wolf Guard, without prior notice, could only be attributed to the constable's recklessness or manipulation by the Xiao family, emboldening her to act against us. A glint of coldness appeared in Li Qianlu's eyes. "We should send someone now, hold on." Li Baoi raised his hand to halt Li Qianlu's words. "Do not act rashly. The incident at Bema Manor has just occurred. If that female constable were to die now, it would be obvious that the Li family orchestrated it. We must first ensure our people are in place. Wait for the situation at Bema Manor to settle down and execute our plans discreetly to prevent future troubles." Although Li Qianlu's anger was difficult to contain, he recognized that overt retaliation would be too conspicuous, and so he merely huffed in response. "Killing her would be too lenient if she falls into my hands. She will already be a dead woman by the time she opposes the Li family." As the first day of the 12th month arrived, a busyness enveloped Chang'an City in anticipation of the new year. The first day of the 12th month marked the anniversary of a significant battle between the Great Yu and the Great Qi, where over 100,000 lives were lost, leaving the outskirts of Chang'an barren and devoid of life. After Emperor Xiaozong entered Chang'an, order was restored, and he ordered the construction of a heroic tomb beside Xiujiang Pool, interring the remains of fallen soldiers from both sides, thereby signaling the conclusion of the century-long tripartite struggle, ushering in an era for the Great Yu. Countless wives, waiting for their husband's return, mourned their prolonged absence, and each year, some would journey to this place, choosing to end their lives in Xiujiang Pool, while others perished from grief before the heroic tomb. This sorrow persisted for over a decade, prompting Emperor Xiaozong to dispatch numerous officials to comfort these bereaved women, and he even instructed the empress to pay annual tributes at the tomb. However, with the recent passing of the empress, the task of honoring the deceased fell to the current Empress Dowager. Su Buling accompanied Lady Lu to Xiujiang Pool, not only to seek solace, but also for other arrangements. The Empress Dowager, accompanied by a group of noble women, ventured outside the city to admire the scenery, necessitating meticulous security measures. Su Buling discreetly instructed Ning Qingye to leave traces around Xiujiang Pool, intentionally creating a semblance of activity. Once the investigation bureau detected Ning Qingye's traces, they were vigilant, deploying over 100 wolf guards for perimeter security on the first day of the 12th month, while nearly 1,000 imperial guards preemptively cleared the area around Xiujiang Pool, permitting only known figures to enter, with Commander Zhang Xiang personally guarding the Empress Dowager's vicinity. Zhang Xiang was lured into the open, allowing Zhu Manji to enter the document archives under the pretext of reviewing case files. However, the archives were guarded by more than just Zhang Xiang, necessitating further chaos within the investigation bureau. On the morning of the first day of the 12th month, the expansive residence of the Prince of Shu was tidied at Lady Lu's insistence. 8 guards, initially trained as assassins and seldom required by Su Buling, were repurposed as diligent gardeners in preparation for the new year. As dawn broke, delicate snowflakes fell upon the courtyard, while Su Buling arranged his attire before a bronze mirror. As the occasion was ostensibly to pay homage at the heroic tomb, where many of his grandfather's Su Lai soldiers were interred, his attire was formal but not ceremonial, adorned in a dignified brocade robe with a jade belt. Old Xiao leaned on his cane, standing before him as he discussed the day's plans. "There's a bamboo grove nearby Xiujiang Pool that must be traversed. Traps have been set there. Ning Qingye is unlikely to eliminate Zhang Xiang. Any ensuing chaos would determine her escape." Zhu Manji would enter the archives around noon, coinciding with the lunch hour when the patrolling wolf guards would be sparse. "I will create a distraction to draw the guards away, giving you approximately 15 minutes to peruse the documents," he proposed. Su Buling listened intently, confirming that the arrangements were satisfactory, and nodded gently. "Take the 8 guards with you, just in case. If you encounter trouble, I shall be left alone." Old Xiao chuckled. "Rest easy, young prince. While I may lack other talents, my skills in self-preservation are unmatched. Given the current situation, if the poison has not been resolved, I may be able to ensure your safe passage first." Su Buling found it difficult to counter this, chuckling lightly as he donned his sword from the intricately carved hulu and exited the prince's residence. The usually solemn Kisu Street was bustling with noise, as dozens of horse-drawn carriages emerged from the abodes of various nobles, attended by servants and maidens, with the female contingent predominating. As a hub for the most prominent families in Chang'an, even the most haughty noble women adhered to the established order, instinctively knowing their place. A hierarchy forged through generations of rivalry. The The Xiao family's carriage led the procession, with Xiao Qiang's wife, Cui, already departing with her maidens ahead of the others. Lady Lu's carriage awaited at the stone lion before the prince's residence. As the snow fell lightly, Su Buling led his steed, chasing wind, through the gate, and upon raising his eyes, he spotted Lady Lu, clad in dark blue ceremonial attire, leaning against the carriage window, gazing vacantly, her cheeks devoid of makeup. Emerald earrings perfectly still. Yu Nu, holding a white oil paper umbrella to shield against the falling snow, approached gracefully and offered a courteous bow. "Young prince, be cautious of the cold. It's snowing heavily. Please step inside." As she reached to take the reins, Su Buling, finding the entrance blocked, surrendered without futile resistance. After handing the reins to Yu Nu, he lightly leapt into the warm, opulent carriage. Lady Lu closed the carriage window, shifting slightly on the soft couch, patting the seat beside her. "Buling, come sit here." The spacious carriage did have room for guests, and although Su Buling had already settled, he could only rise to sit beside Lady Lu, placing his sword on a small table beside them. "Aunt Lu, why were you lost in thought just now? Do you have something on your mind?" Lady Lu reclined lazily against the couch, her gaze fixed on Su Buling, scrutinizing him. "What could possibly occupy my thoughts? My mind is solely on you. I can't shake the feeling that you are concealing something from me." Su Buling's expression stiffened slightly, and he forced a smile, shaking his head. "Men must have their secrets. I know my limits." Lady Lu furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before leaning in closer, sniffing at Su Buling's robe. The melancholic tone of her voice sent a shiver down Su Buling's spine. He knew better than to speak out of turn, lest it deepen her sorrow. He could only chuckle gently. "I merely wish for her assistance in copying some texts. Master Song has always been strict in his teachings, and Miss Song would never engage in any disreputable conduct." This explanation is indeed quite persuasive. Lady Lu nodded slightly and chose not to elaborate further. She retrieved a chessboard and 2 baskets of pieces from the side, casually discussing familial matters while making her way to QG and GCH. Chapter 46, Boyfriend. The JZHNS is located within CHNGR NF-ing on the eastern side of the imperial city. Due to the noble ladies leaving the city, most of the personnel in the Y-Men were already dispatched to the streets, rendering the Y-Men along the entire street somewhat desolate. The document repository behind the Y-Men occupies a vast area, with a tall building at its center guarded day and night by the LNGWI, requiring the T&Y-ing LNGWI to possess a copper plate along with an official decree to gain entry. At dawn, ZHMNZH received an assignment from the official to head to the document repository. She was transferred from the patrol unit to the capture division, under the command of the TNWI-ing. However, due to the recent incident where NNQ-ing killed 4 LNGWI from the TNWI-ing, she currently lacked teammates and was still paired with 2 old partners, Li Hur and W-ing Dijuing, who had patrolled the streets for half a lifetime without being able to join the TNZY-ing, were already considered misfits within the JZHNS. With a significant figure like her now before them, they were eager to ingratiate themselves. The 2 followed NZH like loyal attendants, earnestly advising her, NZH, as you just entered the TNZY-ing, do not become too complacent. The LNGWI are engaged in perilous work, and we have years of experience to share with you. Given our relationship, we will certainly share everything we know and answer any questions you may have. ZHMNZH, her hand resting on her waistblade, made her way toward the document repository, humming softly, "Return my silver, and I shall continue to regard you as brothers." Upon hearing this, Li Hur appeared disheartened. NZH, discussing silver is detrimental to our friendship. Had it not been for us looking out for you upon your arrival in CHing, how would you have smoothly entered the TNZY-ing? As they chatted, ZHMNZH arrived outside the document repository, where 2 clerks were idly conversing over tea. She had taken on an old case of stolen imperial horses that remained unsolved. Presenting her official decree and copper plate to the clerk for verification, she then removed her signaling flares and other items before entering the repository alone. Today, due to the main force being dispatched from the city, there were few LNGWI stationed outside the document repository. ZHMNZH calmly entered, where tall bookshelves lined the spacious hall. The windows were sealed, preventing any light from entering, rendering the space dim. 7 or 8L NGW, our reviewing documents. All renowned experts within the TNZYing. At ordinary times, NZH would find it difficult to even meet them, so she respectfully nodded in greeting upon encountering them. The atmosphere inside the document repository was exceedingly quiet, almost oppressive. At the end of the central corridor was a small library, which originally served as the official's office. Today, ZHing, Xiying had gone to Q, G, and GCH, leaving Deputy Liu YNL in charge. After a cursory glance, NZH began to rummage through the towering shelves, waiting for the opportune moment to confer with XBL-ing in the midst of swirling snowflakes. The convoy stretched a fine line across the snowy plains outside CH-ing-in. QG and GCH lay in the southeastern corner of CH-ing-in, not far from their arrival before noon. The Empress Dowager's imperial palanquin had already arrived, proceeding to the side of QG and GCH for a sacrificial ceremony at the Y Angli ZH-ing, followed by concubines and noble ladies. The formalities of such an occasion were inevitably tedious, requiring at least an hour to complete. Lady Liu instructed XBL-ing to wait by the banks of QG and GCH, planning to join him later for leisure. By the lakeside pavilion, XBL-ing, clad in a white fox fur coat, held a fishing rod over QG and GCH. The throngs of ladies, escorted by the Imperial Guard, vanished into the bamboo grove, leaving only the servants and maids from various households to busily prepare items for their master's enjoyment, with some even docking several pleasure boats along the lakeshore. The LNGW, I stood guard every 5 paces, meticulously patrolling the lakeside, ready to investigate any suspicious activity, maintaining strict security. However, this particular pavilion by QG and GCH was a private fishing spot purchased by XBL-ing, ensuring that no unwelcome visitors dared to intrude. After a brief wait and confirming that no one was watching, XBL-ing lightly tapped the floor of the pavilion twice. The sound echoed softly, and from behind the building, Inning Q-ingy emerged cautiously, glancing around the corner with care. XBL-ing tilted his head. I can assist you only to this extent. I have provided you with an escape route. Remember to act according to your abilities, and do not linger in battle. Having recuperated in a short time, Inning Q-ingy appeared much improved and, with her sword in hand, offered a slight bow. Thank you. May we meet again by fate. With that, she did not linger, lowering her head and hastily exiting the pavilion to wait along the path leading out of QG and GCH. Seated on the pavilion's terrace with his fishing rod, XBL-ing found himself with little to do other than await the outcome. The hour was still early. Snowflakes danced over Q, G, and GCH. The lake smooth as a mirror, the world silent, resembling an ink wash painting. Countless koi occasionally leapt from the water, seemingly attempting to catch the falling snowflakes. Dressed in a pine green cloak and a red cape, SNYF, her hood concealing her hair, revealed only her youthful cheeks, which were rosy from the cold as she occasionally warmed her hands before her mouth. Miss Essing, you have come uninvited. Is there something urgent? SNYF approached the terrace quietly, first offering a respectful bow. Feeling guilty, she bore a hint of shyness in her demeanor, speaking softly. XSHC, I have something to discuss, but I am unsure if it is appropriate. Then perhaps do not speak of it. Oh. SNYF's moment of courage was swiftly dashed, biting her lip in hesitation before ultimately deciding against leaving. Instead, she sat at the edge of the terrace, hoping to establish a good rapport with the esteemed young master to avoid any repercussions when the poetry affair inevitably came to light. Unaware of SNYF's intentions, XBL-ing was taken aback to see her sitting beside him, her lips pursed in a silly smile, leading him to misinterpret her intentions. He shifted slightly to maintain distance and raised an eyebrow. Miss Essing, you do not truly wish to be a princess, do you? The last time I used a ruler on you, I did not strike. Should you cling to me, I will not acknowledge it. SNYF blinked, not angry, and earnestly replied, Do not jest, SHZ. I was the one who misunderstood and caused you trouble. Your actions were justified. I admire your literary talent and character and merely wish to befriend you. To be honest, her approach was straightforward and rather unrefined. XBL-ing opened his mouth, pondering. Boyfriend? Boyfriend? That term seems peculiar. Wait. The more XBL-ing listened, the more he found it amusing, raising his eyebrows. Miss S-ing, I never consented to you considering me your boyfriend. SNYF nodded slightly. I regard you as a confidant and friend. There is no need for your agreement. If you also consider me a friend, that would be splendid. Why should I regard you as a girlfriend? SNYF appeared somewhat puzzled, but brushed it aside, her expression turning slightly aggrieved. Am I not worthy? XBL Ing appraised her from head to toe, smirking. As long as you behave obediently and do not cause trouble, I might begrudgingly consider you a girlfriend. SNYF eagerly nodded. I shall be obedient. But no person is without fault. Recognizing and rectifying mistakes is paramount. As a boyfriend, you must not turn your back immediately. You should persuade with reason and virtue. Like a gentleman, I have always acted with virtue. Martial virtue. Ceasing conflict is martial virtue. One must adhere to benevolence and righteousness. That is what defines martial virtue. Do you understand, SHC? SNYF delivered her philosophical discourse without repetition. XBLing, feeling bored, did not mind and attentively listened to his girlfriend's incessant chatter. Chapter 47. Clues inside the document repository. NZH absent-mindedly flipped through various records of old cases, her eyes continually wandering. Time passed slowly, and as noon approached, the stationed NGWI began to change shifts for their meal. Only 4 guards remained at the exit, while a clerk entered the repository carrying a food box. Deputy Liu YNL stepped out of the study to take the food box back inside without any intention of leaving. In the Jijin division, as the time was marked by the rhythmic beating of drums, Zhu Manji discreetly calculated the minutes, realizing it was nearly the appointed hour. She set aside her case files and intentionally repositioned herself to the corner of the bookshelf, evading the gaze of others. At the moment the copper gong announced the hour, an audacious voice reverberated throughout the Jijin division, claiming dominion over the street. Zhang Xiang, I curse your mother. How dare this mere Jijin division presume to be a den of dragons and tigers? I can come and go as I please, and what can you do about it? The voice was hoarse, as if obstructed by something lodged in the throat, yet it carried far and wide, clearly emanating from a formidable master of internal energy. The several wolf guards perusing the case files within the archives immediately became alert, turning in unison toward the source of the raucous outcry. Who dares to shout and insult Lord Zhang? They exclaimed, anger boiling within them. The acting deputy Liu Yunlin had just emerged from the study, his face a stormy shade of blue, and he stormed out of the archives, brandishing his Yinling knife, bellowing, They have come to our doorstep. Why are you all still standing there? Capture him and flay him alive. The wolf guards, initially taken aback by the audacity of the intruder, quickly regained their composure, their anger ignited. To stir trouble within the Jijin division was akin to disturbing a dragon's lair. It was tantamount to desecrating the grave of the king of hell. The Jijin division erupted into chaos, with hundreds of wolf guards showcasing their diverse martial skills, swarming toward the source of the voice like a tidal wave. The archives were soon deserted, and Zhu Manji, peeking from behind the bookshelf, ensured the coast was clear before swiftly darting to the entrance of the small library, quietly slipping inside. The inner library, though smaller than the outer archives, also housed case files. A movable staircase stood beside the shelves, stacked high with cabinets resembling those in a pharmacy, each adorned with wooden plaques inscribed with various labels. In the center of the room were 3 desks, with a platform for weaponry behind them. The spacious room felt somewhat empty, allowing for a clear view of every corner, leaving no place to hide. Zhu Manji's heart raced. At just 16, even the boldest of girls would feel a twinge of nervousness in such a situation. She hurriedly began her search among the shelves. Unlike the larger archives, this room contained records of certain nobles and prominent families, documenting their actions over the years, secrets that could not be divulged for various reasons. Though fewer in number, the 4 rows of bookshelves still held over 1,000 documents. Zhu Manji knew her father was skilled in martial arts, though she was uncertain of the extent of his prowess. Naturally, as a daughter, she viewed her father as formidable. Thus, upon discovering a shelf dedicated to the heroes of the martial world, she quickly pushed the ladder over and climbed to the top to open a drawer filled with numerous booklets, their covers bearing titles such as Donghai Lu Beiming and Poison Masterly Hansheng, names she had never heard before. Being a Zhu, her father could not have changed his surname, so she meticulously sifted through the booklets, hoping to find a record of someone with the surname Zhu. After a thorough search, she indeed found a heroic figure named Zhu, but upon opening the entry, she read, Swansea Sword Zhu Cho Shan, head of the Zhou family from Yuzhou, whose swordsmanship overshadowed the Tang and Lu families during the Xuanhe era. During the Iron Eagle hunting season, he defied the court's authority and was subsequently annihilated by the Jizhen division and the Tang family of Yuzhou. With Zhu Choshan and 47 male members of the Zhu family being completely eradicated, with no omissions. Zhu Manji furrowed her brow slightly. The Xuanhe era coincided with her father's early 30s, an age that did not align. Moreover, this Zhu family had been exterminated 10 years prior, when she was just 6, tending to the fields alongside her father, making it unlikely to be her parent. With little time remaining, Zhu Manji conducted a final search, but found no records that matched her father's identity. She reluctantly shifted her focus to seeking information on the Suolongshong. Swiftly, she maneuvered the ladder to the cabinet associated with the Prince of Su and examined its contents, discovering that the records regarding the ambush at the Weha River aligned with the rumors. She then scurried to the shelf housing the world's most notorious poisons, climbing up to search among the various records. Unfortunately, with the plethora of sinister and nefarious poisons circulating in the martial world, she had yet to locate any mention of the Solongu before a loud voice echoed from outside. "This mere Jizhen division is nothing. I shall take my leave first." The voice was distant, having left the confines of the Jizhen division. Zhu Manji recognized this as a warning that her time was running out. Gritting her teeth, she returned the booklets to their original places, deftly exiting the study. Who is this ruffian in the Jianghu, shouting so brazenly and fleeing faster than a rat? I want every wolf guard on the lookout. Find him, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, roared Lu Yunlin, his eyes ablaze with fury as he thrust open the door to the small library, only to find it empty, everything unchanged since his departure. However, being the second in command in the Jizhen division, a place teeming with hidden talents, Lu Yunlin was certainly no fool. The inner library was eerily spacious, devoid of windows, making it airtight. If someone had entered, they would have undoubtedly left behind traces undetectable to the average person. Sensing something amiss, Lu Yunlin's expression darkened. He retrieved a fire starter from his pocket and moved around the bookshelves, meticulously inspecting each cabinet door. The faint glow illuminated the vermilion cabinet doors, revealing their mirror-like smoothness. One by one, he scrutinized them until he noticed faint, indistinct fingerprints on the cabinet door marked with world's most notorious poisons. Lu Yunlin's eyes narrowed as he continued his search, soon spotting traces on the cabinet door displaying records of the Prince of Su's documents. Prince of Su's unique poisons. He mused for a moment before swiftly retrieving a handkerchief to wipe away all traces from the cabinet door. Chapter 48. The Battlefield of the Ladies, the Ying Lai Tomb. Located on the southern side of Xiujiang Pool, resembled a small earthen mound, adorned with a shrine and a Taoist temple. An iron bull, cast from iron, symbolized the transformation of swords into plows and the cessation of conflict. Even after 60 years, it remained gleaming and new, with daily offerings of incense. While Zhu Mandi stealthily infiltrated the archives to uncover secrets, Ning Qingye, tasked with drawing ire and attracting attention, lay in ambush within the bamboo grove, patiently awaiting the arrival of the notorious Zhang Xiang. However, waiting for Zhang Xiang was not an easy endeavor. Zhang Xiang did not come to settle old scores with Ning Qingye. He had many enemies, and, as the public face of the Jizhen division, he had no time to engage with the Jianghu. His presence was solely due to suspicions of bandits hiding near Xiujiang Pool, tasked with safeguarding the Empress's safety. The Empress, a daughter of the Shao family, was the youngest sister of Prime Minister Shao Chuyang. While the foremost wives of the prominent families on Kuei-Shou Street were all from esteemed clans such as Shao, Liu, Cui, Wang, and Li, having known each other since childhood. Su Buling's mother was a daughter of the Donghai Liu family, also part of this social circle. Unfortunately, a decade prior, the Donghai Liu family had aligned with the wrong side, leading to their current decline in the Jianghu, leaving them without a voice in the court. The Jinling Liu family, once allied with the Donghai Liu family, also faced repercussions, and Liu Foran's father, Liu Qingyan, who should have been among the top 3 officials, found himself at the bottom of the hierarchy with little influence. Of course, the concealed rivalries among the great families did not manifest in the daughters they married off. After completing their official duties, the Empress accompanied a group of ladies, engaging in discussions that revolved around the mundane affairs of ordinary households. The observation platform by Xiujiang Pool was a tall structure adorned with calligraphic masterpieces from renowned artists. In a spacious hall on the third floor, a dozen elegantly poised ladies sat, accompanied by several official daughters and princesses familiarizing themselves with each other, while maids carefully served tea and water. The atmosphere was more serious than a court assembly, as none wished to utter a word that might cause them to lose face in front of others. The empress, clad in resplendent golden attire and adorned with a phoenix crown, sat regally on a soft couch, holding a teacup and maintaining a seemingly amused but composed expression as she listened intently. To ascend to the rank of empress, a woman must not only hail from a distinguished lineage but also possess unparalleled beauty. Among the dozen graceful women present, none could rival her in charm. Yet, the empress's poise and status elevated her above the rest, reminiscent of a solitary blossom amidst a garden of flowers. Madame Lu, due to her status as a widow, refrains from adorning herself excessively in the presence of outsiders, her accessories few, serene as a lotus. She quietly sits at the back, sipping tea, thus not drawing attention. Among the many noble women present, there are both aloof beauties untouched by worldly affairs and social butterflies seeking favor. The Zhang family of Kuei, Shou Street, boasts a head of household who has attained the rank of Xiaofu, one of the 9 ministers, having risen from humble beginnings through the imperial examination. His wife, Madame Gao, is the eldest daughter of a prominent family, and while she may be considered part of the upper class in the marketplace, in this gathering she appears somewhat out of place, eagerly flattering others. As ladies engaged in conversation inevitably mention their children and nieces, someone brings up the eldest son of the Xiao family, praising his remarkable tenacity for taking up the post of county magistrate in a remote and impoverished area at such a young age. The Empress Dowager's expression brightens, clearly pleased with this remark. Observing this, Madame Gao quickly seizes the opportunity to extol further. The eldest son of the Xiao family has always exhibited exceptional character. He is well known throughout Chang'an City, and there is no need for us to provide commentary. However, I must mention the second son, Xiao Ting, who usually remains quiet but recently astonished everyone with his impressive talent. The assembly of women nods in agreement, echoing her sentiments. Although the Xiao family is a prominent clan in Huainan, the true direct descendants are few. After Xiao Chuyang entered the capital to serve as a minister, his elder brother passed away, leaving only one son. Xiao Chuyang adopted this child, intending to nurture him, but tragically, the boy did not live past 20, dying shortly after marriage. Currently, the Huainan Xiao family is left with only Xiao Chuyang's direct line, and the head of the family can only rely on the Empress Dowager's sister to maintain order, indicative of a lineage in decline. Were it not for this situation, a simpleton like Xiao Ting would have long been cast out, rather than being revered like a precious gem. As a daughter of the Xiao family, the Empress Dowager naturally wishes for her kin to succeed, and upon hearing these praises, her smile broadens. Madame Gao, encouraged by this, glances at Madame Lu sitting at the back and continues. In the past, the scholars at the Guozijian remarked that Xiao Ting and Su Shizhi were rather unremarkable. But I believe with Madame Lu and the Empress Dowager overseeing the 2 young gentlemen, there is no way they could falter. They are merely still too young. I heard that at the recent Longyin poetry gathering, Su Shizhi also made an impressive debut with a splendid poem. This serves to praise both the Xiao and Lu families while also flattering the Wang family, attempting to curry favor from all sides. However, Madame Lu is reluctant to accept such flattery. Setting her teacup down, she interjects, Madame Gao, do not be swayed by rumors. They are merely idle gossips spread by scholars. She explains that during the Longyin poetry gathering, Su Buling did not claim authorship of Feng Zhu Chun Xianghua, Yijin, and the esteemed scholars present could not definitively attribute the work to him, leaving the matter in doubt. Having spent years in the depths of the palace, the Empress Dowager is unaware of the events of that day, and her curiosity is piqued. What poem did Su Buling compose? She inquires. Madame Gao interprets Madame Lu's humility as a sign of modesty and eagerly responds. The lines are as follows. Feng Zhu Chun Xianghua, Yijin, Riwan Wan Shu Tu. Wu Shi Ren Fei, Shi Xiu, Yu Lei Xian Lu. All the noble women present, hearing this timeless and exquisite verse for the first time, are taken aback and nod in appreciation, their eyes gleaming with admiration. The Empress Dowager, as a daughter of the Xiao family, possesses a refined understanding of poetry and song, and upon hearing these lines that resonate with her own sentiments, she becomes deeply moved. Once Madame Gao finishes reciting, the Empress Dowager nods slightly. Is this splendid verse meant for me? The women present are momentarily stunned. Madame Gao had initially intended to say that it was a poem penned by Su Bueling from Madame Lu, but upon reflection, it seems fitting that it could also be addressed to the Empress Dowager. After all, Su Bueling had stated that the poem was not written from Madame Lu, leading to peculiar glances among the ladies. Madame Lu, prepared to clarify, finds her countenance darkening upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words. Akin to a daughter whose newly chosen hairpin is snatched away by an outsider. Unable to bear it, she quickly asserts, it was not written for the Empress Dowager. A hush falls over the gathering, the atmosphere suddenly turning grave. As Madame Lu's words hang in the air, the lively hall filled with laughter and chatter falls silent. In the realm of noble families, rivalries are commonplace, and the assembled ladies, having ascended through the ranks, are quick to discern the slight rudeness in Madame Lu's tone. After all, she stands before the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, recalling that this daughter-in-law has faced similar trials of widowhood, coughs lightly, attempting to ease the awkwardness. With a gentle smile, she says, it seems I'm misunderstood. I thought the poem was meant for me. I did not realize that Su Bueling's talents were so remarkable. Madame Lu maintains a serene expression, though internally she feels a pang of anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, she replies, Your Majesty, this poem was not composed by Su Bueling. I inquired, and it was merely copied. The Empress Dowager furrows her brow slightly. Copied from whom? Madame Lu finds herself at a loss for words. She cherishes this poem deeply, and the Empress Dowager, understanding her sentiments, feels a sense of shared emotion. Noticing Madame Lu's disjointed explanations, the Empress Dowager's expression shifts subtly, tinged with a hint of melancholy. A poem written by a younger generation. Should I dare to appropriate it? Su Bueling, while excelling in martial arts, has not been noted for literary prowess, yet he possesses a perceptive heart that understands the sentiments of his elders. The other noble women nod in agreement, recognizing that any family with such a considerate nephew would surely feel warmth in their hearts. Madame Gao chuckles lightly, seizing the moment to suggest by lineage, Su Shixi ought to address the Empress Dowager as Elder Aunt. I heard he has also arrived at Xiujiangpool today. Why not invite him over to reminisce? Perhaps he could even compose a poem for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's eyes light up at this suggestion, clearly intrigued, and turns her gaze toward Madame Lu. However, the weight of this statement causes Madame Gao's expression to stiffen, and she hastily retracts her words. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, there was no distinction between the titles of crown prince and heir apparent. They were both regarded as heirs. It was only later, as the empire unified to elevate imperial authority, that the heir apparent was deemed superior to the heir. Yet even so, he stands far above ordinary princes and concubines, especially in the eyes of the noble women present. Seeing the gravity in Madame Lu's tone, the Empress Dowager realizes that continuing this line of conversation may jeopardize harmony. She chuckles lightly, setting her teacup down. Madame Gao is jesting. We are all women here, and it is not appropriate to summon Su Bueling to compose poetry. Even if I genuinely had such an intention, it would be more fitting to host a banquet on another day and invite him for a discussion. We shall defer this matter for now. Madame Lu nods in acknowledgement, falling silent. With this diversion, the previous light-hearted conversation cannot be resumed. The Empress Dowager does not bring up poetry again, and after a brief respite, she leads the ladies away from the viewing platform for a leisurely stroll. Madame Lu, who prefers to avoid mingling with the self-serving noble women, bids farewell to the Empress Dowager, citing fatigue as an excuse to rest for a moment. She discreetly departs from the group, heading towards the lakeside pavilion to seek solace in her cherished little hideaway. However, as Madame Lu approaches the pavilion, accompanied by her maid, her body stiffens in surprise. She spots a girl clad in soft furs, sitting at the edge of the pavilion's terrace alongside Su Bueling, their legs dangling above the ground, her embroidered shoes playfully swaying as she engages in lively conversation with him. The snowflakes drift like willow fluff onto the mirror-like surface of Xiujiangpool. Su Bueling, with a fishing rod in one hand and a wine flask in the other, reclines comfortably, listening to the girl's animated chatter. My father dotes on me. If anyone dares to bully me, he will certainly stand up for me. And one of my father's students, the one who caused quite a stir in Chang'an years ago, is even more skilled than Su Shixi. He is currently traveling the world for study. And if he knew I was being bullied, he would surely come to my aid, she declares. Song Yufu rubs her small hands together, feeling the chill of the weather, and subtly shifts closer to Su Bueling to shield herself from the wind. Continuously boasting about her formidable background, Su Bueling, amused by her tales, tilts his head. Miss Song, with such a formidable array of characters you have summoned, whom exactly are you afraid will bully you? Song Yufu purses her lips, hesitant to reveal too much, and quietly mutters, no one is bullying me. Are you threatening me? No gentleman such as Su Shitsi, who is well-educated and possesses commendable character, would ever bully a woman. Even if I were to make an unintentional mistake, you would engage in rational discourse with me, unlike those uncouth individuals who would take advantage of my misstep. Su Bueling's brows furrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment, intending to reach out and check if Song Yufu had a fever, but refrained due to the propriety between men and women. In the cold of winter, sitting by the lake, the chill seeped up from the ground, and even Su Bueling had to drink wine to warm himself. Though Song Yufu was clad in a long coat and shawl, she was evidently still cold. Feeling that she had not established a good rapport with Su Bueling and reluctant to leave, she endured the discomfort. Noticing that Song Yufu was shivering and her speech had become sluggish, Su Bueling offered her his flask of wine. Would you care for a sip? As Song Yufu gazed at the exquisitely crafted crimson wine gourd, she contemplated and earnestly remarked, if we drink this wine, does that mean we are friends? That is how it is in the Jianghu. Su Bueling chuckled softly. Indeed, there is such a saying, but it typically applies among men. After sharing a drink, they become confidants. Who says that? There are many female heroes in the Jianghu who also value loyalty and would fight for their brothers, matching men in every way. Song Yufu accepted the wine gourd with both hands, uncorked it, and took a bold gulp, exuding a sense of chivalry. Unfortunately, due to her strict upbringing, she was accustomed only to drinking mild rice wine, akin to beverages. The Duanyu Jiu brewed by the Sun family was a low-alcohol spirit, which would be overwhelming for someone unaccustomed to drinking. As the fiery liquor slid down her throat, it caused her face to flush a deep red, nearly causing her to spit it out. Her upbringing restrained her from exhibiting such a lack of decorum. She bravely swallowed it down, tears welling in her eyes. Unable to speak as she patted her chest and coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. Ha. Song Yufu's eyes turned red, feeling both humiliated and aggrieved by Su Bueling's teasing. Yet she did not become angry. She glanced at him and managed a small smile before lowering her head in silence. Su Bueling laughed a couple of times, finding it unamusing to tease this naive girl, and awkwardly stifled his laughter, sitting up straighter with his fishing rod. After a brief silence, Song Yufu's cheeks remained flushed as she finally subdued the effects of the alcohol. Stealing a glance, she spoke again. It's all right. I do not hold Su Shitsi accountable. Who said anything about an apology? Su Bueling shot her a puzzled look. Su Shitsi must have felt embarrassed earlier, thinking he had gone too far with his jest. It's nothing to worry about. Su Bueling nodded slightly. It seems you are not foolish. Their conversation drifted, and though they were uncertain of the topics being discussed, their relationship had indeed drawn closer under Song Yufu's persistent efforts. Su Bueling. The voice was mature, the tone serious, carrying an underlying significance that was palpable. Although the exact meaning eluded him, it possessed an undeniable authoritative weight. It was the first time Su Bueling had encountered such a tone, instinctively straightening his posture, akin to a student caught daydreaming when the teacher calls his name. Startled by the voice, Song Yufu shuddered, hastily rising from the edge of the terrace, her legs having fallen asleep after sitting for too long, nearly causing her to tumble into the lake with a startled exclamation. Su Bueling quickly reached out to steady her arm, helping her up. How could you be so careless? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Yufu nodded and smiled at Su Bueling. To Madame Lu's eyes, this scene was entirely one of romantic affection between a talented scholar and a beautiful maiden. Madame Lu, subconsciously tapping her embroidered shoes, seemed ready to speak but held her tongue, simply watching Su Bueling intently. Standing upright, Song Yufu tightened her fiery red cloak and offered a respectful greeting. Madame Lu, I happen to pass by. Su Shitsi hasn't been to the Guozijian for several days, so I came to check on him. Madame Lu scrutinized Song Yufu for a moment, ultimately refraining from making any inappropriate remarks, and lightly nodded. Thank you, Miss Song. It is bitterly cold. Take care not to catch a chill. Please, go inside and warm yourself. Having been discovered after sneaking over, Song Yufu felt extremely awkward and dared not engage in small talk with Madame Lu. If misunderstood as desiring to become a princess, it would be troublesome. Thus, she quickly bowed and said, "There is no need for such formality, Madame Lu. I merely came to say hello. I must take my leave now." With that, she hurriedly made her way across the pavilion, and Madame Lu did not stop her, merely smiling in return. Su Buling stood up and planted his fishing rod at the edge of the pavilion, casting a curious glance at Madame Lu. "Aunt Lu, why do you seem displeased?" Madame Lu bit her lip, waiting for Song Yufu's figure to vanish before she approached Su Buling, speaking gently. "Buling, what is your relationship with Miss Song?" "Just classmates." Upon hearing this, Madame Lu's eyes flashed with irritation, and after a moment of contemplation, she retorted, "What do you mean by that? Matters of romance between men and women are serious. I am not stopping you. Why imply that I am misunderstanding?" Su Buling blinked in confusion, shrugging with an awkward smile. "Well, it's just that there is nothing to worry about. I was afraid Aunt Lu might misinterpret." "Misinterpret what? I cannot control you." Madame Lu turned her back. Facing the Tsiujiang pond, her demeanor seemingly calm, yet the hint of unvoiced sorrow was unmistakable. Su Buling rubbed his forehead discreetly, adopting a warm smile as he stepped closer to support Madame Lu's arm. "I know you are concerned that I might be deceived by ill-intentioned women. I have always kept that in mind." Madame Lu glanced around to ensure no one else was present before allowing Su Buling to guide her, walking side by side along the pavilion's corridor. Due to her shorter stature, it gave the impression of a delicate dependence. "Buling, you are approaching the age of majority. Yet there is no candidate for the position of Shitzi Fei. The young ladies of the Xiao family are much younger than you, and my niece is already promised to someone. A few princesses are of suitable age, but they are all born of concubines. To be the primary consort of a prince would be an overestimation of their status. The mentor of Song Yufu, who is esteemed, ultimately hails from a humble background, and someone like her would not even qualify to be a secondary consort." Su Buling felt a headache coming on, shaking his head with a wry smile. "When I marry, it will be for love, not for such considerations." "Nonsense," Madame Lu said, suddenly serious, shooting Su Buling a reproachful glance. "I am not saying you cannot marry for love. As a prince with vast territories, you may marry as many as you desire without fear of reproach. However, there can only be one primary consort, much like the empress. It involves many powers at play. Do you think this is the common folk-s affair, where marrying a woman merely entails cooking and bearing children?" Su Buling listen intenti. Refraining from argument, "I understand. It's just a matter of Shitzi Fei. Aunt Lu, if you suggest whom I should marry, I shall do so. It's just a woman. I am not a loss." Upon hearing this, Madame Lu felt it somewhat strange. Although there was nothing inherently wrong with the statement, it still displeased her. She frowned in contemplation, adding, "You should treat your wife well. It is not easy for women." Su Buling nodded earnestly, not wishing to engage in this nonsensical discussion, and shifted the topic. "Aunt Lu, do you also enjoy the fragrant powders from Xianjizhai?" He leaned closer to inhale the scent. Su Buling suddenly realized, chuckling lightly, the fragrance is delightful, though a bit too subtle. It suits a young girl like Song Yufu well. Madame Lu's expression darkened slightly. "Do you think I'm too old to use such things?" Faced with this unexpected question, Su Buling was caught off guard, and in a flurry of thoughts, he quickly shook his head, laughing lightly. How could that be? Just like the peony among flowers, and the lily, each possesses its merits. Aunt Lu, you are the peony, elegant, resplendent, and vibrant, better suited for more potent fragrances. Madame Lu's demeanor softened once more, and with a light huff, she teased, "You are quite the smooth talker. You hardly resemble a prince's heir. I wonder from whom you learned such wisdom." Su Buling rubbed his nose, deciding not to engage in further banter. As they strolled through the corridor, Madame Lu recalled the matter at hand. "By the way, Buling, whom is that poem of longing written for?" "This is not my writing. If Aunt Lu appreciates it, then it is a gift for her." Madame Lu nodded, feeling considerably relieved. She took out a handkerchief and gazed at the poetry embroidered upon it. Just moments ago, the Empress believed it was written for her. After all, she has nephews of her own. Recently, Xiao Ting has been quite the sensation. Why not ask him to compose something for her? She had even considered summoning you to pen some verses, but how naive of her. This manner of speaking is indeed quite amusing. Su Buling felt an urge to laugh, but refrained, feeling a delightful itch within. Nonchalantly, he said, "Aunt Lu, rest assured, I shall never again associate myself with poetry. I shall never write, no matter what anyone says." Madame Lu responded with a hum, folding the handkerchief away. She glanced around before whispering, "In a few days, if the Empress summons you to the palace and brings up the subject of poetry, simply state that you cannot write. Do not let her coax you into agreeing after just a few words." Su Buling pondered for a moment. "Aunt Lu, has the Empress taken a fancy to you?" Madame Lu lightly furrowed her brow. "She is of a higher generation than I, having entered the palace and become the Empress. She often insists I discipline you because of Xiao Ting. My surname is Lu, not Xiao. Why should I heed her? You're not to listen to her either." After contemplating for a while, Su Buling could not discern the connection, so he merely nodded. Chapter 51. Evening fatigue and combing hair. The Empress had spent a solitary decade in the deep palace, constrained by her status, unable to make public appearances. Lacking the authority that historical formidable empresses possessed to govern from behind the curtain, she lived a life of extreme honor, yet remained a pitiable figure. Confined to her empty boudoir, humans require communication, much like Madame Lu, who, having no children of her own, cherished the company of a nephew to share heartfelt conversations. On the stone path through the bamboo grove, the Empress, adorned in exquisite palace attire, walked gracefully, accompanied by a group of noble women who could not abandon her. Zhang Xiang, with a hand resting on his waist knife, walked 10 paces behind the Empress, while the wolf guard stationed themselves every 5 paces, ensuring no opportunity for assassination could arise. Not even a secret arrow could be shot. Xiao Ting, in the midst of winter, strolled leisurely beside the Empress, wielding a jade-boned folding fan, appearing quite dignified, though his expression was somewhat cheeky. "Auntie, my standing in the world has changed. After attending the Guozijian, the scholars greeted me with smiles, and the students even praised me as Xiao Gongzi, especially the son of a Shu Wang, who used to mock me but now speaks to me politely." In just a few words, he vividly displayed his pride. The Empress, unable to chastise Xiao Ting in front of others, merely cast him a faint glance. "When you engage in proper affairs, the scholars will naturally appreciate you. Historically, the men of the Xiao family have entered the court with swords, and it is common to receive accolades without seeking them. You are becoming overly self-satisfied. When you take your father's place, will you not ascend to the heavens?" Xiao Ting chuckled. "I dare not imagine such heights. They praise me, and I attribute it to your excellent teaching." Finally, he spoke somewhat sensibly. "By the way, I heard that at the Longyin poetry meeting, you produced a fine piece?" Xiao Ting's eyes brightened, folding his fan and clapping his hands. "Ah, so you have heard about it?" "Indeed, for the Longyin poetry meeting, I pondered deeply for 3 days and nights, composing a piece titled My Prime Minister Father." The Empress sighed with a hint of resignation. "It is a fine work. Do you not know your own worth?" Xiao Ting's expression faltered, and he fell silent for a moment before earnestly stating, "At the Longyin poetry meeting, there were indeed many unremarkable pieces, but amidst them, there was one that stood out. The wind stills, the fragrant flowers have waned, evening falls weary as I comb my hair." "Combing hair? What do you mean by that? Get away from me." The Empress's expression darkened suddenly, her beautiful eyes seeming to threaten death. The term combing hair refers to the first encounter of courtesans, and it was understandably infuriating for the Empress to hear it. Even the usually stern and cold Zhang Xiang coughed lightly, averting his gaze as if he had not heard anything. Xiao Ting covered his mouth with the fan, awkwardly saying, "I merely repeated what I heard from the debauched students at Guozijian. It stuck with me. Do you know who wrote that poem?" The Empress furrowed her brows and widened her eyes, enduring her anger for a long while before coldly stating, "Su Buling wrote it?" "Not at all." The Empress, in her heart, felt perplexed, unable to believe that the poem could have been penned by the somewhat simple Su Buling. After hearing Xiao Ting's words, she was half convinced. "Are you certain that Su Buling is not deceiving you?" Xiao Ting blinked, somewhat dissatisfied. "Am I not clever enough? How could Su Buling fool me?" The Empress pursed her lips, hesitating to speak, but eventually nodded in silence. Xiao Ting continued to chatter away beside her, providing some amusement for his elder. As they walked along the stone path, they gradually approached a denser part of the bamboo grove, where the bamboo remained evergreen, thin layers of snow resting on the leaves, creating a tranquil ink wash painting. Just as the Empress and Xiao Ting were engaged in casual conversation, A faint cracking sound suddenly echoed through the serene bamboo forest, as if a dry bamboo had been stepped on, the sound barely perceptible even at a distance. Neither the Empress nor Xiao Ting noticed the subtle sound. However, Zhang Xiang had already placed his hand on his sword and halted his steps on the stone path. The surrounding wolf guards turned their heads in unison, all looking towards the source of the sound. The depths of the bamboo grove were obscured, leaving the situation invisible. Sensing something amiss from the wolf guards' reactions, the Empress looked around in confusion and inquired, "Zhang Xiang, what is it?" Feeling somewhat fatigued from her stroll, the Empress gently nodded, and the wolf guards brought forward a palanquin. Hearing there might be a small beast, Xiao Ting grew excited and hurriedly followed Zhang Xiang, exclaiming, "I will go take a look." The Empress, confident in Zhang Xiang's martial prowess, was not worried, even if a great beast were to appear, and gracefully departed with the palace maids. In the rear of the group, Su Buling found himself surrounded by a throng of charming ladies, with curves and grace surrounding him, making it difficult to maintain propriety. Many young maidens, deliberately drawing close, engage him in conversation, and constrained by etiquette, he could not afford to be too aloof, feeling overwhelmed. Noticing movement in the bamboo grove, Su Buling took the opportunity to say, "Aunt Lu, I will go over there to have a look." Walking beside him, Madame Lu raised her gaze and saw Zhang Xiang and Xiao Ting heading into the bamboo grove. Sensing something unusual, she frowned and cautioned, "Perhaps it's best not to go." Su Buling blinked, presenting a look of wanting to play, yet being unable to. Ultimately, Madame Lu, feeling concerned, shook her head. "Very well, be cautious. I will wait for you at the entrance. Do not linger too long." O Buling, Ganti nodded. Taking the reins of a fine horse from Yunu, he stepped away from the group and ventured deeper into the bamboo grove. Chapter 52. The elegance of that sword, the bamboo sea presented shades of blue and white, with countless tall bamboos standing above the snow-covered ground. The heavy snow bending the trunks as if they were taut bows inclined towards the earth. Snow fell in flurries, and the dense bamboo grove cast a dim light upon the ground. Clad in a bamboo leaf cloak, Ning Qing Yi stood silently amidst the lush bamboo leaves, her embroidered shoes resting upon two bamboo stalks, her face concealed by a black cloth. Holding her breath, even the mist of her breath was suppressed. As silhouettes approached from the distance, Ning Qing Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, gripping her somewhat stiffened right hand, the long sword concealed among the bamboo leaves producing a faint rustling sound. Over a decade ago, her mother, like an ordinary wanderer of the martial world, roamed the land, befriending heroes from all directions. It was unclear when her mother arrived in Chang'an, intending to visit a shop that sold the finest and most potent liquor in the world. However, on her way, she encountered a scholar squatting at the alley's entrance, persistently pursuing her to sell a piece of calligraphy, talking her ear off for half an hour. Subsequently, the scholar repeatedly failed the imperial examinations, and his mother inadvertently attracted trouble. Somehow, the two of them became fugitives, wandering the world. Ning Qingye only knew this much. She had not heard anything further. Having encountered her nominal father a few times, each meeting ended in quarrels, leaving them on unfriendly terms. A decade ago, the Iron Eagle hunted deer, ultimately discovering the mother and daughter hidden deep in the mountains of Shu. Her mother fought valiantly to send her away, only to perish at the hands of Zhang Xiang. Compared to Zhang Xiang, Ning Qingye harbored a deeper resentment for that man who abandoned his wife and child. For her mother died, still clutching the hairpin gifted by him. After 10 years of being buried in desolate mountains, he never once came to pay his respects. The sound of footsteps crunching on the snow approached from afar. Regardless, both Zhang Xiang and that man must die. Today's opportunity was rare and must be seized with utmost precision. After preparing in the bamboo grove for several days, she memorized the position of each bamboo stalk. She had deliberately created a small disturbance, leading Zhang Xiang to do as she anticipated, dispatching elite wolf guards to escort the Empress, leaving only Zhang Xiang and 2 wolf guards. 1 against 3 was a slim chance of victory, yet with traps laid in the snow. She was confident that she could deliver a fatal blow before Zhang Xiang even realized what was happening. As the 2 wolf guards, armed with Yanling swords, walked cautiously through the bamboo grove, they glanced upward, but Ning Qingye had disguised herself perfectly, blending seamlessly with the dense bamboo leaves, remaining undetected. After the 2 guards passed, Zhang Xiang, hand resting on his waist sword, approached slowly, his demeanor calm as he remained vigilant to any surrounding movements. However, amidst this atmosphere thick with impending danger, an incongruous conversation broke through. "Su Buling, why did you come along? I must remind you, if we catch a pretty little beast, it shall be mine to gift to the Empress, especially after having angered her." It was naturally the young master, shouting. Su Buling, with his long sword at his waist, strolled leisurely, attempting to appear as a casual nobleman, engaging with Xiaoting. "What did you say to provoke the Empress?" Sighing, Xiaoting replied, "It's all because of you. The poem you wrote, tired of combing my hair at night, I misremembered as combing my hair. I see no issue with it. Just think, a woman in a melancholic mood, too exhausted to care about her appearance at night, surely lacks tenderness. Just need to press her down on the bed, and I assure you, she will cease her troubles, don't you think?" Su Buling furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before nodding. Xiao Ting, surprised by Su Buling's agreement, paused briefly, then glanced around before whispering. "Su Buling, you've been in Chang'an for over a year. Have you ever visited a brothel? Should I take you?" With a swish, the sword was drawn, revealing a glimmer of cold light in the snow. Xiaoting quickly fell silent. Young Master Su exudes an overwhelming killing intent. Such intensity in youth can undermine one's intellect. It's best to temper such ferocity. This was wisdom gleaned from the experiences of past masters. Those with violent tempers seldom achieve greatness. Stillness like a mountain, a heart like still water, and movement like thunder. These are the true hallmarks of excellence. Su Buling was already aware of this principle. He merely sought to intimidate, lightly nodding as he sheathed his sword. Casually inquiring, "How skilled is Lord Zhang?" Zhang Xiang, the most loyal guard of the current emperor, had once been a death warrior before entering the ranks of officials. He spoke little. After a moment's thought, he replied, "In the vast world, anyone who can withstand 3 of my strikes is well known in the archives. They could be considered accomplished." Xiaoting found this intriguing and interjected. "So, if one can exchange 3 blows with Lord Zhang, they are deemed a master?" Zhang Xiang nodded. Xiaoting's eyes sparkled with excitement. He spread his hands. "Su Buling, lend me your sword for a moment." Su Buling would not allow Zhang Xiang to refuse and tossed the sword over. Xiaoting caught the long sword with flair, charging forward into the wind and snow. Calling out, "Lord Zhang, catch!" Zhang Xiang, helpless, could not dismiss the request of the Prime Minister's son and could only raise his sword sheath in a token gesture. Su Buling's sword was a renowned blade, documented extensively in historical texts, capable of cutting through iron like mud, rendering ordinary metal useless. For Xiaoting, 3 strikes were merely 3 exchanges, passing swiftly, while Zhang Xiang understood the young noble's intentions and prepared to parry with a bow, ready to exchange pleasantries. However, the gesture of holding the sword and bowing was clearly inappropriate for drawing a blade. In that instant, a piercing cry of a sword echoed through the blue and white bamboo sea. The bamboo leaves scattered like rain. The onlookers were taken aback, gazing upward to see a figure descending with a sword from above, the cold light piercing through the snowstorm, the sword's energy stirring the heavens. This strike nearly drained the color from the bamboo grove. Ning Qingye, akin to a hawk swooping down on a rabbit, launched a surprise attack from above. Due to the angle, the 2 wolf guards in the distance were the first to notice the movement, their faces pale as they shouted. Although Zhang Xiang had not seen the commotion above, he was already on guard and sensed something amiss before the attack erupted. Without hesitation, he leaned back to evade. As Ning Qingye's feet left 2 bamboo shoots, they returned to their upright position, simultaneously triggering the iron wire buried in the snow. With a crack, the sound of slicing wind echoed, and dozens of sharpened bamboo stalks shot forth like arrows, targeting the paths the wolf guards might traverse. The 2 wolf guards swiftly dodged and blocked, unable to draw their blades for assistance. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xiang had no time to draw his sword. The blade grazed his forehead, and in the next moment, it was poised at his chest. If he did not block it, he would face a heart-piercing end. As a seasoned hero of the martial world, Zhang Xiang did not even exhibit panic. Rather, he held a hint of disdain. Without hesitation, he released the Yenling blade, his hands clasping the sword blade like iron pincers, his body falling backward to dissipate the force. Ning Qingye, descending with her sword aimed, felt as if she had pierced a cotton ball when Zhang Xiang caught the blade with his hands, rendering her strike ineffective. And she found herself unable to leverage her position in the air, falling straight to the ground. as Zhang Xiang fell backward while gripping the sword blade. His right foot shot upward like a hanging hook, his boot propelling the hem of his official robe and producing a muffled thud. The force of this kick could shatter stone. In a clash between masters, victory and defeat are determined in an instant. The disparity in skill was too great, rendering them incomparable. Ning Qingye's eyes widened in shock, and, at the critical moment, she forcefully twisted the sword blade, compelling Zhang Xiang to release his grip while using her left arm to block the incoming boot. A muffled thud resonated through the bamboo grove. Dressed in a bamboo leaf poncho, Ning Qingye was sent flying over to Zhang, sliding in the snow until she collided with a bamboo stalk, emitting a faint grunt. At this moment, Zhang Xiang's released blade had not yet fallen. The bamboo shafts aimed at the wolf guards remained suspended, and Xiao Ting still held his sword, a look of confusion surfacing in his eyes. In their encounter, Ning Qingye had nearly expended all her training, yet Zhang Xiang, a figure who commanded an empire's intelligence agency, was no mere pretender. Once he caught his sword and rolled to his feet, escape for Ning Qingye would be nearly impossible. Having spent a lifetime among the martial world, Zhang Xiang would not grant the slightest chance. With a slight tremor of his shoulders, he stood upright once more, raising his hand to catch the descending blade only to find the sword was gone. Zhang Xiang's gaze fixed on Ning Qingye, his hand grasping at emptiness. Momentarily stunned, "Where's my sword?" As I glanced around, I suddenly noticed that Su Dashi, resembling a ferocious dragon, had swiftly approached and caught his dagger, charging toward the rogue of the Jianghu. "You dare come again? I have yet to settle the score for your previous abduction," he shouted. "Let's see where you can escape this time." The blade gleamed ominously as it was drawn from its sheath, a chilling radiance emanating from the 4-foot-long edge. Su Buling first took 3 steps while supporting his blade, then spun around, sweeping it horizontally. As the blade passed through, the green bamboos fell silently, their severed ends smooth as a mirror. What a splendid display of the technique named drilling into the sea. Zhang Xiang stood up, momentarily ignoring the Jianghu rogue, captivated instead by the exquisite blade technique. Su Buling was employing the Bagua blade, renowned for its continuous and ever-changing movements, a signature skill of Zhang Xiang himself. Although he had taken on several apprentices, only Su Buling could wield it as adeptly as he did. The thought of his unique technique being learned without proper discipleship left Zhang Xiang with a tinge of dissatisfaction, yet he could not voice his displeasure. For Su Buling was the legitimate son of a noble family. He could only offer a compliment in passing. As the bamboo was sliced through, the sounds of snapping branches filled the air, and a cascade of snow and bamboo leaves rained down, obscuring visibility. At this moment, Xiao Ting realized the danger and let out a scream, instinctively covering his head and fleeing. Zhang Xiang glanced around, shouted, "Protect young Master Xiao," and charged forward, his arms moving like steel whips, shattering the fallen bamboo in his path, forcing a way through the bamboo forest. Meanwhile, Su Buling was wildly slashing, cutting down swathes of bamboo until he reached Ning Qingye. He raised his blade and struck downward, signaling Ning Qingye to leave quickly, for the assassination had been orchestrated by him. However, Ning Qingye's left arm was nearly numb from a previous fall, and sensing the imminent danger, he instinctively raised his sword to thrust at Su Buling's throat. Su Buling was taken aback, casting an annoyed glare at the bewildered Ning Qingye. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he quickly changed his stance, dropping to the ground. Zhang Xiang, moving with great speed, approached Su Buling from behind, but Su Buling's body obscured his view. When Su Buling suddenly lay down, Zhang Xiang found the blade directly before him. Even a seasoned warrior like Zhang Xiang was startled, his pupils constricting as he hastily stopped, stifling a grunt as he bent his knee and turned his head, almost breaking his neck in the process. Ning Qingye then reacted, his body springing up like a serpent from the ground, raising his sword once more to stab at Zhang Xiang. Unarmed, Zhang Xiang was already at a disadvantage against Ning Qingye, and with Su Buling wielding his blade, the ground was left barren in the wake of his intricate techniques. "Leave this to me. I fear no mere Jianghu rogue with a blade in hand." Su Buling, known for his combative recklessness, spoke without hesitation, leaving Zhang Xiang momentarily speechless, forced to observe. Recognizing his inferiority, Ning Qingye dared not linger. Symbolically exchanging a few tender sword strokes with Su Buling before using his chest to absorb a powerful blow from him, springing directly into the bamboo grove. The rogue shall not escape. Su Buling, brandishing his dagger, prepared to pursue, but Zhang Xiang stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "Young master, calm your anger. Allow me to pursue instead." Su Buling, angered, quickly turned pale as he was obstructed, thrusting his dagger into the ground. "Fetch me my wine." Chapter 54. The Empress Dowager's visit amidst a skirmish in the bamboo forest by the Qi River. The encounter proved to be more alarming than perilous. Ning Qingye, having failed in his assassination attempt on Zhang Xiang, sustained only minor injuries. However, traps and escape routes had already been set up in the bamboo grove, and it was likely that he had made his escape to nurse his wounds elsewhere. Su Buling had merely used Ning Qingye to draw Zhang Xiang out of the intelligence bureau. Should Zhang Xiang truly perish, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. The outcome was still within the realm of expectation, though Zhang Xiang's martial prowess had exceeded Su Buling's estimations, likely comparable to his own peak at 15. The primary objective of the day was to provide cover for Zhu Manji of the Intelligence Bureau. With Old Xiao and 8 elite guards poised nearby, complications were unlikely to arise. The remainder would depend on the outcome. From Su Buling's perspective, the best scenario would be for the Intelligence Bureau to uncover no leads on the Solongzong, for if they did, it would imply that the court had concealed information regarding the Solonggu, a notion ripe with implications. The sudden assassination attempt in the bamboo grove evidently startled Xiao Ting, who, sword in hand, turned to flee, hastily catching up to the Empress Dowager's procession, shouting something about Su Buling being attacked. This alarmed the group of women, with Madame Lu nearly fainting, urgently leading the Imperial Guards and Wolf Guards to the bamboo grove. Su Buling's vigorous activity triggered a flare-up of his cold poison, which he had yet to fully suppress. Just as he cautioned Zhang Xiang to keep quiet, he was abruptly confronted by Madame Lu, with the consequences easily imagined. By the time noon had passed, the snowflakes gradually ceased to fall, and several luxurious carriages remained parked along the official road outside Chang'an. A contingent of Imperial Guards and Wolf Guards stood vigil around them, their hands resting on their blades. While passing merchant caravans and Jianghu, travelers veered off course to avoid them. Within the spacious carriage, Su Buling reclined on a soft couch, a warm towel resting on his forehead and thick blankets draped over him. Despite the heat causing perspiration to bead on his brow, he dared not move. The Empress Dowager had naturally brought along a physician, who was busily massaging and regulating his qi and blood. Madame Lu, pale-faced, sat at the edge of the soft couch, her body pressed against Su Buling's waist, holding his hand and kneading it incessantly, her tone stern. "You were told to simply check on him, not to engage directly. Yet here you are, seizing Zhang Xiang's blade and throwing yourself into the fray. What is your status? As the heir to the Duke of Su, if you must charge to the front lines, why maintain an army of hundreds of thousands?" Her words carried a hint of anger, but the underlying concern was palpable, even to the physician, let alone Su Buling. After enduring the gentle caress of her delicate hands for some time, Su Buling, despite the alluring curve of her waist, found it increasingly difficult to withstand. He contemplated, "Aunt Lu, I acknowledge my fault. That assassin had previously bound me, and I could not restrain myself. Have you not learned from your last abduction? Since they spared your life, then, you should not harbor enmity. Why draw trouble to yourself from the Intelligence Bureau? Those Jianghu individuals are inherently troublesome. Killing one often leads to a chain of retribution." Madame Lu's admonishments continued for a while, but suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the carriage. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects." Several physicians quickly bowed their heads and stepped aside, awaiting further instructions. Madame Lu furrowed her brows, releasing Su Buling's hand and rising to greet the incoming guests. The wide carriage door swung open, and the Empress Dowager entered, her height accentuated by her phoenix crown. She slightly bent down as she passed through the carriage door, placing her hand on her clothing in a graceful manner. Though Madame Lu was puzzled by the Empress Dowager's unannounced visit, propriety compelled her to perform a respectful greeting. "Your Majesty, please, no need for formalities." The Empress Dowager entered the carriage, holding a long sword with a watchful gaze, taking stock of Su Buling on the soft couch. Su Buling, feeling helpless, could only manage a gentle smile. "Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager, aware of Su Buling's poisoning, showed no signs of discontent. Naturally taking a seat beside him on the soft couch, placing her sword on a small table before reaching out to touch Su Buling's wrist. The Shao family of Huainan, a prominent clan spanning 3 dynasties, possessed profound knowledge in Confucianism and other scholarly pursuits, while also dabbling in the principles of yin and yang, gaining considerable repute. Although hesitant to comment on the mystical studies of the 8 trigrams, their medical theories concerning yin and yang were indeed of a high standard. Members of the Shao family were generally proficient in healing. And the tale of Shao Chuyang carrying a medicine box while serving as a county magistrate in a remote area remains a celebrated story to this day. As the Empress Dowager, a direct descendant of the Shao clan, was familiar with the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine, she sought to ascertain Su Buling's condition. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, and as Su Buling gazed up at the elegant figure of the Empress Dowager, he felt as if he were a mere child of 7 or 8, left with a sense of helplessness. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to withdraw his hand or remain still. Fortunately, Lady Lu stood nearby and, upon noticing the Empress Dowager approaching, promptly took action with a smile, saying, "Empress Dowager, the physician has just taken the pulse, and there is no serious ailment. I have known the couple of Wang Su for more than a year without inviting them to my palace, and I have failed to fulfill my duty as a senior. It is indeed my oversight." Su Buling smiled brightly in response. "It is the fault of the junior for not paying proper respects. Since entering the capital, I have been preoccupied with leisurely outings and have not made time to visit the Empress Dowager. Please do not take offense." Su Buling and the Empress Dowager had no real familial ties, and thus their conversation was limited to these trivial formalities. The Empress Dowager nodded and chuckled lightly, exchanging a few casual pleasantries before her gaze turned to the sword at her side. "I must express my gratitude for your protection of Xiao Ting in the bamboo grove earlier. With only 2 sons, should anything happen, as their aunt, I would bear the blame. I would appreciate it if you could visit the palace on the morrow, and we could discuss some trivial matters." With Lady Lu's hint, Su Buling understood the implications and nodded in agreement. "I shall comply with the Empress Dowager's wishes." Upon hearing this compliance, the Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a series of melodious laughs, her eyes crescent-shaped, her demeanor both dignified and unexpectedly vibrant. Lady Lu, standing close by, slightly turned her head, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Perhaps sensing the inappropriateness, the Empress Dowager ceased her laughter and jested. "You, young man, speak so seriously, you hardly seem like a youth. I invite you for a meal, and you regard it as a summons. That is rather dull." Su Buling, wishing to ease Lady Lu's discomfort, could only nod silently, refraining from further comment. The carriage swayed gently. Lady Lu settled back beside Su Buling, contemplating for a moment, then glanced at him. "When you enter the palace the day after tomorrow, do not engage too deeply with the Empress Dowager, and certainly refrain from composing poetry. The Empress Dowager is aware of your talents, and others will surely know as well." Su Buling chuckled softly. "I am but a simpleton, hardly versed in poetry." Lady Lu nodded in satisfaction, grasping Su Buling's hand and gently kneading it, her gaze drifting towards the window, lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 55. The true gentleman of our time in the bustling city of Chang'an, with its myriad streets and a population exceeding 1 million. The common folk remained unaware of the turmoil caused by thieves at Xujiangpool. However, the audacious act of ruffians shouting at the entrance of the Jinjiang Division was relished by many gossip-mongers. After all, the Jinjiang Division was colloquially known as the Hall of Yama, where countless tales of heroic figures concluded with its involvement, akin to a fearsome character in modern parlance. The audacity of someone confronting the Hall of Yama commanded respect, and even officials found themselves discussing the matter during their leisure. Zhang Xiang paid little mind to this event. It did not conclude quietly, as someone had begun to notice subtle clues without reporting them accurately to their superiors. As dusk descended, a swift horse galloped down the long street, halting near the Guozijian. Lu Yunlin, the deputy chief of the Jinjiang Division, dismounted in civilian attire, carrying a gift box as if making a house call to offer congratulations. Moments later, a merchant appeared in the alley behind the residence, balancing a shoulder pole from which hung a basket containing fine white Xian paper from Juqi. The merchant entered through the back door of the Guozijian, navigating familiar paths until he arrived at an elegant courtyard deep within, exchanging glances with the guards stationed at the entrance before stepping inside. The courtyard was spacious yet sparsely furnished, filled with peach trees that resembled a serene grove. In the midst of winter, amidst falling snow, only the withered branches were visible. In the center, a painting table stood, adorned with a scroll depicting the portrait of a lady, while next to it lay a bamboo basket filled with crumpled paper. In the gentle snowfall, Wang Yinzong, dressed in a scholar's robe, diligently copied the image before him, stopping intermittently to crumple the paper and toss it into the basket. Starting anew, Lu Yinlin set down his burden in the peach grove, remaining silent and respectfully waiting nearby. Wang Yinzong, renowned for his extraordinary talent since childhood in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, was regarded by the esteemed scholars of the court as the true gentleman of the age. A decade ago, following the passing of the previous emperor, the two princes were expected to vie for the throne, with many courtiers supporting Wang Yinzong as emperor. However, he merely remarked that his talents were insufficient for such responsibility, opting instead to live as a leisurely prince, even foregoing his fiefdom in Yuzhou to become a teacher at the Guozijian, dedicating himself to this role for a full decade. This was the narrative circulating outside, yet the affairs of the imperial family were beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, and outwardly, it seemed a situation where all were content. Lu Yinlin gazed at the scroll hanging from the peach tree, noting its pristine condition. The ink on the Xian paper seemed as fresh as when first painted. Signed with the name Su Danqing. Lu Yinlin had heard of Su Danqing during his tenure at the Jinzhong Division, the master painter of the Xuanda era, celebrated for his portraits of beautiful women. Countless women sought to be immortalized by his brush, many even offering themselves as companions. Yet, Su Danqing was known for his aloofness and high standards. He had only painted 8 beauties, the last being a lady from the Tang family in Yuzhou. After completing her portrait, he believed no other woman could merit his attention and thus vanished from public view. This became a notable anecdote in the martial world, though its truth was uncertain. Nevertheless, the 8 beauties he painted were indeed stunning. Lu Yinlin had encountered 2 of them, the current Empress Dowager and the late Empress. Naturally, given his position, he could only admire them from afar, never daring to approach closely. Many of the others had married into noble families, including the wife of Wang Su. Perhaps it is true that beauty often meets a tragic fate. The 8 renowned beauties had mostly either entered religious life or passed away, becoming mere memories seldom spoken of. The portrait hanging beneath the peach tree was likely one of the 8 beauties known as the 8 talents of Xuanda. Though Lu Yinlin could not discern which one it was. Wang Yinzong was clearly attempting to replicate Su Danqing's work, yet the weight of the title master painter was significant, akin to a martial arts grandmaster. Even with a lifetime of instruction, a disciple might never surpass the master. Despite years of practice, Wang Yinzong seemed unable to capture the essence of the original. Lu Yinlin waited in the peach grove until the last sheet of Xian paper was used, at which point Wang Yinzong shook his head with a sigh, placing his brush on the stand and turning towards the tea house on the left side of the courtyard. In the biting cold, the tea house contained only a bamboo chair, a zither, and a chessboard. Wang Yinzong seemed accustomed to a life of asceticism. Sitting on the bamboo chair to brew tea, his voice warm, "Yinlin, come and sit." Lu Yinlin approached respectfully after greeting him, then took a seat opposite Wang Yinzong, pondering. "Your Highness, regarding the matter you instructed me to observe, I have results today." Wang Yinzong brewed tea leisurely, his handsome features reflecting a scholarly charm as he nodded slightly. He raised his hand to halt Lu Yinlin's words, placing a teacup before him. "Who is the traitor? What have you discovered?" Lu Yinlin respectfully accepted the cup, offering an awkward smile. "There is no news of the long Gu curse in the archives. What can be uncovered? To avoid alarming others, I erased the traces. But I have yet to identify the traitor, though they are certainly still serving in the office." Wang Yinzong nodded, considering briefly, then smiled calmly. Those afflicted by the long Gu curse seldom survive beyond 3 years. Su Buling must be anxious to uncover who has planted the hidden spies and assist him. Lu Yinlin held the teacup, looking somewhat perplexed, hesitating for a moment before refraining from further inquiries, standing respectfully to leave the tea house. Chapter 56. Invitation for credit. As night fell, vibrant red lanterns adorned the streets and alleys of Dafan. Women, hand in hand with their children, traversed the bustling thoroughfare filled with merchants and travelers, while mischievous children brandished fireworks, darting about. There were also noble ladies accompanied by smiling children, walking together in a lively scene. in a bid to clandestinely infiltrate the archives and gather intelligence. Zhu Manji initially took on the role of a constable to apprehend petty thieves. After enduring numerous hardships, she was reassigned to the capital and became a member of the elite Wolf Guard, ultimately securing a position in the Tianzi camp by aligning herself with the influential young Master Su. After much effort, she found herself in a location that might hold information about her father, yet she uncovered nothing. This was troubling. Young Master Su had been afflicted with the Lock Dragon Goo, a matter of life and death, and her failure to find anything felt like a complete waste of the opportunity he had created. Moving forward, if she continued to divert attention, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions at the Investigation Bureau, and she might never again have such a favorable chance to slip in unnoticed. The thought of how to explain this to young Master Su made her head throb. As night fell completely, she awaited their rendezvous but did not see him arrive. In a fleeting glance, Zhu Manji noticed a figure donning a straw hat, bearing a sword on their back. Such attire was commonplace in the streets. Yet the individual's unsteady gait suggested an injury. Having spent a year as a constable, she was naturally alert to such abnormalities. After a moment's contemplation, she swiftly drew her Yinling blade and pursued the figure, peering around the corner of the alley. In the dimly lit passage, the person in the straw hat leaned against the wall, moving slowly, their left hand hanging limply, clearly injured. The figure was tall, slender, and had a notably curvaceous backside. Zhu Manji's lips curled slightly as she recognized the individual was a woman, prompting her to exercise caution. A recent incident at Longyin Pavilion, where an assassin had stolen the famed sword Shanchuan and attempted to take the life of Zhang Xiang, had the Tianzi camp on high alert in search of this very assassin. According to eyewitness accounts from the precinct, the height and build of the woman before her were strikingly similar to those descriptions. Zhu Manji's mind sparked with realization. This could be a significant achievement, worthy of a reward of several hundred taels of silver. Moreover, since young Master Su had previously been bound by this thief, there was surely animosity involved. Given young Master Su's prowess, Zhu Manji thought that capturing this thief could alleviate her previous failures in his eyes. With this in mind, she stealthily entered the alley, keeping a safe distance behind the female thief. After a considerable while of winding through narrow paths, they arrived at a secluded alley. The thief pushed open a courtyard door, entered, and secured it with a bolt. Zhu Manji blinked, memorizing the location before carefully exiting the alley. As the lanterns began to glow, Su Buling emerged from Madame Lu's residence, feeling utterly drained. Since lying down in the carriage around noon, he had barely risen, and though several female healers had attended to him, their ministrations were ambiguous. Were it not for their innocent gazes, he might have suspected more untoward intentions. Nevertheless, their attentiveness stemmed from genuine concern. Though Su Buling felt somewhat overwhelmed, he appreciated the warmth of being cared for in this new life. After leaving the residence, Yunu brought the horse over, bowing respectfully. "Young prince, there is no confidant beside the lady. If you have free time, you should visit more often." As Madame Lu's personal maid, Yunu shared a bond that often surpassed that of mere servant and master. Her words were intended for Madame Lu's sake, wishing for Su Buling to avoid hiding from her. Su Buling nodded with a soft smile. "I understand." He took the reins and mounted the horse, speeding towards Jinghua Garden. Kita Street was not far from Daifang. Riding swiftly through the long street, he soon arrived at the entrance of Qingshi Alley. Leading his horse to the Sun family shop, he found Sun Zhanze returning to his usual demeanor, bantering with patrons. Upon seeing Su Buling, he raised a wine gourd. "Is that so?" Su Buling raised an eyebrow, unsurprised, took the gourd, and led his horse deeper into the alley. However, after only a short distance, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Turning, he saw Zhu Manji running towards him, her Yinling blade in hand, her unsteady pace strikingly impactful. He worried that the uniform of the Wolf Guard might not hold together. Su Gongzi, guess what I discovered?" she exclaimed, breathless and flushed. Halting in front of the horse with hands on her hips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Su Buling chuckled, continuing to walk. "Did you find the Lock Dragon Goo? Or perhaps news of your father?" "Neither." "Huh. Oh, wait." Zhu Manji, flustered and fearing she might have let the big fish escape, stumbled over her words and quickly covered her mouth, realizing her error. Yet it was too late. Su Buling's expression darkened as he gently touched the hilt of his sword, tapping the scabbard against her backside with a light sound. So you're delighted despite finding nothing? Are you jesting with me? Of course not. Zhu Manji, aware of her misstep, dared not show anger. She secretly rubbed her back and seized the reins from Su Bueling. I encounter a rogue in the alley, and they are quite valuable. No, this is a momentous achievement. Su Bueling tilted his head, scrutinizing her. You become a member of the Wolf Guard. Did you still seek accolades? Do you aspire to become the commander of the Investigation Bureau? Zhu Manji indeed joined the Wolf Guard to infiltrate the archives. Yet she couldn't forfeit the silver reward. She pouted. Well, as they say, one should fulfill their duty while in their position. Su Bueling noted that, unable to refute her logic, and then inquired, what did you see in the archives today? As they walked, the thief might escape. Today was too rushed. I first sought my father's whereabouts, but found nothing. I had thought he was a master. Yet it seems he is just as much a mere player in the world of martial arts as I am. In the cabinet documenting the records of the Duke of Su, there were too many scrolls. I only managed to review the one concerning the ambush at Weha. It stated, in the early winter of the 9th year of Zhaohong, young master Su Bueling entered the capital to pursue his studies and encountered an ambush near Chinsong. The local magistrates were unable to provide timely assistance. By the time they arrived, the young master was already missing, and 207 corpses were found by the riverbank, mostly servants of the royal household. It is estimated that over 100 bandits were involved, possessing formidable skills and strategic retreats, unlike ordinary ruffians. Zhu Manji shook her head. The subsequent entries noted your appearance outside Chang'an, afflicted by the locked dragon goo, and you are still being monitored. I also sought information from the Tianxiachi Du, but despite my efforts, I could not locate anything. It was not due to a lack of diligence. I truly could not find any leads. Su Bueling stroked his fingers thoughtfully, nodding slightly, though his expression grew somber. Based on his analysis, it was highly probable that the court was behind these machinations, yet without evidence, he could not make assumptions. If they managed to find a clue during this covert intrusion into the archives, it would confirm the court's interference, indicating that he was under their scrutiny. Leaving Chang'an would be an unattainable dream. Now, without any leads, this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Yet the locked dragon goo had severed yet another thread of hope. While Su Bueling was undoubtedly strong, his longevity remained uncertain, and the pressure of a potential sudden demise was immense. Noticing Su Bueling's pensive demeanor, Zhu Manji contemplated for a moment and offered, Su Gongzi, do not be anxious. Perhaps the court has not placed the information about the locked dragon goo in the archives. It could be stored elsewhere, perhaps even in the palace. Su Bueling said, his gaze drifting towards the majestic imperial city, his spirits sinking further. The archives were the repository of the court's secrets, if even they could not yield information. The only remaining place would be beneath the emperor's pillow. He could hardly infiltrate the imperial palace to rummage through the emperor's belongings, as the palace guards were not mere decorations. With a sigh, Su Bueling shook his head, chuckling lightly. Well, let's take our time. We shall cease this matter for now. Just assist me in keeping an eye on it henceforth. Seeing that Su Bueling bore no ill will towards her, Zhu Manji breathed a quiet sigh of relief, nodding eagerly. The two meandered through the bustling alleys behind the vibrant main street for about a quarter of an hour, gradually approaching the secluded alley where Ning Qingye was hiding. Zhu Manji earnestly raised her hand to block Su Bueling's path, first making a gesture for silence, then using a military sign to indicate towards a distant courtyard, suggesting that he should proceed while she provided cover. Su Bueling raised an eyebrow, having already deduced from the route that Zhu Manji had discovered someone, and at that moment, he showed no surprise. He stepped forward, sword in hand, and gently knocked on the courtyard door. Knock, knock. Zhu Manji, in a state of urgency, thought this was not the proper way to catch a thief. She tugged at Su Bueling's sleeve, blinking and pouting, attempting to remind him not to act recklessly. Su Bueling, however, paid her no mind, standing before the courtyard gate with his hands resting on the hilt of his sword, patiently waiting. Inside the dilapidated courtyard, a faint scent of herbs wafted through the air. Ning Qingye sat beneath the eaves, a small charcoal stove in front of her, with a medicinal pot atop it. Flames flickered beneath the kettle, casting a weak light on her slightly pale cheeks. The old courtyard had been tidied up, the fallen leaves swept away, and the vines on the walls removed. The only disarray remained in the window that Su Bueling had personally repaired. The pot bubbled softly, releasing steam. Ning Qingye glanced at her left arm, wrapped in white cloth, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. After 10 years of training at Changqingguan, she had thought her martial skills were among the best in the world, only to realize the depth of the martial world after her encounter with Zhang Xiang. Renowned masters were no easy opponents. Their experience and reflexes were beyond the ordinary. Even a surprise attack would be futile, and henceforth, she feared there would be no chance to confront him again. Recalling the scene of the attempted assassination earlier, Ning Qingye felt a vague unease. Now, she owed that young prince a life, and she was at a loss as to how to repay it. However, that man was also quite unorthodox. They had merely pretended to fight, yet he had leaned against her in a manner far too intimate. Although it had been the most suitable move given the circumstances, the force she had used was somewhat excessive, leaving her chest still tingling. Ning Qingye rubbed it absent-mindedly, silently cursing rogue. Any slight movement caused her body to ache, and she furrowed her brow slightly. In truth, today had not been devoid of opportunity. Had she been at her peak, she might have been able to kill Zhang Xiang. Unfortunately, after being injured at Longyin Pavilion and experiencing her monthly cycle, her energy and blood flow had been disrupted, slowing her reactions. The concoction she was brewing was meant to regulate her qi and blood. Lost in thought, Ning Qingye sat beneath the eaves for quite some time, the medicine still not ready, when suddenly a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. Instantly alert, Ning Qingye grasped the sword beside her, gracefully rising to step behind a pillar, her voice low. Who is it? Eagle Finger Sanrin. Ning Qingye had never heard this moniker, but she recognized the voice, feeling somewhat relieved. She lowered her sword and approached the door, opening the gate of the courtyard. Creak. The alley was dimly lit, and upon raising her eyes, she saw a handsome man clad in white, standing outside the gate, his hands resting on a long sword, wearing a subtle smile, casually strolling in the alley. Ning Qingye, with her naturally cool demeanor, had grown up in the Taoist temple and had little experience with worldly affairs. She pressed her lips together, still formulating her words, when she noticed a young woman peeking out from behind a man, dressed in the garb of a wolf guard. She was not tall, but had developed quite well, her large eyes filled with hostility. Ning Qingye initially feared she was being sold off, but upon reflection, realized that a mere cub of a wolf guard was unnecessary to deal with her. Therefore, she could only nod slightly. Young Master Su, who is this? Chapter 58. Sweet Little Tongue. Outside the courtyard gate in the deserted alley, Su Buling stood silently, sword in hand, awaiting. Zhu Manji felt a bit anxious. The adversary was a fierce bandit that even the Tianzi camp found troublesome, not an ordinary rogue of the Jianghu. After pulling at Su Buling's sleeve with no response, Zhu Manji decided to hide behind him, preparing to run and collect the corpses and equipment after a swift strike. For after all, the Jin of Shanshan was a renowned blade, quite valuable. Who? Eagle Finger Sanrin. A brief exchange ensued, the voice of the female thief light and melodious, sounding quite lovely. Zhu Manji furrowed her brow, biting her lip, feeling a twinge of concern. What if this thief were great beauty? Would young Master Su show mercy? After all, such a proud individual as he surely wouldn't care about a woman's appearance. Creak. Lost in thought, the courtyard door opened. The anticipated clash of swords and blades did not occur. The shield before her remained utterly still amidst the wind and snow. Zhu Manji felt a tinge of confusion, hand resting on her waist knife, peeking stealthily between Su Buling's arms. To her surprise, she saw a stunning woman in white, standing poised at the doorframe, her cold, spring-like eyes flashing with a hint of barely perceptible mirth, devoid of any murderous intent, as if she were greeting an old friend. Zhu Manji's heart sank, sensing something was amiss, and hurriedly leaned forward, glaring at the female thief. Ning Qingye scrutinized Zhu Manji a few times before turning to Su Buling, softly inquiring, Young Master Su, who is this? Zhu Manji, feeling anxious, spoke up, You audacious thief. Ouch. Her rear was smacked by the sword sheath, prompting Zhu Manji to promptly shut her mouth. Stealing a glance at Su Buling, she hesitated with her lips, ultimately letting out a soft hum. Su Buling, unfazed, stepped into the courtyard with a gentle smile. This is my guard. Miss Ning need not be alarmed. She is one of us. Upon hearing this, Zhu Manji immediately felt displeased. She sensed that Su Buling was acquainted with this assassin, perhaps even having invited her, and she speculated about the underlying complexities but found it inappropriate to voice her inquiries. However, she considered herself somewhat of a friend to Su Buling. How could he treat her as merely a guard before even starting her role? Zhu Manji blinked and scrutinized Ning Qingye a few times, whispering, "Young Master Su, do you know her?" Su Buling nodded, "Yes," and entered the courtyard. Ning Qingye naturally did not obstruct him, turning aside to clear the path. Zhu Manji intended to follow, but upon glancing up, she spotted the snow-white fox fur hanging beneath the eaves. She recognized it as Su Buling's fur, worth a fortune in the marketplace. And after all, it was intimate apparel appearing in a woman's courtyard. Just as Su Buling entered the courtyard, he noticed that Zhu Manji had not followed and turned to inquire, "Manji, where are you going?" "I have something to attend to. I'm leaving." The sound of her boots thudding heavily on the stone path echoed somewhat rudely. Su Buling frowned, but did not take it to heart, casually closing the courtyard door. As night deepened, Ning Qingye sat on a small stool, gently pouring the medicinal broth from the pot into a small bowl. In the courtyard beneath the eaves, Su Buling stood before his snow-white fox fur, inspecting it closely. Cleaning fur was a skillful task, and one misstep could ruin it. He had thought Ning Qingye would wash it with water, but was surprised to find that she had been exceptionally meticulous, using an unknown method to remove any lingering stains completely. Ning Qingye glanced up, seemingly noticing Su Buling's surprise, and stated calmly, "Though I grew up at Changqingguan, I have not taken vows. I often hunt tigers and leopards on the mountain and sell them to vendors." Ning Qingye blinked, not particularly fond of small talk, so she nodded slightly with a smile, shifting the topic. "Thank you for your assistance today, though it is unfortunate that we could not eliminate Zhang Xian. His reputation as a butcher is well-deserved. Few can withstand 3 of his moves." Su Buling nodded. "Indeed, even had I not been poisoned, I would not have been able to defeat him in 3 moves." It sounded somewhat boastful, and Ning Qingye initially wanted to caution him against such bravado. But unsure of Su Buling's true capabilities, she ultimately steered the conversation back to serious matters. "Did you find any antidote in the archives?" Su Buling shook his head, appearing somewhat helpless. Finding nothing can also be considered good news. At least it does not seem to be the work of the court. However, the lead on the Suolong-gu has also been severed. Ning Qingye understood the peril of Suolong-gu, her expression turning serious as she lightly furrowed her brows. "Then does that mean you have but a few days left?" Su Buling's face darkened, and after confirming that Ning Qingye was speaking with utmost seriousness, he blinked. "Well, I suppose I can still live for another year or 2. A hint of melancholy flickered in Ning Qingye's eyes as she paused in silence. "I do not know many people in the Jianghu, but I do have a few acquaintances of considerable skill. However, I cannot guarantee that I will uncover any leads regarding the Suolong-gu. As long as you have the intention, that suffices." Su Buling nodded with a light laugh, assessing Ning Qingye for a moment before noticing her pallor. He leaned closer to the medicinal jar and inhaled, "Dangue, Bai Xiao, Dan Shun. Are you experiencing your monthly cycle?" Ning Qingye's expression froze, nearly spilling the bowl of medicine in her hands. Even the coldest of temperaments could feel a surge of irritation and embarrassment. She grasped the sword at her side, her gaze turning icy. "Su Gongzi, if you cannot speak properly, it would be wise to remain silent." Su Buling felt an inward satisfaction at having avenged his grievances, yet maintained an innocent facade. "I was merely expressing concern for you. No need to be so irate. Earlier, I inadvertently brushed against your chest." With a sharp sound, the sword was unsheathed, glinting dangerously. Ning Qingye's face flushed with anger. She had not anticipated Su Buling's audacity. She pointed the sword first at him, then directed it toward the courtyard entrance. "You should leave." Her voice trembled, her tone frigid. "Remember to drink plenty of hot water." "All right, I shall take my leave." Ning Qingye's hand trembled slightly with the sword, and it was uncertain how much restraint she exerted to avoid puncturing a few holes in this obstinate man. What good does drinking hot water do? Still, a little prince. Perhaps feeling that this young prince was rather too straightforward, unable even to deceive a girl, she lamented the beauty that was wasted on him. After Su Buling exited the courtyard, he glanced around, but could not find Zhu Manji, noticing only a lone horse wandering aimlessly in the alley. The night was deep, and the Wang Fu was shrouded in silence, with 8 guards split into 2 groups to follow Ning Qingye and Zhu Manji, while the remaining 6 diligently patrolled the vicinity. "Young master, how is it?" Su Buling halted outside the gate, tossing the whip to a guard. Shaking his head, Zhu Manji did not find any clues regarding the Suolong-gu in the archives. It seems to be mere hearsay from itinerant sorcerers. Old Xiao sighed softly upon hearing this. That poses a problem. If even the archives yield nothing, I truly cannot fathom where else the news of the Suo Long Gu could be concealed. Su Buling took a swig from his wine jug. Let us search slowly. I am in robust health. As long as I do not overexert myself, living another 2 or 3 years should pose no issue. There is always a way out. Old Xiao pondered while stroking his cane. The Suo Long Gu originates from Nanyu. The prince has already dispatched individuals to Nanyu in search of it. But that region is rife with dense forests and mountains, and thus far, there's been no news. Let us refrain from discussing the feudal. This is not our first return empty-handed. Alas, Old Xiao nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 59. The waters of Chang'an are deep in the stillness of the night. The long alley was devoid of light. Zhu Manji took a few steps forward, turning her head to glare with her hands on her hips. What are you following me for? I'm not your horse handler. Hey! Zhu Manji pressed her lips together, feeling even more irritated. It was one thing for Su Shizi to treat her as a guard, given her status. But to have him regard her as a mere horse attendant was truly insufferable. After lingering at the alley's entrance for a moment, she initially intended to wait for Su Buling to emerge, but that would render her a true guard. Reflecting on her identity as a person of the Jianghu, she felt compelled to maintain her dignity, snorting softly before turning to leave. After walking a few steps, she noticed a small stone obstructing her path, and with a kick from her shoe, the stone rolled but remained in the way. Zhu Manji's expression darkened. 2 miles away from the Jijian Sea, there lay a cluster of houses. Most of the Lang Wei were selected from various regions, and a considerable number resided permanently in Chang'an, their families mostly occupying the nearby residences. Zhu Manji, being new to the area, had also rented a small courtyard here. It was rare for Lang Wei to bring their families when on duty, and most spent their evenings at street-side tea stalls, listening to storytellers recount tales of their past exploits. Lu Ho-er, seated at a tea stall, fiddled with peanuts, and noticed Zhu Manji approaching with a gloomy demeanor. He stood to greet her. Manji, why the long face again? Zhu Manji kicked the small stones on the street, not raising her head as she replied. I can't crack the case. It's frustrating. Liu Hu Ezite, stepping closer to offer consolation. The theft of the royal horse was a case from last year that went unsolved. Now, attempting to crack it is akin to climbing a mountain. Do not take it too seriously. Zhu Manji had no interest in listening to such words. She merely grunted and continued on her way. Lu Ho-er contemplated for a moment before speaking. The records in the archives have been perused countless times. To investigate, one must visit the scene of the incident. My brothers can accompany you when you have time. I know, Zhu Manji replied, having walked a few steps when she felt a pang of hunger. She ran back and seized a basket of peanuts from Lu Ho-er's table. Lu Ho-er spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Put it on your tab. Return me the silver, and I will pay. Who are we to each other? Mentioning silver is such a killjoy. Under the same sky, delicate snowflakes fell upon the mountains and cities, with a few lights flickering at the stone quarry on the outskirts of Chang'an. On this cold winter night, those who had committed offenses and were serving time here could only sleep in makeshift shelters, cobbled together with tattered cotton cloth and a few dry reeds. In the dead of night, a few bowls of thin porridge were scarcely enough to sustain the labor of the day. Exhausted from a day of toil, the workers occasionally propped themselves up to sniff the enticing aroma of food wafting from afar. Even if they could not eat it, the scent was a small comfort. Within the residence of the quarry's overseer, laughter echoed in the night breeze, faint yet present. Guards stood with long spears at the base of the residence, occasionally glancing upwards. But they could see nothing of note. The sound of hooves clattered from afar as 3 horses galloped into view, approaching the residence without acknowledging the guard, riding directly to its outer area. Leading the trio was a clerk from the Leaf family, while the 2 behind wore conical hats and leather jackets, their swords and spears wrapped in black cloth, a typical attire of the Jianghu. They dismounted in front of the newly renovated residence, and the clerk respectfully approached the door and knocked. Second young master, the people have arrived. Inside, the sound of music and laughter ceased, and moments later, 2 glamorous women emerged, their expressions soured as they clutched silver notes, their gazes sweeping over the 2 Jianghu guests. Please come in. Yes. The clerk slightly inclined his body and gestured. Gentlemen, please. The 2 Jianghu guests exchanged glances and entered the modest dwelling one after the other. Compared to the chilly winds outside, the interior was much warmer, filled with various luxurious decorations, though the air was tinged with an unpleasant odor. Li Tianlu donned a robe and sat casually by the warm stove, a wine jug in hand, surveying the room with a defiant gaze. "Take a seat." The two Jianghu guests did not mind the nobleman's attitude and chose a spot to settle down. The clerk took a glance outside before closing the door and approached Li Tianlu, bowing slightly. "Second young master. I've been keeping an eye on Zhu Man Ji's movements these past few days. I just received news that she has taken on an old case of royal horse theft at the Jijin Sea and will surely investigate in the coming days. However, the master has advised you to remain patient." Li Tianlu raised his hand, lightly snorting. "A gentleman does not forget a grudge. I cannot deal with Xiaoting, but what can a mere constable do to me? At worst, I can linger here at the quarry for another half-month. Bring her to me, and do it cleanly." The clerk nodded and then turned to the two silent men. "These two are travelers from afar, Jie Huan and Wu Biao, just arrived in Chang'an. Their backgrounds are quite clean." Li Tianlu glanced at them. "What are their skills like?" The leading Jianghu guest, Jie Huan, cupped his fist in greeting. "We wish to open a martial arts school in Chang'an, hence our visit to pay our respects. Rest assured, our skills are commendable." Li Tianlu swayed the wine jug, chuckling lightly. "To open a martial arts school in Chang'an, you must first defeat half the establishments on Hutai Street. Just the two of you?" Ji Huan slightly raised his head, revealing his jawline adorned with a beard, asserting, "I alone am sufficient. Those who serve as retainers to the noble families are certainly not mediocre." Li Tianlu nodded slightly, stating, "Although my Li family is not of the Longxili lineage, we hold comparable significance in the court to the Wang and Li families. In the future, we may well stand alongside these prominent clans. Just ensure that you accomplish the tasks at hand, and thereafter you shall serve under me." He was quite familiar with a martial arts school on HTI Street, and a simple greeting would suffice. "Thank you, young master." Ji Huan and W by O clasped their fists in salute, refraining from further conversation as they departed the room. Chapter 60. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea in the following 2 days. XBL Ing refrained from further agitation concerning the SOL Ing G, reverting to his routine of attending classes at the Guziji Inn by day and remaining sequestered by night. While at the Guziji Inn, XBL Ing often found solitude in the bell tower. After her morning readings, S Ing YF would steadfastly make her way to the bell tower, uttering peculiar phrases about how a gentleman speaks with words rather than fists, and that one should think thrice before acting. XBL Ing, troubled by his inability to uncover leads on the SOL Ing G, lacked the inclination to tease S Ing YF, and when her chatter became bothersome, he would have her transcribe texts. Perhaps accustomed to this task, S Ing YF not only complied without resistance, but also exerted extra effort, often copying additional pages, concluding with, "You and I are friends. No need for pleasantries, just remember the kindness." XBL Ing had no intention of being overly polite, and inquired whether S Ing YF aspired to become a princess. To his surprise, the Navi girl resolutely shook her head, embodying a demeanor of a friendship as light as water. Unable to comprehend S Ing YF's intentions, XBL Ing set her aside, finding her conversation amusing and believing she would not cause him trouble. On the 3rd day of the 12th lunar month, the long-awaited sun illuminated the royal garden. After some tidying by the guards, the surroundings appeared much more orderly, with red lanterns hanging beneath the eaves, finally evoking a festive atmosphere. As XBL Ing rode back from the Guziji Inn, he noticed 2 groups of people standing respectfully outside the Wang residence. One a palace maid, and the other a maidservant named Yun from LFRN. A small sedan chair was stationed beside a stone lion. Dismounting, the palace maid stepped forward, slightly bowing. "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has prepared a banquet in the palace and requests your presence." XBL Ing was prepared for this, replying, "I will change into another outfit and come shortly." The palace maid nodded with a smile and respectfully withdrew. XBL Ing acknowledged her with a nod and handed his horse to a guard before entering the Wang residence. Old Chio was away, gathering information from the bustling streets, leaving the inner courtyard desolate. He hastily made his way to the study, glanced around to find it empty, and proceeded to the bedroom. Upon passing by the window, he noticed LFRN, clad in a dark blue pleated skirt, reclining on the table. She seemed to be asleep, her brow slightly furrowed, a strand of hair cascading down her cheek. Her breathing was steady, revealing a graceful curve of her attire, hanging just below the table's edge, strikingly beautiful when viewed from the side, even more so than Clearing his throat, XBL quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. As was customary, LFRN had brought a food box, setting it on the table alongside a tray containing a long robe. The room was quiet, and the sparse furnishings contributed to a sense of emptiness and chilliness. The Wong residence, akin to a palace, was equipped with an underground heating system that channeled warmth from the outer residence to the inner courtyard, ensuring that even in the depths of winter, one would not feel cold. However, the extensive space of the residence meant that the firewood used for heating could warm an entire street for the winter. Since XBL lived alone and did not often stay at the Wong residence, the heating could not be continuously maintained, resulting in a relatively cool atmosphere. Upon entering the bedroom, XBL approached the small table and leaned in for a closer look. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, the scent of peonies refreshing and perfectly balanced, likely from the finest incense at she NZCHI. Not being a woman, XBL could not discern the specific type, but it was undeniably pleasant. Noticing LFRN's steady breathing, he quietly approached the wardrobe to retrieve a soft blanket and draped it over her back. A soft murmur escaped her lips as she instinctively tightened the blanket around her shoulders, her furrowed brow relaxing, indicating she had been cold and uncomfortable in her slumber. Considering this, XBL hesitated for a moment, bending down to lift LFRN into bed for her to rest. The fabric glided over his hand, exquisite and delicate, and certainly substantial. He attempted to be cautious, but unfortunately, as he exerted his strength, LFRN was startled awake. She abruptly lifted her face, the adornments in her hair trembling, her eyes reflecting confusion as she turned to look at XBL, who blinked in mild exasperation. LFRN's eyes quickly regained clarity, and upon realizing the situation, she did not react as she had previously, opting instead to lightly swat his hand. With a serious expression and a hint of annoyance, she seemed to be on the verge of exclaiming, "I am your aunt." XBL seated himself beside the small table, lifting the food box's lid. "Is it inappropriate for me to come visit?" His hand froze momentarily as he reached for the longan, chuckling softly, "That was not my intention. I heard from you that you came over at noon." LFRN took the food box, delicately opened it to reveal the longan, and softly said, "I felt stifled at home, so I came to see you. With the new year approaching, I took the opportunity to make you a new robe. Try it on." Most of XBL's clothing was handcrafted by LFRN, and upon hearing this, he naturally displayed a hint of surprise, reaching for the robe on the tray. However, his handsome smile faltered as he examined the garment. The brand new robe was made from the exquisite Shu YNJN of Jiangnan, a common style adorned with golden borders. Yet the earthy yellow hue made it appear somewhat unrefined, likely unappealing to any noble son who would not wish to venture out dressed like a provincial landowner. LFRN remained composed, glancing down at the longan. "What? Is it not to your liking? It is beautiful. How could anything gifted by Aunt L be unappealing?" XBL nodded appreciatively, rising to step behind the screen to change out of his snow-white brocade robe and into this one-of-a-kind garment. After a brief rustle, XBL emerged from behind the screen, admiring himself in the copper mirror. Having been trained in martial arts from a young age, his physique was undoubtedly impressive, and with his celestial-like features, he looked akin to a strikingly handsome local lord in this attire. Not overly concerned with appearances, he composed himself and adjusted his attire. LFRN, seated at the table, regarded him with a critical eye. Having always dressed XBL in a way that exuded splendor, she found herself slightly taken aback by his new look. After a moment's contemplation, she gestured, "It is quite good. There is no need for such fuss." "Change." LFRN lightly tapped the table, her almond eyes narrowing slightly. With no retort, XBL complied, retrieving a fresh white robe from the wardrobe and changing behind the screen once more. He then reemerged, twirling before LFRN. After scrutinizing him closely, she stood to arrange his collar, speaking softly. "Proper etiquette begins with one's attire. A gentleman must pay attention to his appearance when venturing out." "I understand," he replied. Satisfied, LFRN nodded. "You may go now, but do not linger in the palace for too long. Be wary of prying ears." "Is there nothing else?" XBL nodded. affirming that LFRN would not be upset before departing the Wang residence. Filled with questions as he set off to meet the Empress Dowager. Chapter 61. A cool evening, the heavens stretched like a curtain, and the sea of lights surged like a tide. The toll of 108 evening drums resounded throughout Ch'ing. Amidst the grand palace, the palace maids and eunuchs moved in an orderly fashion, creating an atmosphere of serenity and solemnity, devoid of the lively revelry and indulgence imagined by the common folk. The melodious sound of string instruments was a rare occurrence across the various palaces. After the current emperor's song, Ji ascended to the throne. He devoted himself entirely to state affairs, with the lights in the imperial study burning late into the night. Sometimes, even the attending eunuchs could not endure the long hours and had to take turns to keep watch. Many of the concubines endured the sorrow of withering flowers unseen year after year, and the Empress Dowager, residing in Changlu Palace, was no exception. Following the death of the late emperor, according to the system established at the founding of the dynasty, lower-ranking palace servants were granted silver to seek husbands outside, while higher-ranking concubines were to serve at the imperial tombs for 3 years before being allowed to remarry. However, the empress was exempt from this rule, unless the dynasty changed. It was impossible for her to marry another man. As for the Empress Dowager, even if she dared to marry, no one would wish to become the stepfather of an emperor, especially given the disdainful interactions between the emperor and his mother. The Empress Dowager, childless, could not enjoy the comforts of her son's fief like the concubines who bore sons, and thus lived alone in Changlu Palace for 10 years. Although Song Ji often visited to pay his respects and call her mother, their bond was merely ceremonial, as there was no blood relation. The Empress Dowager lacked the power and qualifications to interfere in court politics, and her future was bleak, likely ending in her 40s or 50s, buried alongside the emperor with little more than a footnote in history. As dusk fell, the palace lanterns flickered on, and a few palace maids moved through Changlu Palace, delivering exquisite dishes to the sitting room. Inside, a warm stove radiated heat, and the Empress Dowager reclined on a soft couch, her left hand propping up her cheek, idly playing chess with a maid. Her gown spread out like a peacock's plumage, revealing delicate palace boots and slender ankles. Perhaps feeling drowsy from the weight, she occasionally stifled a yawn. This was not due to a penchant for sleep. Rather, in the tranquility of Changlu Palace, there was little to occupy her time, and she had grown accustomed to retiring early as night fell. Glancing at the time, the Empress Dowager turned her gaze toward the palace entrance. Qiao, why hasn't Tisu Shitsi arrived yet? Kneeling beside the couch, he placed a piece on the chessboard and softly replied, perhaps the Empress Dowager should not have summoned Su Shitsi to the palace. The Empress Dowager lifted her eyelids, regarding Qiao Yi with mild curiosity. Qiao Yi, the Empress Dowager's personal maid, had grown up in Huainan and had been instructed since childhood to assist her mistress in vying for favor within the royal courts, honing her analytical skills regarding the shifting tides of power. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qiao Yi spoke again. There are widespread rumors that a prince is plotting for control of the dynasty. While the identity of the prince remains unspoken, it is evident that Prince Su wields the most military power. Additionally, some in the court suggest that the emperor intends to curtail the prince's powers, though he has never openly expressed such intentions. Yet, rumors do not arise without cause. The Empress Dowager responded with a languid hum, signaling Qiao Yi to continue. Qiao Yi pondered carefully. Both of these rumors seem to incite discord between the emperor and the princes. I cannot discern the underlying motives, but it is undoubtedly significant. Our Shao family has served across 3 dynasties and occupies a unique position. The Empress Dowager's closeness to Su Buling may lead court officials to speculate that our Shao family is attempting to curry favor with Prince Su. Qiao Yi was clearly cautioning the Empress Dowager against taking sides too hastily, for misalignment could lead to trouble. The Empress Dowager, however, had long since relinquished any desire to meddle in court affairs. With a deep sigh, she tossed a chess piece into the basket. The affairs of the Shao family are managed by my second brother and sister. I married into the Song family 10 years ago. Inviting Su Buling for a meal is merely a matter of common courtesy. Let them speculate as they will. Qiao Yi hesitated. Furthermore, our Shao family is deeply intertwined with various affairs. Su Shitsi was ambushed in Wei He and fell victim to the long-extinct lock dragon poison. The forces behind this must be substantial. The Empress Dowager's expression tightened, as she propped herself up on the couch, frowning in contemplation. Are you suggesting that the poison was instigated by my Xiao family? Xiao, he stumbled back, hastily shaking her hands and exclaiming, Empress Dowager, do not speak of such things. It could lead to trouble if overheard. My Xiao family is not a pawn. We always act with careful consideration and would never engage in such scandalous affairs. The Empress Dowager blinked, resuming her reclined position on the couch with a hint of resignation. Then let it be. I have my own discernment. Amid their conversation, footsteps echoed outside the palace, and a maid approached the entrance, whispering, Empress Dowager, Su Shitzi has arrived. The Empress Dowager perked up, rising to greet him, but paused midway to check her reflection in a bronze mirror. Xiao Yi quickly moved to tidy her hair and smooth her gown before following the Empress Dowager out. Meanwhile, in the afternoon hours on the back street of Daifeng, merchants and travelers bustled about, while gambling houses prepared to open their doors. Zhu Manji wandered aimlessly along the street, occasionally glancing toward the nearby stone alley, only to find that Su Shitzi had not returned in recent days. At just 16 years of age and inherently naive, Zhu Manji could not help but wonder if her unannounced departure the other day had upset Su Shitzi. As a mere street-born girl serving as a minor constable, she was far removed from the status of a prince's heir. Meeting Su Shitzi required utmost caution, and she could not afford to sulk over trivialities. However, Su Shitzi did not seem to be the type who would hold a grudge over such matters. The glimmer in Zhu Manji's large, round eyes dimmed with disappointment as she circled the street twice before settling under a roof overhang, squatting on the steps and drawing circles in the dirt with a small twig. Though young and cheerful, she was not foolish. After 2 days without Su Buling's appearance, her mood grew increasingly heavy. Reflecting on recent events, the sword drawn to assist in the back street, the heroics in the alley, the bloodshed at Baima Zhuang, and the entry into the document archive. Everything seemed like mere coincidence, yet an invisible thread connected them all. Had Su Shitzi been using her? At this thought, a shiver ran through Zhu Manji, causing the twig in her hand to snap with a soft crack. Surely not, she thought. Shaking her head, she let out a small laugh, dismissing the notion that Su Shitzi would exploit her. Yet, as her laughter faded, an emptiness settled in. The realization struck her that she seemed to have lost her worth. This thought brought an unexpected pang to her heart, and she pressed her lips tightly together. Gazing toward the end of the back street with a youthful, yet forlorn expression, she stared for what felt like an eternity, watching the ebb and flow of people. But the handsome figure clad in white remained absent. Biting her lower lip, she let out a barely audible huff and picked up the broken twig, returning to her circles. Not long after, the sound of hooves approached abruptly, halting in front of her. Startled, Zhu Manji looked up, only to see Lu Hoer and Wang de Zhuang leading 3 horses, their expressions puzzled as they noticed her tears. Manji, why are you crying? Lu Hoer asked, perplexed. I'm not crying, just got some dust in my eyes. What brings you here? Liu Hu shrugged, appearing confused. We were at the station outside the city investigating a case. We waited for you at the Yamen for quite some time, and if we don't leave soon, the commander will scold us. Lu Hoer and Wang de Zhuang, unable to decipher the girl's feelings, continued their journey toward the outskirts of the city. Beside the tea stall on the back street, 2 figures in hats exchanged glances. Once the horses disappeared from sight, they tossed a few coins onto the table and rose to untie their mounts. Meanwhile, another man, immersed in his tea at a nearby stall, also tossed a few coins onto the table before standing up to loosen the reins of his horse. As the cold wind rustled and the palace lanterns flickered, the night deepened. The gates of the imperial city closed at the hour of high, around 9 o'clock, leaving ample time ahead. Su Buling's visit to the palace was merely a formality, devoid of any intention for a lengthy conversation with the Empress Dowager. After a brief meal, he would likely venture to the Xianzai Ji to procure some rouge or powder. It was not for his personal use. This afternoon, he sensed something amiss with Lady Lu. Given her remarkable skills, she could not possibly have produced such an unseemly robe for him to wear, especially right before his audience with the Empress Dowager. Although the reasons eluded him, Su Buling's experience told him that Lady Lu would harbor grievances for several days post-event, making it difficult for him to extricate himself without some thoughtful gesture. Lost in contemplation, Su Buling dismounted outside the royal city, where a palace maid awaited his arrival. Alongside a sedan chair, He entrusted his horse to the palace guard and ascended the sedan chair, which was then carried by eunuchs through the palace gates. The royal city occupied a fifth of Chang'an, housing nearly 10,000 souls, including officials, palace maids, concubines, and guards. Naturally, the Empress Dowager did not reside in Song Ji's harem. Instead, she dwelled in the expansive Changlu Palace, located on the eastern side of the royal city, also known as the Eastern Palace. Despite its vastness, the palace felt desolate in the winter, lacking the vibrancy of a family, as the Empress Dowager had no children. Compared to the grandiosity of the palace corridors, the sedan chair, accompanied by 2 or 3 palace maids, appeared insignificant, a mere speck moving slowly along the white stone avenue. The highest edifice in the royal city was the Tai Chi Golden Hall, where a slender old eunuch, with hands clasped and eyes half closed, resembled a mythical beast sculpted atop the hall's ridge, utterly still. Observing the sedan chair, entered Chang Lu Palace. The old eunuch in red robes silently vanished from the pinnacle of the Golden Hall. In a few moments, he arrived outside the emperor's study. Bowing slightly to the shadowy figure by the window, "Your Majesty, the heir of the Su Wang has gone to Chang Lu Palace." Inside the study, the light was dim, illuminated only by a small green lamp before the emperor's desk, while 3 incense sticks burned beneath portraits of women on the walls. The Empress Dowager, having never governed the Shao family, was not well versed in current affairs. Perhaps she simply wished for some light-hearted conversation after spending considerable time in the palace. Jia Gonggong slowly nodded, hesitating briefly before responding softly. The Xian Fei and Shu Fei have also lingered in the palace for quite some time. This could be seen as a kind reminder. Unfortunately, Song Ji, within the study, had not instructed Jia Gonggong to notify the 2 waiting consorts for their evening attendance. After a brief silence, he suddenly began to recite softly. 10 years of life and death, both are vast and unclear, not thinking of you. I find it hard to forget. 1,000 miles of lonely graves, nowhere to speak of desolation. Even if we meet, we should not recognize each other. Dust upon our faces, hair like frost. Night comes, and in a dream, I return home. At the small window, she is just grooming herself. No words are exchanged. Only tears flow like 1,000 rivers. Song Ji's voice was steady and profound, but as he reached the end, the words became indistinct, only a faint sigh remaining. Jia Gonggong squinted slightly. Having accompanied the emperor for many years, he understood what Song Ji was recalling. After a moment of silence, he bowed and sighed. "Your Majesty, this poem is indeed unique in the world." "Indeed," Song Ji replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazed at the painting on the wall. His fingers lightly tapped the desk, and after a prolonged silence, he continued. "She once cherished poetry. It is a pity that my poetic talent is mediocre, often failing to grasp its meaning, and we could never converse on equal terms." Jia Gonggong shook his head. "Your Majesty should take heart. I have served 3 sovereigns, and some matters lose their weight with time. This poem, while exquisite, carries a touch of melancholy, somewhat lacking the fortitude expected of a true man." This remark seemed to advise Song Ji not to dwell too deeply in past sorrows. As an emperor, he was destined to be solitary, unable to linger on worldly affections. Yet, after a brief pause, Song Ji's voice arose once more. Jia Gonggong was taken aback, pondering for a long while beneath the window. Lu should be the name of a horse. I have not heard of such a fine steed. Were these 2 poems penned by the same person? Perhaps so, though no name is inscribed, he mused. These 2 verses alone merit the description of extraordinary talent. Could it be that under my reign, there are still hidden gems within Chang'an? Song Ji placed great emphasis on the humble origins of scholars. Otherwise, he would not have invited great Confucians to hold poetry gatherings and personally evaluate their works. While rising to prominence in Chang'an is challenging, it is even more difficult for those with genuine talent to remain obscure. Jia Gonggong gently shook his head. The proverb pole stands as a promise. 1,000 gold pieces by horse bones has long existed. Your Majesty's sincere invitation to true talents will surely attract those with lofty aspirations. After contemplating for a moment, Song Ji found merit in this suggestion and spoke. "Very well. After tomorrow's court session, prepare a banquet to invite the ministers, proclaiming that I have discovered a talented individual, which brings me great delight. I shall also hint to that old curmudgeon Shi. He will undoubtedly reproach me for being frivolous, suggesting that such a fuss is unwarranted for 3 poems and that my reputation may suffer. Jia Gongong bowed, yes. 3 poems. Withered vines, old trees, and crows at dusk. Small bridges, flowing water, and homes. The ancient path, west wind, and lean horses. The setting sun descends, and a heartbroken person wanders far away. This individual's verses vividly express unfulfilled aspirations. If indeed penned by one person, their talent should not be underestimated, though they may be somewhat advanced in years. Even Zhang Zia was still appointed as a minister in his old age. Age is not the issue, but rather whether he possesses true skill. Chapter 63. A beauty like fine wine, the sedan chair swayed gently, traversing the winding corridors, gradually arriving at the Empress Dowager's residence. Although Changlu Palace was not as strictly regulated as the emperor's harem, it was still far from lax. Men were certainly not permitted to enter freely, and many palace maids were confined within the depths of the palace. Human desires are natural, and prolonged sexual repression caused many of these maids to yearn for life beyond the palace walls. Perhaps having heard of the illustrious Su Wang heir's arrival, a greater number of palace maids wandered the corridors today. Upon seeing Su Buling's sedan chair pass, they curtsied and stood by the roadside, stealing glances and whispering once he had gone by. Su Buling, perceptive and attentive, could indeed hear the murmurs of the young maids. Is this really the Su Wang heir? He is quite handsome. If only the Empress Dowager would casually bestow me upon Su Shizhi. What a spring dream, Su Buling thought, his expression darkening, feeling quite helpless, dismissing it as mere flattery. The sedan chair arrived at the Empress Dowager's palace and halted. From a distance, he could see the Empress Dowager, adorned in a splendid palace gown, standing beneath the eaves. She did not wear a phoenix crown due to her homebound state, but instead had a gold hairpin slanting in her lofty bun, the pin's phoenix head clasping a luminous pearl. Her hands rested gracefully at her waist, exuding an innate dignity and grace without any need for ostentation. Once one of the 8 luminaries of Xuanhe, she was renowned alongside Su Buling's mother. In terms of beauty alone, she could rival anyone in the world. Now, at a prime age, her figure had only grown more enchanting, and her exalted status set her apart from the palace maids, presenting a stark contrast between them. As a junior, Su Buling naturally refrained from scrutinizing the Empress Dowager. He ambled to the palace pavilion at a measured pace, raising his hand in a gesture of respect. Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager smiled warmly, raising her hand in a beckoning motion. Little Buling, come here. We are all family. No need for such formality. Little Buling? Su Buling blinked at the ground, feeling the term was rather too intimate. After some thought, he replied, You may call me Buling, Empress Dowager. Little Su would suffice as well. The Empress Dowager then turned towards the brightly lit sitting room, her demeanor friendly, akin to that of an elder relative of an ordinary family. In the presence of outsiders, we may observe formality, but privately, there is no need for such distance. Xiao Ting always cries out for his parents when he visits, rolling around in the courtyard. I find it quite amusing. Her graceful steps stirred rhythmic ripples in her gown. The Empress Dowager's long legs exceeded even those of Lady Lu, but Su Buling, being taller, had a slightly bow as he followed behind. As they walked, a faint fragrance wafted past Su Buling's nose, causing a slight awkwardness. Noting the Empress Dowager's relaxed demeanor, he too adopted a less formal stance, walking upright beside her. Engaging in casual conversation, the Empress Dowager spoke of familial matters, while Su Buling adhered to Lady Lu's instructions, listening attentively without responding, only occasionally murmuring affirmatives, resembling a taciturn figure. Taking a breath, Su Buling managed a faint smile. I am not very eloquent. Huh. Men should be more generous. The Empress Dowager raised her slender eyebrows, amused by the remark. Upon entering the main hall, she seated herself at the table and gestured for Su Buling to join her. In this world, it is customary for noble families to dine at separate tables, with several small tables arranged in the room for individual gatherings, while only common folk share a single table. In the Empress Dowager's chamber, there was a modest table draped in silk, adorned with exquisite dishes that were few in number but of remarkable beauty. Candle holders were placed in the corners, providing ample light, rendering it a candlelit dinner of sorts. Dining separately for two was somewhat peculiar, yet Su Buling remained silent, sitting upright to her left with a smile, expressing his gratitude for her hospitality. The Empress Dowager exuded the demeanor of an elder, taking the utensils from Xiao Yi and placing them before Su Buling. She tilted her head and gently said, "It is cold. Stretch your feet in here." Su Buling, slightly puzzled, glanced down and noticed that she had extended her long legs along with her skirt beneath the table. After a moment's thought, he followed suit, discovering the warmth emanating from a heated stove beneath, covered with a copper lid, providing a comfortable respite for his feet. While he had encountered similar contraptions before, he had never seen one in this era. He nodded lightly, acknowledging, "Indeed ingenious. Such craftsmanship deserves commendation." The Empress Dowager did not summon a maid to attend to them, but personally poured a cup of warmed wine for Su Buling. Life in the palace can be idle. If it were to become any harsher, one could hardly endure it. The clear liquid flowed into the cup, releasing an alluring aroma that was refreshing to the senses. Su Buling, who was accustomed to the company of wine, found himself drawn to its scent. Slightly surprised, he inquired, "What kind of wine is this?" A glimmer of subtle mischief flickered in the Empress Dowager's eyes, reminiscent of a candy enticing a child, as she smiled and replied, "Duan Yu Jiu, from the Sun family shop into Yifeng. It is quite common." Su Buling furrowed his brow and shook his head. "I have consumed Duan Yu Jiu for a year. While the taste is similar, this wine is evidently of superior quality." The Empress Dowager set down the wine pot and spoke softly, "That is only natural. As the saying goes, wine becomes richer with age. A fine vintage, having matured over the years, surpasses the taste of newly produced wine." Su Buling agreed, noting that not only wine, but people too grow more profound with experience. He lifted the cup to his nose, inhaling the rich fragrance, and nodded. "This old man's son indeed possesses a hidden treasure meant for the imperial city. I regret not having cared for the business more diligently." The Empress Dowager chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Not quite. The Sun family shop has always thrived. Being but a small shop, how much can they produce for a few patrons? Once sold, it is gone. At times, even the late emperor could not procure any. Before I entered the palace, my elder brother specifically bought some, intending to present it to the late emperor when he visited me, yet it remained unopened. Over the years, I have gifted several jars, leaving only 2 behind. It is likely that these 2 jars of 10-year-old vintage are the only ones in existence. I wonder what their worth would be if offered to the world." Su Buling exhibited a serious demeanor, lifting his cup to examine it closely, and nodded. "It is likely invaluable. For the Empress Dowager to have kept it for so long is a true waste in treating me." The Empress Dowager shook her head. "I seldom drink wine and cannot appreciate its nuances. Such fine wine left untouched is indeed wasteful. If you, little Buling, enjoy it." Su Buling was taken aback, preparing to decline, but the Empress Dowager continued, "Compose a poem for me, and I shall gift it to you." With her left hand propping her chin and her elbow resting on the table, she leaned forward, her smile warm and inviting, even winking playfully. The scene was genuinely delightful. Su Buling did not anticipate the Empress Dowager's expectation, and after a moment of bewilderment, he set down his cup and replied earnestly, "Empress Dowager, I have been simple-minded since childhood and have no aptitude for poetry. The poem Feng Zhu Chan Xiang Hua Yi Jin was purchased by my servant. It seems I am unworthy of this wine." A hint of disappointment crossed the Empress Dowager's features as she sighed softly. "Not even one?" The melancholy in her voice rivaled that of Lady Lu. Regrettably, Su Buling only appreciated Lady Lu's style and was indifferent to others, shaking his head. "I truly cannot compose poetry. Please do not make it difficult for me." The Empress Dowager scrutinized Su Buling intently for a long moment before speaking, half in disbelief. "You truly cannot. If I could compose poetry, I would stew myself in an iron pot," Su Buling declared firmly, without an ounce of insincerity. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager burst into laughter, straightening her posture and teasing, as the heir to the esteemed Su Wang. "How could I dare to stew you? However, you must not deceive your elder. If you speak falsely, do not blame me for seeking retribution." Su Buling, who genuinely could not compose poetry and merely copied others, felt no fear. "You exaggerate. Empress Dowager, should I be able to write poetry, I would accept any punishment you deem fit." The Empress Dowager, displaying a trace of disappointment in her eyes, conceded, allowing the maid to bring forth the 2 jars of aged wine to present to Su Buling. The meal commenced. Yet no extraordinary conversations ensued. The Empress Dowager posed questions, and Su Buling responded, deliberately steering clear of matters concerning the court and the princes, instead discussing mundane family affairs. This was Su Buelling's first genuine interaction with the Empress Dowager. Aside from the aesthetic pleasure, he felt little else. After sitting for half an hour, having feasted and quenched his thirst, he rose to take his leave, cradling the 2 jars of wine as he exited the palace. Chapter 64. The Wolf in Front. The Tiger Behind. The evil serpent raises its head. Zhu Manji rode her steed towards the east outskirts of Chang'an City, having left later than intended. With the falling night, the city gates would surely close upon her return, and without pressing matters, she could not request the Imperial Guard to open them. It was highly probable she would have to spend the night at the relay station. The theft of Imperial horses was an old case. Last summer, the Prince of Qi from Qingzhou had sought to procure a batch of snow-stepping horses for the Emperor's birthday celebration. There were 30 horses in total, one of which was a rare and exceptional wind-chasing steed, akin to Su Buelling's mount. Indian warriors were plentiful, and fine horses, swords, exquisite wines, and beauties were universally cherished. Few dared to dream of possessing a wind-chasing steed, yet acquiring a snow-stepping horse would be a lifelong satisfaction. Even among the affluent families of Kuei Show Street, each household typically had only 1 or 2 horses, displayed as a status symbol, usually ridden only when accompanying the emperor on outings. The Prince of Qi had presented 30 fine horses, and many military officials eagerly awaited their share from the emperor, while numerous audacious wanderers in the martial world were naturally envious. When the horse convoy stopped for the night at the relay station outside the city, 2 horses were stolen. The rare wind-chasing steed was too conspicuous to be taken, and no one dared to ride it. Instead, 2 snow-stepping horses were lost. While the incident was not grave, it caused considerable distress among officials fond of fine steeds, resulting in 2 fewer rewards. The discontent among the officials fell upon the shoulders of the Criminal Investigation Department, responsible for monitoring bandits, yet the case proved difficult to resolve. Snow-stepping horses could traverse 500 or 600 miles in a night, easily escaping Chang'an's jurisdiction. How could they be pursued? Thus, the case became a lingering mystery, as the thieves did not come forward, rendering it nearly unsolvable and leaving the Criminal Investigation Department in a bind. Zhu Manji, newly enlisted in the Tianzi camp with little experience and no comrades, had taken on this case to gain access to the case files, but now that the task was complete, the case remained unresolved, and she had to muster the courage to investigate further. The sound of hooves echoed across the snow-covered expanse, the snow having ceased, while a crescent moon hung in the sky, stars twinkling in the vastness. The grand city of Chang'an disappeared behind her, leaving the surrounding wilderness in profound silence. Zhu Manji pulled her scarf up to shield against the biting wind, revealing only her bright, expressive eyes. With her waist knife at her side, the brisk wind rustled her robes fiercely. It was indeed a thankless task. She had often remarked that she should not have taken on this case. Nearly 2 years had passed, and the 2 stolen horses had likely birthed foals by now. Where could she possibly search for them? Wang Dazhuang, we are merely assisting Manji. What are you rambling about? Manji has fortune on her side. Perhaps she will crack the case. If she rises to a higher rank as a leader, perhaps we brothers could also join the Tianzi camp and hang up our wooden plaques for a lifetime. Would you not feel ashamed? Hey, you are quite ambitious. The 2 wolves from behind continued to chatter and laugh, seasoned veterans of the Wolf Guard, treating this outing as mere leisure without any intent to fulfill their duties. Zhu Manji, feeling weary from the jostling and with hands nearly frozen, bent down to hasten towards the relay station for a brief respite. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed from behind, approaching at a swift pace. Even the lowest ranking of the Wolf Guard were still formidable, having emerged from the ranks of ordinary constables. Lu Ho'er, the most experienced among them, immediately ceased his banter, raising his whip. Be cautious. The newcomers do not come with good intentions. When ordinary horses gallop with all their might, it can harm them over long distances. Unless in a surprise attack or fleeing for their lives, no one would recklessly push their horses to such extremes. With not a soul in sight around them, it was evident who the pursuers were targeting. Wang Dazhuang retrieved a one-handed shield from his side, gripping his knife with a solemn expression. Are they coming for us? Shall we fight or flee? There was no time to ponder why someone was approaching. The half-mile distance was too short, and a full sprint would soon close the gap. Lu Ho'er, being the leader of the trio, showed no hesitation. He grabbed his hooked spear from beside his horse and urged it towards the relay station. Facing 1 against 3, they must be prepared. Let us avoid unnecessary conflict. Jumanji, not daring to be careless, cracked the whip fiercely and led the charge to distance themselves from the pursuers. However, not far along the official road, a shadow appeared ahead, a figure on horseback blocking the path, also donning a wide-brimmed hat and carrying a large blade on his shoulder, motionless in the moonlight. The three halted their mounts simultaneously, stopping abruptly on the road, their hearts sinking as they looked around. The night wind whispered, and the bright moonlight spilled over the bustling streets, where taverns were alive with music, painting a picture of prosperity. Su Buling cautiously carried 2 jars of aged wine out of the Changle Palace. Although he felt undeserving of such bounty, he was nonetheless pleased and contemplated whether to seek an opportunity for Xiao Ting to compose a poem as a gesture of compensation for the Empress. Just then, he heard a call, "Little Prince, little Prince." Looking up, he saw old Xiao, leaning on his cane, approaching the royal city, waving his hand from a distance. Su Buling, slightly puzzled, hurried to the palace gates and asked with a furrowed brow, "What is wrong? Is there trouble?" Old Xiao, with his disheveled hat, sighed. "It seems so. Didn't you ask Old 7 and Old 8 to keep an eye on those 2 girls? This afternoon, I wandered around Day, Fong, and found Old 7 missing. He left a mark by the tea stall, saying 2 people were eyeing Jumanji. I checked, and it appears Jumanji went to investigate the case of the stolen imperial horses, likely heading to the eastern suburb relay station. I'm unsure of the newcomer's background, and I cannot take action recklessly. What do you think?" Su Buling's eyes narrowed, sensing the gravity of the situation. The 8 death warriors later sent by the Duke were all skilled and alert, but their martial prowess was not top-notch. In Chang'an, even 8 masters might not guarantee safety, as evidenced by the ambush at the Wei River. If the opponents dared to target the Wolf Guard, they must be well prepared, and Old 7 alone would certainly not stand chance. After speaking, Su Buling handed the wine jars to Old Xiao and whistled sharply. The proud steed whinnied fiercely, its hooves thundering as it burst forth from the stables beside the royal city, charging towards the palace gates, startling the guards of the Imperial Forest Army into retreat. Su Buling leaped onto the horse, and Old Xiao urgently called out, "Little Prince, without knowing the enemy's background, be cautious. Acting rashly may alert the enemy." Su Buling sharply urged his horse forward. Why should Su Buling hesitate in his actions? "Those who dare to threaten me shall see no mercy, even if it means drawing attention." Old Zhao's words faltered, and after a moment of thought, he sighed. "Indeed, with 200,000 cavalry from Shiliang behind you, who cannot be slain." Chapter 65. 3-person formation kill. Bold thieves. The vast sky loomed like a black curtain, and the hazy moonlight illuminated the endless snowfield as 5 fierce horses galloped across the snow-covered farmland, hooves kicking up clouds of snow while the glint of blades flickered intermittently. Zhu Manji drew the Yinling knife from his waist, his eyes shining with rare sharpness in this life-and-death moment. The farmland was not like the official road. While the ground was flat, many hidden canals and debris lay beneath the snow. A misstep could lead to disaster, and he had to rely on the barely visible tracks in the snow to discern the path. On either side of the 3 wolf guards, Wu Biao and Xie Huan closed in, their hats blown off by the fierce wind, revealing their fierce faces. As skilled wanderers of the martial world, their steeds were like extensions of their weapons, carefully chosen for life-saving moments, naturally superior to the standard mounts of the Wolf Guard. Having pursued only half a mile into the snowy outskirts of the city, Wu Biao, wielding a long spear, charged ahead, the steel spear whistling as it aimed directly at Wang Dazhuang's horse's leg. Wang Dazhuang, tall and heavy, found his weight limiting his horse's speed in this escape. Falling to the back, realizing escape was futile and that injuring his horse would mean certain doom, he released the reins and took cover behind his shield, using it to block the spear while thrusting his knife towards Wu Biao's horse's belly. The clang of metal echoed sharply. Those who dared to wield spears in the martial world were undoubtedly skilled riders, while the wolf guards, primarily from constable backgrounds, were not as adept at mounted combat. The powerful strike of Wu Biao's spear hit the shield, causing Wang Dazhuang and his horse to stumble. Wu Biao's attack had opened a gap, and the disparity in weapon length meant Wang Dazhuang's Yinling knife could not reach him. The horse let out a long whinny, its balance disrupted as it swayed violently. Wang Dazhuang, caught off guard by the forceful blow, fell from his mount, rolling several feet in the snow. Wang Dazhuang. In military formations, 5 men fought as one, and the 3-member team of the Wolf Guards was derived from the simplified Sankai formation, employing the Yinling knife, hooked spear, and shield in concert. Except for a few top masters from the Tianzi camp, the rest relied on this formation to confront opponents. Wang Dazhuang fell heavily, but, being robust and cushioned by the snow, quickly regained his footing, spitting out some saliva and shielding himself with the round shield. The hooked spear was designed with a horizontal blade specifically to cut horse legs, and at this moment, Lu Hoer held the spear firmly, peeking out from behind the shield. Zhu Manji, with his Yinling knife, lay in wait behind the two, ready to spring into action. The formation was set, unless the two in front were swiftly dispatched. They would inevitably injure the horses, and once unseated, they would face a cruel fate of being hacked apart. Wu Biao, armed with a spear, did not directly charge the formation. All were skilled in the martial world, and the ground combat was paramount. He dismounted, and alongside Xie Huan, who wielded a single sword, they advanced one after the other. Kill! Lu Hoer shouted, and the 3 moved in unison to attack Wu Biao at the forefront. Although Wu Biao lacked the superhuman strength to shatter shields like Su Buling, his robust physique was nonetheless formidable. The iron spear he wielded weighed over 40 pounds, and as he closed in, he swung it towards Wang Dazhuang's shield. The spear generated a fierce wind and struck the shield with a resounding crack, causing several cracks to form on the wooden surface. Wang Dazhuang grunted as he was forced to a halt, his right hand swinging the Yinling knife, attempting to sever Wu Biao's fingers along the spear shaft. Lu Hoer, having partnered with Wang Dazhuang for years, seized the opportunity to thrust his hooked spear at Wu Biao's right leg. Zhu Manji targeted the center with a direct strike. This coordinated attack would overwhelm any ordinary martial wanderer, but the opponents were not merely one individual. Just as Wu Biao found himself in dire straits and leaped up, Xie Huan, from behind, rolled on the ground, executing a sweeping strike that passed beneath Wu Biao, his blade moving like lightning, aiming straight for Wang Dazhuang's legs beneath the shield. The dull thud of blade meeting flesh and the cries of agony resonated simultaneously. Wang Dazhuang's vision was obstructed by Wu Biao, and as Jie Huan approached with alarming speed, it was too late for him to raise his shield. A blade struck his thigh, blood splattering across the snow-covered ground, and the robust figure collapsed. As Wu Biao found himself in a favorable position, he unhesitatingly thrust his steel spear into the earth, seamlessly coordinating with Jie Huan. Lu Hoer, in a moment of panic, desperately forced his hooked spear against Wu Biao's weapon, narrowly avoiding disaster as it grazed the side of Wang Dazhuang's face. Zhu Manji, wielding a saber, was ablaze with fury as he swung at Wu Biao. Alas, the disparity in skill was insurmountable. Jie Huan and Wu Biao had tasted blood for years, and dealing with such lowly wolf warriors was hardly a challenge. After injuring Wang Dazhuang, Jie Huan was caught off guard by Wu Biao's foot, which struck him upward, followed by a swift cut along Lu Hoer's spear shaft. Sparks flew as steel clashed against steel. Lu Hoer's expression changed dramatically as he released his spear, but it was too late. A piece of flesh was severed from his shoulder, and shortly thereafter, Wu Biao's kick sent him hurtling away, crashing down onto Zhu Manji and both of them landing painfully in the snow. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Wu Biao, with fluid grace, after fending off the two, drove his iron spear towards Wang Dazhuang's throat. Run! Wang Dazhuang, fueled by desperation and bleeding profusely, realized his impending doom. With a roar, he grasped the descending steel spear with one hand while biting down on Jie Huan's leg. Wang Dazhuang, Zhu Manji, rising from the ground, witnessed this scene and his eyes turned crimson with rage. He brandished his blade and charged forward. Lu Hoer, having fought alongside Wang Dazhuang for many years, could not bear to watch his comrade fall to such scoundrels. He shouted in anger, enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, and rushed in barehanded. Yizhuan, feeling Wang Dazhuang's grip on his leg, wore a look of disdain as he raised his blade to strike at Wang Dazhuang's neck. You dare! Zhu Manji charged forward like a madman, but alas, no amount of speed could match the blade in Jie Huan's hand. Just as Wang Dazhuang was about to be severed from his head, a rustling sound suddenly broke the silence of the snowfield. Jie Huan's ears pricked up, and his expression changed abruptly. Be careful. He grabbed Wu Biao's arm, and the two of them tumbled onto the snow. In the next moment, a man dressed in ordinary attire sprang from the snow, wielding a dagger aimed squarely at the spot where Wu Biao's neck had been moments before. The speed of this assault was astonishing, leaving the five present unaware that such a figure had been concealed nearby. As Wu Biao and Jie Huan scrambled to their feet, a cold sweat broke out on their brows. The proximity of danger was palpable. Luckily, the crunch of snow underfoot had alerted them. Had they been on solid ground, one of them might have already met their demise. Among the royal guards, Lao Qi was tasked with monitoring Zhu Manji. Now, having missed his initial strike, he crouched low like a leopard, blocking Jie Huan and Wu Biao's advance, grunting, "Get out." The so-called death warriors were trained by noble families, brainwashed from a young age to instill loyalty to the point where they lost their own thoughts. To the world's aristocracy, they were not considered human, but rather expensive consumables. Although Su Buling did not habitually regard people as mere tools, the 8 guards had been raised in such a manner, making it impossible for them to change. Lao Qi's orders were to keep an eye on Zhu Manji, for if the target perished, it would mean a betrayal of his master's trust. Seeing Zhu Manji on the brink of death, he had no choice but to reveal himself. Zhu Manji rushed forward to lift Wang Dezhuang alongside Lu Hoer, hoping to escape, but with 2 injured companions, fleeing was clearly impossible. In this dire situation, they could only hold their ground and confront the suddenly emerging savior together. Jie Huan and Wu Biao, having recognized the assassin's exceptional skills from the earlier ambush, understood that confronting this individual directly would not be wise. They remained vigilant while charging once more at Zhu Manji and Lao Qi. Chapter 66. The Evil of Antiquity. The king of hell on earth clop, clop, clop went the hooves of a steed galloping down the official road, its form like a streak of black lightning. The bells around its neck ringing melodically, audible from afar. Travelers on the night road quickly made way, and before they could catch sight of the horse, it had vanished from view. What kind of horse runs this fast? It's astonishing. The wind chaser horse, exhaling heavy breaths in the winter night, found the streets of Chang'an too crowded for a full gallop. Su Buling, who had no habit of leisurely riding, had been holding back for too long. Once outside the city, he urged the horse to its limits without a second thought. Amidst the piercing cold wind, Su Buling held the white wax staff he had seized from the city gate guards, his long hair dancing wildly in the gusts. His eyes icy as he searched the endless snowfield. He had entered the palace unarmed that afternoon, but being proficient in all manner of weapons. The absence of his treasured sword mattered little. He simply needed to adjust to using a spear. The eastern suburb post station lay 20 li from Chang'an, and, at full speed, he would reach it in less than 10 minutes. Yet, despite running several li, he found no trace of Zhu Manji and the others, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his brow. Having spent a year in this world, his former memories had long since merged with his current identity. As the legitimate son of the Su Wang, he was the crown prince in the 12 prefectures of Shiliang. Having traveled thousands of miles to Chang'an, he had no choice but to play the fool beneath the emperor's feet. However, only the emperor seated upon the dragon throne could truly tread upon Su Buling. The civil and military officials had to first seek the approval of the Shiliang cavalry's swords before they could speak. Zhu Manji's identity remained concealed. The emperor would not resort to such measures against a mere attendant, and even if there were intent to kill, it would be as simple as a word. Today, someone had set their sights on Zhu Manji, undoubtedly a minor power seeking revenge. Grudges do not arise from thin air. Zhu Manji had only recently arrived in the capital, and the only individuals she had offended were Fu Lai Lu and Bai Ma Zhuang. Su Buling regarded these 2 factions with disdain and had never considered they would have the audacity to retaliate. Now, as events unfolded chaotically, he felt an urgency to act. Galloping forward, a distant glimmer appeared, the lantern of the eastern suburb post station. Su Buling furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his surroundings until he finally spotted a few disordered footprints in the snow, veering off to the side. He nudged the horse's belly, leaping off the official road and following the prince. After only a brief moment, he raised his eyes to see Lao Qi from the guards being swept aside by a gunman, crashing into the snow. 2 bodies lay on the ground. Luo, having sustained multiple wounds, lay motionless, while Wang Dezhuang, severely injured, could only lie on the ground, swinging his blade aimlessly. Blood stained the snow, and Zhu Manji struggled to fend off her attackers with her Yanling blade. Kill! Be careful. Ah. The cacophony of shouts drifted on the cold wind, gradually sharpening in clarity. Su Buling's countenance turned furious as he urged his steed, snapping his spear with a resounding crack, causing the red tassel at its tip to shatter like thunder across the snowy expanse. After several rounds of fierce combat, Zhu Manji watched helplessly as two comrades who had cared for her since entering the capital lay grievously wounded, while the valiant savior who had stepped in to protect her repeatedly suffered severe injuries. She felt utterly powerless, teetering on the brink of despair. This was still under the condition that the brutal bandits had not targeted her directly. Had they intended her death, she would have likely joined her fallen companions on the ground. At this moment, Zhu Manji realized that these two ferocious brigands had come specifically for her, and she had begun to piece together the reasons. To summon such formidable assassins to eliminate wolf warriors would require not only a significant financial investment, but also the ability to smooth over the aftermath. In Chang'an, only a select few nobles possessed that capability. Zhu Manji had not been in the capital long enough for her identity to be revealed. The only noble she had angered was the loyal and brave Marquis Li Baoi. It was evident who sought her capture. The proposal to eliminate by Ma Zhuang had originated from Su Buling. She had merely followed along, hoping to glean information regarding the long-locked Gu. Now, having brought trouble upon herself, she found Su Buling unresponsive to her plight. As this thought crossed her mind, a hint of grievance flickered in her round eyes. Yet she quickly suppressed it. She had chosen to enter the archives herself. Su Shizhi had offered his assistance, and their relationship was mutually beneficial. Neither owed anything to the other. Zhu Manji inhaled sharply, her resolve hardening as she raised her blade and charged once more at Wu Biao. In the realm of Jianghu, one must live with the understanding that life hangs precariously, often tethered to the waistband of one's trousers. Death may come unbidden, without blame. With a resounding thud, Lao Chi found himself once again struck to the ground by Zhu Biao's gun, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Consumed by a tempest of grief and fury, Zhu Manji grasped her knife, intent on employing the lethal technique bestowed upon her by her father to contend with the two formidable bandits. Just as the towering figures of the bandits charged towards her, a thunderous sound erupted from afar. The crack of thunder reverberated across the snow-covered expanse, followed by the resounding gallop of hooves. Jie Huan, sensing the disturbance, instinctively turned his blade to survey the snowy landscape behind him. What he beheld in that fleeting moment was beyond belief. A magnificent steed galloped forth, a long spear held aloft like a dragon. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a striking young gentleman clad in white leaped onto the horse's head, using its momentum to soar into the air, both hands gripping the glinting spear raised high above his head. This leap was breathtaking as Wu Biao gazed upward, perceiving the white-clad figure merging with the crescent moon suspended in the sky. With a near-explosive roar, the spear descended with the force of a taut bowstring, accompanied by a terrifying rush of wind. Wu Biao's pupils constricted. He realized too late that the figure in white was upon him, and in a desperate move, he could only raise his iron spear to counter this devastating strike. The earth-shattering sound echoed painfully in his ears. The solid spear shattered against his iron weapon, splintering into pieces. Wu Biao, unable to withstand such overwhelming force, felt his boots sink into the snow, and before he could kneel, the shattered spearhead struck his skull, causing blood to spurt forth violently, akin to a ripe watermelon bursting open, leaving him no time for a cry of anguish. Chapter 67. A true man harbors no grudges overnight. With a single strike, Su Buling had overwhelmed him. In shock, Jie Huan instinctively raised his blade, but was too late to intervene. The moment he regained his composure, a desire to retreat surged within him. Though it was regrettably too late, Su Buling, with a spear poised in midair, landed forcefully on the ground, knees slightly bent to absorb the impact, then sprang forth again, granting his opponent no opportunity to react. He leaped the considerable distance, akin to a famished tiger pouncing upon its prey, crashing into Jie Huan with the ferocity of a battering ram. The sound of ribs cracking against the chest was unmistakable, and as Jie Huan remained frozen in shock, Su Buling simultaneously struck him on the forehead with both elbows. The sickening crunch of shattered bone resonated clearly. After the two thuds of Jie Huan hitting the ground, silence enveloped the snowy expanse, devoid of further sounds. To onlookers, It seemed as if only a fleeting white shadow had appeared before the two fierce bandits, who fell lifelessly to the ground, their heads deformed, without even a whisper of protest. Zhu Manji witnessed this all, momentarily forgetting her earlier grief and horror, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is this a human? She suddenly comprehended why Su Buling had fallen victim to the Long Lock Gu. Were it not for the constraints of the Long Lock Gu, who in the world would dare to act with impunity in his presence? After dispatching the two unknown foes, Su Buling swiftly approached the four, scrutinizing them intently, his brow furrowed. Lao Chi, bloodied and crawling, knelt on one knee, clutching his chest. I have failed. I must tend to my wounds. Su Buling surveyed the chaos around him, raised his hand to summon his steed, and retrieved a small vial from the saddlebag. Pouring out a pill and offering it to Lao Chi, pale and breathless, Lao Chi hesitated. This is a life-saving remedy for the young prince. Su Buling's gaze turned cold. Lao Chi, with a respectful bow, had no choice but to accept the pill and swallow it. Su Buling then approached the two fallen wolf guards, kneeling to examine them closely. Wang Dezhuang had suffered a knife wound to his leg, rendering him unable to rise and join the fray. While not fatal, it would leave him with a permanent limp. Gritting his teeth in silence, he recognized Su Buling from their previous encounter and solemnly addressed him. I pay my respects to young Master Su. Beside him, Lu Hoer was less fortunate. As the leader of their trio, he had been wounded in the shoulder before charging into battle, now lying on the ground, his body riddled with injuries and a deep gash exposing bone on his chest. Blood choked his throat, making speech a struggle. Su Buling, unfamiliar with battlefield first aid, watched as Lao Chi staggered over, crouching to assess the situation. The injury has pierced the lungs. There is no hope left. Grant him a swift end. In the tumult of battle, the sight of comrades gravely wounded was all too common. Many had met their demise in the throes of suffering. Su Buling, having been sent to the border troops in his youth, was no stranger to such scenes. As a companion, the only thing one could do was to ease their passage, preventing them from enduring inhumane agony before death. Lu Hoer coughed incessantly, his mouth opening, aware that he was beyond saving. His coughing gradually subsided, his innate will to survive reflected in his wrinkled eyes, filled with deep reluctance. Su Buling, holding the vial, contemplated for a moment before raising his hand to administer the remedy, only to be halted by Lao Chi. Young prince, this medicine can only treat internal injuries. There is truly no hope left. Prolonging life would only invite further suffering. Su Buling's brow furrowed, glancing at Lu Hoer with a solemn tone. This calamity arose from my actions. I shall take care of your family and seek vengeance for you. Farewell. A flicker of understanding crossed Lu Hoer's eyes, though his throat was filled with blood, rendering him voiceless. With a swift motion, Lao Chi plunged a dagger into Lu Hoer's throat, gently closing his gradually fading eyes. It was only then that Zhu Manji, trembling at the scene, let out a heart-wrenching cry, dropping her Yinling knife to the ground, squatting down to cradle her head and weep, her feelings of grievance, anger, and sorrow merging into a cacophony of lamentation. Wang Dezhuang, immobilized in the snow, gazed upon his brother's corpse, rubbed his face, and let out a long sigh. The wolf guards, accustomed to the blade's edge, had taken countless lives in the Jianghu. Their own demise was merely a matter of time. What could they say in such circumstances? Su Buling knelt beside the fallen, running his fingers softly over them, casting a glance at Zhu Manji, wishing to offer words of comfort, yet uncertain where to begin. Zhu Manji, like a young girl, wept openly before Su Buling, her heart heavy with unexpressed sorrow. Why did you come only now? If you had come sooner, Lu Hoer would not have perished. I believed in you so deeply. Su Buling sighed softly, placing a reassuring hand on Zhu Manji's back, providing a moment of solace. Yet, to his dismay, he suddenly coughed, blood spilling onto the snow, staining it a dark hue. Startled, Zhu Manji ceased her weeping, anxiously gazing at Su Buling's ashen face. What is wrong with you? I am fine. Su Buling retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth. The ferocious outburst in the heat of battle had unleashed the venom of the Long Lock Gu within him, and he struggled to contain its rapid retaliation. Su Buling instructed Lao Chi to fetch the wine flask, taking a swig to alleviate his discomfort. After a brief respite, he scanned the surroundings and inquired, Was this the work of the Li family? Lao Qi hastened to the two mangled corpses, searching their bodies. Entering the city required travel permits, and the scrutiny of armed Jianghu travelers was stringent. The Wolf Guard were vigilant towards these individuals. Lao Qi had followed the two bandits out of the city and had witnessed them produce a token to bypass the gate's guards. Now, he searched Jie Huan's body and discovered a token at his waist, inscribed with the character Li and bearing the emblem of the Zhongyong Marquis residence. Lao Qi lifted the token. Young prince, it belongs to the Li family of Zhongyong Marquis. Zhu Manji's sobs softened, her eyes red-rimmed as she gazed at Su Buling. It must be about the matter of Baima Zhuang. They intend to capture me. Su Buling nodded, rose from the ground, retrieved Wu Biao's iron spear, mounted his horse, and spoke. Lao Qi, go to the post station and inform the Langwei to come collect the bodies. If questioned, say that I accompanied you out of the city to sober up and encountered bandits who attacked the Langwei. In my fury, I acted out upon hearing the news of Baima Zhuang. Lao Qi respectfully nodded, understood. He spurred the swift steed onward. Zhu Manji stood up and hurried a few steps, anxious. Where are you going? Blood for blood. Chapter 68. The King of Hell demands your death at midnight. The cold wind rustled the banners outside the quarry on the city's outskirts. Guards patrolled atop the watchtower, hands resting on their sabers. Night had deepened, and most of the laborers imprisoned within the quarry had succumbed to sleep, their snores echoing. The overseer's dwelling still flickered with light. Oh, come have a drink. A woman's carefree laughter echoed faintly. Within a warm room, Li Tianlu reclined lazily on a couch, toying with a small white jade beast in his hand. A heavily made-up woman beside him giggled softly as she poured wine. Li Tianlu had long grown weary of the superficiality around him and glanced at the assistant standing nearby. The assistant smiled obsequiously and bowed. Second young master. Jiahuan Wu Biao is quite skilled in the ways of the martial world. Dealing with ordinary Langwei is a piece of cake. It should be about time. Li Tianlu tossed the jade beast onto the table, displaying slight impatience. Those two ruffians from the martial world wouldn't dare act on their own, would they? They lack the courage. If they were to be discovered, it would ruin their futures. The assistant approached and picked up the jade beast, placing it on the nearby display rack, smiling as he said, in this Chang'an city, to rise above the rest, one must bow to the Li family. The 12 martial arts schools on Huitai Street would not dare to offend the second young master. As long as the second young master does not allow them to establish themselves in Chang'an, they would be unable to take a single step. Li Tianlu's Kufa legally. They are merely a group of ruffians. The few on Kueisho Street are beneath my notice. In Chang'an, there are the literary families of Xiao and Lu, and the martial prowess of Lu Pingyang and others. Most of the court officials pay their respects to them. Currently, we live in a flourishing era, where could one earn military exploits. Otherwise, how could my father merely be a third-rank Yanhui general? The assistant naturally concurred, contemplating. The families on Kueisho Street are remnants from decades past, having gained prestige through the pacification of the Baiwei by the Qi dynasty. However, the most credited families have already been granted titles. Those remaining in Chang'an are merely the lesser followers. My family's ancestors were once the right arms of Emperor Xiaozong. Without their desperate protection during the breakout, there would be no prosperous Chang'an today. Given the right opportunity, bestowing the 9 seals upon us is not impossible. The 9 seals are the highest honors granted by the emperor to vassals and ministers. The 3 octagonal archways on Kueisho Street were bestowed upon the families of Xiao, Lu, and Su, with the Song family essentially being propped up by these 3 families. Other clans lack the qualification, and this honor falls short of the 9 seals. Only those who can truly pacify the North Qi and South Yu are worthy of such a ceremony. As a family of generals, the Li family harbors a certain ambition. Li Qianlu nodded, chuckling lightly. Su Lai was merely born a butcher, recognized by Emperor Xiaozong for his diligence on the battlefield. The true conquerors are those strategists behind the scenes. Elevating him to a noble title is indeed an overestimation of the Su family. Though we are not the prominently family of Pengshi, our ancestors were respected, vastly different from commoners. While they spoke, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed from outside, accompanied by startled shouts. Li Qianlu felt a surge of anxiety. He pushed aside the woman beside him, seized a pill from the small table, and swallowed it, his gaze sharpening with menace. Boldly, who dares intrude? The thunderous hoofbeats approached the dwelling, the distant clamor growing. The assistant, puzzled, opened the door, only to be met with the sight of a young man in white, his face as refined as jade, standing outside, an iron spear already descending upon him. The assistant's eyes widened with indescribable terror. Before he could cry out, his head was crushed, his neck collapsing into his chest, followed by a kick that sent him crashing into the display rack. The sound of shattered porcelain and collapsing would fill the air, accompanied by two screams from the women. Li Qianlu's expression turned pale, and he rose in fury, shouting, "Who the hell dares to be so audacious?" The two heavily made-up women turned pale, hastily retreating to a corner of the room. At the door, Su Bueling, clad in a blood-spattered white robe, strode in, his steel spear still dripping blood. His expression cold as ice, not pausing for a moment as he approached Li Qianlu. Residing on Kueisho Street, Li Qianlu recognized Su Bueling, and his face immediately paled. While one might dismiss the Su family when hidden away, standing before the formidable Wang Su, even an emperor must show respect, let alone someone like him, who had gained favor from Emperor Xiaozong to attain nobility. Seeing the bloodied iron spear in Su Bueling's hand, Li Qianlu's heart sank, realizing he had crossed a line. Moreover, this adversary was far more formidable than Xiao Ting. At least the Xiao family comprised scholars who wouldn't recklessly spill blood in a fit of rage. In an instant, Li Qianlu reacted, preparing to kneel. Unfortunately, Su Bueling had never been one to consult before taking a life. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear into Li Qianlu's chest. Blood gushed from the wound as the spear pierced through his back, leaving Li Qianlu gasping in shock. The two women let out another scream, trembling on the ground in fear. They could never have imagined that the exalted second young master of the Li family would be dispatched as easily as one would slaughter a chicken. Li Qianlu's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands gripping the spear as blood poured from his mouth, pushed backward until he was pinned against the wall. Su Bueling twisted the spear, creating a gaping hole in Li Qianlu's chest, the wall behind him splattered with blood. Li Qianlu's face flushed with a sickly hue, convulsing twice before his grip on the spear slackened. Su Bueling released the spear, surveyed the room, seized a dagger from the small table, approached Li Qianlu, grasped his hair, exposing his neck, then glanced at the two women who were tightly covering their mouths. "Turn around." The two women, utterly lost, scrambled to the corner, covering their ears and daring not to utter a sound. What followed was the sickening sound of flesh being severed. Most of the guards at the quarry were swiftly subdued, while those stationed elsewhere sensed something amiss and hurriedly rushed into the room. However, upon peering inside, they were paralyzed by the hellish scene before them. Chapter 69. A thunderbolt from a clear sky, the morning bell, tolled 108 times. The city gate and the palace gate opened in succession as civil and military officials passed in orderly fashion along the imperial path, entering the Tai Chi Hall at the heart of the empire. Amidst the bustling streets, mist rose as citizens, wandering scholars, and even foreign merchants busily attended to their daily affairs. In a small tavern on Chingstone Alley, Manager Sun had been diligently circling his establishment for decades. Spotting a white-clad heroine quietly waiting outside with a bamboo hat, he shook his head with a smile. "Young lady, it's not a good thing for a girl to love drinking. Beware of the consequences when you get drunk one day." Over a decade ago, a young scion from a noble family met a heroine just as beautiful as a celestial being. That young scion was a wastrel, constantly causing trouble in the capital, and naturally, he was beneath the notice of the heroine. Guess what happened in the end? Ning Qingye's lightly arched brows furrowed slightly, as she understood the intentions of that young scion. She huffed softly. Since she can be called a heroine, she must possess quite the stature. How could she be easily intoxicated by a noble scion? Ah, the peculiarity lies precisely here. Sun Zhongguei leisurely shook his head, reflecting on his extensive experiences. He had anticipated that the noble scion would certainly be dealt with, yet to his surprise, after a few rounds of drinks, the female hero became inebriated and was carried away by the young gentleman. Sun Zhongguei shook his head and cast a meaningful glance at Ning Qingye. Alcohol is a marvelous thing. It can resolve numerous matters. Sometimes, without the influence of intoxication, opportunities may not arise. Ning Qingye blinked, clearly not comprehending the underlying meaning of Sun Zhongguei's words. What happened to that lady in the end? In the end, she became a princess and bore a remarkably gifted son, Sun Zhongguei replied, passing the wine jug to Ning Qingye with a light chuckle. "Miss, buying so much wine without drinking it, who knows when you'll carelessly waste it?" Young Master Su does not visit daily. You might as well wait here in the shop. Ning Qingye accepted the wine jug, not denying his observation. I owe him a favor. I inadvertently offended him last time and wish to apologize. With that, she turned and left the alley. Sun Zhonggue smirked and continued to busy himself with his modest shop. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the sound of familiar hoofbeats echoed down the alley. The majestic steed, far more robust than ordinary horses, typically attracted attention. However, today, the patrons in the alley, pale-faced, retreated against the walls in silence as the horse passed by. Upon the high horse sat a familiar, handsome young master, his attire stained with blood. A bundle the size of a watermelon hanging from the saddle, its fabric a deep crimson, still dripping with blood. In the battlefield, collecting heads counted as military merit. Victorious warriors often displayed a string of heads on their steeds. The greater the number, the more illustrious the achievement. This spectacle was common at the borders, where returning without spoils would leave many soldiers embarrassed to enter the city by day. Yet here in the imperial capital of Daiyue, Chang'an, unscathed by war for many years, the concept of battle had long been forgotten. With strict regulations in place, even underground factions dare not engage in conflicts during the day, making this scene utterly unprecedented. Many patrons trembled, some resorting to leaning against the wall to suppress their retching after the horse passed. Sun Zhonggue, hearing the commotion, looked up. Having seen much in his lifetime, he remained unfazed by the sight of heads, but turned anxiously towards Su Buling. "Oh dear, young master, what did you do last night to end up in such a state?" Su Buling had returned late the previous night, only able to enter the city when the gates opened in the morning. He casually tossed an empty wine gourd to Sun Zhonggue, stating, "Just a minor affair. Bring me a jug of wine." Sun Zhonggue nodded. Knowing Su Buling's background, he was not worried for his safety. In Chang'an, as long as Su Buling did not harm anyone from the Song family, the authorities would surely come to clear his name. "Young master, that lady has been coming by frequently to buy wine. I notice she doesn't seem to enjoy drinking much, merely sampling it, yet she buys a jug daily. I wonder what her intentions are." "Ah, I understand," Su Buling replied, not dismounting. After filling the gourd, he leaned forward to take it and then urged his horse away from Qingstone Alley. In the early morning, the grand residences along Kueisho Street were eerily silent. For today the emperor was hosting a grand banquet for the ministers. Without exception, all prominent families had sent their main households to the palace, leaving only the lesser sons and servants wandering the streets. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring in noble families was far stricter than among common folk. Take, for instance, the renowned Shao family of Huainan. Their descendants were spread across the land, with over 100 serving in official capacities. The legitimate heirs were treated as national treasures by the emperor, while the illegitimate sons, born of concubines, held little status, often receiving a meager inheritance upon adulthood and sent away to fend for themselves. Duke Li Baoyi had many concubines and over a dozen sons, yet only 2 were legitimate, one serving as a general at the border and the other, Li Tianlu, cultivating connections among the young nobility in Chang'an to develop the family business. This path was common among noble families, balancing both prestige and substance. Alas, today, the Li family's prestige and substance were about to vanish. The rapid hoofbeats thundered past 3 octagonal arches, hastening toward the Li family estate at the end of Kueisho Street. The vermilion gate, adorned with the golden characters Zhongyong Ho, shone brightly, with several soldiers patrolling at the entrance and the steward awaiting potential visitors. The display far grander than that of the Duke of Su. Su Buling rode his horse to the grand entrance of the Li estate, dismounted, and approached the gate with the bundle in hand. "Young prince, what brings you here?" the steward inquired, sensing something amiss. Su Buling swiftly drew the official blade from the guard's waist and ascended the steps in a single bound. With a flash of steel, the plaque bearing the title of the Duke of Zhongyong split in 2 and crashed to the ground. The expressions of the guards and stewards shifted dramatically, yet none dared to speak, frozen in panic. Oppressing the common folk and relying on royal favor to act tyrannically. What kind of loyalty is that? Today, let me teach you a lesson. If I hear of such occurrences again, I will eradicate the entire Li family. With those words, Su Buling waved his sleeve and mounted his horse, departing with haste. The guards and stewards stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, yet too intimidated to express their anger. "Quickly, go to the palace and inform the master," The second young master has been killed. A scream erupted, chaos ensued, and the cries of despair reverberated throughout the Duke of Zhongyong's estate. Meanwhile, the instigator had long since vanished beyond the estate's confines. Chapter 70. A temporary embrace of fortune after the court meeting. The Chengqing Hall within the imperial city was resplendent with music and revelry. Civil and military officials, accompanied by their wives and legitimate sons, were seated as dancers performed grand yet graceful court dances. The vast palace accommodated hundreds of guests. The current emperor, known for his frugality and surrounded by critical officials like Qi Shinghan, rarely hosted such banquets for the court, reserving them for significant occasions such as the emperor's birthday or the birth of a prince. This morning, officials received sudden news to attend the banquet. Initially suspecting that a concubine had conceived or that the emperor intended to designate a new empress, prompting them to rush to the palace with great seriousness. However, eunuch Jia simply stated, His Majesty discovered a talented individual yesterday who composed 3 poems of unparalleled quality, prompting the emperor's delight and a call for all to celebrate together. Incredible. All this fuss for 3 poems, summoning the entire court to the palace? Did the emperor think that the officials were idling about in their homes, with naught to do? Moreover, to refer to this talented individual as rare, did that imply that everyone present was mediocre? Of course, some astute officials recognized that since Song Ji ascended the throne, he had been impeccable in all matters, and a little leniency was only natural. What if neglecting duties led to serious consequences? Thus, many officials began to exchange veiled barbs with Qi Shinghan and the other critical officials, leading to an uproar before the emperor even made his entrance. Such scenes were commonplace. A tranquil court would indeed signal trouble. The remaining officials were merely spectators, eager for entertainment, especially with the new year approaching, a time for celebration. Most were fixated on the emperor's words, pondering what kind of poetry could provoke such a grand gathering from a ruler known for his dignity. If they were to present a series of poems, one after another, it would hardly require Qi Shinghan's intervention. The scholars from the Guozijian would likely take issue, as it would greatly tarnish the emperor's image in history, potentially casting a long shadow over his reign. In comparison to the verbal duels among men, the intrigues among women were equally significant. Many ladies and young misses were present, including those without sons, like Song Baiqing, who brought their daughters along. The Grand Master of the Guozijian, also known as the national teacher, held considerable prestige. Song Yufu sat alone among the ladies, her gentle countenance marred by worry, sensing that something was amiss with the day's events. 3 poems, stirring the entire court. Song Yufu, with a hint of intuition, began to piece together the situation. At that moment, she felt a sense of restlessness, as if she could vividly imagine young Master Su charging towards her, stripping her of her garments and subjecting her to torment. Sitting upright, she dared not even shift her gaze, for she sensed that Madame Lu was scrutinizing her with an odd expression, having regarded her for quite some time. As a younger generation, Song Yufu realized that remaining silent was not an option. Unable to bear the tension, she turned her head. After a moment of hesitation, she gently inclined her body and inquired, Madame Lu? Yes? Madame Lu, seated with grace, turned her head with a slight smile. What is it? Song Yufu bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she finally broached the topic. Has young Master Su not come today? After all, their only connection was through knowing Su Buling. Beyond that, they had little else to discuss. Today, the emperor was hosting a grand banquet for his ministers, and Su Buling, given his status, was expected to attend. Additionally, Madame Lu was not particularly fond of such crowded gatherings, and having the precious gem with her was likely an attempt to alleviate her boredom, prompting her to arrive early at the residence of the Duke of Su. The outcome was predictable. Not only did Madame Lu fail to find Su Buling, but she also discovered that he had spent the night away from the palace, wandering aimlessly. A swirl of emotions, concern, confusion, suspicion, enveloped her heart. Were it not for the knowledge that Su Buling had left the palace the previous night, Madame Lu might have suspected that the Empress Dowager had kept him overnight. At merely 18, a lad of such tender years was most susceptible to the wiles of certain and scrupulous women. The thought of him falling prey to such machinations was distressing. Throughout the morning, Madame Lu wrestled with these thoughts, her unease growing with each passing moment. Her gaze lingered on Song Yufu, tinged with suspicion. However, observing the girl's delicate frame, She felt reassured that she could not possibly be the cause of Su Buling's troubles. Yet, her concern for his whereabouts deepened. Sensing Madame Lu's anxiety, Song Yufu nervously twirled a strand of hair by her ear and softly reassured her. Young Master Su is exceptionally skilled in martial arts, holds a high rank, and possesses quick wit. He must be engaged in important matters. Please do not worry, madam. Understanding that Madame Lu was one of her own, Song Yufu spoke candidly, aware of Su Buling's tendency to conceal his talents. However, their unfamiliarity meant that Madame Lu would not readily acquiesce. Instead, she let out a soft sigh. Buling has always been rather simple-minded, possessing nothing but brute strength. What important matters could he possibly attend to? Song Yufu blinked, aware of Madame Lu's strict nature and that Su Buling often avoided her. In her eyes, he was a sensible gentleman who did not require constant oversight. Perhaps these sentiments had been bottled up for too long. After a moment's reflection, she ventured, though young Master Su may be somewhat reckless. Having been born into a noble family, he understands propriety and decorum. In truth, madam, you need not be so stringent with him. Is that so? Madame Lu questioned, her tone laced with incredulity. How can you be so certain that he would be overwhelmed? Has he perhaps confided in you? Fortunately, Song Yufu's emotional intelligence had not diminished to such a degree that she would sow discord. She merely nodded and smiled gently. Young Master Su holds great respect for Madame Lu, which is why he endures without ever retorting. I have also had my share of managing him, only to be met with his ire. I believe he dislikes being overseen. Such words were pleasantly received, and the tension in Madame Lu's demeanor eased as she took a sip from her teacup. I am his aunt, and he naturally respects and loves me. It is only natural for him to exhibit a bit of temper. You, Miss Song, should be cautious. He has had a fiery disposition since childhood, and at merely 18, he has already taken many lives. It is best to keep a respectful distance and never provoke him. While Song Yufu had no intention of inciting Su Buling, she felt compelled to respond, I understand. Should I inadvertently offend the young master in the future, I shall rely on you to counsel him. Indeed, he has always listened to my words. If you find yourself in difficulty, Miss Song, do not hesitate to approach me. However, it is best to maintain a respectful distance and avoid provoking him. Of course, thank you, madam. After a few exchanges, the atmosphere between them lightened, and a sense of mutual understanding began to flourish. As the sun rose higher, the melodies of song and dance echoed for a second round, and the dignitaries eligible to attend the banquet arrived at the Qingqing Hall. Palace maidens glided through the space, carrying exquisite platters of delicacies. The officials engaged in idle chatter, observing the spirited debates between two groups of officials, occasionally referencing obscure texts, prompting the old scholars to elucidate, which drew forth a chorus of enlightened exclamations. In the heart of the Central Plains, with its vast territories, this land had stood at the pinnacle of the world for nearly a millennium, its cultural and martial prosperity resonating far beyond its borders. Even the most remote regions sent envoys to pay homage, seeking titles and recognition. Such honor as the sovereign of myriad nations was not won through mere words. The Central Plains had undergone 3 dynastic changes, each a result of the emperor's loss of the people's trust rather than foreign invasion. The Daqi, a dynasty established by Su Lai, the Duke of Su, had expelled northern tribes from their lands, maintaining a formidable presence. Given these precedents, the rulers of Diyue held themselves to exceedingly high standards, employing a cadre of officials whose sole purpose was to point out errors. Among the attendees, while the officials were divided into civil and military ranks, when it came to the martial arts inherent in the 6 arts of the Junzi, the military generals often found themselves outmatched by the cultivated gentlemen from noble families. Thus, the typically composed Song Ji's sudden decision to host a banquet for his ministers due to 3 poems had raised eyebrows among the court. The term talented individuals referred to those who could serve as pillars of the nation. Poetry and literature were ultimately trivial pursuits, suitable for leisure and personal cultivation, but of little consequence in matters of state. A person's talents should be applied towards stabilizing the nation, and crafting a few poems hardly constituted true merit worthy of gathering ministers to listen. Among those present, Gong Sun Ming, the prefect of Jingfu, was particularly engrossed, sitting upright with his son Gong Sun Lu, attentively listening to the discussions among the court officials, nodding and shaking his head at appropriate moments. Despite the distance and the obstruction of a pillar covering half his face, it did not diminish the enthusiasm of the Gongsun pair. Gongsun Liu was regarded as a figure of note in Daifang, yet within the grandeur of Chongqing Hall, he felt insignificant and anxious. He whispered, "Father, the Deputy Minister of War is over there. Should we go toast him?" Gongsun Ming's expression darkened. "Mind your manners. Until the Emperor is seated, who dares toast? Remember, when the esteemed officials raise their cups, we shall raise ours. When they laugh, we shall laugh. At any other time, if you dare to move, I shall break your legs." Gongsun Liu nodded, pondering. "I heard there was an incident outside the city last night." Silence. What incident could possibly compare to dining with His Majesty? "Stand up straight. His Excellency Jia is coming out. His Majesty has arrived." The booming voice of the eunuch reverberated throughout Chongqing Hall as Jia, clad in a crimson robe, entered with a feather duster in hand. All the male and female guests simultaneously hushed, rising to pay their respects. Song Ji strode forth from the side hall and took his seat at the main table. Before Jia could utter a word, he raised his hand. "Enough, there is no need for formalities today. Please take your seats." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Several hundred guests settled back down, and the vast hall fell into a profound silence. Xiao Chuyang and the others looked up expectantly, awaiting Song Ji's words. Not being an official court meeting, Song Ji appeared more amiable, gazing at the assembly below. Today's banquet serves two purposes. Firstly, as the year-end approaches. Though the region of Shu has suffered 2 years of drought under the governance of the Wang of Shu, resources are still abundant. Moreover, with the Duke of Su redirecting grain from Qinzhou, the immediate crisis has been alleviated. Recently, snowfall in Shu suggests that matters are now manageable. A number of courtiers nodded in agreement. This reasoning was somewhat acceptable. Seated among the nobility, the heir of the Shu kingdom, at this moment, inclined slightly, while beside him, an empty seat awaited its occupant, the identity of whom was unmistakable. In Chang'an, where the elite congregate, there are always a few who are absent due to prior commitments. Song Ji, unable to attend to each individual, continued, "Furthermore, last night, I perused the poetry manuscripts submitted from within the city, and I was graced with 3 poems, seemingly penned by a single author, each a rare gem of the century. I was deeply moved upon reading them, unable to sleep throughout the night. I had intended to summon the writer to the palace for a discussion, but alas, the manuscripts bore no name. Thus, I have gathered you, my esteemed ministers, to aid me in uncovering the identity of this talented individual. Is this truly necessary?" Murmurs arose within the hall, as some questioned the elevation of the poet's status without even knowing their name. Xiao Chuyang, who had long served as an advisor to the emperor, discerned Song Ji's intentions with a mere glance. "You had always valued talent from humble origins, welcoming talented recluses into the court, a commendable endeavor." Thus, Xiao Chuyang and Lu Cheng'an nodded in agreement. However, the censors present lacked the perceptiveness of the chancellor, Qi Xinghan, the head of the censors, who had been referred to as the old fool by the late emperor, could not simply acquiesce. He promptly rose and cupped his hands, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty. While poetry may refine one's spirit in leisure, it is of little practical use. No matter how exquisite, it hardly deserves the title of talent." Qi Xinghan spoke from a position of authority, having once penned the illustrious Chang'an Fu, and few among the hundreds present dared to challenge his poetic expertise. After listening to Qi Xinghan's lengthy discourse, Song Ji raised his hand to gesture. Indeed, Qi Gong possesses a commendable understanding of poetry, far surpassing mine in discerning its intricacies and shortcomings. Let us first examine these 3 poems before determining whether they merit the title of talent. With that, Jia Gonggong gracefully descended the steps, carrying a tray that bore the poetry manuscripts. The ministers, captivated by the emperor's words, leaned in anticipation. After all, Song Ji was no inept ruler. His confident demeanor suggested he had faith in the quality of the poems. If Qi Xinghan, who had just dismissed poetry as trivial, were to be rendered speechless and acknowledge the poet's talent, it would surely elevate the writer to heights of praise. As the thoughts of the ministers raced, Song Yufu, seated among the female guests, retracted her neck, her gaze fixed on her skirt, nearly moved to tears. Chapter 72, A Display of Poetic Talent. The grand hall of Chongqing Dian was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Even the musicians paused, awaiting the moment. Jia Gonggong approached Qi Xinghan and presented the tray with the manuscripts. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Qi Xinghan lifted the manuscript, scrutinizing it intently. The guests in the hall, their emotions stirred, awaited with bated breath. Even Madame Lu raised her exquisite countenance, her beauty standing out like a vibrant peony amidst a garden of blossoms. In stark contrast, Song Yufu wished to hide her face in her bosom. Those with greater insight, such as Xiao Chuyang, studied Qi Xinghan's expression, knowing that even the slightest hint would allow them to surmise the outcome. What surprised many was that the typically stoic Qi Xinghan exhibited an unusually animated expression, holding the thin sheet of poetry. He initially scrutinized it as if evaluating a student's examination paper. Yet soon, he appeared taken aback, squinting slightly, clearly surprised. As he stroked his beard, he murmured silently, nodding occasionally. After a brief moment, he surreptitiously glanced at the emperor, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Qi Xinghan's silence left the guests restless, and the atmosphere buzzed with whispers. Noticing the time, Song Ji smiled and gently inquired, "Qi Gong, what are your thoughts on these 3 poems?" The title Qi Gong carried a teasing undertone. As a censor, he believed in clear judgments. If he were to pander for the sake of appearances, he would not be worthy of the moniker Old Fool. With a grave expression, Qi Xinghan held the poetry manuscript for a long moment before clearing his throat, carefully considering his response. These 3 poems indeed deserve the title of exceptional talent and will undoubtedly be remembered through the ages. However, the quality of poetry does not necessarily equate to governance. Before he could finish, the hall erupted in noise. Even the usually stoic Xiao Chuyang narrowed his eyes. The stubborn Qi Xinghan surprisingly relented, offering a commendation that surpassed even the emperor's praise, declaring them worthy of eternal renown. What kind of poetry could compel Qi Xinghan to concede and even exalt it? In an instant, his fellow censors craned their necks to glimpse the contents of the manuscript. Song Ji interrupted Qi Xinghan, chuckling lightly. "Qi Gong, let us first discuss the poetry. We have yet to identify the author, thus we cannot fully assess their talent. Furthermore, claiming eternal renown is a weighty assertion. We must not hastily conclude. Please recite these 3 poems, allowing my esteemed ministers to appreciate them." Having unwittingly played the role of the villain in Song Ji's scheme, Qi Xinghan could say little more. He took a moment to gather himself, then began to recite. 10 years of life and death, lost to the void, unthought of, difficult to forget. A solitary grave 1,000 miles away. No place to voice my sorrow. As his voice filled the hall, the cacophony subsided, and all were captivated. Qi Xinghan, in his twilight years, delivered this poem with deep resonance. The mournful sentiment struck a chord, imbued with the poignant grief of a husband lamenting his deceased wife, each word dripping with emotion. The female guests, naturally prone to feelings of nostalgia, were drawn into the imagery. Last night, in a dream, I returned home, at the small window, preparing for the day. We exchanged no words, only tears flowed like rivers. The mere thought of such a scene brought a pang to the heart. Song Yufu, having lost her wife early and raising her daughter alone, could not help but reminisce about the years spent in hardship. Everyone possesses their own sentiments and attachments, even the nobility. The hall remained silent for an extended period before an elder scholar from the Guozijian finally broke the quietude. A splendid poem. One who can express such feelings for a departed spouse must possess a noble heart, one that has surely mastered self-cultivation and familial harmony. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly as they turned to Qi Xinghan, eager for the next poem. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xinghan continued, "Withered vines, old trees, and crows at dusk, a small bridge, flowing water, and humble homes. The ancient path, the west wind, a lean horse as the sun sets. A heartbroken soul wanders the earth." The reaction to his brief recitation was not as profound as the first, not due to any lack of quality, but because those gathered in Chongqing Dian, honored guests of the emperor, could not possibly share such a dire fate. At the very least, they were all esteemed scholars. However, these 2 poems were sufficient to earn the admiration of the ministers, as the poet's talent was undeniably apparent. A vague image began to form in their minds. Perhaps it was a man in his 60s, widowed, a late bloomer, rich in knowledge yet without a place in the world. This was indeed a familiar archetype of a recluse. As the audience held this impression, Their anticipation grew for the third poem, eager to glean further insight to discern whether this individual possessed genuine talent or was merely a discontented scholar whining about the state of affairs. Yet, what they did not expect was that Qi Xinghan, with renewed vigor, would proclaim, "Horses gallop like the wind, bows like thunder, fulfilling the ruler's affairs," earning a name both in life and death. The sudden shift in tone left the guests momentarily stunned, only to reveal their astonishment. Is this truly the work of a single individual? This was no mere poetry. It was an exhibition of skill, particularly the line about fulfilling the ruler's affairs and earning a name both in life and death. The meaning was unmistakable. Was it not a declaration of one's scholarly aspirations to assist the ruler in governing the realm? The essence of the passage captures the spirit of an elder who, despite his age, remains undaunted in ambition. Within the grand hall, a cacophony of voices erupted, as the esteemed ministers present were taken aback by the audacity of an individual who boldly nominated himself. The crux of the matter lay in the impeccable quality of the three poems presented, leaving them speechless. Were they to dismiss the expressions of one who, in their discontent, sought solace through poetry? Yet, these verses seemed to showcase a flair for the dramatic. It was implausible that one person could possess such a wealth of experience and profound emotional shifts. Amidst the astonishment, Song Baiqing pondered, finding the line, "drunkenly lighting the sword by lantern light," somewhat familiar. He turned to the sovereign, inquiring, "Your Majesty, can you confirm that these three poems were indeed penned by a single individual? Might I have the honor to examine them?" Chapter 73. Here they come. The objective of Song Ji to gain recognition had been achieved, and now it was time to identify the author. If the poet possessed genuine talent, you would have found a pillar of support. Conversely, if the individual turned out to be merely a decorative figure, then it would serve as a mere spectacle, showcasing to the world that talent could emerge from humble origins, and the emperor would not hesitate to welcome them with the utmost respect. As Song Baiqing spoke, Song Ji smoothly responded, "The poems were presented by Mr. Song, and I have yet to inquire about their authorship. Since you have initiated the discussion, please take a look and discern who authored these three verses." With a perplexed expression, Song Baiqing gazed into the distance at his beloved daughter, Song Yufu, who sat quietly among the women, her eyes fixed on the ground. Sensing something amiss, he rose to receive the poems from Qi Xinghan and, under the scrutiny of all present, glanced at them, only to freeze in shock. The elegant and familiar handwriting was unmistakably that of his cherished daughter. The ministers seated nearby immediately detected the unusual demeanor of Song Baiqing. With a tranquil smile, Song Ji gently inquired, "Mr. Song, can you discern the author of these three poems?" Song Baiqing glanced towards the direction of the female guests, but Song Yufu dared not meet his gaze and could only muster the courage to speak. This handwriting is, Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Before Song Baiqing could finish his sentence, a sudden wail erupted within the golden hall, filled with sorrow and indignation. The unexpected outcry startled the ministers, who had been eagerly anticipating the poetry, including Song Ji, who frowned and turned towards the source of the commotion. In the vast hall, hundreds turned to witness the sight of the loyal and valiant Marquis Li Baoi, his face flushed and tears streaming down. As he crawled forth and knelt in the center of the hall, beside him stood a young man, the son of Li Baoi's concubine, equally distraught, yet too frightened to speak, silently standing behind the palace attendants. The heartbreaking cries echoed, steeped in historical grievances. The ministers were well aware of the Li family's background, and aside from the last statement, they harbored doubts about the rest. Song Ji furrowed his brow, sensing that something grave had transpired within the Li household. He raised his hand and commanded, "Li Baoi, speak plainly. What has occurred to render you so distraught?" "Your Majesty," Li Baoi, prostrate on the ground, lamented, "My son, Li Qianlu, merely 18 years old, though he has his faults, has been led astray by nefarious individuals and has already faced your punishment. However, last night, my son was brutally beheaded and his head discarded at the entrance of my home. Such an act is utterly inhumane." His cries grew more desperate and sorrowful. What? How could this be? A collective gasp filled the hall as all eyes turned incredulously towards Li Baoi, especially the nobles from Kueisho Street, who found it hard to believe. Li Qianlu, the second son of Li Baoi, had grown up in Kueisho Street, and though his behavior might have been questionable at times, he was known for his decorum and respect. often addressing others as uncles. Many prominent young gentlemen regarded him as a brother, and to hear that he had been so brutally slain was unfathomable. Moreover, to have his head displayed at the entrance of the Li household was a blatant affront. Under the emperor's reign, such a deed was not merely heinous. It was a flagrant act of brutality, disregarding the authority of the sovereign. The mere act of murder was enough to incite outrage throughout the hall. The officials of the investigation bureau, who had not been invited to the banquet, stood up, with the lieutenant in charge of Chang'an's defense taking the lead, exclaiming in anger, "How outrageous! Under the very feet of the emperor, in the capital of the Yu, a thief dares to commit such a crime. Who possesses the audacity to act in this manner? Indeed, who is so brazen?" Many voices joined in agreement. Amidst the speculation, it was surmised that such an act could only be the work of a reckless rogue from the martial world, as no rational person would dare to behave in such a manner. This incident would undoubtedly lead to a significant purge within the martial community, as the audacity was simply too great. A hereditary marquis committing violence at the threshold of esteemed ministers was a direct challenge to the authority of the court. Even Song Ji's expression darkened with fury upon hearing these words, as he slammed his palm onto the table and demanded, "Who committed this act?" Li Baoi, still weeping, cried out, "It was the son of Duke Su, your majesty. You must seek justice for me." The room fell silent at these words. The previously agitated officials quieted down, leaving only a few censors still clamoring. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, for the situation had become exceedingly delicate. The murder of Li Tianlu, coupled with the display of his severed head at the Li family's doorstep, was enough to incite universal outrage. However, the perpetrator being the son of Duke Su complicated matters significantly. Duke Su commanded an army of 20,000 cavalry and was a legitimate feudal lord, standing in stark contrast to the Li family, a mere marquis. Even if Li Tianlu's murder was malicious and the perpetrator deserved the harshest punishment, could one truly demand justice for the life of a feudal lord's legitimate son? Would Duke Su acquiesce? Let alone Duke Su's sole heir. Even if one considered the other feudal lords present, it would be folly to attempt to take the life of any of their sons. History had recorded instances where feudal lords had been overthrown, but as long as they did not rebel, what right did anyone have to kill their sons? It was no wonder that Li Baoi, in a public display of desperation, cried out for help, as in private. Various factions would have already intervened to suppress the matter and seek a resolution. The ministers exchanged glances before turning their eyes towards the sovereign. Upon hearing the name Su Buling, Song Ji's brow furrowed, and after a few contemplative glances at Li Baoi, he spoke in a grave tone. "Summon the son of Duke Su, Su Buling, to the Chengqing Hall for an explanation." "Understood." Chief Steward Jia waved his feather duster and proclaimed, "Summon Su Buling, son of Duke Su, into the hall." Chapter 74. Do not fear, young master. Gong Sun Ming is here. In the winter's chill, while the city of Chang'an thrived in revelry, Kueisho Street experienced a modicum of unrest. The Imperial Guard had arrived to seal off the area, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. After a thorough cleanup, footsteps were heard outside the courtyard, as old Xiao, leaning on his cane, stood at the entrance and said, "Young master, the emperor summons you to the palace for questioning." "Very well." Su Buling adjusted his attire and swiftly exited the estate, mounting his horse and galloping towards the imperial city without dismounting, directly passing through the palace gates. Riding through the imperial city, clad in armor, and entering the hall was a privilege bestowed upon meritorious subjects by Emperor Xiaozong, a privilege Su Buling had previously overlooked. Today, however, seeking confrontation, he adhered to none of the customary decorum. The rhythmic sound of hose clattering and the jingling of bells echoed as he came to a halt at the white jade steps of Chengqing Hall. Inside the majestic palace, a chorus of voices could be heard in heated debate. Su Buling paid no heed to the uproar, tossing the reins to the Imperial Guard before striding up the steps. His demeanor unperturbed, devoid of any sign of anxiety or remorse, and even exhibiting a hint of impatience. The sound of his boots echoed clearly outside the palace. Su Buling stepped into the palace, where he was immediately met by the gaze of hundreds of eyes, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Only a small group of courtiers at the forefront maintained their composure. Among the ladies seated on the left side of the hall, Madame Lu sat behind table, holding a teacup with an air of indifference. The other ladies and young misses whispered to one another, "Su Shitzi has arrived. How handsome!" Surely, he won't be executed. Will he? Let them execute Li Howie instead. They wouldn't dare harm Su Shitzi. Silence, you foolish girl. Su Bueling felt a twinge of annoyance at their chatter. Even in such dire straits, there were those who worried for him. Casting a glance to discern which young lady was so considerate, he was startled to find Song Yufu sitting beside Madame Lu. Given Song Yufu's temperament, one would expect her to be furious or concerned upon hearing of his violent actions. However, she wore an odd expression and offered him an encouraging glance, as if to say, "Do not fear, for I am here." Su Bueling stumbled slightly in his steps, feeling a pang of anxiety. This girl wouldn't dare speak on my behalf, would she? To preempt any untoward interference, he shot her a frosty glare, signaling her to mind her own business. Yet, Song Yufu lowered her head in apparent distress, as though she had much to say. The short distance to traverse offered little opportunity for silent exchanges. Su Bueling strode confidently across the polished floor of the grand hall and halted at its center. Raising his hand in a bow, Su Bueling pays his respects to your majesty. His voice resonated with strength, devoid of any hint of guilt or shame. However, his arrogant demeanor provided no leeway for the emperor, suggesting that there might be an underlying justification for his actions. After a brief silence, Song Ji spoke. Su Bueling. It was reported that last night, Li Tianlu was murdered, his head severed and left at the gates of the Li residence. This was your doing, was it not? Indeed. Su Bueling acknowledged bluntly, showing no signs of evasion. Your majesty, you must render justice for your humble servant. Li Baoyi's eyes burned with rage. Yet he understood that eliminating Su Bueling was not an option. He turned his gaze to Song Ji, hoping for a fair resolution. The other courtiers remained silent, as the reasons behind the events were still unclear. Song Ji inhaled deeply and inquired solemnly, "What prompted you to kill Li Tianlu? Was there a cause?" Su Bueling replied matter-of-factly, "Last night, after having a drink at Chengal Palace, I ventured out for a stroll and encountered a minor conflict. The Li family had hired assassins to kill the wolf guards. I intervened, and upon hearing of the incident at Beimezhuang, I decided to deal with Li Tianlu." The courtiers nodded slightly. If this were indeed the case, his rationale seemed justifiable. However, the events surrounding Beimezhuang had transpired quite some time ago, making it excessive to sever Li Tianlu's head and display it at the Li family's doorstep, especially since the emperor had already punished the Li family. Li Baoyi, kneeling on the ground, was momentarily stunned by this revelation, before exclaiming in despair, "You slander us. My family would never resort to hiring assassins to kill the wolf guards." Song Ji turned to Eunuch Jia. "Investigate this matter." Yes. Eunuch Jia promptly complied and dispatched a young eunuch from the palace. The events of last night in the snowy wilderness could not be concealed. The investigation bureau had already arrived. Su Bueling's only recourse was to distance himself from Zhu Manji, presenting himself as a righteous hero rather than a schemer. According to the investigation bureau, a murder had occurred near the eastern suburb in last night, where two thieves ambushed 3 wolf guards, resulting in 1 dead and 1 injured. Su Shitzi happened upon the scene and killed the 2 thieves, discovering the Li family's insignia among their corpses. The courtiers exchanged glances, finding the sequence of events plausible. Li Baoyi remained oblivious to his son's secret dealings, but was well aware of his temperament, and his heart sank. Song Ji sighed and continued to question, "Is there more? You have a great deal of audacity." Just as he spoke, a sudden loud outburst interrupted the proceedings in the grand hall. Seated among the young nobles, Xiao Ting, who had been enjoying the unfolding drama, was incensed by the interruption. Although the incident at Beimezhuang had involved a conspiracy between him and Su Bueling, he had taken the lead. That female wolf guard was part of his faction, and it was intolerable for the Li family to undermine him. Xiao Ting wiped his mouth with his sleeve, standing to angrily berate. "How dare you, Li Baoyi? I treated you like a brother, and yet you conspire against my people in secret. This was nothing more than a farce." Xiao Chuyang remained silent, showing no intention of intervening. Song Ji, unable to endure any longer, raised his hand. "Xiao Ting, sit down. This matter does not concern you." Xiao Ting's words were abruptly cut off, and he opened his hands in feigned exasperation, casting a glance at Su Bueling, as if to say, "It's not that I'm unwilling to help," before retaking his seat. Li Baoyi, aware of his own culpability, could not allow the murder of his son to be dismissed due to a minor transgression. He knelt forward a few steps, lamenting, "Your Majesty, You have already punished my family for the incident at Beimejuan. My son is young and must have been led astray by vile individuals. Or perhaps he had no part in the planning. It is merely that his subordinates acted without his knowledge to curry favor. My son has failed to manage his servants. While his sins are unforgivable, they do not warrant death. Moreover, if punishment is to be meted out, it should be at your command. What right does Su Shitsi have to take matters into his own hands? My entire family, young and old, has had their heads displayed at our doorstep. This is utterly inhumane, your majesty. Li Baoi's wails echoed through the hall, his voice breaking with anguish. Many courtiers frowned slightly, sensing a measure of validity in his words. Even though Su Buling might have had his reasons, the act of execution without prior decree seemed presumptuous, and his conduct appeared excessively aggressive. Song Ji pondered for a moment before responding. Su Buling, I have already punished the Li family. Although you acted out of cause, your behavior was rash. You must amend your temperament. You are to be confined to the Zhonggu Lu for 1 month, and this shall not be repeated. Understood. Su Buling shot a cold glare at Li Baoi before nonchalantly walking over to his table and pouring himself a cup of wine, taking a sip. His demeanor was undeniably arrogant, prompting frowns from several courtiers. Yet, Su Buling had always been known for his brashness, and his actions in dealing with Li Tianlu could hardly be deemed villainous. At worst, he was unyielding in his righteousness. Had he been judged by the law, he might even have been praised as a hero, leaving the courtiers with little ground to contest his actions. Logically, at this juncture, Song Ji would have offered a few words of consolation to the grieving Li Baoi, allowing the matter to pass. After all, the Li family bore the blame, and a life had already been lost. How much more could be done? Yet, just as Song Ji prepared to comfort Li Baoi and bring the matter to a close, a resonant voice suddenly rang out from the corner of the hall. Your Majesty, Su Shitsi is upright and just, with the welfare of the people at heart. He is a valuable talent for the nation and should not be subjected to punishment. Su Buling stumbled slightly. Madame Lu, sipping her tea, was caught off guard and began to cough violently. The hall was taken aback by the unexpected loud proclamation, with some of the elder courtiers nearly cursing in disbelief, wondering if this was to be a recurring disturbance. The assembly fell silent, bewildered by the audacity of Gong Sun Ming, an inconsequential figure whose voice they had seldom heard. What performance was he putting on now? Su Shitsi is upright and just, with the welfare of the people at heart. He is a valuable talent for the nation and should not be subjected to punishment. It appeared he intended to advocate for Su Buling's innocence. His phrasing was surprisingly sophisticated, echoing the emperor's previous discussion with Qi Xinghan regarding what constituted talent. However, every word spoken in the court carried weight, and one could not merely flatter Su Buling without consequence. Such reckless flattery could lead to irreparable damage to one's career. Although the courtiers were perplexed, no one dared to silence opinions in the court, for regardless of rank, all had the right to speak. If only the 3 dukes and 9 ministers were allowed to voice their thoughts, the court would devolve into a mere puppet show for the aristocracy. Seated at the forefront, Su Buling sensed an impending crisis but could not decipher Gong Sun Ming's intentions and thus remained noncommittal. Madame Lu, too, felt a sense of alarm, bewildered by Gong Sun Ming's unexpected intrusion. Even if one attempts to conceal their shortcomings, it is impossible to proclaim oneself as a fool to the world, for such an admission would render any pretense of modesty moot. Thus, Madame Lu could not prevent Gong Sun Ming from defending her nephew, all the while maintaining a facade of gratitude, hoping that Lord Gong Sun would speak out on behalf of justice, allowing for the chance to rectify the wrongs endured. Upon hearing dissent within the Grand Hall, Song Ji temporarily halted his efforts to placate the Li family, casting his gaze towards a corner of the palace. Gong Sun Ming stepped forward to speak. Yes, Gong Sun Ming, adjusting his attire and holding the hem of his robe, strode confidently to the center of the palace, performing a salute with poise and grace, his movements fluid and dignified. Many venerable officials, who had stood in court for decades, felt a pang of shame, pondering how many times he must have practiced this at home. Standing straight before the court, Gong Sun Ming gathered the attention of all the civil and military officials, ladies, and noble heirs without a hint of trepidation, addressing the emperor with clarity. Your Majesty, I believe that all of young Master Su's actions have been for the benefit of the citizens of Chang'an, and he has committed no wrongdoing deserving of a month of house arrest. Instead, he should be rewarded. Numerous courtiers furrowed their brows. Everyone knew that Su Buling's intentions were noble, yet his subsequent actions were overly zealous. Even if there were rewards and punishments, the son of Li Baoyi lay dead. It was not the time for rewards. After a prolonged silence, Qi Xinghan, who had been withdrawn from poetry for some time, finally regained his composure. He had always held disdain for sycophants, and thus rose to express his opinion. It is true that Su Buling's initial intent was for the people. But without the emperor's explicit permission, he acted hastily, presenting severed heads at the door of the Li residence, which was indeed excessive. The emperor's slight chastisement serves to encourage young master Su to cultivate his character, which is not inappropriate. Gongsun Ming listened quietly, undeterred by the words of this official who even vexed the emperor, and solemnly replied, "In my humble opinion, young master Su's virtue far surpasses that of his peers, rendering many present officials feeling abashed. It is simply due to his humility that he refrains from defending himself." Qi Xinghan paused, stroking his beard and furrowing his brows slightly. "What prompts you to say such things, Gongsun Due?" Just as Gongsun Ming was about to respond, Su Buling, seated nearby, coughed lightly. "I have grown accustomed to the wilds of Shiliang, and I admit my actions may lack consideration. Lord Gongsun, please speak candidly. Right and wrong will be judged by the esteemed officials present. Do not weave falsehoods in my defense." His insistence on speaking the truth was quite pointed, cautioning Gongsun Lu against embellishing his reputation. With noble lords present, Su Buling had no choice but to speak thus. He could not simply silence Gongsun Ming. Gongsun Ming raised his hand in salute, his expression remaining solemn. "Rest assured, young master, I have served in office my entire life and have never tolerated ambiguity. I would never tarnish your reputation with equivocal words." It was no jest. Gongsun Ming had waited patiently for this opportunity, and should another seize the moment to expose the affairs of Bai Mazhuang, his wait would have been in vain. Under the scrutinizing gaze of all, Su Buling nodded in gratitude. Song Ji, maintaining a calm demeanor, surveyed the court before raising his hand. "Speak." Gongsun Ming respectfully nodded, sweeping his sleeve aside, and addressed the officials of Diyue with clarity. "Esteemed officials, you should still remember the case at Fuminlu and Daifang." Su Buling, about to raise his cup, set it down again. "That was a matter of drunkenness, a mere coincidence. It is considered quite impolite to interrupt others when they are speaking, and even the emperor would not easily interject during a minister's address." Song Ji frowned slightly, raising his hand. "Buling, allow Gongsun Ming to finish before you speak." With no recourse, Su Buling could only halt his words, smiling as he regarded Gongsun Ming. In the center of Chongqing Hall, Gongsun Ming nodded slightly and continued to address the officials. On that day, young Master Su encountered the Wolf Guards investigating the private Saul case at Fuminlu while passing through the back street. He faced obstacles and intervened to offer assistance, a matter that you all should be aware of. All present nodded, for Gongsun Ming had previously spread word to elevate Su Buling's reputation, making it difficult to remain unaware. Qi Xinghan stroked his beard and interjected, "One matter should not be conflated with another. Young Master Su's actions at Fumin Lu certainly deserve praise, but they have no bearing on today's events." Gongsun Ming shook his head and continued. "The Wolf Guards investigating Fumin Lu later accompanied young Master Xiao to Bai Mazhuang, where they unraveled a significant case." As his words hung in the air, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Those who occupied this hall were no fools. This statement hinted at many underlying issues. Su Buling rubbed his forehead in exasperation, casting a furtive glance at Aunt Lu, who narrowed her eyes dangerously at him, indicating that the evening would be difficult to endure. Fortunately, Zhu Manji had already entered the archives. Should she be mentioned early, it could spell disaster. After Gongsun Ming concluded, Song Ji frowned gently, surprised. "Gongsun Ming, are you suggesting that Fumin Lu, Bai Mazhuang, and the Wolf Guards involved last night are all connected?" Gongsun Ming nodded earnestly. "Indeed. On the night of the Bai Mazhuang incident, a masked swordsman appeared beside young Master Xiao, who had previously slain a tiger and battled 2 martial arts instructors on Huitai Street. The identity of this swordsman remains unverified." Many courtiers were taken aback. What did remains unverified imply? Wasn't he one of Xiao Ting's guards? All eyes turned to Xiao Chuyang, the spokesperson for the Xiao family. The Prime Minister, Xiao Chuyang, displayed neither anger nor pleasure, responding neutrally. "That swordsman is not one of my Xiao family's guests. Young Master Xiao mentioned he was a friend, and I did not inquire further." The crowd then shifted their focus to Xiao Ting. Faced with the collective gaze of the court, including the emperor, Xiao Ting offered a sheepish smile, appearing hesitant to speak. A prominent heir of the Xiao family dared not easily disclose information. All eyes turned toward the immovable figure of the young master of the Su Wang family, seated in the front. Su Buling did not anticipate Xiao Ting's swift betrayal of his ally, and with a cough, he softly stated, "Not long ago, I accompanied Xiao Ting to Daifang for leisure, where we witnessed a small wolf guard in conflict with others. Later, upon hearing of Ma Zhuang's dubious activities, we decided to investigate. Understanding dawned upon the assembly. It became clear why Xiao Ting had so decisively eradicated Ma Zhuang. Su Buling's presence alongside him elucidated the situation. The courtiers pondered the overarching narrative. Two young heirs from noble families, out for adventure, encountered a conflict with the wolf guards and lent their aid. Upon discovering Ma Zhuang's illicit dealings, they brought the wolf guards along, and in a fit of rage, dismantled Ma Zhuang. Subsequently, Li Tianlu, harboring resentment, dared not confront Xiao Ting, instead targeting the isolated wolf guards. Ah, how unfortunate for Li Tianlu's demise. The treasures of the Huainan Xiao family and the Su Wang Su family had banded together in righteous indignation to eliminate evil. If one were to act against them rather than remain submissive, it would be tantamount to slapping both families in the face. It is no wonder that Su Buling, in a fit of rage, severed a head and tossed it at their doorstep. Had the protective General Su been involved, he might have raised the entire loyal and brave Marquis' estate. However, the previously unassuming Su Buling had suddenly emerged as a figure of righteousness, surprising many. They had anticipated him to be merely a handsome fade, a ruthless warrior at heart, yet he revealed a steadfast integrity and concern for his subordinates. Should he inherit the throne, he would surely win the hearts of both military and civilians alike. Yet, why conceal such commendable deeds? As the officials reflected on this, hushed whispers gradually subsided. Emperor Song Ji lightly tapped the table with his fingers, gazing intently at Su Buling, his expression inscrutable. Qi Xinghan candidly remarked, "So this is the origin of the matter. No wonder Su Shitzi is in such a rage." Su Shitzi conducts himself with great modesty, engaging in benevolent deeds for the country and its people. Why must he cloak his actions in secrecy? Confronted by the gaze of the crowd, Su Buling inwardly lamented the predicament. He could not reveal that he was concealing his shortcomings for fear of arousing the emperor's suspicion. After a moment's contemplation, he shyly spoke. "I often frequent the brothels with Xiao Ting. I fear Aunt Lu might discover my indulgences. Hence, I made a slight alteration to my appearance." Xiao Ting was taken aback and quickly raised her hand, exclaiming, "Su Buling, do not slander me. I have never accompanied you on such outings." Laughter erupted among the officials, and the ladies present blushed slightly. The youthful lad, merely 18, going out for such pleasures was quite normal, and it was reasonable to hide from familial scrutiny, as most of the noble youths present had experienced similar escapades. Su Buling's explanation was entirely plausible, and the attendees dismissed any overthinking on their part. Song Ji, upon hearing this clarification, chuckled softly, Buling, you have indeed impressed me. Without a hint of frivolity, how could one embrace youth's impetuosity? It seems Madame Lu's upbringing is rather strict. It is commendable to be intent on serving the people. As the ancients said, if one is upright, their actions will speak for themselves. As long as you maintain your integrity and act without guilt, should I really reproach you for this? From now on, conduct yourself with confidence. Indeed, indeed, the ministers echoed, praising Su Buling for embodying the spirit of his ancestors, bringing honor to his family. As for Li Baoi, though his eyes were darkened with malice, he dared not speak further. After all, the Xiao and Su families had already made their presence felt, and he would not risk provoking them. Amidst the commendations, Su Buling felt as if he were being roasted over a fire. Nevertheless, he secretly sighed in relief. Although his reputation had improved, he had mostly escaped today's turmoil. The matter of the Li family's tragedy necessitated a careful approach, ensuring that their sentiments were considered, as praise for Su Buling had to be tempered. Today, I have gathered you all to seek out a talented individual. Yet unexpectedly, I have discovered Buling's talents first. Quite amusing indeed. However, I digress. Song Fuzi, can you discern who composed those 3 poems? The attendees recalled and turned their expectant gazes towards Song Baiqing. Just as Su Bueling lifted his cup, confusion clouded his expression as he glanced around, asking, "Poems? What poems?" Chapter 77. A Quiet Presence, Yet a Remarkable Revelation. Although the celebrations in Qingqing Hall had dulled somewhat due to the Li family's interruption, those unconnected to the incident continued to regard Su Shixi with newfound respect, while their thoughts remained fixed on the poetry. After all, those 3 poems were truly extraordinary, destined to resonate throughout Chang'an by the morrow, and everyone was eager to glimpse the author and ascertain whether he truly was a talented individual. Many young ladies gathered together, whispering such remarkable talent, and deeply devoted to his wife. If only he were handsome as well, we would not mind if he were a bit older. By the way, did not Su Shixi also compose a poem at the Longyin poetry meeting? Su Shixi did not claim authorship, asserting that he merely purchased it. No one is perfect. Su Shixi possesses divine martial skills and celestial beauty. If he were also a literary genius, would that leave any room for other gentlemen? The cacophony of voices left Su Bueling perplexed. Poems? What poems? He inquired, but before he could receive a response, Song Baiqing stood, holding a piece of poetry, and announced, "The handwriting on this manuscript belongs to my daughter, Song Yufu. However, it is not her original work, merely a transcription." Oh! The guests immediately perked up, their gazes shifting towards a young lady among them. Song Ji nodded with a smile. "From where did you transcribe this?" Having been caught off guard by his daughter, Song Baiqing, holding the manuscript, took a moment to gather himself before turning to his daughter, Yufu. "From where did you copy these 3 poems? Do not speak falsely before His Majesty." Under the scrutiny of the esteemed assembly, the pressure was palpable. Song Yufu, her delicate face flushed, stood up timidly, clutching her skirt, biting her lip, but remained silent. Madame Liu, still recovering from her previous shock, felt her heart race upon seeing Song Yufu rise, forgetting to offer comfort and becoming increasingly anxious. Could this possibly be the work of her son? Seeing his daughter in a daze, Song Baiqing spoke sternly, "Speak plainly." As the grand scholar of the National Academy, all the young nobles present were his students, and his tone naturally carried authority. Song Ji observed, believing Song Yufu to be merely shy, and encouraged her, "Yufu, all present are elders. There is no need for such restraint. Since His Majesty has spoken, it would be impolite to remain silent." Song Yufu clutched her skirt tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, desperately biting her lip as her eyes began to glisten with tears. She had promised not to divulge this matter, and now felt she had committed a grave breach of trust, unwilling to speak. "Miss Song, please do share. Indeed, what is there to be shy about?" The ladies began to urge her on, their glances mixed with envy. After several more prompts, Song Yufu felt her heart constrict, her shoulders trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks, and she stood there without raising her head. "Why are you crying? His Majesty has inquired of you. Is it possible that the poems were penned by Miss Song's suitor? Do not speak nonsense." Whispers filled the air, and the gazes turned increasingly serious, tinged with discontent. Song Yufu bit her lip, determined not to cry, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably. While she did feel wronged, enduring the scorn of all present was preferable to betraying trust. Time dragged on, and Song Ji's expression shifted from warmth to a frown, as if witnessing such disobedience for the first time. Song Baiqing furrowed his brow, poised to urge her once more when a voice suddenly interjected. "If she does not wish to speak, she will not. No need to inquire further." The voice was clear, tinged with a hint of resignation. All attention had been on Song Yufu, and the sudden interjection caught everyone off guard. Turning to look, they saw the previously flamboyant Su Shixi rising once more, stepping to the center of the hall, hands spread wide, his expression one of resigned disillusionment. The grand Qingqing Hall erupted in chaos. Many officials spilled their teacups, and even Song Ji was momentarily taken aback, tilting his head as if pondering the situation. Xiao Chuyang and the other high-ranking officials, usually as immovable as mountains, were now astonished, gazing incredulously at Su Bueling. The emperor had summoned the court for a grand feast, only for Su Bueling to interrupt, seemingly seeking to earn a reputation for integrity. Nevertheless, once this was over, would he wish to emerge as a gallant figure? Having already secured his status as a noble heir, excelling in martial prowess, unparalleled beauty, and now potentially literary genius, was he aiming for the heavens? Had he taken all the good fortune for himself? The hall was abuzz with noise. The musicians had forgotten their tune, staring gormlessly at the striking figure of Su Shitsi in the center. Song Yufu trembled slightly, biting her lip as she cast a furtive glance at Su Buling. Her eyes filled with deep remorse and a hint of relief. This was your own admission. You cannot blame me. Su Buling felt a wave of despair wash over him. Setting aside Aunt Lu, even the Empress Dowager might very well wish to consume him alive. He had sworn last night that he would not compose poetry, and if the Empress Dowager were to discover this. Yet, having been thrust into the spotlight by his beloved girlfriend, Su Buling had no choice but to adapt. He could not feign ignorance. Indeed, you guessed correctly, those 3 poems were transcribed from my work. I, too, was unaware of this until now, and I am quite surprised by His Majesty's grand display of attention. Su Buling maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he offered a respectful gesture to Song Ji. The moment he spoke, gasps of astonishment erupted among the ladies present, and they were instantly captivated. Even the seasoned civil and military officials present were profoundly shaken. While they had encountered many a gallant young rider before, the capital, Ingen, was not lacking in prodigies. Yet, this particular talent was unprecedented in its ferocity. The entirety of DU seemed devoid of capable individuals, rendering the term genius inadequate. To reach one's 30s and still be so remarkable? GNGS. Ing was the first to react, clapping his hands in exuberance and exclaiming, "Young Master X possesses both virtue and talent. He truly is a prodigy that astonishes the world." Only GNGS and Ing clapped, while GNGS and L hesitantly joined in for a moment before realizing the atmosphere was amiss and awkwardly ceased. Tugging at his father's sleeve, XBLing offered a forced smile, raising his hand to indicate, "Commander NGSN, your praise is excessive. I cannot accept it." Ing J altered his usual calm demeanor, resting his elbow on the armrest of the dragon throne, stroking his chin with a slight furrow in his brow. "BLing, did you compose these 3 poems?" XBLing quickly shook his head. "No." In the vast CHNGQing hall, a collective sigh of relief echoed as everyone wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Had these indeed been penned by XBLing, those learned men present would have had to address him as Master X. However, it was not long before the tension returned. It seemed reminiscent of the last occurrence at LNG, where XBLing had similarly claimed he did not craft the poem F. Ingzhch, in Xiing Hu YJN. If it was not XBLing's work, then whose could it be? There was no second candidate in CHNN. QXNGHN stood again, a hint of irritation in her eyes, and imitated XBLing's gesture, exclaiming, "Could it be that the young master merely copied it? And from whom? The emperor is present. To speak falsely is an offense against the sovereign." Her tone dripped with sarcasm, tinged with jealousy. After all, such talent coupled with pretentiousness was indeed irksome. In response to the skepticism, XBLing chuckled lightly, contemplating, "The elegy was penned by my father. I chanced upon it in my youth and committed it to memory." "Is that so?" The crowd remained skeptical, yet not entirely surprised by this answer. Upon hearing this, Ing J nodded. "Years ago in the capital, I shared drinks with King S and the Queen. I never anticipated that over a decade would pass without seeing him. I have indeed neglected King S." XBLing bowed slightly in gratitude for the Emperor's concern regarding the neglect as a complex matter entwined with many variables, making it difficult to ascertain fault. QXNGHN nodded, continuing, "And what of PZHNZ? Who composed that?" This question was straightforward. Without hesitation, XBLing replied, "It was written by my grandfather, Exley, in his later years. I discovered it while rummaging through the study." The moment he finished, the hall erupted into a cacophony of bewilderment, with all eyes fixed on him. Even Ing J appeared momentarily taken aback, leaning back in the dragon throne, hesitating to speak. QXNGHN was furious, wearing an expression as if he were being mocked. Everyone knew that General X, having risen from humble beginnings, only learned to read and write after becoming a general, initially relying on his deputy to read imperial edicts. Exley had suffered the consequences of his lack of education, and upon entering Chingen, he had treated scholars with great respect, dismounting his horse at the Guziji Inn to demonstrate his reverence. To suggest that Exley wrote poetry particularly G ing ch ing z, was laughable. QXNGH waved his sleeve, exclaiming in anger, "Impossible!" XBL Ng's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, "My grandfather dedicated his life to the military and always valued scholars. Even after being granted a title in SZHU, he maintained the habit of hanging scrolls beside his horse. What is so implausible about him composing a poem in his later years to reminisce about his past?" The entire assembly fell silent. The name of X Lee commanded respect. Even in the northern Q and southern U, no one dared to question his abilities. For one to rise from a butcher to a commander of 2 million troops, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he could self-educate and write poetry. A true talent cannot be diverted from their path. Moreover, even if Exley lacked such skill, who could openly claim he was uneducated? The vast territory of DU was secured solely through Exley's efforts. Even the current emperor addressed him with respect. Who among them dared to label Exley as an illiterate barbarian? QXNGHN, after a moment of contemplation, refrained from disparaging the old general's literacy and instead pondered. Indeed, General X, having pacified the realm, the line in the poem regarding settling the affairs of the kingdom, earning fame in life and death, speaks of unfulfilled aspirations. XBL Ng's gaze turned serious as he addressed the assembled officials. "My father has always taught me that beneath heaven, all land is the king's, and all subjects belong to the king. The northern Q and southern U remain, with countless citizens still under enemy control. Can you dwell in comfort and casually speak of a pacified realm?" His words bore heavy weight. The atmosphere immediately quieted, and solemnity washed over the crowd. Even as Ing J, seated upon the dragon throne, adjusted his posture, his expression serious. DU had endured a century of humiliation, and the bell still hung at the Guziji Inn as a reminder to future generations not to forget the disgrace of a weak nation. To discuss a pacified realm while enemies still existed contradicted the teachings of their forebears. QXNGHN quickly bowed toward the emperor. "I have misspoken. I implore your majesty to impose a severe penalty." What could S. Ing J say? Regardless of whether this poem was authored by X. Lee or not, it had to be attributed to him. He raised his hand. "The lineage of King S has defended the borders for generations. B. Elling has not forgotten his ancestral teachings, and I am greatly comforted by that. However, we must not merely speak of pacifying the realm. Each of you ministers must perform your duties and contribute to our ambitions." Understood. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and the poem was subsequently dismissed. QXNGHN, known for his obstinacy, showed no signs of retreating, and continued. "Then what of the poem K? OSHHNY? Who penned that?" The crowd once again turned their gaze to XBL Ing. Would he continue fabricating stories? Would he present another distant relative? XBL Ing opened his mouth. The X family consisted solely of him and his father, leaving no outsiders to summon. After pondering for a long while, he could only raise his hands. "Well, I encountered misfortune last year and fell victim to the lock dragon curse, and under the guidance of my guards, I hastily wrote it." The hall fell into profound silence, and once the realization set in, an uproar of astonishment erupted. Indeed, it was penned by young Master X. Finally, he admitted it. QXNGHN's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if to say, "Now you've run out of excuses, young lad. Dare you pose as someone unversed in literature before an elder? Bah, you are a true talent. You cannot deceive me." Essing J chuckled softly twice, though the meaning behind his laughter remained unclear. The noble ladies present gazed at him with adoring eyes, and had they not been in the palace, they would have surely squealed in excitement. QXNGHN, ever relentless, persisted. "And what of FNGHCH, Nshiing Hu YJN?" The attendees recalled this poem, their eyes filled with anticipation as they turned to XBL Ing. It was a 5-character poem, succinct and melodious, a divine inspiration guided by his guards, unlike the lengthy verses that could not be easily conjured. Should he fail to explain, the renown he held in CH Ing In would be a title he could not evade. Facing the adoring gazes of the crowd, XBL Ing felt his head spinning, truly at a loss for excuses. Fortunately, there were still those who sympathized with him. Lady L, anxiously tapping her foot, recognized that XBL Ing had been cornered and that further probing could lead to disaster. She hastily stood and declared, "Everyone, F. Chen Xiang Hu Yjn is something I taught him to write. The esteemed young master of S, having been fostered in my Xiao family, is not at all unusual for having some literary skill. BL Ing has been afflicted by a peculiar poison, rendering him unable to remain calm. Please refrain from questioning him further." XBL Ing felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Swaying slightly as he forced himself to appear composed, his complexion quickly turning pale, and he staggered. I feel quite dizzy." Quickly, support young Master X. Summon the Imperial Physician. The CHNGQ Ing Hall descended into chaos. The grand performance momentarily halted. As the Imperial Physician rushed to attend to the fainted XBL Ing, numerous infatuated young ladies and gentlewomen rose from their seats, approaching with anxious expressions, inquiring about his well-being, and some even dared to address him as Sudakai Z. Subu Ling feigned death with his eyes closed, feeling utterly disheartened. Lady Lu, having taught him to write, somewhat reluctantly acknowledged the 2 poems, and now that he had made his mark, it would be exceptionally difficult to cleanse his reputation. With unparalleled martial prowess, extraordinary literary talent, ethereal beauty, and commendable virtue, he was akin to a celestial being. Concealing his brilliance to such an extent was unprecedented. Perhaps it would have been better had he not concealed it at all, for he truly lacked poetic skill. One could only speculate the thoughts of the esteemed officials present. All that remained was the hope that the emperor would remain unperturbed. If attention were drawn to him, he might indeed be destined to retire in Chang'an. Chapter 79. The Winds Rise. The 2 grand performances at the Chongqing Hall would undoubtedly sweep through Chang'an in a short time. Subu Ling, the silent heir of the Su Wang, had, through tangible actions, demonstrated to all in the city the remarkable heights a man could achieve, even with only a partial acknowledgement. His reputation for literary ability and martial competence would be challenging to escape. After the banquet, whether princes or noblewomen, as they exited the palace, they discussed the day's events, some evaluating the Li family situation, others debating the 3 poems, marveling at his extraordinary martial skills, and even those coveting Su Bu Ling's appearance. For an ordinary noble or a humble scholar, this would be a golden opportunity to ascend the social ladder, marrying into a prestigious family and gaining favor from the court, making it nearly impossible not to rise to prominence. Yet, Su Bu Ling was already at the pinnacle. Any further ascent would be transgressing boundaries. Thus, this immense fame was anything but simple to handle. As noon approached, Song Ji traversed the 1,000 steps corridor of the imperial city. Having consumed some wine at the banquet, he appeared slightly tipsy, yet his eyes remained clear and profound as he gazed upon the exotic trees and odd stones outside the corridor. The old servant, having spent a lifetime in the palace, had witnessed many prodigies in the world, whether from the martial realm or the scholarly domain. He used to believe that beneath the heavens, mortals would always remain mortals. No matter how extraordinary one's talent, it could not escape the necessity of cultivation. However, the heir of the Su Wang had indeed opened the old servantess' eyes. Song Ji ambled leisurely, shaking his head with a light chuckle. In the vast territory of the Yu, heroes abound. Throughout history, there always emerge several prodigies that defy common understanding. It is not surprising. Gong Jia nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. However, the agents of the Jijin division have long been stationed in Shiliang, and there are certainly spies within the military ranks. Su Cz's entire history has been documented since childhood. He possesses a rebellious spirit and has acted recklessly. It was only last year, during his journey to the capital, that he fell ill and was attacked, which made him somewhat more discreet. Perhaps he suffered a significant setback during his impetuous youth, leading to a transformation? Song Ji paused thoughtfully in the 1,000 steps corridor, furrowing his brows for a moment. He was born into a prominent family. It is not impossible for one to refine their character after experiencing great highs and lows. However, Su Bu Ling is still too immature, with his attempts at concealment riddled with flaws, lacking any semblance of cunning or depth, far inferior to his father's prowess in his youth. Gong Jia pondered briefly. That is also true. Achieving mastery in martial arts requires one to conceal their edge. Su Cz's brilliance is indeed evident, but he remains somewhat green. Nonetheless, his talent is exceptionally rare. Given time, he may surpass General Su. What should His Majesty do? Song Ji fell into a brief silence before casually waving the sleeve of his dragon robe, responding indifferently, The affairs of the world are like a game of chess, with people as mere pieces. There are only a few who can step outside the board. The rest are subject to the tumult of the tides. I can easily quell any upheaval with a mere gesture. Why should I feel compelled to respond deliberately? Gong Jia inclined his head slightly, choosing not to speak further. Amidst their casual conversation, at the end of the 1,000 steps corridor, a pair of palace maids hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Song Ji standing in the corridor, they stopped and bowed in greeting. The Empress Dowager walked ahead, her steps somewhat hurried. Her face, radiant as a lotus flower, bore a hint of irritation. With her head lowered, she seemed distracted, muttering about a little trickster and sly fellow, vowing to catch him and make him pay. Seeing the situation, Xiao Yi subtly tugged at the Empress Dowager's sleeve. Being the legitimate wife of the late emperor, even the children of the late emperor's consort must acknowledge her as their rightful mother. Observing this, Song Ji adjusted his garments and raised his hand in salute. Mother. The emperor need not be formal. The Empress Dowager, adopting a dignified demeanor, gestured to support him. Noticing the look of confusion on Song Ji's face, she cleared her throat and contemplated. I just heard that Su Buling fainted in the Chongqing Hall. As his elder, I should go and check on him. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Guozijian, the sun of winter cast its warm rays upon the peach blossom grove, where numerous paintings had been taken from the house and hung upon the withered branches to dry, preventing dampness. Prince Yin, Song Yu, donned in scholarly robes, lit 3 sticks of incense on the fragrant altar within the peach grove, then sat upon a cushion, gazing silently at the paintings before him. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Lu Yunlin, the deputy of the Jijin division, hurriedly arrived with 2 baskets of Xian paper, placing them in the center of the peach grove and bowing. My lord. Song Yu's gaze remained fixed on the paintings, his voice warm as he replied. Yunlin, have you heard about the events at the Chongqing Hall today? Lu Yunlin respectfully nodded. I have heard. Su Buling astonished everyone, not only solving several cases, but also composing a few poems. Now, the officials in the city are discussing this matter. The news is rapidly spreading to the common folk. Song Yu sighed lightly. 10 years of life and death, both obscure. Forgetting is difficult for such beautiful words. This Su Buling has indeed surprised me. Lu Yunlin leaned in slightly, speaking softly. Today at the Chongqing Hall, Gong Sunming mentioned the Bai Mazhuang case, and Su Buling was present. This clarifies the matter you previously entrusted to me. The newly arrived wolf guard, Zhu Manji, advanced to the Tianzi camp within a month due to his significant contributions to the private salt case and the Bai Mazhuang case. I initially thought it was mere luck that he encountered young Master Xiao and Su Cz in succession. However, it appears that Su Cz orchestrated this behind the scenes, elevating Zhu Manji into the Tianzi camp to investigate the news regarding the Long Lock Gu. On the day of the breach in the Jiazi library, Zhu Manji was indeed within the archives. This hidden piece must undoubtedly be Zhu Manji. Song Yu nodded with a light smile. As long as we find him, it will suffice. Lu Yunlin pondered for a moment. What shall be the next arrangement? Su Buling is afflicted with a peculiar poison and has little time left. As his uncle, I should extend my assistance. Song Yu's smile softened as he beckoned with a finger. Lu Yunlin leaned in closely to listen, and after a brief moment, nodded gently. Go ahead. Understood. Lu Yunlin raised his hand in salute and swiftly exited with the Xian paper from the bamboo basket, departing with haste. Song Yu contemplated for a moment before standing up and placing a thick stack of Xian paper on the painting table. He prepared the ink and brush, gazing at the portrait of a woman before him, and began to redraw it. Chapter 80. Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself earlier. Su Buling had been carried into the side hall by a group of imperial physicians, who hurriedly administered aid, and he finally awakened in a weakened state. In the opulent chamber, only a few physicians remained, while the noble ladies who had come to inquire after him were dismissed, leaving only a handful of disobedient little princesses peering through the window with curious eyes. However, Lady Lu, who usually cared for Su Buling, was notably absent. She had not even sent a maid to check on him. Su Buling felt a heavy weight in his heart, silently lamenting his unfortunate fate. He dismissed the physicians, intending to pay a visit to Lady Lu and apologize before she became enraged. If he waited for her to come to him, the consequences would be dire. As Su Buling prepared to leave quietly, a palace maid hurriedly approached from outside the side hall. It was Xiao Yi, the Empress Dowager's close attendant. Upon reaching the door, she bowed and said, Little prince, the Empress Dowager requests your presence at Changlu Palace for a discussion. As she arrived swiftly, Su Biling dared not go to Changlu Palace. Just yesterday, during the candlelit dinner, he had assured the Empress Dowager that he would not compose poetry, and now he had become a literary genius. If he entered her domain, would he not be devoured whole? Su Biling was only afraid of the relentless Aunt Lu. As for the Empress Dowager, he could always offer his apologies in a few days. At this moment, he simply raised his hand and said, "I am unwell and truly cannot attend. I hope the Empress Dowager will show some understanding. Farewell." With that, he hastily made his exit. Xiao Yi, with a look of urgency, quickly intercepted him. Having served the Empress Dowager since childhood, she was well aware of her formidable temperament, which, although tempered by a decade in the secluded palace, had not diminished in strength. The Empress Dowager could hold on to grievances for an extended period, and this time, having been deceived by the young prince, she would likely lose sleep over it. If Su Biling did not come to apologize and pacify her, it was entirely possible that she would remember this affront for a lifetime. In a flurry, Xiao Yi blocked his path and bowed, saying, "Young prince, please reconsider. The Empress Dowager is far more formidable than Madame Lu. Regardless, you should at least pay her a visit. Otherwise, I will find it difficult to explain." Su Biling did not share her view. He believed the Empress Dowager was less daunting than Madame Lu. If he chose to apologize to the Empress Dowager instead of seeking out Madame Lu, the latter would surely make his life miserable. Just imagining her resentful, aggrieved gaze sent shivers down his spine. "My health truly cannot manage it. Kindly inform the Empress Dowager that I will certainly visit her in a few days." With these words, Su Biling exited the side hall and vanished in an instant. Previously, outside Longing Pavilion, he had promised not to divulge the poetry, and his mother's hairpin had been taken away. Today, during the grand banquet in the palace, he was supposed to wear that pin, but without it, his father had inquired. He dared not admit that it had been snatched. Instead, he feigned reluctance to wear it. Should Su Shitsi become angry and refuse to return it? How could he face his father? Lost in thought, he arrived at the alley between the two courtyards, where the procession of scholars turned the corner ahead. Song Yufu, with her hands resting delicately on her waist, was lost in reverie, oblivious to the presence of someone blocking her path. As fate would have it, she collided directly with another's chest. Song Yufu jolted back, quickly retreating a few steps and bowing, "I'm sorry." As she looked up, she found Su Biling standing in the middle of the alley, arms behind his back, his expression cold and proud as he scrutinized her. Initially, a glimmer of surprise appeared in her eyes, but upon witnessing his demeanor, her enthusiasm waned. She glanced around, contemplating calling for her father. Su Biling narrowed his eyes slightly. "Planning to flee? Do you believe I am here to see Su Shitsi for no reason?" With her hands on her waist, Song Yufu bowed obediently, her heart racing, though her expression feigned calmness. Su Biling stepped closer, slowly advancing, his gaze somewhat intimidating. Step by step, Song Yufu's smile faded, and she discreetly retreated, speaking softly, "Su Shitsi, I am your girlfriend. Friends ought to reason with each other." The alley was narrow, and soon her back was against the wall, leaving her with nowhere to escape. The defiance she once possessed dissipated, as she tilted her head slightly, her brows furrowed as she shut her eyes tightly, appearing pitiful and afraid of punishment. Su Biling leaned against the wall, observing her closely. What did I say last time? The proximity made the young woman shiver as his breath brushed against her cheek and neck. Her chest rose and fell erratically, feeling guilty. She did not dare push him away, but instead curled her arms protectively in front of her, murmuring, "I promised not to reveal the poetry." "I didn't." Tilting her head, she whispered, "You cannot blame me." "Then whom should I blame? Blame my father?" Song Yufu turned her face towards Su Biling, her expression earnest as she declared, "I merely wrote it down. The manuscript was submitted by my father. It has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you?" Su Biling raised an eyebrow. "If you hadn't written it down, could I have been implicated?" Song Yufu nodded weakly. "I promised not to disclose the poetry and have kept this matter to myself. Today, in Chengqing Hall, when the emperor inquired, I remained silent, so I have not broken my trust. It was Su Shitsi who admitted it himself. So you cannot blame me." Su Biling stood there, dumbfounded, completely unprepared for Song Yufu to utter such heartless words. Had he not seen her on the brink of tears? Would he have so readily admitted to creating trouble for himself? Su Biling's expression darkened. "Miss Song, Turn around and contemplate your actions. Song Yufu timidly glanced back, then slowly turned to face the wall, adopting a posture of reflection. Then, a crisp sound echoed in the winter alley. The bustling streets of Chang'an seemed to freeze at that moment. Song Yufu shivered violently, her eyes wide in shock, her gentle face reflecting confusion. Yet, soon her cheeks flushed crimson, transformed into a mix of grievance and indignation. The fiery sensation from behind prompted her to quickly turn and press against the wall. Perhaps due to the pain, she shot Su Bueling a few glances, biting her lip before slowly crouching down, hugging her knees, burying her face, her shoulders trembling. Whether from shame or tears, it was unclear. Su Bueling, knowing his strength, ensured he did not harm her. With a calm demeanor, he rested one hand behind him and said, "Considering your refusal to speak today, consider this slap a minor reprimand." "Lecherous, what did you say?" Su Bueling Thou Wen. Song Yufu, still hugging her knees, sulked, "Nothing." "I understand now. Return the pin to me." As she spoke, she extended her right hand, palm open. Slap. Another light smack resonated. Su Bueling scoffed lightly. "You can forget about the pin. If you cause me any more trouble." After a moment's pause, the fiery sensation on her back began to subside, but the flush on her face remained. With her rosy cheeks raised, she softly remarked, "Su Shitsi, you must be reasonable. I did not cause you trouble. If you had not intervened today, it would have been fine. As your girlfriend, how can you strike me, especially in such a manner? You are clearly in the wrong." Su Bueling spread his hands, "And what of it? If I do not teach you a lesson, how can I be certain of your future actions? To teach a lesson, you may strike my hands instead. Hitting in such a place is clearly ill-intentioned." Song Yufu grumbled, determined to argue her point. Su Bueling found himself unexpectedly amused by the audacity of this unrestrained young girl. Nodding, "Think as you wish. I have struck you today. If there is a next time, even your father cannot protect you." With that, he turned and walked away. However, Su Bueling did not anticipate that just a few steps later, he would hear the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Believing Song Yufu was chasing after him to apologize or continue her argument, he paid no heed, only to hear a soft smack sound echo in the alley. Su Bueling's body stiffened, and his expression darkened. Turning his head, he saw Song Yufu with her hands on her waist, head down as she walked past him, whispering, "See? I hate you for no reason, and you're still not convinced. A true gentleman should empathize. Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself. Is this comparable? Clearly, you are the one at a disadvantage, yet you speak of empathy." Su Bueling watched as Song Yufu ran away, pondering for long, while before finally throwing up his hands. This girl is beyond redemption, all curves with no brains. Chapter 81. A cast iron pot stewing oneself. Su Bueling's expression briefly stiffened. With you new here, Madame Lu must be waiting inside. There was no escape. He tossed the riding whip to his guard, straightened his attire, and stepped through the gate. Old Xiao stood by the entrance with his cane, shaking his head and sighing as he followed Su Bueling inside. A man's word is his bond. The young prince has always been resolute. This is self-inflicted. Su Bueling remained silent for a moment. "You understand me well." "Of course. I'm going to boil water," Old Xiao lamented, heading to the kitchen in the back courtyard. Su Bueling rubbed his forehead, feeling that the slap he had delivered to Song Yufu was far too lenient. It should have been a more severe reprimand. Su Bueling crossed the corridor and made his way to the study in the back courtyard. Although the winter sun shone brightly, the expansive courtyard still exuded a hint of chill. In the study, Madame Lu, elegantly clad in a cerulean formal gown, sat gracefully beside a round table, her left arm resting on the surface while delicately holding a cup of tea. Her posture was strikingly refined, and her expression was neither warm nor cold as she lightly stirred the tea leaves with a porcelain lid. The table held a vermilion food box and 2 jars of wine, clearly having been inspected prior. Su Bueling, standing outside the door, took a moment to compose himself before entering the bedroom with a bright smile, saying, "Aunt Lu, I was just about to see you, but it seems you have come first." Madame Lu took a sip of her tea, her gaze fixed on the swirling leaves within the cup, revealing nothing of her thoughts. Su Bueling, feeling somewhat awkward, approached the table and sat down before her. Madame Lu subtly shifted her body, turning slightly to maintain her profile towards him, remaining silent. Su Bueling, with a resigned smile, reflected, "The poems are not my own creation. The reasons are rather complicated." "You continue to deceive me. After all, I am not your true aunt. and my concern is unwelcome, she replied with a hint of melancholy, embodying a spirit of profound sorrow. Su Bueling, unable to tolerate her demeanor, spread his hands and exclaimed, Aunt Lu, do you still not believe me? What is it that you expect me to believe? Madame Lu retorted, her eyes still on the teacup, her tone indifferent. I advised you to conceal your talents for your own good, yet you resent me for being overly concerned. Su Bueling, feeling a sense of helplessness, acknowledged, I know you have my best interests at heart, but there were some misunderstandings. While I have gained a bit of recognition, a few poems can hardly prove I am literate, so I doubt it will have significant repercussions. Madame Lu emitted a barely audible hum, playing with her teacup. If you truly understand my intentions, why did you not entrust those 3 poems to me, but instead to the daughter of Song Baiqing? Do you trust her more than me? Ah, I can guess why. She is in her youth, born into a scholarly family, and surely has a fondness for poetry, making her an ideal target for your affections. Su Bueling felt a shiver run down his spine. Aunt Lu, that is not the case at all. Those poems were overheard and written down by her. They were not intended for her. Madame Lu was unconvinced. How could she overhear you composing poetry? If I advised you to conceal your talents, why would you write poetry in your spare time? Su Bueling looked innocent as he replied, Aunt Lu, it was you who asked me to copy a few poems for the poetry gathering. Had it not been for that, I would not have taken the time to write them. Madame Lu's body stiffened, and she raised her eyes, a hint of grievance in her gaze. Are you blaming me now? The atmosphere, filled with a mixture of charm and sorrow, weighed heavily upon Su Bueling, who coughed slightly, his teeth clenched. Yes, you. That was never my intention. It was my carelessness that allowed Song Yufu to overhear. I should not have written the poems myself, but rather followed your advice to procure them. Had I done so, this confusion would not have arisen. This is all my fault. Madame Lu furrowed her brow slightly and turned away, her voice softening. At least you have a bit of conscience. Regardless, you hardly heed my words. Perhaps I have been too strict. You have grown, and it seems you cannot tolerate my concerns. Even Miss Song has said as much. What else can I say? Su Bueling opened his mouth, suddenly feeling that he had been too lenient with Song Yufu. As Madame Lu continued to murmur, Su Bueling dared not interrupt, fearing that a misplaced word might provoke tears, so he simply nodded in response. After a while, Lao Shao called from outside the window, Young Prince, the water is ready. Su Bueling sighed in relief and stood up to leave. Seeing him rise, Madame Lu, still holding her teacup, looked puzzled. What do you need the hot water for? I was not finished speaking. With a hint of disappointment and lingering resentment, Madame Lu set her teacup down and prepared to leave in a huff. However, as she stepped out into the courtyard, she noticed an unexpectedly large iron pot had been set up in the garden. The pot was massive, supported by a wooden frame, with kindling beneath it already lit. Lao Shao squatted nearby, fanning the flames with a palm leaf. The pot was emitting steam, creating a warm mist in the winter air. Madame Lu gazed at Su Bueling, who stood on a platform nearby, a look of confusion etched across her face. Su Bueling, filled with remorse, spoke earnestly. I promised Aunt Lu that if I ever heard anything good about myself, I would cook myself in that pot. A man must keep his word. I, Su Bueling, may betray the world, but I shall never betray you, Aunt Lu. With that, he prepared to leap into the pot. Madame Lu panicked at once, her previous discontent overshadowed by concern for him. She could not bear to see Su Bueling demean himself in such a manner. All traces of her earlier grievances vanished as she hurried to the platform, both angry and distressed. Bueling, I am no longer angry. Come down. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Having voiced his intentions, Su Bueling could not go back on his word. After all, he was at his own home, treating it as a simple hot bath. Aunt Lu, you taught me that a ruler must keep their word. To change one's decree is to lose the people's trust. Today, I refuse to harm myself because I feel guilty. I must not disappoint your teachings. Madame Lu, in a flurry, stomped her foot and lifted her skirts to ascend the platform, raising a hand to stop him. Do not be stubborn. I am not angry anymore. Is it so that you will not heed my words? Su Bueling shook his head. Since I promised you, Aunt Lu, I will see it through. Otherwise, how could I ever face you again? With that, he deftly maneuvered around Madame Lu and leaped into the steaming pot. Madame Lu let out a sharp cry, her heart shattering as she instinctively lunged to embrace him. The outcome was inevitable, as Madame Lu wrapped her arms around Su Bueling's waist. Her petite frame could not contain his tall stature, and she was promptly pulled off the platform. With a splash, they both fell into the pot, water spraying everywhere. The water was not boiling, merely at a temperature suitable for bathing. However, the pot was indeed large enough to accommodate 2 people. Madame Lu, unaccustomed to any form of martial skill, was typically poised and graceful. In such chaos, her mind went blank. By the time she realized what had happened, they had already landed in the pot. "Bueling," she exclaimed, quickly closing her eyes in shock, her beautiful face filled with alarm. After a moment, she noticed that the water was not scalding, and she cautiously opened her eyes. "Bueling," she called again, lowering her head to see Su Bueling lying at the bottom of the pot, his arms propped above the water, bubbles escaping his lips. Madame Lu breathed a sigh of relief, but soon she felt something was amiss. She glanced down, her cheeks flushing crimson as her heart raced, her body nearly giving way. It felt as if his hands had, albeit faintly, squeezed her. Caught off guard, Madame Lu hurriedly stood up within the pot, scanning her surroundings. Seeing that Lao Shao was still engrossed in tending the fire and had not noticed, she discreetly pressed her lips together. Suddenly, Su Bueling flipped over in the pot and leaped up onto the platform, extending his hand. "Aunt Lu, it is all my fault. Hurry and come up before the water truly boils." Madame Lu stood in the iron pot, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She cast a glance at Su Bueling, whose expression was innocent and devoid of any strange implications, as if he truly had not noticed what had just transpired. Could it have been the urgency of the moment that led to such an oversight? Madame Lu hesitated for a moment. "In the future, do not engage in such foolishness. You are no longer a child," she said, extending her arm for Su Bueling to assist her as she stepped onto the platform, instinctively tightening her clothing. Realizing her skirt was drenched, Su Bueling resembled a drenched chicken, prompting Madame Lu to hurry towards the house. "Change into dry clothes before you catch a chill. Have you fetch me a new dress." With that, she rushed into the bedroom. Chapter 82. A moment of madness as the sun sank beyond the towering city walls. In the rear courtyard of the Su Wangfu, Su Bueling, now clad in clean robes, stood quietly in the corridor, awaiting the next event. Having just fallen into the water, men are not overly particular. It merely involves changing into a fresh set of clothes. However, for women, the matter is evidently more troublesome. Madame Lu's dress is soaked. Her hairpin has dampened her makeup, and she must change both inside and out. Given the chilly weather, she also needs a hot bath to avoid catching cold. Etiquette begins with proper attire, and women from noble families are particularly meticulous about their appearance. The entire process takes a couple of hours, and with winter's short days, darkness gradually descends. After inquiring about her, Yunu took 2 maidservants to the kitchen in the back courtyard to prepare dinner. In the past, whenever Su Bueling was nearby, Madame Lu would incessantly express her thoughts, even while bathing. Yet today, after her fall into the water, she has not uttered a single word. Even in the bath, there is hardly a splash. She moves quietly, almost eerily. Su Bueling, unable to approach the bathing tub, can only patiently wait in the corridor, occasionally rubbing his hands together, the meaning behind it unclear. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water echoes from the west chamber. Su Bueling glances over and sees the silhouette of a woman reflected on the papered window, emerging from the bath, her maidservant drying her off. The shadow on the window quivers slightly, as if gravity has lost its hold. Su Bueling quickly turns his gaze away, silently admonishing himself not to gaze upon her. After a brief moment, the door creaks open. Madame Lu, adorned in a silk gown and a warm shawl draped over her shoulders, has just emerged from the bath. Her cheeks still glisten with moisture, as radiant as warm jade, resembling a lotus flower freshly emerged from the water. Her long hair, still wet and unpinned, cascades down her back, and, as the cool winter night breeze sweeps by, her delicate brows instinctively furrow. Su Bueling strides forward to shield her from the cold night air, smiling gently. "Aunt Lu, the weather outside is chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold. Come inside." Madame Lu, her expression composed and serene, cast a glance at Su Bueling before tightening her shawl and slowly making her way toward the room warmed by a stove. After the incident with the iron pot, she seems to have calmed down. The lingering resentment in her brow has vanished, and she is once again as gentle as water. As she walks, she softly remarks, "Bueling, I do not hold you accountable. This situation is beyond remedy, but fortunately, it concerns only 2 poems and does not significantly affect the larger picture. Just be cautious in the future. Aunt Lu, please do not worry. What should I be concerned about? Oh, bullying response, only to provoke a flash of irritation in Madame Lu's eyes. With a tone tinged with both reproach and affection, she retorts, as long as you understand your limits. That is sufficient. If you continue to act recklessly, there may come a day when even I cannot protect you. You will find yourself weeping before me, but it will be of no use. We might as well grow old and die together in Chang'an. Madame Lu shoots au bowling à pied fulgulé, her expression warming considerably, and she refrains from further lecturing him. Once inside the warm room, Madame Lu sits at the table and gathers her hair into a bun. Buling, could you fetch me the comb? Su Buling retrieves a wooden comb from within the room, taking a seat behind Madame Lu to comb her damp hair. Ah, Madame Lu's body stiffens, and she straightens slightly without moving. Initially intending to halt him, she parts her lips, but ultimately remains still, sitting upright on the stool. Her hair is exceedingly smooth, releasing a faint, delicate fragrance. Su Buling concentrates on combing her hair, saying, "The rumors have been rather intense lately, so I shall remain obediently at the Guozi Jian until the storm passes." Madame Lu replies with a soft pondering for a moment before her voice takes on a hint of a motherly lecture. With Song Gunyang accompanying you at the Guozi Jian, I am naturally at ease. Here we go again. Su Buling feels exasperated yet does not dare to respond too strongly, merely shaking his head with a light chuckle. My relationship with Song Yufu is one of pure friendship. If I were to have any intentions toward her, I would certainly bring her to Aunt Lu for your counsel. There would be no need to hide it from you. Madame Lu regards him with skepticism, her gaze drifting to the table, then to the 2 jars of wine atop it. This wine is quite good. Did you purchase it from the Sun family shop? It is a rhetorical question, as the silk wrapping the jars is a tribute from Jiangnan, reserved for royal use. There is no way it could have been acquired from the Sun family. Madame Lu exclaims, "Oh, how many people were present during last night's meal?" Su Buling's thoughts race as he smiles. Just the Empress Dowager and a few palace maids. The dishes were average, not nearly as delectable as those prepared by Aunt Lu. Madame Lu smiles slightly, lifting a jar of wine to sniff it, her voice gentle. To receive such fine wine, I imagine the Empress Dowager enjoyed a pleasant conversation with you. Su Buling, still twisting his hair, shakes his head in resignation. The Empress Dowager asked me if I could write poetry. Given Aunt Lu's prior instructions, I naturally could not write, so I merely ate and refrained from speaking. Madame Lu squints slightly. When the Empress Dowager entered the palace, only 3 jars of fine wine were prepared. One was wasted by Xiao Ting, and the remaining 2 jars were given to you. If you said nothing, you truly are quite generous. Why should that be the case? Upon hearing this, Madame Lu's expression darkens. When I'm married, I did not receive such gifts. If she has given, she should have some fortitude. What kind of elder is she if she lacks that? Su Buling's face stiffens. I've said that I cannot write poetry. I feel unworthy of receiving this wine. If you feel unworthy, why did you accept it last night? Su Buling is left speechless, his desire for wine overpowering his reluctance. He truly cannot write poetry, so he accepted it without a second thought. Little did he know that Song Yufu would sell him out. Su Buling's expression turned sour. What, the Empress Dowager seeks me out? Why? Do you wish to run to the palace? What could possibly be entertaining there? Nothing but a group of resentful women, akin to mother wolves. It is uncomfortable the moment one steps inside. Do not speak ill of the Empress Dowager. Conversing with her is sufficient. Just do not speak of it to outsiders. Thus, they exchanged pleasantries and engaged in casual banter. Madame Lu's countenance gradually returned to its usual demeanor. After arranging her hair, she sat down at the table. After Yu Nu and the maidservants brought in an array of dishes and closed the doors and windows to keep the cold air out, Su Buling indeed felt a bit hungry. He placed 2 wine cups on the table, not sparing a thought for the Empress Dowager's fine wine hidden away for 10 years, and uncorked it to fill Madame Lu's cup. Madame Lu rarely drinks, but given the events of the day, her emotions were somewhat unsettled. The wine, with its extraordinary origins, was not something she could refuse. The liquid was cool as spring water, its rich aroma reminiscent of an elegant beauty, delighting the senses. Madame Lu lifted the cup and took a small sip. The duanyu burned smoothly at first, but once it settled in her stomach, the fiery intensity coursed through her limbs. Oh! Madame Lu swallowed a bit too hastily, covering her lips with her sleeve as her cheeks quickly flushed with color. Her delicate brows furrowed as she caught her breath, clearly feeling a bit overwhelmed. Oh, Buling, not daring to tease her, quickly picked up a piece of winter bamboo shoot and brought it to her lips. This wine is strong. I cannot handle it either. Have a bite of this to temper it. Madame Lu's eyes glistened with moisture as she glanced at the chopsticks before her. After ensuring no one was watching, she opened her mouth to accept the bamboo shoot, savoring it slowly. Su Buling refilled the wine cup and, without further ado, began to drink and eat heartily. Madame Lu maintained an elegant demeanor as she ate, her gaze fixed on Su Buling, occasionally placing some dishes into his bowl. As the night deepened, the table full of dishes gradually met its end at Su Buling's hands. Madame Lu, lacking tolerance for alcohol, feared Su Buling would find drinking alone dull, and thus she had consumed several cups alongside him. Duan Yu is not an ordinary low-alcohol rice wine. Its aftereffects are quite substantial. By the time Madame Lu realized it, she was already feeling tipsy, silently resting her head on the table, her cheeks flushed, breathing evenly as she drifted off to sleep. After Su Buling finished his meal, he set down his chopsticks and turned to observe her for a moment before gently shaking her shoulder. Aunt Lu? A faint murmur. She did not awaken, but merely tightened her shawl. Su Buling chuckled softly, leaning down and slipping his arm beneath Madame Lu's legs, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. The hem of her skirt cascaded down, her embroidered shoes swaying slightly. Madame Lu leaned against Su Buling's arm, appearing to be half awake, and upon seeing him, she closed her eyes again, her hand grasping his clothing as she surrendered to slumber once more. The soft jade nestled in her embrace. Su Buling subconsciously waited in her hands. The flesh had grown in all the right places, making it hard to discern any signs of plumpness. It was only when held that one could feel its weight. Su Buling tiptoed to the canopy, gently laying Madame Lu down in a supine position. She crouched to delicately remove the embroidered shoes adorned with petals, followed by the white stockings. Following the same method, she removed the other embroidered shoe, placing them neatly on the ground. Rising, she reached toward the tie of her skirt but immediately halted, her hand suspended in midair. Su Buling blinked and lowered her gaze to the unsuspecting, slumbering Aunt Lu, a flicker of conflict evident in her eyes. After a brief silence, a knock resonated from outside. Madam? The night was silent. Time passed, though it felt indefinite, until a maid collected the utensils, leaving the room in complete tranquility. Between the curtains, Madame Lu stirred awake, turning to face the inner side. With the faintest moonlight, she unfolded a piece of chien paper in her lap, studying the characters inscribed upon it with profound concentration. The next morning, the rising sun cast its light upon every corner of the grand estate. Su Buling found herself perplexed. Her room was always immaculate, and it was not Madame Lu's first night there. Previously, the bed was merely made tidy, yet this time, everything was changed from top to bottom. Su Buling raised an eyebrow, a hint of peculiarity dancing in her eyes. However, it was understandable that Madame Lu, having long lived alone and of a suitable age, might have indulged in erratic dreams after a night of drinking. Su Buling feigned ignorance and, after gathering her belongings, proceeded to the Guozijian for confinement. Whistling, she called for the steed, chasing wind, which galloped towards her, grasping the reins. Mounting the horse, she swiftly exited the grand gates, only to be startled by the scene before her. Young Master Su, little prince, how splendid! A gathering of young ladies adorned in vibrant attire stood before the gates of the Su Wangfu, a mix of youthful maidens, elegant ladies, and charming gentlemen, encircling the entrance. Old Xiao, leaning on his cane, watched the spectacle with delight, while the guards of the Wangfu steadfastly blocked the stone lions, unwilling to forcibly disperse the young ladies. Thus, these enchanted maidens, captivated by poetic verses, boldly approached. Su Buling, atop her steed, recognized their intent and swiftly turned, for the first time in her life, to retreat from her adversaries, exiting through the back door of the Su Wangfu. After a winding journey to the Guozijian, she encountered a different scene. Students were gathered in small clusters, exchanging thoughts on the intricacies of poetry. Upon noticing Su Buling passing by, their expressions brightened, and they rushed over, raising their hands in greeting from afar. Su Buling felt a prickle of anxiety, swiftly scaling the walls and leaping into the Wensu garden. Fortunately, there still existed a serene refuge in Chang'an, where the Wensu garden was filled with the offspring of nobility, most of whom were unlearned yet held in high regard, leading to a less fervent atmosphere than outside. Xiao Ting was still vociferously lamenting within the study, claiming that the emperor had acted unjustly, and that his poem My Prime Minister Father had received praise even from Master Song, while the emperor had failed to acknowledge it, rendering the betting moot. Song Yufu, leading the morning readings, seemed preoccupied with the previous day's events. Upon seeing him, she hurriedly turned away without a word of greeting. Su Buling finally exhaled, making her way to the bell and drum tower, where she earnestly began her confinement. The events at the Chengxing Hall had spread widely among the scholar class, yet they did not reach everyone. Life in Chang'an continued its course. Even the death of Li Tianlu garnered little attention, let alone a minor wolf guard. Zhu Manji, with red-rimmed eyes, was not permitted to lift the coffin due to her frail stature. Thus she could only follow the procession, clutching her waist dagger. Having recently arrived in the capital, she had few acquaintances, having previously spent her time idling on the streets with Lu Hoer and Wang Dazhuang. Although their friendship was not deeply rooted, they had become blood brothers during the battle on the snowy plains. Now, with Lu Hoer deceased and Wang Dazhuang severely injured, though Su Buling had avenged their blood, sending a considerable sum of silver through the guards, she found it impossible to move on. Zhu Manji trailed the procession, stopping at the graveyard outside the city to witness the burial. This cemetery was designated by the court's investigation department, located near the heroic martyr's tomb, housing the remains of countless wolf guards. To be interred here was considered a dignified resting place for the wolf guards, far better than being left to rot in the wilderness. Due to the incident at Chengxing Hall, the investigation department was aware of her connection with Xiao Ting and Su Buling. However, it was not unusual for a wolf guard to be acquainted with a few noble offspring in the capital. Zhu Manji merely stated it was a coincidence, having gained an undeserved credit, as she was not responsible for monitoring the nobility, causing little stir, with most simply deeming her lucky. Alone and without allies, Zhu Manji, bound by her position, could not remain idle. She went to the investigation department to seek any minor tasks or patrols to deliver messages. At midday, most wolf guards had left, leaving the office sparsely populated. As she walked through the corridors, she encountered Deputy Lu Yunlin approaching, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Acknowledging the difference in rank, Zhu Manji quickly raised her hands in salute. "Greetings, Deputy Lu. How may I serve you?" Zhu Manji blinked, raising her hand. "I have no tasks at hand. Do you have important matters for me to attend to?" "Nothing particularly urgent." Lu Yunlin sighed. A few days ago, the inspector raised concerns regarding the compensation amount for a wolf guard from 10 years ago. The investigation department would never covet the compensation owed to our fallen brothers. It's unclear who has made these accusations, and it escalated to the censorate. Such old matters are difficult to clarify. Since you have no current duties, could you check the archives? It seems the guard was named Lin Yang, who died in the spring of the second year of Zhaoong. There should be records in the archives. Understood. Zhu Manji, relieved to have a task, promptly accepted the order and hurried off to the archives. The archives spanned a vast area, housing tens of thousands of various documents accumulated over the years. To make space, all but the most severe cases were temporarily sealed in boxes, awaiting the day they might be revisited. The records of the wolf guards, detailing their case histories, were undeniably significant, and thus also stored in the archives. Zhu Manji arrived at the back of the archives, where thousands of boxes were neatly stacked, each labeled with dates and types, accompanied by fire-extinguishing equipment. The compensation for wolf guards was calculated based on merit, and the first step was to locate the records of past cases. Finding the boxes containing these records was straightforward, but after a decade, the wolf guards had undergone several changes. The Iron Eagle-s hunting of deer had resulted in numerous casualties, with dozens of boxes piled high like small mountains. Heavens! Zhu Manji felt a headache coming on, realizing why Deputy Lu appeared so troubled. This task could extend into the following year. Yet, with the task assigned, she had no choice but to persevere. Taking a deep breath, she rolled up her sleeves and began to climb the towering stacks of boxes, inspecting each one, and then bringing them down to set aside. The boxes were filled with books, and they were far from light. Zhu Man soon found herself drenched in sweat, her chest rising and falling erratically, her clothing covered in dust. After moving aside more than 20 boxes, she finally unearthed the box from the spring of the second year of Zhaoong. Wiping the beads of perspiration from her forehead, she carried the box to a better-lit area, brushed off the dust on its surface, and broke the seal to open it. Inside lay neatly arranged official booklets, each embossed with the name and department of its owner. It was inconceivable for one to serve in the Lang way without utilizing multiple booklets throughout their career. Once filled, they would simply transition to the next, resulting in each individual possessing several stacked together. After cleansing her hands, Zhu Mans began to examine each booklet, setting aside those that did not belong to her interest. Some of the booklets bore traces of blood or scorch marks, evidently retrieved from corpses. After roughly a quarter of an hour, she finally discovered the booklet belonging to Lin Yang of the Tianxiao camp, containing only 2 entries, suggesting a brief tenure before his demise. The ensuing task was intricate, requiring her to compile a summary of his life history and the merits he had accrued. Procuring paper and ink, Zhu Man sat at a desk and began to peruse the booklet, leafing through its pages meticulously. The records indicated that this senior Lin Yang also commenced his career with street patrols, resolving several cases of varying magnitude before entering the Tianzi camp. His experiences mirroring those of most Lang Wei, lacking any remarkable distinction. As her stomach growled with hunger, Zhu Mans finally reached the last page, preparing to exhale in relief and stretch, when her peripheral vision caught a line of text amidst the myriad of characters. On the 8th day of the first month of the 2nd year of Zhaoong, he was dispatched from Chang'an to transport the Suolonggu to Yuzhou, and upon departure, he verified with the Inner Treasury Supervisor Jia Yi, finding nothing amiss. A sudden jolt coursed through Zhu Mans, her eyes widening in astonishment. After confirming the mention of the Suolonggu, a flicker of joy lit her face. The arduous search had yielded fruit in the most unexpected of places. Anticipating the delighted expression on Su Shixi's face upon hearing this news, Zhu Mans felt her cheeks flush with excitement, almost compelled to leap up and rush to inform Su Buling. However, rationality prevailed, as she understood the implications of this elusive lead. Casting a cautious glance around the empty storeroom, she resumed her careful examination of the booklet. Disappointment washed over her, for there was only this fragmentary remark, leaving much to be desired in understanding the events that transpired. Nonetheless, having received some news was better than none. She picked up the brush, moistened the tip with her tongue, tore a small strip from the rice paper, and meticulously transcribed the entry onto the paper. After rolling it up and securing it within her clothing, she ensured it would not fall out by shaking and jumping lightly before carefully replacing the booklet in its original position. With her fatigue dissipated, Zhu Mans felt invigorated. Energized by the newfound purpose, she diligently sought out the records detailing the casualties among the Lang Wei, rummaging through box after box. It was not until evening, just before the archives were to be locked, that she finally located the account of Lin Yang's death. Regrettably, the Lang Wei were not permitted to document the details of their own demise. The records of their deaths were verified and recorded by the clerks within the yamen, leaving room for manipulation. The account merely stated that Lin Yang of the Tianxiao camp died on the 8th day of the first month of the 2nd year Zhaoong while transporting goods to Yuzhou Tangjiabao, succumbing to an incurable illness during the journey, and upon investigation, no anomalies were found. Zhu Mans's disappointment was palpable, yet she recognized the enormity of the situation. The Jijin division served as the emperor's eyes and ears, able to erase all traces of the Suolonggu's origin from the archives, leaving even the Jiazi repository devoid of clues, while many officials remained silent. The identities behind this manipulation were not difficult to surmise. As the year drew to a close, dark clouds loomed over Chang'an, and the north wind swept through countless buildings, heralding yet another snowfall. Su Buling set down the sculpted dragon hammering at the bell, taking a seat at a small desk beside the bell and drum tower. As he ground ink and grasped his brush, he transcribed half a passage from the Shuiji, only to cast the brush aside in ennui, staring blankly at the grand expanse of Chang'an before him. Though technically under house arrest, no one was monitoring him, and he could leave at any time. However, for the moment, Su Buling had no desire to venture out. Outside, the atmosphere was lively, with poetry echoing around, and a gaggle of infatuated young ladies gathered outside the Guozijian. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager appeared to be in a foul mood, sending palace maids daily to invite Su Buling for a discussion, even calling upon Xiao Ting for assistance. When Xiao Ting arrived, he was on the verge of tears, nearly kneeling as he lamented, "Su Buling, I implore you, go to the palace, for my aunt has gone mad. She has set up a large pot in the palace. And I thought she was going to slaughter a pig, but she said she couldn't persuade you. So she threatened to stew me instead. I'm only 18. Upon hearing this, Su Buling's expression darkened, and he was even less inclined to leave. He claimed the emperor's house arrest as his pretext to monopolize the bell and drum tower, firmly refusing to depart, unconcerned about Xiao Ting's fate. As for the emperor of Dua, he exhibited no particular reaction. After all, Su Buling had entered the capital under the pretense of pursuing his studies, and the emperor had never suggested treating the prince as a hostage nor prohibited Su Buling from leaving the capital. Even if there were ulterior motives, it would be unreasonable to panic over a few poems. If the emperor's intentions were so easily discernible, Lady Lu would not need to devise means for Su Buling to conceal his talents. Amidst the swirling snow, the faint sound of footsteps reverberated within the bell and drum tower, rousing Su Buling from his contemplations. Turning his gaze, he spotted Song Yufu peeking cautiously from behind the door, her figure clad in a long gown, casting furtive glances. With his boredom already heightened, and having not had the opportunity to resolve his grievances with Song Yufu, he could not allow her to escape. He coldly commanded, "Halt." Song Yufu hesitated, slowly emerging from the tower, her eyes darting around, avoiding Su Buling's gaze, and ambled toward the small desk. Su Buling, lounging with his hand on his knee, raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the innocent beauty before him. "What is it? Have you come to reason with me again?" Straightening her posture, Song Yufu contemplated briefly before softening her demeanor, muttering, "It's futile to reason with a brute like you." Su Buling's gaze grew icy as he reached out, as if to deliver a reprimanding smack to the oblivious junior. Having learned her lesson from their previous encounter, Song Yufu quickly retreated a few steps, presenting a lunchbox she had concealed behind her, anxiously insisting, "A gentleman speaks with words, not fists. Su Shitsi, with your noble stature, how can you be rough with a mere girl like me?" Her expression of innocence and grievance flushed her cheeks, and she pouted, although it was an unintentional mistake. "I must apologize for causing trouble to Su Shitsi. I made a little porridge. If you eat it, we can let bygones be bygones." Was this truly an apology? Su Buling was taken aback. "After putting me through such torment, you think a bowl of porridge can settle things? Your reasoning is rather creative, but why should I indulge?" Song Yufu blinked, extending the lunchbox towards him. "It's quite delicious." Su Buling found himself at a loss for words, contemplating for a moment before nodding softly and pushing aside the rice paper on the table. "Very well, apologies should be sincere. If it moves me, I shall let this matter go. Otherwise, I shall take your hairpin as a gift." "Absolutely not." Su Buling arched an eyebrow. "Whether it is acceptable or not is not for you to decide. If you wish to apologize, do so quickly." As he spoke, he shifted to the side and patted the mat where he sat. The mat was small, making it evident that two people sitting together would be quite cramped. Song Yufu furrowed her brow, feeling a mix of shyness and indignation, akin to a teacher caught in a compromising situation by a mischievous student. Reluctantly, she approached and sat down, leaving only a narrow gap between them. Opening the modest lunchbox revealed a bowl of clear porridge, fragrant and visually appealing, its warmth wafting softly into the air. Song Yufu lowered her head and cautiously retrieved the bowl, feeling its heat. After placing it down, she pinched her earlobe and softly remarked, "Su Shitsi, I was in the wrong last time for copying the poetry. As a son of a noble family, you should possess the magnanimity to overlook such trivialities. It is merely a hairpin to you, but it holds great significance for me, so please return it." This line of reasoning was evidently not spontaneous. She had likely contemplated it for quite some time at home. Su Buling, lounging with a wine jug in hand, nodded approvingly. "A true gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot's pull. As long as you do not cause me trouble, I shall return it when I leave the capital." Song Yufu muttered under her breath. Trouble has already been caused. What more trouble could there be? Su Buling was momentarily speechless, realizing that she was aware of the chaos already wrought. She placed the bowl before him and extended a spoon, saying, "I acknowledge my mistake. You are my boyfriend. You ought not to be so petty." Su Buling lightly tapped the table with his fingers, feeling exasperated by her antics. It was not appropriate to hit her, yet forgiving her felt like a loss. Thus, he merely opened his mouth and raised an eyebrow. "Song Yufu, taken aback for a moment, quickly regained her composure, her face flushing crimson. She set the spoon down and exclaimed, "Su Shitsi, you should be more composed. At your age, must you still let someone feed you?" Su Buling's face reddened, but he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "If you are unwilling, then let it be. The matter of the hairpin is off the table. Do not bother me again." "Hey!" Song Yufu exclaimed in a panic. It was too much to feed a man, as a modest young lady. She could not bring herself to do so. Instead, she stated earnestly, "Su Shitsi, if my father knew how you bullied me, he would certainly be angry." Su Buling was unfazed. "The only person I fear is myself." Song Yufu did not believe him. She intended to retort that there were greater powers beyond. But Su Buling's gaze turned icy, as if preparing to strike her. Adopting the demeanor of a young lord, he furrowed his brow and said, "You foolish girl." Before he could finish, Song Yufu, having never fed anyone before, swiftly shoved a spoonful into Su Buling's mouth. Realizing her folly, she leaped up and hurried into the Zhonggu Tower, not forgetting to shout, "I've fed you." A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot's pull. You cannot go back on it. Su Buling grimaced from the heat, wiped his lips with a handkerchief, and after a long pause, merely shook his head. "You are fortunate to be quick on your feet." Casting a glance at the steaming bowl of porridge on the small table, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sat down, for the culinary skills were indeed commendable. As dusk fell, after striking the evening drum 108 times, Su Buling was engrossed in copying texts when his guard, Lao Chi, hurriedly approached. He informed Su Buling that Zhu Manji had been loitering around the Wangfu and Guozijian for several days. Concerned that Zhu Manji might attract unwanted attention, Lao Chi had made contact with her. Zhu Manji expressed that she had urgent matters to discuss and insisted that he come personally. Su Buling, aware of Zhu Manji's naive yet astute nature, understood that she would not come to him without significant reason. Thus, he wasted no time and quietly left the Guozijian once night fully descended. Due to his notorious reputation and the need for discretion, Su Buling refrained from riding a horse. Instead, he donned a conical hat and walked to Daifang, like an ordinary traveler. Ning Qingye, having sustained 2 injuries during an assassination attempt on Zhang Xiang, was unable to recuperate in just a few days. Under Su Buling's protection, she had been abiding quietly in the courtyard, wandering through the narrow stone alleys. Su Buling noticed that the Sun family shop was still open. He adjusted his hat and approached, intending to knock on the door. However, he overheard a conversation, not of great stature, yet ample in bosom. Why not remain at home, tending to children instead of venturing into the world? Chapter 86. Such bullying. As heavy snow fell in winter, Zhu Manji was thrilled to have discovered a lead on the Solonggu, yet anxiety weighed heavily on her heart. Only in Su Buling's presence could she find peace. However, Su Buling was the son of the Su king, not someone easily accessible. Unfamiliar with the city, Zhu Manji wandered Kuaishou Street, hoping to locate Su Buling. After discovering his confinement in Guozijian, she had no connections to send him messages. Fortunately, Lao Qi, having met her previously, appeared and relayed the vital information. Having not met Su Buling, Zhu Manji remained uneasy, being naturally timid and aware of the perils of the world. To ensure her own safety, she sought a secure spot to wait. Since Zhu Manji was new to the capital and had no allies, she thought of the female assassin she had heard about, who was possibly connected to Su Buling and could offer her protection. Thus, Zhu Manji arrived at the secluded courtyard and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. A flicker of firelight was visible within, and the faint scent of medicine wafted through the air. A cool voice called out, "Who is it?" Zhu Manji blinked her large eyes, contemplating before earnestly declaring, "I'm a guest of Su Shitsi. We met previously." While both guests and guards served their masters, their statuses were vastly different. Guards were merely hired muscle, easily found on the streets, some even being servants of the household. In contrast, guests were high-caliber individuals invited to reside with the family, enjoying a friendship with the master. Those serving in the Su King's residence, like Lao Shao, were of exceptional caliber, capable of enduring the fiercest of battles, and were held in great esteem by Su Buling. Zhu Manji, propped on her paper umbrella with her hand resting on her waist, stood confidently at the courtyard's entrance, exuding the aura of a skilled individual. Creak! The door swung open, revealing Ning Qingye draped in a snow-white fox fur. Her attire was as pristine as the snow, Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, and her enchanting beauty resembled that of a celestial being. With slightly raised brows, she looked down at the young girl before her. What brings you here? Zhu Manji was not tall, barely reaching Su Buling's chin, while Ning Qingye, being tall, stood at Su Buling's brow height. Consequently, she had to tilt her head to meet Ning Qingye's gaze, which naturally diminished her imposing presence. Instinctively, Zhu Manji straightened her posture, trying to appear taller, and replied in a serious tone, I have an appointment with Su Shizi and shall wait here for him. Su Shizi instructed you to ensure my safety. Ning Qingye raised an eyebrow, surprised, and after a moment of contemplation, she did not inquire further, but stepped aside to allow her entry. Come in. The winter winds were biting, and the courtyard felt quite chilly. Ning Qingye, wrapped in her snow-white fox fur, sat on a small stool, her sword resting beside her, and several wine jugs placed under the eaves. Ning Qingye was naturally taciturn, and among those close to her, she spoke little. She did not seem inclined to entertain her guest. In contrast, Zhu Manji was outgoing and could engage in idle chatter with anyone. Once she confirmed that no one was outside, Zhu Manji, feeling idle in the empty courtyard, took a small stool from inside and sat across from Ning Qingye. After a moment's thought, she asked, Hey, are you injured? I am Ning Qingye, not Hey. You may call me Ning Jijie. Zhu Manji raised her brows, displeased. Why should I call you sister? Ning Gunyang, I am Zhu Manji, known in the martial world as the god of the Fenchin sword. If you don't mind, you may call me Zhu Enxia, the god of the Fenchin sword. Does Zhu Enxia also wield a sword? Zhu Manji cleared her throat. I have some knowledge, but I usually do not draw my sword. When I do, it must draw blood, and thus I cannot spar with you. It is a pity. Some renowned swordsmen in the martial world indeed held such beliefs. Ning Qingye regarded her with skepticism. The depths of a martial artist were often difficult to discern at first glance. After assessing Zhu Manji for a moment, her eyes narrowed slightly. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her blade, and in the flurry of the falling snow, it glinted with silver light. Ning Qingye remained in her original position, seemingly motionless. Zhu Manji, startled, shivered slightly and leaned back, unable to discern anything clearly. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, Miss, what are you? Suddenly, she felt a chill enveloping her. Looking down, she discovered an unexpected tear in her garment, revealing the belly band beneath, which had been sliced open by a sharp blade, exposing her fair skin without causing any injury. Zhu Manji's face flushed crimson as she instinctively clutched her chest, casting an angry glare at her opponent. Torn between the urge to scold and the fear of reprisal, Ning Qingye's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any respect, as she busied herself with the small stove. A petite figure with a generous bosom, why not stay home to nurture children instead of wandering the world? One day, you may find yourself in the clutches of vile men, and then you'll understand the severity of the situation. Zhu Manji's almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation, her teeth grinding in frustration, yet she found herself outmatched and silenced. She could only retort sarcastically, Miss Ning, you are indeed wise. It is only those of your stature, with such a modest endowment, who can brave the world, lest they attract the wrong kind of attention. With each breath, tensions mounted. Ning Qingye tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting both confidence and mischief. This fox-like charm was becoming intolerable for Zhu Manji, who struggled to find her voice. As a proud young woman, she could not allow herself to falter in the face of this challenge. The Wolf Guard uniform felt constricting, and Zhu Manji raised her hand to loosen her collar, eager to confront Ning Qingye openly. However, Ning Qingye's ears twitched slightly, sensing something amiss. Gripping her sword, she turned her gaze toward the courtyard entrance. Who goes there? As Zhu Manji noticed Ning Qingye draw her sword, she nearly cried out for mercy, but soon realized the gravity of the situation and quickly clutched her chest again. Chapter 87. The Hidden Dragon's Shadow. Who is it? Outside the courtyard, on a wintry night blanketed in snow, Su Buling removed his hat and gently knocked on the door. Miss Ning, it is I. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open. Ning Qingye stood gracefully within, her demeanor neither warm nor cold, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement. Su Gongzi has arrived. Su Buling, with a gentle countenance, stepped into the courtyard, casting a brief glance around. After a few days of rest, Miss Ning, is your injury any better? It is no longer a concern. I apologize for my harsh words last time. I hope you do not take them to heart. Ning Qingye, Having grown up in a mountain dojo, was unaccustomed to social niceties and had minimal interaction with young men. After their previous quarrel, she felt she had been too harsh on her benefactor and had longed to apologize. Su Buling chuckled lightly, then turned his attention to the courtyard, only to find Zhu Manji crouched against the wall, her back turned to him, hugging her knees and cautiously inching toward the door, as if to say, "You cannot see me." Approaching her, Su Buling looked down, curious. "Manji, what are you doing?" Zhu Manji's face turned as red as a ripe fruit, tightly hugging her knees and refusing to stand. She lifted her face, managing a forced smile. "Su Gongzi, you have come. What a coincidence." "Coincidence? Did you not summon me?" Su Buling crouched down, a hint of confusion on his face. Zhu Manji hurriedly turned away from him, anxious. "Su Gongzi, I was just cold. Crouching is warmer." "It's nothing." Before long, she felt the warmth of a garment draped over her shoulders. "Is it warm enough now?" "Thank you, Su Gongzi." Zhu Manji, flustered, stood up, the hem of her robe trailing on the ground. The winter wind howled, and the air was biting cold. Noticing Su Buling in light clothing, Ning Qingye lifted her hand to untie her fur collar, preparing to offer it to him, but he raised a hand in protest. "No need to remove it. I won't freeze." He then settled beside the small stove. Seeing this, Ning Qingye acquiesced, sitting quietly beside the stove in silence. Su Buling rubbed his hands together, glancing at the blushing Zhu Manji. "You called for me. Is there good news?" "Indeed." Zhu Manji finally recalled the matter at hand and reached into her robe, fidgeting. Realizing something was amiss, she turned her back to Su Buling and continued to search within her clothing. Even without seeing her actions, Su Buling and Ning Qingye exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of curiosity. Perhaps the item was well hidden, for Zhu Manji bent her head and rummaged for quite some time before producing a small, crumpled scroll. "Here, I found this in the archives." Zhu Manji squatted beside Su Buling, presenting her find with a flourish. Su Buling blinked, suppressing his curiosity about where she had concealed it, and accepted the scroll, still warm to the touch. Ning Qingye, unable to contain herself, turned her gaze to the swirling snow, tightening her fur coat. Su Buling, not being made of stone, could not claim to be entirely indifferent. He cleared his throat and unfolded the paper. After a brief glance, his expression shifted dramatically. "On the 8th day of the 1st month in the 2nd year of Zhaohong, I transported the Long Laku from Chang'an to Yuzhou, confirming with the chief of the inner treasury, Jia Yi, that there were no anomalies." "This was found in the archives?" Zhu Manji nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "Yes." "Su Shitsi, why do you look so glum?" Su Buling's face turned ashen. Ning Qingye straightened, her expression grave. "The inner treasury is the royal treasury, located within the palace." Zhu Manji nodded in understanding. "This means the Long Laku is truly within the palace, and we finally have a lead." Ning Qingye, known for her reputation as a wandering hero, understood the implications of this news, as did Su Buling, who had previously discussed these matters with her. Su Gongzi was ambushed at the Wei River, yet the identity of the assailant remains unknown. The royal family has been investigating without a shred of information. Now that we have discovered news of the Long Laku from the archives, sourced from within the palace, it must mean the emperor is involved. If he could orchestrate one assassination, he could certainly attempt another. Su Gongzi may not survive to leave the capital. Zhu Manji's joyful expression faltered, and she cast a timid glance at Su Buling. "Well done. We have made significant progress, and news is better than none." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Manji's excitement dissipated. She squatted beside Su Buling, muttering softly, "If the emperor wishes to kill you, you surely cannot escape. What shall we do?" Ning Qingye furrowed her brow. "Is there any way to evade this fate?" Su Buling sighed, setting aside the poison of the Long Laku. "There are 8 checkpoints from Suzhou to Chang'an, guarded by over 100,000 soldiers, ostensibly to prevent the northern Qi from advancing, but in reality, to thwart me and my father. If I am to survive this journey, it would require the court to be utterly blind." Ning Qingye's expression darkened further. The saying among wanderers is that they come and go without a trace, but that merely reflects the overwhelming multitude of people beyond the court's control. If the entire nation were to focus its might on one individual, there would be no place to hide. The case of the Iron Eagle hunting deer from 10 years ago serves as a stark reminder, as many prestigious martial families were eradicated. And no matter how skilled one is, They were merely stronger ants in the face of 100,000 iron cavalry. Zhu Manji, coming from humble beginnings and still quite young, was not able to fathom the complexities of such matters. All she could manage was, "I have experience in sneaking away. If escape becomes impossible, I will certainly protect you, Gongzi." Su Buling chuckled softly, pondering for a moment before furrowing his brow again. "Manji, where did you find this information?" Su Buling gently stroked his fingers, pondering for a considerable time before shaking his head. "This doesn't add up. The last time you infiltrated the archives, you found nothing. Now, just as I become involved, this news appears. It is too coincidental." Zhu Manji reflected momentarily before responding, "But no one knows that I sneaked into the archives to gather information. The documents do not appear to be fabricated. In the court, where deception is rampant, even one's face can be masked with a facade. Any trace could easily be manipulated, and should someone divert the blame, it could lead to serious trouble. Nevertheless, whether true or false, it provided a direction. The priority now is to confirm the veracity of this information." Zhu Manji nodded in agreement, falling silent thereafter. Su Buling tossed the note into the hearth, where it disintegrated into ashes amidst a wisp of blue smoke. Chapter 88. Bottomless depths on a frigid winter night, in a dilapidated courtyard rarely trodden by human feet. Two women and a man, moving stealthily, gathered around a fire. Su Buling, having unexpectedly stumbled upon a clue regarding the Suolong-gu, found his mood decidedly grim. If it were confirmed that the Suolong-gu was orchestrated by the court, he would have unwittingly entered the fray upon his arrival in Chang'an, leaving him ensnared in a perilous trap with scant hope for escape. Yet, having lived 2 lifetimes, Su Buling had not become so reckless as to heed every whisper. The most pressing matter at hand was to ascertain the authenticity of Zhu Manji's information. The Suolong-gu was notoriously ruthless. Su Buling speculated that the deceased wolf guard, Lin Yang, may have inadvertently encountered the venom, resulting in his sudden demise. Otherwise, the casualty records would not have been so carelessly noted. With no mention of the illness he contracted, the Suolong-gu ravages the body, and a death by poisoning would invariably leave traces. Thus, to verify the news, the natural course was to seek out the corpse of the wolf guard who perished unexpectedly. Gurgling sounds emanated from the boiling medicinal pot beneath the eaves of the small courtyard. Lost in contemplation, Su Buling did not notice Zhu Manji squatting nearby, staring vacantly, her large eyes occasionally glancing at Ning Qingye across from her. Ning Qingye, with graceful hands, poured the medicine into a porcelain bowl to cool. Perhaps due to the prolonged silence, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting her to softly speak. "Su Gongzi, I am a person of the Jianghu, and may not be of much assistance in the capital. I know some seniors in the Jianghu, and will set out tomorrow to inquire on your behalf. However, I cannot guarantee that I will uncover a method to counteract the poison. Life and death are fated, and wealth is a matter of chance. Everyone must eventually meet their end." Zhu Manji furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss. Initially touched, Su Buling's expression gradually darkened. Looking up, he noticed Ning Qingye's serious gaze, tinged with an air of envy towards exceptional talent. "Ah, Miss Ning's concern for me is truly overwhelming," Su Buling said with a light laugh, suddenly reaching out and seizing Ning Qingye's wrist with lightning speed. The abruptness of his action caught her off guard, and she merely flinched as he held her firmly. His palm, warm against her icy skin, pressed against her wrist. Such audacity! Ning Qingye's already cool demeanor chilled further, but ultimately, due to Su Buling's kindness towards her, she merely frowned slightly and inquired, "What are you doing?" Su Buling maintained his grip on her wrist, keenly attuned to her pulse. The texture was smooth and delicate, and the coolness was quite pleasant. Yet his expression remained serious. "You have sustained internal injuries. Traveling long distances could easily leave you with lasting ailments. It will be best to wait until after the new year before embarking on your journey." Ning Qingye, slightly skeptical, thought it unusual for someone to hold her hand so firmly while checking her pulse. However, noting his expression, she discerned he was not a lecherous scoundrel. She wondered how the Wang Fu had raised him, for he seemed ignorant of basic decorum. "I am merely concerned for you. I am not on the verge of death. A few extra days of rest would do no harm." Su Buling chuckled softly, internally remarking on what a beautiful maiden she was, lamenting that she was not mute. He then stood up. "All right then." Zhu Manji, who had been watching Ning Qingye with distaste, immediately stood and hurriedly followed, wrapping her robe tightly around her. Ning Qingye, disliking garrulous men, did not rise to see them off. Once Su Buling and Zhu Manji exited and closed the courtyard door, she held up the medicine bowl and muttered softly, how thick-skinned. Snow fell heavily, blanketing the city in silence. On a narrow street leading to Chongrenfang, Zhu Manji raised an oiled paper umbrella high above Su Buling's head, her right hand gripping the collar of her robe to prevent it from slipping. The height difference between them rendered the scene somewhat awkward. Once outside the courtyard, Su Buling's expression turned stern, contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor. Zhu Manji preferred this serious side of him and stole a few glances before whispering, Su Gongzi, you look quite handsome with that cold expression. Why were you so playful in front of Miss Ning? In my eyes, you are far more handsome than she is, and conversing with her is merely elevating her. Su Buling smirked slightly. Miss Ning's demeanor is aloof and lacks worldly understanding. If I were to be cold, she too would be cold. What would that leave for conversation? Su Gongzi, do you fancy Miss Ning? Su Buling shook his head. She is young and possesses considerable martial prowess. Surely she will carve out her niche in the Jianghu. It is prudent to establish a relationship early for future convenience. Zhu Manji felt relieved and earnestly replied, indeed, Su Gongzi is truly thoughtful. I believe so too. That Miss Ning is merely skilled in martial arts and somewhat attractive, but she is unworthy of your regard. You are a young prince. Su Buling raised an eyebrow, flicking Zhu Manji's forehead lightly. At your tender age, you should focus on better pursuits rather than mastering flattery. Zhu Manji giggled, her eyes twinkling, and then added, well, it's not flattery. Miss Ning truly does not match up to you. Her temperament is poor, and she bullies the weak while fearing the strong. Su Buling paused, turning his head to inquire, what makes you say that? Zhu Manji, seemingly wary of being overheard by Ning Qingye, leaned closer, her voice tinged with irritation. Earlier in the courtyard, I mentioned I am a guest of the Su Wangfu, and her expression was respectful. Yet, shortly after discovering my martial skills were inferior to hers, she became arrogant and displayed her prowess in front of me. I refused to yield, and she even struck me. She spoke with a hint of grievance, embodying the image of someone wronged. Su Buling, curious about the earlier incident, stopped in his tracks, frowning. She hit you? Zhu Manji nodded vigorously, yes. Seeing her familiarity with you, I held back, but she drew her sword at me with a swift motion. It was terrifying. Did she injure you? Not really. It stung. Let me see. Zhu Manji hesitated for a moment, then noticed Su Buling's serious demeanor as he reached to part her robes and examine the injury. No. The cold wind howled through the empty alley. A young constable clad in wolf guard uniform, his face flushed, was seized by the wrist and pulled open, feeling the chill in front of him. As he breathed heavily, his already torn clothing threatened to burst, exposing his skin. Su Buling narrowed his eyes slightly, completely unprepared for Ning Qingye's ruthless actions. He quickly glanced at Zhu Manji and helped her wreck loose her robe, frowning, cough, that Ning Qingye is truly heavy-handed. Thankfully, she did not injure you. Zhu Manji's face flushed crimson, her umbrella forgotten as she clutched her robe tightly. After standing there for a long while, she noticed Su Buling walking away and hurried to catch up, puffing with indignation. Indeed, she is fierce and jealous. Su Gongzi, please do not be deceived by her cold demeanor. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Zhu. Come now, we are not strangers. By the way, where's Lin Yang's body buried? The fallen wolf guard is interred beside the martyr's tomb. I have checked, and Lin Yang is buried there as well. All right, let's prepare for tomorrow night and go dig up the grave. Oh no. Chapter 89. Stealthy as the night wind, the snow lay thick upon the Jinghua garden, where a few dim lanterns flickered outside the courtyard as the night grew late. The information Su Buling gleaned from Zhu Manji today included not only the cause of death of the wolf guard linked to the Su Alongu, but also a piece of news regarding the steward of the inner treasury, Jack Yi, who managed the royal treasury, a small reserve of the emperor's private wealth, located within the imperial city and overseen by the emperor's trusted confidants. Su Buling was familiar with Gonggong Jia, though he did not go by the name Jia Yi. In the year when Emperor Xiaozong entered Chang'an, the young Jia Gonggong, endowed with exceptional talent, was selected to become the emperor's personal bodyguard, known as a dead soldier. These dead soldiers, much like the nameless guards of Su Buling, were identified only by their code names, and Jia Gonggong was referred to as Dead Soldier A. With the trust bestowed upon him by Emperor Xiaozong, his status gradually rose, and he was eventually granted a surname, though it remained singular. The eunuchs within the imperial palace likely numbered in the thousands, and it was certain that many shared the surname Jia. Su Buling could not possibly remember the names of all the eunuchs, nor did he have the opportunity to engage with them. Thus he sought to inquire from someone. Su Buling swiftly traversed the exquisite scenery of Jiuehua Garden, eventually arriving at the outer courtyard by the lakeside. The lanterns still glowed, yet the small courtyard fell silent, situated behind the grand residence of the Shao family, where several attendants were stationed, rendering the need for guards unnecessary. Su Buling did not disturb anyone as he silently scaled the courtyard wall, casting a glance within. The maidservants had already retired for the night. After a moment's contemplation, he approached the chamber of Madame Lu, drew a bamboo stick from beneath his conical hat, and deftly inserted it into the door crack to disengage the latch. With a faint creak, the door opened, returning once more to stillness. Inside the chamber, the absence of a warming stove rendered the atmosphere quite cool. Although devoid of light, Su Buling had visited numerous times before, navigating carefully past the soft couch and tea set to part the beaded curtain, arriving before the canopy bed. Exquisite palace boots rested on the floor, while a winter dress lay neatly folded on a nearby tray, accompanied by a cup of water. Su Buling set aside his hat and ignited a candle with a fire starter, the flickering flame casting a soft, warm glow, perhaps due to a deep slumber. Madame Lu remained undisturbed. Su Buling hesitated momentarily before lifting the curtain slightly. Nestled beneath a quilt adorned with lotus patterns, Madame Lu lay on her side, facing outward, her eyes and nose the only features visible, her breathing steady. The soft contours of her beautiful cheeks emanated a unique charm in the dim light. Su Buling parted his lips to speak, but hesitated, reluctant to awaken her, and stood silently for a long while. Perhaps influenced by the flickering flame, Madame Lu's eyelashes fluttered, and she turned slightly, letting out a soft murmur. After a moment, she stirred, blinking her eyes open sleepily, revealing a delicate wrist as she rubbed her eyes and propped herself up, drowsily asking, "You knew, what is it?" "It is I," Su Buling replied. Upon hearing a man's voice, Madame Lu instantly became alert, yet soon succumbed again to drowsiness, leaning back against her pillow and pulling the quilt closer to shield herself from the cold breeze. With half-closed eyes, she weakly murmured, "Buling, why are you out so late instead of sleeping?" Su Buling furrowed his brow and turned his head. "Aunt Lu, are you unwell?" "No," she replied. Noticing something amiss in her tone, Su Buling crouched beside her and reached his hand into the curtain, feeling her forehead. Madame Lu opened her eyes and lightly swatted at his hand, not retreating, but rather feeling the coolness of his palm. She gently said, "I fell into the water last time and caught a bit of a chill while sleeping at night. The physician has seen me, and I have taken my medicine, so there is no need for concern." After carefully assessing her condition, Su Buling pressed his fingers against her wrist, confirming there was no serious issue. And he sighed in relief. "Last time, I acted rashly." Madame Lu smiled softly, her eyes narrowing. "Is quite all right. You often wear a cold, serious expression, which is rather dull. I do not know how you came up with such a notion, just like your father in his youth. It brings me joy." "Well, I'm glad you are happy, Aunt Lu." After a moment of silence, Madame Lu held Su Buling's cool hand, placing it beneath the quilt for warmth. Letting out a gentle sigh, "Your palm is warm and soft, with a delicate touch." Su Buling felt a warm sensation in his heart, smiling gently, "I understand." Madame Lu responded with a soft perhaps due to her drowsiness. She ceased speaking and merely held Su Buling's hand against her cheek. Not wishing to disturb her further, he directly inquired, "By the way, Aunt Lu, is there someone in the palace named Jia?" Upon hearing the mention of the palace, Madame Lu, for some reason, became alert, opening her eyes wider, her voice clearer. "Has the Empress Dowager summoned you to the palace again?" Su Buling blinked and shook his head. "She calls for me daily, but I have not paid her any mind. I have merely heard the name Jia, but have not encountered him, so I wish to inquire about his identity. It seems he is the adopted son of Jia Gonggong and has not made a public appearance for several years. He likely oversees the palace's secret guards, whom ordinary folks rarely see." Su Buling's brow furrowed as he felt a headache approaching. The secret guards were essentially the emperor's bodyguards, tasked with preventing highly skilled martial artists from infiltrating the imperial city to assassinate the emperor. The role of guarding the emperor's safety could scarcely be described as merely hiding one's talents. To gather information about Jia Yi, it appeared he would have to venture into the palace. Madame Lu released Su Buling's hand. Go ahead, but remember to knock when you arrive. This is a woman's chamber, and one cannot enter without permission, even if I am your aunt. I'm under the emperor's confinement, and I fear being discovered. Su Buling stood, closing the curtain to block the draft, and quietly made his way out. Chapter 90. Foreign envoys arrive as the morning bell tolled once more. The overnight snowfall had draped the endless expanse of Chang'an in a silvery mantle. Various dialects filled the streets with bustling cries. Due to the absence of a nighttime curfew, the gates remained open year-round, allowing merchant caravans laden with goods from all corners of the earth to traverse the market. The sound of horse bells, camel bells, and even donkey brays echoed everywhere, while wandering heroes led their horses, stopping intermittently along the splendid streets. At the end of the grand Zhuke Avenue, the enchanting sound of wind chimes, reminiscent of exotic lands, drew nearer, arriving at the entrance of the Diyu Kingdom, known as Mingda Gate. The procession was modest, comprising around 30 individuals, dressed in attire distinctly different from that of the Central Plains, adorned with intricate patterns and lavish embroidery. They sported an array of silver ornaments on their wrists, necks, and heads, each carrying a curved dagger at their waists, while banners waved overhead. The large carts behind them appeared somewhat shabby compared to the opulence of Chang'an, where nobility congregated. Leading the group was a tall man in his 30s, exuding strength and vigor. Beside him sat a young woman, elegantly perched upon a white camel, clad in striking red garments, her face partially veiled with red silk embellished with gold threads. Her eyes sparkled like green amber, sharp and captivating. The wandering heroes, seasoned from years of travel, exchanged puzzled whispers. Their attire resembles that of those from the Lingnan region, but that flag is not from Nanhua. It does not seem so. The woman at the forefront has naturally bright eyes. I have heard that some from the Hushi corridor possess this appearance. Could they be from the Xiliang region? This woman is truly striking. I have seen many Central Plains women, but she is certainly a breath of fresh air with her slender waist. Do not speak carelessly. You may find yourself in trouble. What is there to fear? She may not understand. As whispers floated beside the official road, the woman on the white camel turned her head, declaring, "Look again, and I shall have your eyes." Her words were sharp yet articulated in refined language, leaving no trace of an accent. The two gossiping heroes froze, realizing the disparity in numbers, and retreated sheepishly. The small official from the Honglu Temple, accustomed to receiving foreign guests at the city gates, set down his teacup and rose, approaching with his attendants to greet the newcomers. However, he scrutinized the banners, momentarily unable to identify their origins. The might of the Diyu Kingdom reverberated across the 8 corners of the world, with envoys from distant lands arriving in Chang'an to pay homage to the emperor every few days. Some of these emissaries hailed from small nations, while others were representatives of minor tribes, so obscure that they could not be found on any map, likely to vanish within a couple of years. Nonetheless, as a land of propriety, the Central Plains welcomed guests regardless of their stature, for one could not disdain those with humble means. Initially, Emperor Xiaozong met each envoy personally, only to discover that many of these rulers and princes could not even recognize all the characters in their own language. Ultimately, he delegated the reception to the Honglu Temple, offering symbolic hospitality and presenting them with rare treasures of the Central Plains before sending them on their way. The exotic-clad procession dismounted at a distance from the city gate, first bowing respectfully towards the imperial city at the opposite end of Zhuke Dajie, before leading their horses to the gates of Mingda. A minor official from the Honglu Temple, tasked with receiving foreign envoys, stood at the front of the group and, upon scrutinizing them without recognizing their origin, inquired haughtily, "Where do you hail from? Do you possess any official documents?" The tone was somewhat arrogant, yet the surrounding populace was unfazed, for only the envoys from Beiqi and Nanyu warranted such serious reception from the Diyu court. Others, lesser-known nations, typically came seeking favors, rendering pleasantries unnecessary. The man at the forefront of the entourage, exhibiting a cultured demeanor, clasped his fists in salute and declared, "I am Hu Yin Jie, an envoy from the kingdom of Baisha, located south of Zhuya. After traversing thousands of miles, I have arrived in Chang'an to meet with the emperor of the heavenly kingdom." The official frowned, for Zhuya was situated in the southern reaches of Lingnan, on a minuscule island, and due to the blockade by Nanyu, news from that region had never reached him. With a respectful expression, Hu Yanjie retrieved the national document from his attendant and handed it to the official. Leading the way, he bowed again and followed the minor official into Chang'an City at dusk. After striking the evening drum at the Guozijian, Su Buling closed the doors and windows of his quarters, stealthily exiting to seek out Zhu Manji. As anticipated, the Empress Dowager had dispatched someone to summon Su Buling to the palace, her irritation evidently palpable, as she had even suggested that should he fail to visit, she would personally come to fetch him. Having resided in the depths of the palace for an extended period, the Empress Dowager was undoubtedly well informed about the affairs within the imperial city. Su Buling sought to inquire about Jia Yi, making the Empress Dowager his primary source of information. Thus, he consented to visit the palace the following day. As for the treatment he would receive in Changlu Palace, Su Buling decided not to dwell on such matters, for the Empress Dowager could not truly harm him. Yet the Dragon Law curse was a matter of life and death that could indeed bring about his demise. Besides, women were generally appeased with a mere apology. And after a year of dealings with Madame Lu, Su Buling considered himself quite experienced in this regard, believing the Empress Dowager could not be more demanding than Madame Lu. With swift strides, Su Buling made his way to the Yifeng, where he soon spotted Zhu Manji standing at the entrance. She was not clad in her usual Wolf Guard uniform, but had donned the attire of a wandering hero, complete with a conical hat and a mask draped around her neck. Had it not been for the Wolf Guard insignia at her waist, her furtive appearance would have surely attracted the attention of patrolling officers. As Su Buling approached, he whistled lightly. Zhu Manji, who had been scanning the surroundings, brightened at the sound and hurriedly led her horse over. The attire of wandering heroes was typically fitted for agility, featuring tight garments and accessories like leg bindings and wrist guards. However, Zhu Manji, though petite, had developed well, and as she jogged, her movements were somewhat unsteady, suggesting that her martial training might affect her balance. Su Buling glanced at her, and, for some reason, recalled the fleeting moment from the previous night. Shaking his head with a bemused smile, Zhu Manji reached him and cheerily exclaimed, "Su Gongzi, why aren't you riding that proud stallion?" He replied, "I am under house arrest. A conspicuous horse would attract too much attention." With a swift motion, Su Buling leaped onto Zhu Manji's horse and extended his hand, saying, "Let us go." Zhu Manji hesitated, her face flushing immediately. After a moment's shyness, she felt that sitting in front would mean sitting in Su Buling's embrace. So she stepped back a few paces and, with a sudden rush, jumped onto the horse, settling behind him. Once steady, he urged the horse forward. Su Buling wasted no time, spurring the horse into a gallop. The spirited steed neighed loudly as they dashed down the street. Just as Zhu Manji found herself on the horse's back, unsure of where to place her hands, she lost her balance and began to fall backward. With a startled cry, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Buling's waist. Although there was a cushion between them, her hat was knocked off, revealing her flowing, dark hair. "Steady yourself," he instructed. "Oh, Su Gongzi, why are you in such a hurry? It's getting dark." "Indeed," she replied, awkwardly clutching his waist. The horse galloped swiftly, and fearing she might fall, she dared not loosen her grip. After a moment of hesitation, seeing no discontent from Su Buling, she chose to remain quiet. The only discomfort was that both were not heavily dressed, and despite layers of clothing, she could still feel the warmth radiating from his broad back, sending tingles coursing through her. Zhu Manji contemplated shifting away, but she feared that doing so would draw his attention, so she ultimately remained still. Chapter 91. Inextricably Entangled. The sound of hooves echoed along the official road through the bamboo grove. With no lights around and heavy snow falling, visibility was nearly non-existent. The martyr's tomb housed over 100,000 souls, and the common folk sensed an overwhelming aura of gloom, deeming it devoid of any valuables worth stealing. Thus, aside from the officials guarding the ancestral hall, no one else dared to approach. As he undertook his nocturnal errands, Su Buling, equipped with a torch and a hoe, lit one torch and dashed along the stony path amidst the bamboo forest. Approximately half an hour later, with his waist tightly bound, he felt an unusual warmth at his back, akin to resting on soft cotton. Initially, he assumed Zhu Manji was too shy to speak, but as they neared their destination, he prepared to remind her, only to hear her soft breathing behind him. Well, she has fallen asleep. Her heart is larger than his, he thought, raising an eyebrow, finding the situation amusing, reminiscent of a stoic heroine escorting a rogue. The horse trotted past the grand ancestral hall, surrounding the martyr's tomb, and soon arrived at a secluded graveyard at the corner of the bamboo grove. This graveyard resembled any ordinary burial ground, with mounds arranged neatly, headstones, and stone incense burners for offerings. At the rear lay Lu Ho Er's grave, with sacrificial items placed before it, although much of the paper money had been covered by the snow. Manji, awakened, Subu Ling called gently. Zhu Manji stirred, her face flushed as she realized she had dozed off. She abruptly dismounted. Subu Ling dismounted as well, retrieving the hoe from the side of the horse. Zhu Manji took incense paper from the horse's pack and hurried to Lu Ho Er's grave to pay her respects. Subu Ling, armed with the hoe, began searching the graveyard. This site contained the remains of thousands of fallen wolf guards, and locating them by their date of death was not a daunting task. Following the headstones in chronological order, he soon found Lin Yang's grave, who had died 10 years prior. The mounds here bore the marks of time, with Lin Yang's grave overgrown with dried grass and twigs, and his headstone tarnished with mud, indicating that no one had paid their respects for a long while. Subu Ling, though unafraid of spirits, held a basic respect for the deceased. After Zhu Manji concluded her offerings at Lu Ho Er's grave, he took 3 sticks of incense from her, ignited them, and placed them before the grave, burning some paper money before proceeding to the mound. The snow fell softly, and a chilling wind howled. Zhu Manji felt a twinge of fear, and she hesitated, standing beside the mound, holding the torch. Su Gongzi, do you think this wolf guard elder will come to seek vengeance tonight? Subu Ling paused, turning his head slightly. Have you forgotten my nickname? Sumanzi blinked, Igla Finger Wanderer. It is Little Yin Wang, he replied with a bemused glance, before commencing to dig. Zhu Manji felt an uneasy apprehension, fearing something might emerge, and she could only gaze at Subu Ling, attempting to make conversation. I heard from the storyteller that you, Su Gongzi, single-handedly ventured into Beiqi's territory at 16 and killed over 100 people. Is that true? Is shi Liang beautiful? Yes, it borders the western regions and the grasslands. It is certainly not as prosperous as Chang'an, nor as picturesque as Jiangnan. Zhu Manji listened quietly, pondering, and then asked, there are rumors in the marketplace that a vassal prince is plotting a rebellion and that the court intends to curtail the vassals. Is that true? This question was rather bold, lacking any sense of caution. I find myself at a loss. Yu is not merely one feudal lord. During the reign of a late emperor, my father, much like myself, ventured to the capital to pursue his studies. At that time, the current sovereign was but a youth, and we both attended classes together in the Wenxiu garden of the Guozijian, where we forged a close bond, even engaging in rituals of brotherhood with yellow paper and a chicken's head. Zhu Manji blinked, inquiring, I have heard that the Su Wang was quite unconventional in the capital back then. Su Buling chuckled lightly while wielding his hoe. Unconventional is an understatement. In the days of Chang'an, there were 4 pests of the capital. Can you guess what they were? Zhu Manji playfully twirled a lock of hair, shaking her head in feigned ignorance. I do not know. The first 3 pests of the capital were the courtesans of Ingchunlu, the gambling dens of Longyingge, and the rogues of Hutaiji. To be entangled with any one of them would spell considerable trouble, and the 4th pest was none other than my father. He was a formidable figure in the capital, stirring up chaos wherever he went. Misfortune befell anyone who crossed his path. And then, Su Buling, feeling somewhat inadequate, shook his head and continued. The events that followed were never recounted by the elders. When the sovereign ascended the throne, my father inherited the kingship, and they never shared a drink again until a decade ago, when the Donghai Lu clan defied the imperial edict. To quell the rebellious, the sovereign commanded Su Wang to lead an army against them. Zhu Manji nodded. I'm aware of this. It was a matter stemming from the Taiying hunting incident, resulting in the deaths of many from the Jianghu. The Donghai Lu clan is your maternal family's lineage, correct? Indeed, Su Buling replied calmly. My father was tasked with leading the military campaign against the Donghai Lu clan. Although the bloodshed was immense, he ultimately spared their lineage, only executing the clan head to appease the court, who happened to be my maternal grandfather. When a sovereign commands death, a minister must comply. Strictly speaking, my father defied the imperial decree. Zhu Manji furrowed her brow. mulling over this for a while before softly stating, "This account is indeed complex. The court harbors personal vendettas, while the Su Wang defied the imperial will. It is no wonder that some feudal lords contemplate rebellion, contributing to rumors of the court's intent to diminish their power. In the case of a Jianghu, I believe the Su Wang acted honorably, valuing loyalty. The court is not the Jianghu. It is devoid of such sentiments," Su Buling sighed. Thus, the rumors of feudal lords plotting rebellion and the court's desire to curtail their power remain shrouded in uncertainty, for both parties have their motives, making it difficult to discern the truth. Just then, a dull thud resonated from beneath the hoe. Su Buling sensed he had struck a coffin and ceased his digging, clearing the earth to reveal a coffin painted in black lacquer below. Zhu Manji retrieved a crowbar from the side of the horse, while Su Buling stood beside the coffin, using the crowbar to force it open. As he pried apart the lid, a cloud of black mist escaped from within. Taken by surprise, Su Buling's countenance shifted dramatically. He held his breath and leaped out of the grave, carrying Zhu Manji with him, until they had retreated several paces away. Zhu Manji, believing she had encountered a ghost, dropped her torch and clung to Su Buling's neck, her face buried in his embrace. "Indeed, it is the Su Gu," he murmured, one arm around Zhu Manji, gently patting her back, akin to cradling a daughter. The mist emanating from the coffin felt eerily familiar to Su Buling. Last year, while he suffered from a high fever near the Wei River, he had lethargically defended himself against over 100 assassins, and amidst the chaos, he had stumbled upon a vial containing this very black mist. The occupant of the coffin had been deceased for a decade, yet the poison lingered, showcasing the potency of the Su Gu. As he pondered, he suddenly heard a soft murmur. "Buddha and Tao ancestors, I mean no offense to the spirits. If you seek someone, let it be Su Shitzi, for he is the one who disturbed the grave." Su Buling's face darkened, and he gave her a gentle tap on the rear. "Zhuda Jianshin, is this your idea of guarding me?" Startled, Zhu Manji quickly fell silent, cautiously peeking around to ensure there were no monstrous entities nearby before realizing her predicament. With a startled exclamation, she jumped out of Su Buling's arms, lowering her head in embarrassment. Su Buling shook his head, choosing not to dwell on her antics. He took a swig from his wine gourd, then tore a piece of cloth from his clothing, soaking it in the potent liquor before covering his face. Zhu Manji did likewise with her black scarf. After waiting for a quarter of an hour until the mist dissipated, they carefully approached the coffin. Su Buling descended into the pit and fully opened the coffin. The flickering flames illuminated the corpse inside. The remains had long since decayed, not merely skeletal, but entirely blackened, with most bones fractured. Su Buling gingerly lifted a leg bone. Observing its fragility, it crumbled at the slightest touch. Zhu Manji, filled with trepidation, whispered, "Is this the result of the Su Gu?" Su Buling examined the markings on the bones. After the poison manifests, it erodes the limbs and bones, resulting in their shattering. It is undoubtedly the work of the Su Gu. He then placed the leg bone on the snow and pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto it. Instantly, the blood transformed into a dark hue, yet there was no reaction. Su Buling furrowed his brow, his eyes initially sparkling with surprise, followed by a hint of apprehension. Zhu Manji, keeping her distance, asked, "What are you doing?" After a moment of silence, Su Buling explained, "The essence of goo involves sealing numerous insects within a vessel, allowing them to fight and consume one another. After years, the surviving insect becomes the goo. The secret method to create the Su Gu has long been lost, but must resemble the process of goo. If two goo produce poison, the stronger will overpower the weaker. They cannot coexist." Zhu Manji, somewhat enlightened yet still confused, inquired, "And now? The Su Gu within me and the one in this corpse originated from the same insect," Su Buling stated flatly, placing the leg bone back into the coffin, covering it, and saying no more. Zhu Manji, observing Su Buling's cold demeanor, fell silent. In the dead of night, a torch flickered in the snowy wilderness. Su Buling rode back, his expression grim, frequently glancing towards the resplendent city of Chang'an. Zhu Manji remained quietly seated behind him as the horse trotted slowly. She refrained from embracing his waist again, instead grasping his garment, and after a moment of contemplation, she smiled. "Su Gongzi, do not worry. Where there is a will, there is a way. At least we have determined who is responsible for the poison. Knowing the perpetrator allows us to seek the antidote." With your exceptional martial skills and intellect, you will surely find a solution. Zhu Manji blinked, her cheeks unwittingly flushed as she pondered, her boots swinging beside the horse. After some time, she remarked, Su Gongzi, I often hear storytellers narrate tales of heroes, and it seems that those who say they will finish a task often do not meet a good end. Su Buling found himself momentarily speechless. The atmosphere he had attempted to cultivate dissipated, and he spread his hands in resignation. If you do not wish to accompany me, I shall invite Ning Qingye to serve as a guest in Shiliang. She would surely be delighted. Zhu Manji grew anxious, lifting her face with concern. I would be willing, for my parents have left home, and I can go wherever I please. However, I still wish to search for them. Very well, I shall accompany you on your journey through the Jianghu. Zhu Manji leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. Does the Su Wangfu have beautiful flowers? My mother loves them. And I do too. Su Buling nodded slightly, saying, the residence of the Su Wangfu is exceptionally vast. In my childhood, I lived alone outside the city, surrounded by a magnificent sea of flowers. Every spring, the floral expanse stretched endlessly, and in its midst stood a small cottage, which contained an unusually large bed, one that could comfortably accommodate 10 people without feeling cramped. Zhu Manji blinked her large eyes, looking somewhat puzzled. Why create such a large bed? Isn't it troublesome to get out of bed? Su Buling chuckled lightly, replying earnestly, I was quite mischievous as a child, often bouncing around in my sleep, and would accidentally roll off the bed. The Wangfu had no choice but to provide a particularly large bed, which even had swings and rocking horses. It was truly delightful. Oh, I would love to see such a large bed. Rolling around on it must be incredibly comfortable. Is it just rolling? Su Buling asked. The cold wind rustled, and amidst the vast expanse outside Xiujiang Pool, the two of them and their horse gradually receded into the distance. Chapter 93. The Grievance of the Phoenix in the Deep Palace and by Xiaoyan the next day, after Su Buling struck the morning bell 108 times. He donned his attire, meticulously grooming himself. He wore a snow-white robe adorned with golden borders, intricate floral patterns, and cloud-embellished boots. A white jade bell hung at his waist, and his long hair, cascading like a waterfall, was tied up with a jade hairpin. With his naturally captivating peach blossom eyes, he left the palace, leaving the maid, Qiao Yi, momentarily stunned, causing her to walk with a distracted demeanor. Previously, Su Buling had not been fond of dressing up, often donning plain white robes, only making an effort when accompanying Lady Lu. Today, however, he needed to enter the palace to apologize to the Empress Dowager regarding news about Jia. This would undoubtedly be a perilous encounter, and to increase his chances of success, Su Buling had to present himself more formally. For majestic horses pulled an opulent carriage through the bustling Zhuke Avenue. According to ancient rites, the emperor rode in a 6-horse carriage, feudal lords in 5, and officials in 4, with lesser ranks following suit. A carriage drawn by 4 horses was a rarity in Chang'an, indicating the Empress Dowager's persistence in summoning Su Buling to the palace. Otherwise, the emperor's imperial carriage would have arrived at his doorstep. Inside the carriage, Su Buling sat upright, his expression stern, with a box beside him containing the exquisite powder from Xinji Zhai. Although it was the remnants chosen by Lady Lu, it still held considerable value. In truth, Su Buling felt somewhat uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, he gently inquired, Qiao Yi, has the Empress Dowager mentioned me these past few days? Qiao Yi's expression stiffened, and with a blink of her eyes, her face seemed to say, how can you still have the audacity to ask? The Empress Dowager has been constantly reminiscing about you in her dreams, she replied. Yes, the Empress Dowager has frequently mentioned the young master, eagerly awaiting your visit. The last incident was accidental. The origins of those poems are complicated, and it was not my intention to deceive the Empress Dowager. Qiao Yi slightly bowed, smiling. It would be best for the young master to explain this to the Empress Dowager in person. I fear being chased out of the palace and truly have no words to say. Su Buling understood immediately and nodded, feeling as though this carriage was not headed to the palace, but rather to an examination hall. As the carriage wheels rolled over the white stone street, it gradually approached the outer palace gates. A palace maid opened the intricately carved wooden door of the carriage, and Su Buling slightly leaned forward to exit. Just as he was about to step down, he suddenly heard a tinkling sound. Turning his gaze, he saw a group of people emerging from the Honglu Temple, dressed in attire resembling Miao clothing, exchanging polite banter with the minor officials of the court. In his youth, Su Bueling had focused solely on martial arts and, after arriving in Chang'an, had seldom mingled, thus his experiences were not extensive. After observing for a moment, he inquired, "Are these the barbarians from Nanyue?" Given that the Baiwe were subdued by Su Lai, Su Bueling felt that referring to them as barbarians was somewhat flattering in the eyes of the Shiliang cavalry. Both Nanyue and Beiki were akin to stray dogs. Xiao, he stepped out, extending her hand to assist Su Bueling down from the carriage, gently saying. Su Bueling glanced over, perceiving them as mere rabble. As the heir of a feudal lord, it was not his place to meet with foreign envoys, so he did not dwell on it and instead took a palanquin into the imperial city, behind the Chonglu Palace. The Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters had transformed over the past few days. In the garden, a large cauldron had appeared, its origins unknown, perhaps a relic from a previous dynasty, towering to the height of 2 people and stacked with firewood beneath it. A group of palace maids stood nervously outside the hall, while the side chamber was filled with poetry and paintings collected from the capital, along with various exquisite items from distant lands. Several close female attendants took turns entering to curry favor with the Empress Dowager. Unfortunately, the Empress Dowager, who was usually easy to please, was not merely feeling troubled this time. She was genuinely angry, refusing to eat and desiring to leave the palace for the Su Wangfu. As the Empress Dowager and the mother of the emperor, she would summon the emperor to Chonglu Palace whenever she wished to see him. And it was unheard of for her to personally visit a junior. The numerous palace maids dared not allow the Empress Dowager to leave the palace for such trivial matters, and despite their persistent persuasion, they were at a loss for solutions. Fortunately, the Su Wang's son was sensible and finally came today, which calmed the Empress Dowager somewhat. Noticing the Empress Dowager's displeasure, a nearby palace maid hurriedly approached to support her hand, saying awkwardly, "Empress Dowager, young Master Su will be arriving shortly. Please wait a moment. I will send someone to urge him." The Empress Dowager, with her enchanting beauty, wore a somewhat displeased expression. Feeling fatigued, she shifted positions, reclining on the soft couch. The palace maid quickly sat on the carpet, gently massaging her legs, fearful that the Empress Dowager might fall ill from her suppressed emotions. "Empress Dowager, young Master Su has arrived." A soft call finally resonated from the outer corridor. The palace maid was preparing to assist the Empress Dowager in tidying her attire when she observed the Empress Dowager's puzzled look. "Empress Dowager, are you not going out to greet him?" The Empress Dowager did not raise her brows, responding coolly, "He is but a junior. How could this palace personally welcome him? Let him come in on his own." The palace maid nodded, glancing around. Due to the Empress Dowager's restless movements on the soft couch, her palace skirt had inevitably become somewhat wrinkled and disheveled, which was unbecoming. Gathering her courage, she raised her hand to assist in straightening it. Su Bueling dismounted from the palanquin outside the sleeping quarters, adjusted his attire, and walked slowly through the corridor to the main hall. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, with not a single greeting exchanged along the way, starkly contrasting with the previous occasion when he was surrounded by admiration. Su Bueling was not surprised by this and walked leisurely into the main hall. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed a beautiful lady in palace attire reclining on the soft couch, her skirt fanned out like a peacock displaying its feathers, her plain makeup exuding an air of cold elegance as she held teacup. "Greetings, Empress Dowager." Su Bueling performed a junior salute, placing the gift box he held on the table, then sat upright beside her, wearing a warm smile. The Empress Dowager adopted a stance of inquiry and reprimand, casually lifting her eyelids, only to find herself gazing upon the exquisite young man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, looking at her with affectionate familiarity. The Empress Dowager momentarily froze, realizing it was her first time seeing Su Bueling so handsomely attired, nearly failing to recognize him. Chapter 94. The demands are numerous. Confronted with the sight of the striking youth, the Empress Dowager instinctively sat up, setting down her teacup and adjusting her attire. "Bueling, you have arrived? I was just lost in thought and forgot to welcome you." Su Bueling secretly sighed in relief, thinking that she was far easier to deal with than Lady Lu. His expression was refined and amiable as he expressed his remorse. "The younger generation feels guilty for having to trouble the Empress Dowager with my presence. How could I dare to ask for such a personal reception?" Su Bueling hesitita, adopting a sorrowful visage that bore some resemblance to Lady Lu. The Empress Dowager scrutinized him for a moment, frowning slightly. She instructed a palace maid to pour a cup of tea, her voice softening. Why the long face? Have you encountered some trouble? Su Buling shook his head, remaining silent for a moment before helplessly saying, a few days ago, at the Chengqing Hall, I mysteriously gained quite the reputation. The court officials believe those poems were penned by me, but I lack such talent. The first two were written by my grandfather and my father, while the latter two were crafted by my guest and Lady Lu on my behalf to enhance my name. Alas, it is disgraceful to steal poetry for personal gain, and I have been restless these past few days, unable to explain the situation, which has truly troubled me. The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes slightly, lifting her teacup and reclining back on the soft couch. Do you take this palace for a fool? Su Buling's expression stiffened, and he quickly shook his head. Empress Dowager, you overestimate me. I have no such intention. The Empress Dowager's expression grew cold as she gazed at the teacup, letting out a soft snort. You may deceive those court officials who dare not speak up, but do you think you can fool this palace as well? When Su Yu was in the capital, I had indeed heard Xiao Xiang mention him. Had he possessed the talent for poetry, I might have ventured to Xiliang to become a royal consort, rather than entering any palace. Su Buling naturally dared not respond, for there is no one in this world who would. The Empress Dowager had harbored her thoughts for several days, and once she began, she could not be restrained. As for General Su, I shall refrain from mentioning him. Let us speak of Lu Hongwan. Her marriage into the Xiao family was well matched, yet she has never excelled in poetry or prose. During Su Yu's time in the capital, Hongwan trailed your mother endlessly, leaving your father so vexed he could hardly eat. Su Buling shook his head and chuckled. When father studied in the capital, Aunt Lu was only about 10 years old. Her playful nature was to be expected. The Empress Dowager raised her lashes slightly. She has not grown much since then, and aside from you, she is quite rude to everyone else. She carries a burden of sorrow. Humph. She almost dares to claim before me that my nephew surpasses you. Does that infuriate you? Su Buling's face darkened, and he rubbed his nose, finding himself quite at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, the Empress Dowager's discontent had finally eased somewhat, and she gestured lightly toward the outside. Ah! Su Buling trembled, looking at the Empress Dowager in disbelief. Truly, the heart of a woman can be as sharp as a dagger. The ancients did not deceive me. Su Buling never anticipated that the Empress Dowager would resort to threatening him with the deprivation of guardianship. Without Aunt Lu, how could he possibly survive in the capital? The Empress Dowager must reconsider. Aunt Lu has showered me with affection, and it is indeed inappropriate for her to be so far away. The Empress Dowager idly spun her teacup, remarking, whether it is appropriate or not is not for you to decide. Su Buling was momentarily speechless. He had previously uttered this phrase to others, but when it was directed at him, it was indeed quite discomforting. The Empress Dowager curled her lips, taking a sip from her teacup. I am not in a rush. I have been residing in Chonglu Palace for 10 years. I have all the time in the world. If you cannot compose poetry today, take your time to ponder. If inspiration eludes you, simply say so, and I shall teach you how to write. Su Buling, with a face full of helplessness, realized that to inquire about news would surely prompt the Empress Dowager to demand a poem in return. He would first need to placate her emotions. After deliberating for a moment, he reluctantly nodded. Well, I shall give it a try. The Empress Dowager's eyes brightened, and she sat up, clapping her hands. Prepare the writing tools. Yes. The palace maid, relieved at the command, hurried to the side room to retrieve the prepared bamboo paper and wolf hair brush, placing the writing desk in front of Su Buling. The Empress Dowager, shedding her earlier aloofness, rose with a radiant smile, standing beside the writing desk. She gently added water to the inkstone, her movements graceful and pleasing to the eye. Seated before the writing desk, Su Buling felt somewhat reminiscent of Li by having a favored concubine grinding for him. The Empress Dowager was both enchanting and dignified, radiating an elegance that surpassed even Yang Guifei, for she was indeed the Empress Dowager, the Emperor's mother. The ink stick glided softly within the inkstone as the Empress Dowager, looking down with a friendly smile, remarked, I have read numerous poems and texts, but you must not simply copy one to placate me. You must compose something specifically for me. Su Buling nodded, picking up the wolf hair brush, contemplating which poem to transcribe. The history of poetry within the palace was indeed vast, and even if he could not think of anything, a familiar piece, such as Wu Yin Du Shang Shi Lu would suffice. Regrettably, the Empress Dowager would not allow Su Buling to be perfunctory. Having already suffered her own grievances, she added further requirements. Life in the inner palace is already dreary. I do not wish to hear the passage of time and the changes it brings. I desire something that will bring me joy. Su Buling raised his gaze to the Empress Dowager, hesitating momentarily before nodding once more. Making someone happy was rather simple. It merely required flattering praise. Regardless of age, women from 8 to 80 would not openly admit to their beauty, yet deep down they would surely appreciate it. Su Buling feigned a contemplative expression. The Empress Dowager, sensing his acquiescence, seemed to uncover his thoughts, pursing her lips before speaking again. Wait a moment. Su Buling felt a shiver run down his spine. Raising his head helplessly, does the Empress Dowager have any further requests? Please speak plainly. After all, I may not be able to write anything. The Empress Dowager smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped and gestured towards Xiao Yi. Bring me that painting. Xiao Yi, seemingly anticipating this request, hurriedly dashed off to the Empress Dowager's chamber. Chapter 95. The Portrait of a Beauty. After sending Xiao Yi to fetch the painting, the Empress Dowager tidied her attire and sat on a nearby soft couch, picking up a bronze mirror to glance at herself. A hint of melancholy crossing her brow. Having spent a decade in the inner palace, I have long surpassed the prime of youth. I am no longer as I once was. Su Buling laughed softly and shook his head. Empress Dowager, do not be so modest, in my eyes. You are still in the bloom of youth. There is no such thing as aging in your presence. Moreover, a beautiful woman is like fine wine. The longer it matures, the richer its flavor becomes. This was a sentiment the Empress Dowager had once expressed herself. Upon hearing this, she blinked and covered her lips with her sleeve, stifling a laugh. I did not perceive you to be so sweet-toned. No wonder Hong Luan is so fixated on you. Su Buling, with an air of righteousness, replied, I merely speak the truth, devoid of flattery. The Empress Dowager's mood visibly brightened, setting down the bronze mirror and striking a poised yet graceful pose. Pondering briefly, time is unrelenting, is not what it once was. Have you heard of Su Danqing? Su Buling nodded, the contemporary master of painting. During the Xuanhe period, he painted 8 beauties. My mother was one of them. That portrait still hangs in my father's study. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride, nodding slightly. In the past, when Su Danqing visited the Xiao family in Huainan, he also painted a portrait of me. The news stirred quite a commotion in the Jianghu, leading to the notion of the 8 talents of Xuanhe, embedding me within it. I have heard of this, Su Buling replied. It is a pity that, as time has passed, the circumstances of those portrayed have become tragic. The Empress, Cui Xiaowan, met a sorrowful end, and the Tang family maiden eloped from her family. As for your mother, Sai, I have been fortunate, yet I cannot escape the fate of growing old and lonely within the palace. One could only wonder if there was some curse within Su Danqing's brush. It was inappropriate for the Empress Dowager